Chapter 61. A Ruined Village. A three-way intersection. Xiao Dai, dressed in a green dress, stood anxiously under a big tree, looking forward to the foot of the mountain. After a while, her eyes lit up, and a happy smile finally appeared on her face. Sir. She ran up with tears in her eyes. Luo Qingzhou gently hugged her still trembling body and comforted her softly. It's okay. Don't be afraid. The little girl saw that bloody scene for the first time. And it was the first time she saw him kill someone. So she was naturally afraid. Xiao Dai cried and said, Sir, you have a lot of blood on your body. Let's go home quickly. Luo Qingzhou held her little hand and looked at the road they came from. After a pause, he bent down and whispered into the little girl's ear, Xiao Dai, we won't go home today. The young master will take you to a fun place. Ah? The little girl was stunned when she heard it. Where? Luo Qingzhou looked at another path with a complicated look. Where I was born. Xiao Dai opened her eyes wide. Let's go. Luo Qingzhou didn't dare to stay here for too long. He pulled her and walked to another unfamiliar path covered by weeds. It's not possible to go home directly now. If there is an ambush on the road, he and the little girl are probably in danger in his current state. We can only stay in that small mountain village for one night. Wait until tomorrow morning, and then take a carriage back to the city unexpectedly. Oh! Xiao Dai didn't say anything more. She was led by him obediently and walked to another path, her eyes full of dependence. No matter where the young master goes, she will follow. Even if the young master sold her, she would be willing. If the young master really sold her, at most she would sneak out and find him again after he got the money and left. Anyway, she would belong to the young master forever in this life and the next life, never separate from the young master. The master and servant walked on the deserted path without speaking. Luo Qingzhou pricked up his ears and remained alert, looking back from time to time to confirm whether anyone was following. The small mountain village in his memory was only 4 or 5 kilometers away from here. However, this path has been unattended for many years, and it has been overgrown with weeds. In many places, the road can no longer be seen. At noon, the two finally saw the small mountain village in front of them. Today's small mountain village is desolate and dilapidated. After several attacks by monsters, most of the young people in the village died, except for some lonely old people who lost their relatives and stubbornly stayed there. There were no young people in the village, and there were no children. The bustle of the village seemed like yesterday. But even in the past, what remained in Luo Qingzhou's memory was almost all shadows. His mother got pregnant before marriage, and after giving birth to him, she didn't even know who his father was. The village talked about it and nailed them to the pillar of shame. Almost every day, there were sarcastic and abusive words. Even the children didn't play with him. In order to raise him and let him study, his mother suffered all kinds of contempt and humiliation in the village. But she still persisted. After his grandparents died, and his uncles left the village and never returned, his mother was alone and without protection. She was afraid that he would be hurt and wanted him to live a better life. So she shamelessly took him into the city and into Chunghua Mansion. Since then, the mother and son have never returned to this sad village. Luo Qingzhou thought about these things in his heart, and took Xiao Dai to wash in the river in front of the village before entering the village. The village, which was once full of children playing, dogs barking, and adults scolding, has now become silent. Wild grass grows all over the front and back of the house. The iron lock on the gate is rusty, and the walls of some houses have collapsed. Luo Qingzhou took Xiao Dai and walked all the way. Looking all the way through the gate, he only saw 2 old people sitting alone in the small courtyard, closing their eyes and basking in the sun, as if waiting for that day to come. Luo Qingzhou did not stop and came to the small courtyard where he used to live with his mother. The gate has decayed and fallen, and half of the courtyard wall has collapsed. I don't know if it was blown by the wind and rain for a long time, or it was pushed down by the villagers after the mother and son left. The small courtyard is full of lush wild grass, broken bricks, and some tattered cloth buried in the soil. There was nothing in the house. Even the table, stools, and bed were all moved away. Fortunately, the 4 walls and the roof were still there, and they could still shelter from the wind and rain. Sir, is this where you and your wife used to live? Xiao Dai looked at the scene here with a sad expression on her face. Clean up the room. We'll stay here tonight. Luo Qingzhou didn't say much, walked out of the house and said, I'll go see if there's anything to eat. You should be hungry too. Right? Don't run around. Just stay in the house. Oh. Xiao Dai agreed and went to find a broom. There was a broom in the yard, but it was rotten. But it doesn't matter. You can wrap it with a clean cloth and continue to use it to sweep the floor. There should still be water in the well. Luo Qingzhou left the yard and walked to the end of the village, looking at each house. When he was almost at the end of the village, he saw an old woman. The old woman in a tattered cotton-padded jacket sat on a chair in front of the door, looking at the distant mountains with cloudy and confused eyes, not knowing what she was thinking. The old woman had white hair, wrinkled face, hunched back, and was already in her twilight years. But Luo Qingzhou recognized her the first time he saw her. The person in front of him was the most vicious and the worst person to his mother in the village. He still clearly remembered that one summer, his mother picked up a wild watermelon from the mountain. When the mother and son were about to share happily, the person called Anjio by his mother suddenly broke into the house with people, slandered his mother for stealing her watermelon, and then cursed, saying all kinds of vicious and dirty words, and grabbed his mother's hair with his hands and scratched his mother's face with his nails. In the end, the watermelon was taken away. His mother hugged him and cried silently in the corner. At that time, he secretly swore that when he grew up and had the ability, he would make this vicious woman suffer. But at this moment, looking at the old woman in front of him, looking at her white hair, wrinkled face, and quiet aging appearance, he could no longer hate her. You are Qingzhou? Qingzhou from yours family? The old woman looked at him with a surprised expression on her face. Luo Qingzhou came back to his senses, walked forward, and smiled. Grandma Jiu. It's me, Qingzhou. The old woman opened her eyes wide, stood up, stared at him up and down, and saw that his robe was tattered, and asked, Didn't you go to the city with your mother? Why are you back? You were driven out? Luo Qingzhou nodded without explanation. Yes. I was driven out, being used by Chunghua Mansion as a tool to break the engagement. He was driven out. The old man sighed and said, Poor. Your mother is also pitiful. She didn't enjoy a few days of happiness in the city and died so young. I heard that she was buried in the Zisha mountain in front of our village. Right? Oh. Luo Qingzhou was silent for a while and said, Grandma Jiu, your family. The old man was already indifferent. They are all dead. Except for me, an old woman. No one is left. Luo Qingzhou didn't dare to ask more. He glanced at her yard, hesitated for a moment, and asked, Grandma Jiu, do you have food at home? The old man glanced at him, turned around and walked into the house with a staggering step. Sighed, There are still 2 cakes. Too hard. I can't chew them. If you are hungry, take them and eat them. Oh, pitiful. Look at you. Your mother is dead. And now you can't even have a meal. I said it before. What's the use of studying? It's better to learn to farm. The old man chattered, went into the kitchen, and took out 2 dry and hard cakes. After thinking for a while, she went back into the house, took out 2 eggs, and handed them to him. Alas, the last hen was taken away by a weasel. In this village, there are no living things except us old people. In recent years, even those man-eating beasts have not come. The old man sighed. Luo Qingzhou took the pancakes and eggs, took out a piece of silver from his pocket, and handed it to her. Grandma Jiu, take the silver. If there are vendors coming to the village, you can buy some food. The old man looked at the silver in his hand, did not take it, shook his head and said, Take it yourself. I have no use for this thing. There are no vendors coming here now. I am still in good health and can still grow some food. You are young and have a long way to go in the future. Keep it for yourself. Luo Qingzhou glanced at her, said nothing more, and prepared to leave. When they reached the door, the old woman suddenly said, Qingzhou, it turns out that Granny Jiu treated you and your son like that. Now that I think about it, Granny Jiu actually regretted and felt guilty. When people get old, they realize that those rules and customs are actually not important. Living happily is the most important thing. It was not your mother's fault that she got pregnant before marriage. We shouldn't have treated her like that. Luo Qingzhou suddenly turned around and asked, Granny Jiu, do you know how my mother got pregnant with me? Do you know that person? The old woman shook her head. No. No one in the village knows who that person is. So they treated your mother like that. But in the end, I heard that your mother was forced well. At that time, even if she was forced, the reputation of a woman was ruined, and no one looked up to her. What's more, Your mother was too stubborn and refused to say who that person was. Luo Qingzhou said nothing more, nodded, and walked out the door. The old man followed him out, talking to himself, mumbling, and no one knew what he was saying. When she was about to sit on the stool at the door, she suddenly found a piece of silver on the stool. When she looked up, the young man had gone far away. Hey, the old man sighed, picked up the silver, sat down, and recalled the things about the mother and son in his mind. Luo Qingzhou returned to the dilapidated courtyard, shared the pancakes and eggs with Xiao Dai, and then sat down in the house to practice his internal skills. Xiao Dai didn't dare to disturb him, so she went out of the house and looked around in other rooms, the courtyard, and the door. After a while, she couldn't bear it anymore, so she went out the door and wandered around the village curiously. The sun set quickly. Luo Qingzhou felt that the pain in his body had eased a lot. When Xiao Dai came back, she even brought needles and thread. She said happily, "Sir, I met an old woman in the village. I spent the whole afternoon chatting with her. I borrowed these needles and thread from her. Take off your clothes, and I will help you mend them." Luo Qingzhou's heart moved, and he took off his clothes and said, "What did she talk to you about?" Xiao Dai took the clothes and said, "Nothing." The old woman kept talking about the past. I didn't dare to ask about the young master and the lady, and the old woman didn't mention it. By the way, the old woman also told us not to go out at night because there are ghosts here. Speaking of this, the little girl's face was full of fear. Haunted? Luo Qingzhou's eyes flashed. Xiao Dai nodded and said, "Well, the old woman said that at night. There were sobbing sounds everywhere in the village. She said she also saw many black shadows floating around. It was so scary." Luo Qingzhou looked outside. Is it scary? Why is he still looking forward to it? Outside the house, night falls. A crescent moon rose into the sky. The whole village was shrouded in darkness and dead silence. Chapter 62. Hundreds of ghosts crying at night. The room was empty. There was no bed, no quilt. The mountain village at night was particularly cold. Luo Qingzhou held Xiao Dai in his arms and sat down in the corner of the room, letting her sleep in his arms. The little girl was frightened during the day, and she was already exhausted from climbing mountains and walking so much. After mending his clothes, she fell asleep in his arms. The night wind outside the house was sobbing, and the branches and weeds were rustling. Occasionally, a few calls of night owls were heard in the forest not far away, which sounded particularly creepy. Outside the window, a silver moon hung in the night sky, appearing and disappearing in the dark clouds, like an eye peeping at the earth. Sneaking. Luo Qingzhou was not sleepy at all. After the little girl fell asleep, he put her on the robe spread on the ground, wrapped her tightly in the robe, then sat cross-legged, closed his eyes and meditated, practicing internal skills. After a few weeks, the whole body felt warm and comfortable. The pain in the whole body was gradually subsiding, and the injured and torn membrane was also slowly repairing. At 3 o'clock in the morning, suddenly, a cat's cry came from outside the window. Then, the window that could not be closed was whistling, as if there was wind blowing in. Luo Qingzhou opened his eyes and looked. A black shadow suddenly appeared outside the window, standing there silently like a ghost. I don't know how long it has been standing there. Under the moonlight, she gradually became clear. White hair, wrinkled face, and a strange smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Luo Qingzhou looked at her. She also looked at Luo Qingzhou. There was a strange silence around. Only the whimpering sound of the night wind. Meow. Suddenly, a cat's cry sounded. Then, a wild cat passed through the black shadow and jumped onto the windowsill, looking into the house with cold eyes flashing with fluorescence. And the figure standing in front of the window disappeared strangely. It seemed that it was really just a shadow, which was broken into pieces after the wild cat passed through its body and disappeared without a trace. Luo Qingzhou sat in the corner, looking at the wild cat on the windowsill, without moving or speaking. After staring at him for a while, the wild cat turned around and jumped into the yard. Then, it left from the collapsed wall. At this time, the wind outside was even louder, whimpering, as if someone was crying in the dark night. The crying was shrill and intermittent. Luo Qingzhou stood up and walked out. After standing in the small yard and watching for a while, he walked out of the gate again. His heart moved, and he turned his head to look, and suddenly saw a black shadow standing at the gate of a house in the direction of the village. The night wind blew, and the black shadow hunched over, with white hair fluttering. slowly turned his head and looked at him. Under the cold and dim moonlight, the shadow revealed an old face full of wrinkles and spots of death. And the corner of his mouth still had the weird smile that he had just shown outside the window. Luo Qingzhou's eyes fixed, and he walked over. When he got closer, the figure had already entered the door and disappeared. Luo Qingzhou stood at the door, looking at the decayed door, thinking about the past scenes, and walked in. The small courtyard was overgrown with weeds, as if no one had lived there for a long time. The door of the hall was locked, and the iron lock was rusty. The wooden door in the side house next to it was slightly ajar, and looking through the gap, it seemed that something was shaking inside. Luo Qingzhou paused in the yard for a while, walked over, and gently pushed open the door. A rope hung from the beam in the room. A white-haired old man was hanging on the rope. The old man had long since died, and his white hair was hanging down, covering his wrinkled cheeks. The night wind blew in from the dilapidated window, and the old man's thin and weak body swayed gently in the air. The rope rubbed against the beam above, which had long been fragile, and made a creaking sound. Luo Qingzhou knew this old man. His mother used to call her Aunt Shuizi. Xiao Dai came here to chat with her for an afternoon during the day, and also borrowed needles and thread from here. The old man was lonely in the village for many years. After chatting with a strange little girl for an afternoon today, he returned to the room and hanged himself. She told Xiao Dai that this place was haunted, and it was likely that she was old and weak and close to death, so she could see it. For her, this might be a kind of relief. It's just. Luo Qingzhou looked at the old man in front of him, thinking about the white-haired black shadow he had just seen. Was it the old man's soul, saying goodbye to them before leaving? But how did he suddenly see it? The Book of Strange Things said that people with strong souls, or those who are very old, or those who have been ill for a long time, or those who are about to die, can sometimes see ghosts and see things that they can't see normally. Could it be that he has been taking the black liquid produced by the sun and moon bronze mirror for a long time, and his soul has become very strong? Or did the life and death battle during the day today suddenly change his soul? To be honest, when he suddenly saw the black shadow outside the window just now, he was a little scared. But curiosity and calmness quickly overcame fear. If you don't do bad things, you don't have to be afraid of ghosts knocking on the door. Moreover, he is now full of blood and qi, and his spirit is strong, so his courage has naturally become greater. He shouldn't be afraid of these ghosts who only dare to sneak out in the dark. It should be the ghosts who are afraid of him. Luo Qingzhou thought so, and stepped forward to take down the old man's body. Woo! At this time, a gust of cold wind suddenly blew in from the window, making the wooden window rustle. At the same time, the sound of a woman crying really rang out outside. Then, there were the cries of a man, a baby, and an old man. One after another, a black shadow suddenly appeared on the low courtyard wall, and then floated into the yard, twisting and swaying, with long hair hanging down, and making a whiz sound from his mouth. Then, more black shadows appeared, twisting and swaying at the gate, on the courtyard wall, and in the small courtyard, with long hair flying and wooing. It was like 100 ghosts dancing at night, and 1,000 ghosts crying at night. Luo Qingzhou retracted his gaze, first took down the old man's body, put it on the bed, covered it with a quilt, then left the room, and stood in the small courtyard. The twisted and sobbing black shadows in the small courtyard swung their bodies more crazily. Gusts of cold wind swirled and flew around on the ground. Luo Qingzhou clenched his fists, walked down the steps, and walked towards those hideous and twisting black shadows. Every time he took a step forward, the shadows would float back a step, as if they were afraid to let him get close. Luo Qingzhou sneered in his heart, suddenly took a stance, and started to perform the thunder fist in the yard. Boom! A thunderclap suddenly sounded in the silent night. Woo! The cold wind blew wildly, and the black shadows that were dancing wildly were frightened and whimpered, and fled in all directions. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared without a trace. The small courtyard was silent again, and even the sound of the wind disappeared. Sure enough, the virtual is afraid of the real. The yin is afraid of the yang, and the little ghost is afraid of courage. The blood and qi are strong. The spirit is strong, and the courage is strong. If a timid person encounters these ghosts when walking at night, he can't see with his eyes. He can only feel the cold wind beside his ears and body. His back is cold, and he is frightened in his heart. The more frightened, the weaker the spirit and blood, and the more arrogant these ghosts are after returning. he will definitely get a serious disease. If he is treated well, he can still survive. If he is not treated well, his spirit is too weak, and he can only get sick and die. Some people with diseases, or the elderly, will see these ghosts everywhere at night, and they may be close to death at that time once they can't strengthen their bodies and spirits. They may really be incurable. Some ghosts died unjustly and are full of hatred, so they wander around to harm people. Luo Qingzhou thought about the records in the book, left the courtyard, and returned to his residence. Just as he was about to enter the house, he suddenly found a black shadow squatting on the collapsed courtyard wall. The black shadow was surrounded by black mist, and its figure was more solid than the ghost just seen. The face was not clear, but two slightly red eyes could be seen. Luo Qingzhou took a look and suddenly heard its inner voice. This human is so scary. His blood is so vigorous. I can't provoke him. Why is he looking at me? It's impossible for him to see me. I should go back to practice. The black shadow turned around and floated away. Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a moment. Practice? He immediately followed after his heart moved. Chapter 63 about soul refining. Wu. After leaving the village, the night wind became even colder. The ghost with a pair of red eyes seemed to notice something after floating for a while, and suddenly turned his head to look. Luo Qingzhou also looked at it, but did not stop. Hey, why is this human also walking this way? Does he also know about the cave? Let me follow him and see. The ghost thought so, and floated to the right, making way. This human has strong blood and qi, and it feels a burning sensation all over its body when it approaches. It feels like being roasted on fire. Very painful. Luo Qingzhou pretended not to see it, continued to walk forward, and soon walked into the forest. Then, he stopped and looked around deliberately. Aimlessly, the ghost followed behind, and when he saw this scene, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out that he didn't find my cave, so I don't care about him. Stay away from him. Luo Qingzhou turned his head and looked back, seeing it drifting towards the woods on the left. He immediately followed it. According to the book, most ghosts are unconscious and have no intelligence. Only various instincts. Resentment, fierceness, fear, attack, evil, etc. Once you become a ghost, you may only have these involuntary emotions for the rest of your life. But this ghost obviously has its own intelligence and consciousness, and it is actually practicing. However, judging from the situation, the intelligence of this ghost is very low, as if it has just opened its intelligence. Luo Qingzhou was very curious about what it had encountered. The forest at night was pitch black. The trees were dense, and the bushes were lush. The mountain wind blew on my body, which was particularly cold. The ghost was floating in front of me, not knowing whether it was thinking about something or its intelligence was just beginning to open up. And its sensitivity was slow, so it didn't even notice the person behind it. Luo Qingzhou followed it slowly, staring at it closely. Once it stopped, or looked back, he hid behind the tree, motionless, and merged with the whole tree. The ghost's body might be able to pass through the tree, but the sight was not certain. The ghost continued to float towards the depths of the forest. Luo Qingzhou looked back at the gradually disappearing village, feeling a little worried. But it should be okay. The monster has not appeared here for several years. It rarely appears in other places. It is said that the Blackwood Forest in the north of the city is where the monsters gather. Every creature needs an environment suitable for itself to survive. There seems to be a special substance in the Blackwood Forest, and the terrain there is complex, which is just suitable for monsters to survive. For warriors, monsters are full of treasures. So there are many warriors who hunt monsters. Once a monster leaves the shelter of the Blackwood Forest, it is estimated that it will be hunted by a warrior soon. So gradually, few monsters come out of the Blackwood Forest. This small mountain village had been attacked by monsters several times. Except for a few old men who stayed here, there were no living creatures left, which was meaningless to monsters. As for those ghosts and ghosts, there was no need to worry. Although Xiaodai was a woman with weak blood and qi, she was very young and in good health. Ordinary ghosts could not do anything to her. At most, they would sneak up to her and blow the cold wind to make the little girl have a nightmare. As Luo Qingzhou was thinking this, he suddenly found that the ghost in front of him landed and crawled into a dense bush next to him. He waited there for a few minutes and walked over. He pushed aside the bushes and saw that there was a deep cave hidden inside. He hesitated for a moment and crawled in. The cave was not narrow, and he could move forward by bending his body slightly. After walking for more than 10 minutes, A collapsed stone door suddenly appeared on the right, and the ground was full of broken stones. Luo Qingzhou stood at the door and looked inside. Inside was a spacious stone room with a very high top, 7 or 8 meters, and a stone was inlaid on it. The stone was emitting a faint light, illuminating the stone room. Looking at the several depressions next to the stone, there should be other stones, but they seemed to have been broken away by someone. The stone room was in a mess. In addition to the broken stones on the ground, there were also rotten bookshelves and broken cushions. In the corner, there was actually a skeleton with broken hands and feet lying. In the other corner, there were several wooden boxes. The wooden box had been opened, and there was nothing inside. Luo Qingzhou walked into the stone room and looked carefully. Apparently, someone had come here a long time ago and took away everything that was originally here. The ghost was floating in the corner, looking at him with a pair of red eyes in fear. Why is he here too? Did he come with me? Can he see me? Luo Qingzhou retracted his gaze from it, and suddenly found a tattered book in the corner below it. He walked over, brushed away the gravel and dust on it, and picked up the book. Looking carefully at the weak light, there were a few small words scribbled on the cover, about soul refining. Luo Qingzhou's heart moved. Soul refining? Soul out of the body? He hurriedly searched on the ground again, brushed away the gravel and messy things, and searched everywhere. But it seemed that there was only this book left in the whole stone room. The ghost floated high up, trembling. Whenever Luo Qingzhou approached, it would float to another place to hide. Luo Qingzhou held the tattered book, looked up at it, and thought secretly in his heart. The skeleton in the corner might be a hermit who practiced cultivation. His lifespan was exhausted and he died here, leaving behind many things. This ghost accidentally broke into here and got some opportunities. So he opened his spiritual wisdom and began to practice here. Then someone else accidentally discovered this place and came in to take away everything. As for this book, maybe those people are just ordinary people who only care about treasures and don't know this broken book at all. Or maybe those people are also soul cultivators and have such books, so they don't care at all. Luo Qingzhou thought for a while, looking at the ghost. When he was about to speak, the ghost suddenly seemed to be frightened. With a whoosh, it instantly sank into the wall behind it and disappeared. Luo Qingzhou. He didn't dare to stay any longer, and immediately took the book and left the cave, leaving Xiaodai alone in the village. If the girl woke up and couldn't find him, she would probably be scared and cry. He ran in the mountains and forests. He was full of energy and vitality, and he moved very fast. Even if there were some sneaky ghosts hiding around, they were all scared and fled in panic, retreating as far as possible. Luo Qingzhou returned to the courtyard quickly. After entering the house, Xiaodai was still lying in the robe in the corner, sleeping soundly. The explosion of his thunder fist before probably scared the nearby ghosts and made them flee. Setting off firecrackers during the new year, celebrations and funerals is said to be to drive away unclean things. Now that I think about it, it makes some sense. The ghosts are weak and guilty, and they only dare to appear quietly in the silent night. The sudden explosion of firecrackers, the gathering of people, and the vigorous blood and qi probably scared them to death and flee far away. Luo Qingzhou sat down in the corner, closed his eyes and calmed his heart, and then slowly opened the book in his hand. At the same time, Chunghua Mansion, on the 9-curved corridor, on both sides of the vermilion railings, in the shadows of the trees, stood 2 figures. Madame Wang still had a gloomy face, looking unfathomable. The second housekeeper Wang Chung lowered his head and reported with a grim expression, "They are all dead. Wang Pu is also dead, judging from the fatal wounds on their bodies. The other party is a warrior. I really didn't expect that the Qin family would take a fancy to that boy so much and secretly sent guards to follow the people guarding the way out of the city. Didn't see the boy come back. He may still be outside, or he may have gone through another city gate." The eldest lady's face still showed no ripples. Wang Chung said in panic, "Recently, a few poems of that boy have been circulated. They all say they are good. The Qin family took a fancy to him so much, obviously wanting to train him well for the imperial examination next year." The eldest lady suddenly turned her head and looked at him. Her eyes were sinister, like a poisonous snake in the dark night. Wang Chung trembled, closed his mouth, dared not say anything, and was sweating coldly. The eldest lady stared at him grimly for a long time, then suddenly sighed and said slowly, "Go to Yin County. Go in person and invite her back." Wang Chung was stunned for a moment. Then his face changed slightly, and he trembled and said, "Ba which?" The eldest lady's face returned to silence, and she looked at the dark night ahead without any ripples. Her voice was calm, but it sounded a little sharp. That bitch was killed by her evil magic. I want that little bastard to die like that bitch, so that they can reunite in the underworld. Wang Cheng's heart trembled. His back felt cold, and he bowed his head respectfully and said, "The servant will leave tomorrow. Madam, don't worry. This time, I will make sure that kid dies." At this time, in another mansion in Imo's city, in a pavilion in a back garden, a snow-white figure sat, reading a book quietly in the moonlight. A cold girl held a sword and stood by, motionless. At this time, a pretty girl in a pink dress walked in from the round door, entered the pavilion, stood next to the snow-white figure, and whispered, "Miss, the son-in-law hasn't come back yet. Do you want to go?" In the pavilion, there was silence. The evening breeze blew. The lotus leaves in the pond in front fluttered. The water rippled, and the crushed moonlight fell into the dark and deep eyes of the girl in the pavilion. The snow-white figure still didn't speak, and slowly put down the book in her hand. She sat there without moving, looking at the moonlight swaying in the pond. Suddenly dazed and lost in thought, the pink-dressed girl relaxed her expression, raised her head, looked at the cold girl standing beside her, and suddenly smiled. "I just saw you come back. How many times have you gone out to sea?" "Humph." The cold girl held the sword, turned her face away, and looked at the pond, ignoring her. The pretty cheeks were still as cold as ice. Chapter 64. They are all the maids of the son-in-law. The next day, the sky was overcast. The cold wind outside the house whistled, making the wooden windows rustle. Luo Qingzhou fell asleep at dawn. He was woken up at this time, and when he was about to close his eyes and go back to sleep, Xiao Dai beside him suddenly pulled his clothes and said timidly, "Young master, look outside." Luo Qingzhou sat up and looked out of the window. A familiar figure stood in the small courtyard. She was wearing a pink dress. Her black hair was blown by the wind, and she was holding a flower in her white jade hand, which was placed in front of her nose and sniffing gently. The pretty and beautiful face showed an expression of enjoyment. "Why is she here?" Luo Qingzhou immediately stood up from the ground. Only then did he see that there was another figure standing in the small courtyard. She was wearing a light green long dress. Her arms were folded across her chest. She was holding a sword in her arms, and her face was as cold as ice. Xia Chan was here too. Luo Qingzhou suddenly woke up, and was no longer sleepy. The master and servant put on their clothes, went out of the house, and stood in the yard looking at the two girls, who suddenly appeared in the yard. Bailing held a flower in her hand, and smiled sweetly. "Uncle, did you sleep well?" Luo Qingzhou looked at the two of them with a puzzled look and asked, "How did you find this place?" Bailing smiled and said, "You can find out by asking. This is where Uncle was born. Uncle went out to visit the grave yesterday, and did not return all night. Where could he go?" Then he looked at the patch on his clothes, and said with concern, "Uncle's clothes." Luo Qingzhou looked down and said calmly, "I fell in the forest yesterday, and my clothes were torn. Xiao Dai helped me mend them. Fortunately, the scars inside could not be seen." Xiao Dai, who was standing next to him, lowered her head, and did not dare to say anything. Bailing sniffed the flowers in her hand again and smiled. "Since Uncle is fine, let's go back. It looks like it's going to rain today." Luo Qingzhou looked up at the cloudy sky and nodded. The four of them walked out of the courtyard. There was a carriage parked outside. The burly woman whom Bailing called Aunt Asher, wearing a straw hat, sat in the carriage with a wooden expression. "Son-in-law, you and Xiao Dai must be hungry. There are snacks and fruits in the carriage. You can fill your stomach first." Bailing jumped into the carriage lightly and stretched out his hand to pull him. Luo Qingzhou was about to go up, but his heart suddenly moved, and he turned his head to look in the direction of the end of the village. At the door of the house, a white-haired old man was sitting there. Looking here, Luo Qingzhou hesitated for a moment, stretched out his hand and said, "Miss Bailing, can you give me all the food?" Bailing didn't ask any more questions, got into the carriage, took out 2 boxes of snacks and a basket of fresh fruits, handed them to him, and smiled. "Son-in-law, as far as I know, the people in this village have bullied you and your son before." Luo Qingzhou didn't say anything, took the snacks and fruits and walked towards the old man. Bai Ling looked at his back. Her eyes flashed. She jumped off the carriage, looked at the sword-holding girl next to her and said, "Let's go and take a look." Luo Qingzhou walked to the old woman, put the things on the ground at the door, and said, "Grandma Jiu, you can keep these things to eat. We should go. The old woman looked at the things on the ground with cloudy eyes. Then looked at him. And then looked at the two pretty girls who were coming. Opened her mouth. And asked in confusion. Qingzhou. You? Luo Qingzhou said calmly. I'm married into the family. And now I am a gigolo. Living off women. Old man. Puff. Bai Ling. Who followed. Laughed. Revealing two beautiful dimples on her face. Xia Chan. Who was behind. Held a sword. And her pretty face was still as cold as ice. The old man stared at the two beautiful girls, who looked like fairies, for a few more times. And then nodded and said, Qingzhou. Living off women is good. And being a gigolo is also good. There is nothing to be ashamed of. In this day and age. It's good to not starve to death. Your two wives look like fairies. And you have the blessing of 8 lifetimes. Luo Qingzhou. Grandma 9. They are not my wives. They are my wife's maids. My back felt cold. My neck itched. And I hurried to explain. The old man was surprised and said, Maid? Oh, I understand. A maidservant is a common maidservant in rich families. Qingzhou. You are good. Really good. Hey, if your mother were alive, how happy it would be. Grandma 9. Goodbye. Luo Qingzhou did not dare to stay any longer. Turned around and left, not daring to look at the sword-holding girl next to him. Grandma. We are leaving. Bai Ling smiled and waved to the old man. Xia Chan's face was cold. The old man nodded and murmured. Qingzhou is a lucky child. It seems that his mother is right. Studying is better than farming. Son-in-law. I'll pull you. Luo Qingzhou walked to the front of the carriage and was about to step on it. But Bai Ling jumped on it first, stretched out her snow-white jade hand, and looked at him with a smile. Not angry at all because of what happened just now. Luo Qingzhou glanced at her, stretched out his hand and held her hand, and got on the carriage. Xiao Dai. Come. Bai Ling stretched out her hand to Xiao Dai again. Xiao Dai was flattered and stretched out her hand, saying, Thank you, Sister Bai Ling. When it was Xia Chan's turn, Bai Ling took her hand back, got into the carriage, and turned around and said, Chan, I think it's better for you to follow the carriage. You have a sullen face all day long, and no one will like you, especially the son-in-law, who definitely doesn't like to sit with you. As soon as she finished speaking, Xia Chan had already jumped up, lifted the curtain, and went in before her. Bai Ling moved her mouth and walked in. Ansha raised the whip, turned the car head, and drove out of the village. The old man sat at the door, watching the carriage gradually going away, and then looked up at the sky covered with dark clouds, and sighed. It's going to snow again this winter. It's still growing. The carriage was shaking violently on the weed-covered path, and was driving very slowly. The people sitting in the carriage were shaking. Luo Qingzhou ignored the eyes on the opposite side, put his arm around Xiadia's slender waist, and supported her, fearing that she would fall forward. Bai Ling sat opposite him, smiling at him and said, Son-in-law, are you happy? Luo Qingzhou looked at her in confusion. Bai Ling said, Just now, the mother-in-law said that Chan and I are both the son-in-law's maids. After hearing this, is the son-in-law secretly happy in his heart? Luo Qingzhou ignored her, and glanced at the cold girl next to her. Xia Chan leaned there motionlessly with a sword in her arms, staring at him coldly. Son-in-law, why didn't you tell us when you came out yesterday? And, you shouldn't have told us in advance if you didn't go back yesterday? Bai Ling looked at him with some reproach. Luo Qingzhou did not speak, thinking in his heart, even if I told you, what would happen? He married into the family to bring good luck to Miss Qin, and Miss Qin too. Even the maids around the two young ladies could not follow him to pay tribute to his mother. Right? Bai Ling smiled sweetly again. Son-in-law, don't be nervous. I just want to tell you that if there is anything next time, you must notify us first, so that we don't worry. Son-in-law didn't go home last night, and Miss was so worried that she didn't sleep all night. You are fooling ghosts. Luo Qingzhou pretended not to hear and looked away. Boom! There was a sudden thunder outside. Xiao Dai, who was held in his arms, trembled with fear, and her face turned pale, and she almost screamed. Even people are afraid of thunder, let alone little ghosts. Luo Qingzhou turned around, opened the curtains, and looked at the village that was gradually going away behind him. Dark clouds swept over the village. Suddenly, a flash of lightning flashed across the sky, and a vague black shadow seemed to appear in the rolling dark clouds, which flashed away in a flash. Luo Qingzhou looked carefully, but saw nothing. Son-in-law, Have a good rest after returning home. Take a bath and wait at night. The reward promised last time has not been given to you yet. Miss is a man of her word. And she will not lie to you. Go to sleep with you tonight. Bailing suddenly smiled. Luo Qingzhou narrowed his eyes, lowered the curtain, and turned around to look at her. Bailing smiled and said, Son-in-law, are you happy? You can sleep with Miss again tonight. I hope you can work hard and let Miss get pregnant as soon as possible. After that, he turned his head and looked at the cold girl next to him, and smiled. Isn't it Chan Chan? When you and Miss have a baby, we will help to coax them. Okay? You can't put on this stinky face at that time. Xia Chan turned her face slightly and looked away, still as cold as ice, without saying a word, but biting her lip inaudibly. Chapter 65 Candied Haws. At noon, the gloomy sky began to snow. After Luo Qingzhou returned to the mansion, he took a bath, changed clothes, and had a hearty lunch. In the afternoon, after Xiaodai went out to study, he left the mansion alone and went to the Jibao Pavilion. After entering the store, he directly explained his purpose. The waiter took him upstairs attentively, led him to a row of glass counters, pointed to the things inside and said, Sir, these are storage bags, and other storage treasures are still on the upper layer. Luo Qingzhou stood in front of the luxuriously decorated counter, and saw the palm-sized purse at the edge at a glance. It was indeed a storage bag. Can you take this out for me to see? Luo Qingzhou pointed to the smallest storage bag that looked like a purse. The waiter smiled and said, Of course. Please wait. The waiter took the key, walked to the counter, opened the lock, took out the purse, and handed it to him. Luo Qingzhou took it in his hand and touched it. It was indeed made of the same material. He was a little excited. The storage bag he had searched from the warrior looked bulging. There should be a lot of good things in it. But how to open it? Is this the smallest storage bag? It looks cute, but I haven't used it. How do I use it? Luo Qingzhou asked directly without feeling embarrassed. The waiter introduced enthusiastically, It's very simple. The guest only needs to drop a drop of his own blood into it. When the storage bag glows slightly, he can recite a spell for it in his mind. When you want to use it, just recite the spell in your mind. Open the mouth. Put the things you need to put close. And use your mind to pull it in. When you take things out, it's the same. Recite the spell. Open the mouth. And then you can see the things inside. Just look at it with your eyes. Pull it with your mind, and it will come out by itself. Luo Qingzhou listened to his introduction carefully, remembered it one by one, and asked if it is lost and someone else picks it up. Can it be used? The waiter smiled and said, Ordinary people definitely can't do it. People with high cultivation can forcibly break the spell. There is another situation. If the owner dies unexpectedly, if the storage bag is not used for more than a year, the spell will be automatically removed, and the new owner only needs to drip blood to recognize the owner again. I see. Luo Qingzhou's heart moved, but his face remained calm. He looked at the storage bag in his hand carefully and asked, How much silver does it cost? The waiter smiled and said, Sir, our store has a rule that storage bags cannot be settled with silver. Gold coins or demon pills are required. If converted into silver, it is about 800,000 taels. If you really need it, we have a discount. If you have the fur, bones, or demon pills of demon beasts, you can calculate the price separately. Luo Qingzhou smiled bitterly and said, It's expensive. Although he had asked the price a long time ago, he still felt a tremor at his heart when he heard 800,000 taels again. It seems that the currency for settlement of warriors' items is different from that of mortals' items. There are even demon pills. And even silver cannot be used. He returned the storage bag in his hand and said apologetically, Sorry, I can't afford it for the time being. The waiter took the storage bag, still smiling. It's okay. If you need it next time, you can come again. We have other things in our store. You can also take a look. Luo Qingzhou looked around and said, Are there any books introducing martial arts cultivation and various basic knowledge? The waiter smiled and said, Yes. Wait a moment. Sir. He locked the storage bag in the cabinet again, and then took Luo Qingzhou downstairs. Luo Qingzhou browsed on the bookshelf on the second floor for a while, and finally bought 3 books about martial arts and left the store. He didn't wander around the street anymore, bought 2 strings of candied haws for Xiaodai, and went back to the mansion directly. As soon as he walked into the courtyard, he suddenly found someone standing in the courtyard, wearing a pink skirt, black hair down to the waist, graceful and beautiful. holding a freshly picked flower in her hand, sniffing it, raising her eyebrows and looking at him, and said, "Son-in-law, didn't I tell you to have a good rest at home? Where are you going again? Why does it sound like the tone between husband and wife?" The newlywed wife complained to her husband, who had just returned from an outing. "Didn't I tell you to stay home with me? Where did you go to fool around again?" Luo Qingzhou looked at her deeply, raised the book in his hand, and said, "I went out to buy books." He turned the cover of the book sideways, facing her, with a calm face, and deliberately hid the 2 strings of candied haws in his other hand behind his back. Bai Ling had no interest in the book, and didn't even look at it, but she was very interested in the candied haws hidden behind his other hand. She immediately laughed, revealing 2 shallow dimples on her face. "Son-in-law, what's hidden behind it?" Luo Qingzhou shook his head. "Nothing." "Humph. It's obviously a candied haws. I can see it." Bai Ling immediately ran behind him, grabbed it, and laughed. "Son-in-law, how do you know that I like to eat candied haws?" "Thank you, son-in-law." As he said that, he took a bite directly, narrowed his eyes happily, and said happily, "So sweet." Luo Qingzhou turned to face her and calmly took. The book was pressed against his leg, and he stretched out his other hand and said, "Leave a string for me." Bai Ling smiled, gave him a string, and winked playfully, saying, "Son-in-law, remember to wash yourself tonight. Serve the young lady well, and don't be lazy." After that, with sticky sugar juice on her pink lips, she suddenly leaned close to his ear and whispered, "Son-in-law, it's best to do it 3 times a night." After that, she waved her hand with a smile, holding a candied haws in one hand and a flower in the other, and fluttered away like a butterfly. Luo Qingzhou stood there, watching her graceful figure disappear at the door, smelling the faint fragrance left in the air, and was stunned for a moment, then returned to the house. He closed the door and inserted the candied haws into the gap of the windowsill. Then, he closed the window, sat down at the table in front of the window, and took out the storage bag shaped like a purse. Drop blood to recognize the master? He touched the bulging storage bag, and without hesitation, he bit his fingertips, squeezed out blood, and dripped into the open mouth. After a while, the storage bag really began to glow with a faint milky white light. Luo Qingzhou suddenly felt his mind move, as if he had established some kind of wonderful connection with it, and immediately recited a spell in his heart, "Weak scholar." The reason why he used these 4 words was that he wanted to remind himself every moment that he could not slack off, and he had to work hard to become stronger and not be a weak scholar anymore. At the same time, he had to keep a low profile for the time being and be a weak scholar on the surface. The light on the storage bag suddenly began to flicker. Then, the light gradually faded, and his sight suddenly flew in from the open hole. There was indeed another world inside. Luo Qingzhou was excited, and when he was about to open his eyes to take a closer look, he suddenly felt a familiar chill coming from the window. At the same time, Bai Ling's crisp voice suddenly came from the small courtyard outside. "Hey, Chan, I thought you went to feed the kitten again. Why did you come to your son-in-law's place? What are you standing there for?" Luo Qingzhou's face changed slightly, and he quickly hid the storage bag. Then he got up and opened the window and looked outside. In the small courtyard, under the pear tree, a cold girl in a light green dress was standing there with her arms folded across her chest, holding a sword in her arms, motionless, with a cold face and eyes looking elsewhere. Bai Ling stood at the gate of the courtyard, holding a candied haws in her hand, eating it while smiling and saying, Chan, you don't want to eat candied haws too, do you? It's a pity that they are sold out. So my son-in-law bought me a string. But if you beg me, I can give you one." The sword-holding girl ignored her, turned her head, and looked at Luo Qingzhou, glanced at the string of candied haws on the windowsill, then turned her head and looked elsewhere, her pretty face still as cold as before. Luo Qingzhou. Chapter 66 Treasures in the Storage Bag. Silence for a moment. Luo Qingzhou picked up the last string of candied haws on the windowsill and walked out of the house. It was just a string of candied haws. "I'll buy it for Xiaodai next time." He walked under the pear tree and handed the candied haws in his hand to the cold girl. "Humph." The girl snorted coldly, turned her head and looked away. The sword was still in her arms. Her pointed chin was slightly raised. Her long eyelashes and dark eyes were motionless, and her pretty face was still as cold as ice. The whole person seemed to be a pretty and delicate ice sculpture. The breeze blew by, lifting a strand of the girl's hair and also a wisp of the girl's fragrance. Light and sweet. Very unique. Luo Qingzhou didn't dare to look at it anymore. He retracted his gaze. When he was about to leave with the candied haws, the familiar chill suddenly enveloped his whole body again. At the same time, a cold murderous aura came over him, making his back cold. He paused and turned to look. The girl was still holding the sword, with her pretty face tilted, looking away coldly. Bailing at the gate suddenly laughed and said, "Son-in-law, Chan doesn't eat anything given by anyone. You ask her, beg her to eat." Luo Qingzhou, "Eat it if you want. Forget it if you don't want to. Why should I spoil you?" He ignored her and took the candied haws, ready to go back to the house. Zheng! A sword sounded, and a cold light flashed. Then, his neck suddenly itched. He froze, stopped, touched his neck, and turned to look. Under the pear tree, the girl was still holding the sword, standing there with a cold face, as if she had never moved. The sword was in the sheath, and it seemed as if it had never come out. But a thin branch on the pear tree above her head suddenly fell down, and fell to the ground with a pop. Luo Qingzhou did not feel blood on his neck, but his whole body felt like falling into an ice cellar, and he was cold all over. He paused for a few seconds, then turned around and returned, stopped in front of her again, handed over the candied haws in his hand, and said with his head down, "Miss Xia-chan?" He felt a little embarrassed, but he still said, "Please eat the candied haws. I bought it for you." Humph. The girl snorted again, but this time she took the candied haws from his hand. Then, she left coldly. Luo Qingzhou. When Bailing passed by her, she smiled and said, "Chan, is this the candied haws that your son-in-law bought for you? It looks sweet. Can you give me a bite?" No one paid attention to her. The girl held a sword in one hand and a candied haws in the other, and disappeared coldly and silently outside the door. "Son-in-law." Bailing shook the remaining candied haws in her hand at the door, blinked and said, "Work hard tonight." After that, she turned and left. Luo Qingzhou stood in the courtyard for a while, and after making sure that they would not come back, he went over to close the courtyard door and put the bolt on it. Then he returned to the room, closed the door and windows, and took out the storage bag. He opened the bag and silently said in his heart, "Weak scholar." Then, his eyes suddenly fell inside. The originally narrow space in the bag suddenly became bright. There was more than 10 cubic meters inside. The first thing that caught his eye was a small bag of golden coins. After a rough estimate, there were at least 1,000 gold coins, according to the conversion of 1 gold coin equal to 100 taels of silver. There are actually 100,000 taels of silver here. A lowest level warrior not only has a storage bag, but also contains so much money. Is it his own property? Or, Luo Qingzhou thought of yesterday's ambush, and the inner thoughts he saw from the eyes of those killers. I'm afraid that a large part of these gold coins were given to him by the eldest lady, in addition to salaries and industries. Zhenghua Mansion will organize warriors to hunt monsters every once in a while. Second son Luo, you will often go with him for training. That should be the most profitable. I casually flipped through the books in Jubao Pavilion before, and it said that a lowest level demon pill could be exchanged for thousands of gold coins. What a warrior gets at random may be something that ordinary people can't earn in their lifetime. Just like the rich people of his time. A random meal costs millions, and ordinary people may not be able to earn it even if they work hard all their lives without eating or drinking. Some ordinary people have never even seen gold coins in their lives. Of course, the consumption of warriors is also incomparable to that of mortals. At the same time, every mission will risk life. The warrior killer yesterday was obviously hired by the eldest lady at a high price. She is willing to spend money. Luo Qingzhou looked at the gold coins and clenched his fists. After calming down, he looked at a brocade box next to him. The lid of the box was opened, and a milky white round bead was placed inside. It looked like a demon pill. He immediately withdrew his gaze, took out the book he had just bought in the Jubao Pavilion, searched for a while, and finally found a picture of a demon pill. There are milky white, light blue, dark blue, red, and so on. This milky white demon pill is obviously the lowest level demon pill. However, the warrior yesterday was only at the skin refining realm, and it should be unlikely that he could hunt a demon beast with a demon pill alone. It is very likely that it was robbed or stolen from somewhere else. The value of this demon pill is not small. Luo Qingzhou was excited, put down the book, and looked into the storage bag again. There were more than a dozen bottles of potions inside, which were obviously used for cultivation. In addition to the potions, there were more than 200 taels of silver and some clothes. There were even some food. Apart from that, there were no other useful items. There were no cultivation secrets. And no treasures. But these were enough. For him. It was completely unexpected wealth and a pleasant surprise. Luo Qingzhou immediately got up and took out the sun and moon treasure mirror under the bed and the secrets he got last night and put them into the storage bag. He put it in and took it out repeatedly and tried it many times before he became proficient. With this huge sum of money, he probably won't have any problems with refining his flesh in the future. And he can eat and use it freely. In addition to the spiritual liquid produced by the sun and moon treasure mirror, it is estimated that his cultivation speed will be faster. He put away the storage bag and opened the window. He opened the book introducing warriors on the table and read it carefully. In addition to using external force to beat, internal skills and medicine to refine the skin, a warrior can also have another warrior who is at least a great martial artist directly inject the internal force in his body to help temper it, which is faster. Refining skin and flesh can be done in the same way. If you practice by yourself, from the beginning to successfully refining the skin, it will take about a year for those with high talent. For those with low talent, it may take 3 to 5 years. With the help of others, from the beginning to the successful skin refining, those with high talent only need 1 month. Those with low talent only need 1 year. Women are best helped by others when refining skin and flesh. The speed is fast. The effect is better. And they don't suffer too much pain. Luo Qingzhou was secretly surprised when he saw this. The book said that if you practice by yourself, those with high talent actually need a year. And he practiced by himself. But he didn't even use a month to succeed in skin refining. It seems that the spiritual liquid produced by the sun and moon treasure mirror is more effective than he imagined. He turned to the next page. Time passed quickly when reading. In a blink of an eye, it was dark outside. And it was dusk. The snow was falling even harder. When it was getting dark, Xiao Dai brought back a sumptuous meal. After the master and servant finished eating in the house, night had fallen. Although they had taken a bath during the day, the two still took clothes and went to the lake in the wind and snow. Bathing in the hot springs, showered by snowflakes, is a special experience. Xiao Dai spread her long black hair, revealing a pair of snow-white shoulders in the mist of the clear water. She tilted her head, rubbed her hair, and said, "Sir, do you think the young lady will come tonight?" Luo Qingzhou walked to her side, stretched out his hand to help her rub her hair, and did not answer. Who cares about her? If she uses that trick again this time, he will definitely make her show up. Xiao Dai looked at him shyly, blushing and said, "Sir." "What?" "I want to." "Don't think about it. Grow another year." "No. I want to pee." Luo Qingzhou turned and walked away, with his back to her. His head sank into the water. Then he suddenly remembered something, and quickly floated up again, spitting out a mouthful of water from his mouth. Xiao Dai shyly covered her face, bit her pink lips, and dared not look at him. The night was very quiet. Snowflakes fell on the lake and melted before they entered the water. But they continued to fall one after another. This winter seemed to have just begun. Chapter 67 The Second Young Lady's Visit. Pa. 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 Tingyu Garden on a moonlit night. Northwest corner. In the misty lake, 2 naked figures were very close. Water splashed in the middle, making a paw sound. Luo Qingzhou caught another fish. Xiao Dai wanted to reach out and touch it, but she didn't dare. She didn't say the fish was cute anymore. She swallowed her saliva with a look of surprise and said, "Sir, we can eat grilled fish again tonight." Although the fish was indeed cute, the grilled fish last time was really delicious. Not tonight. Luo Qingzhou threw the fish in his hand back into the water, looked at her and said, "The young lady may go anytime tonight." Xiao Dai was a little disappointed. "Okay. I almost forgot. Come catch it tomorrow night." Luo Qingzhou comforted her and walked towards the shore. "Let's go. It's time to go up. I'll go to pay my respects to Miss Qin later and see her reaction. If I have time after I come back, I'll read a book for a while." The soul is strong and can leave the body, like wind and smoke, unrestrained, watering at night, watering during the day, controlling objects, and even possessing a body. Luo Qingzhou thought about the records in the book about soul refining, and his heart was full of curiosity and expectation. He decided to continue taking the black liquid to quickly increase his mental power and strengthen his soul. Then he could try the cultivation method in the book. If the soul can really leave the body, then his cultivation path will be different. The master and servant put on their clothes and returned to the courtyard. Luo Qingzhou went back to the house to change clothes, took out the martial arts stone, held it in his palm, and activated his internal force to take a look. Strength, 550 speed, 6 strength to resist blows, 250 mental power, 15 maybe after yesterday's life and death battle. Several data have increased a lot. It seems that what the book said, that warriors can only become stronger faster after frequent life and death trials, is not without reason. The mental power suddenly increased by 3 points, which is probably related to the black liquid produced by the sun and moon treasure mirror. The book says that after successful flesh refining, the strength is at least 1200, and the resistance to blows is at least 500. Starting tomorrow, he will continue to practice and start flesh refining. There is still a month before the Chinese New Year, and he hopes to succeed in flesh refining in this month. After the flesh refining is successful, he will go out to hunt monsters and hone his fighting skills and actual combat capabilities. As for the night, he can take time to try the soul out of the body. While thinking about things, there was a sudden knock on the door outside. Then, Shuer's voice sounded at the door. Xiao Dai, is your young master here? My young lady is here to see him. As she spoke, she had already pushed the door open and walked in. Xiao Dai hurriedly ran out of the house. Yes. My young master is here. Luo Qingzhou put away the martial arts stone and walked out of the room. Xiao supported the weak girl and walked in from the door. A maid was holding an umbrella next to her, and several maids followed behind. Snow was floating in the sky, and the cold wind whistled past. Qin Weimo was wearing a moon-white dress and a thick fox fur coat. She coughed a few times, looked up at the young man under the snow in the yard, and said softly, "Brother-in-law, I'm sorry to bother you so late." Luo Qingzhou saw that she looked unhappy and weak, so he hurriedly said, "Come in. It's snowing outside." The maid helped the weak girl into the house, and sat down on a chair in the hall. Xiao Dai hurried to boil water and make tea. Zhuer went to the kitchen to help, complaining with some blame. "Xiao Dai, where did your master go at noon? My lady came here at noon, but I didn't see him." Xiao Dai exclaimed awe and said in surprise, "I don't know. After lunch, I went to find Sister Xiaodao and the others. The master should be reading at home." Zhuer snorted coldly. "He is not here at all. My lady finally went out, but she didn't see him. You went out to visit the grave yesterday and didn't come back all night. My lady knew about it and was very worried, so she came to visit your master." Xiao Dai didn't dare to say anything when she heard her complaining. She secretly thought in her heart, the master wouldn't hide in the back garden to practice martial arts at noon? In the living room, Qin Weimo explained softly, "Brother-in-law, I heard that you and Xiao Dai didn't come back last night. Bailing also said that brother-in-law fell on the mountain, so Weimo came to visit. I came here at noon, but brother-in-law was not there, so I came now." Luo Qingzhou stood aside and bowed, saying, "Thank you for your concern, Miss Second. I'm fine. After lunch, I left the house and bought a few books on the street to read." Qin Weimo smiled and said, "What books did brother-in-law buy? Can Weimo take a look?" Luo Qingzhou bowed his head and said, "They are all books for exam preparation. Not interesting. Miss Second will not be interested, if Miss Second wants to read. As for books, I have some poetry collections and anecdotes of literati on my bookshelf. I can give them to the second young lady." Qin Weimo sighed slightly. "Brother-in-law, I already have these books. Second brother knows that I like to read books, and he will go out to buy a lot of books every once in a while. Both rooms of my house are full of them, but they are all poetry books, humanities and history, etc., and I am a little tired of reading them." Luo Qingzhou asked, "What kind of books does the second young lady want to read?" Qin Weimo glanced at him, hesitated for a moment, and said to the maid next to him, "Chior, you go down first. I will talk to my brother-in-law alone." Chior was a little embarrassed. The nanny next to him was also a little embarrassed. In the middle of the night, a single man and a single woman were in the same room, and it was my brother-in-law and my sister-in-law. It was really a bit, but last time it was already beyond the etiquette. This time, let's go. Listen to the young lady. The old nanny sighed in her heart, took the maid out, and went to the kitchen together. The young lady is so pitiful. As long as she is happy, there is nothing she can't do. The hall became quiet, with only 2 people left. Luo Qingzhou took the initiative to speak. "Second miss, what book do you want to read? Just tell me. I think I have it. If not, I will go out and buy it for you tomorrow." Qin Weimo's cheeks flushed slightly. and he looked at him with eyes as clear as autumn water, and said softly, "Brother-in-law, I want to read a book like Story of the Fragrant Boudoir. Do you have it?" Luo Qingzhou. He has read this book. It tells a love story between a man and a woman. Actually, it's a bit pornographic. He bowed his head and saluted, "Second miss. Such a book is not suitable for you. The story is melancholy, and the ending is tragic. It's not comfortable to read." Qin Weimo looked at him with bright eyes, and said softly, "Brother-in-law has read it too. Right? Does brother-in-law have it? Can you lend it to me? I have only heard Zishi talk about it, but I haven't read it. I'm thinking about it in my heart." Luo Qingzhou looked up at her and said, "I borrowed it from the bookstore. I didn't buy it." Qin Weimo's cheeks were slightly red, and he pleaded softly, "Brother-in-law, then tell me." "Okay?" Luo Qingzhou. He was afraid that after he finished telling it tonight, the next day when he opened his eyes, the mother-in-law would be standing at the head of the bed with a knife waiting for him. Her second brother, who loved her the most, didn't buy it for her. How dare he die? "Second miss, I'm sorry. I've read it for a long time, and I have forgotten the specific content inside." He bowed his head and refused politely. Second Miss Qin pouted slightly. Brother-in-law is a liar. Luo Qingzhou didn't dare to stay with her any longer, and bowed his hands and said, "Second miss, it's getting late. I still have to go to the eldest lady to pay my respects to the eldest lady." Qin Weimo glanced at him. The coquettish expression on her face disappeared, and she slowly stood up from the chair, bowed her head and said apologetically, "Brother-in-law, I'm sorry. I delayed your time." Weimo cough cough cough. Before she spoke, she started coughing violently. Then, her body softened, and she was about to fall to the ground. Luo Qingzhou was quick-witted and rushed to support her immediately, holding her slender waist. She was soft and weak to the touch, as if she had no bones, which made people feel distressed. "Second miss, sit down first." He helped the girl sit down on the chair behind him. When he was about to call Chior and Zhu, Qin Weimo suddenly grabbed his hand and said, "Brother-in-law." Luo Qingzhou looked at her and said, "What's wrong?" The girl frowned. Her face was pale, and she held his hand with a little coldness. She said softly, "Brother-in-law, do you blame my sister in your heart?" Luo Qingzhou was silent for a while, and said, "No. Indeed, he and Xiao Dai should be thankful and grateful." Qin Weimo looked into his eyes, stunned for a moment, with a complicated expression, and whispered, "Brother-in-law is so nice." Luo Qingzhou was about to speak. She murmured again, "Sister is actually very pitiful. She has been away for so many years. I don't know how much suffering she has suffered outside. No one can understand her, so she doesn't get close to anyone." Luo Qingzhou's heart moved, looking at her and said, "Second miss, do you know that I will have a bridal chamber?" "Son-in-law, what are you doing?" Xior suddenly appeared at the door, looking at the two hands holding together with wide eyes. The air suddenly became silent. Luo Qingzhou broke free from the hand of the second Miss Qin. But Xior said angrily, "Son-in-law, why are you holding my lady's hand? What are you going to do? Are you flirting with my lady?" Luo Qingzhou. "Little girl, can you open your eyes a little wider?" Qin Weimo quickly explained, "Xior, don't blame my brother-in-law. I just stood up and almost fell. My brother-in-law came to help me, and I took the initiative to hold his hand." Xior didn't say anything else. She walked in with a cold face and helped her and said, "Miss, it's late. Let's go back to avoid gossip." Qin Weimo stood up slowly, looked at the boy in front of him, moved his lips, and seemed to want to say something. But in the end, he didn't say anything. "Xior, Mammy, Miss, it's time to go. Come quickly." Xior shouted at the door. The chat in the kitchen stopped abruptly, and footsteps came hurriedly. Some supported, some held umbrellas, some explored the way, and there were a few following behind. A group of maids and nannies, surrounded by the weak and sickly Miss Qin, left in a mighty procession. Luo Qingzhou stood at the door, watching the snowflakes falling in the courtyard. When he was lost in thought, Xior suddenly came back and glared at him, saying, "Sir, I won't tell anyone about what happened tonight, but I hope you can take care of yourself. My young lady is pitiful. I hope you won't bully her." When she said the last sentence, the little maid's eyes turned red and her voice trembled. After saying that, she turned and ran away. Xiao Dai came from the kitchen, looking puzzled. "Sir, what's wrong? What is Sister Xior talking about?" "Nothing." Luo Qingzhou didn't say much. and went out of the house and said, I'm going to the eldest lady. Oh, sir, go and come back early. I'll change a new set of quilts and sheets for you, and then light the oil lamps and candles. Xiao Dai agreed and went into the house. Luo Qingzhou paused, thought for a moment, turned around and said, Xiao Dai, light more oil lamps and candles. Xiao Dai poked her head out of the window and said, Sir, why are you lighting so bright? Luo Qingzhou's eyes flashed, and his face was calm. The young lady is so beautiful. When we make love tonight, I want to keep looking at her and see her clearly. Xiao Dai, Sir, shame on you. The little girl blushed and immediately retracted her head. Chapter 68 Mark. The wind was a bit strong. The snowflakes were like cotton wool, fluttering. Luo Qingzhou thought about things all the way and came to Miss Qin's residence. The courtyard door was open. There was no sound and no one in the courtyard. Luo Qingzhou knocked on the door and waited for a while. No one answered. When he was about to leave, a slapping sound suddenly rang out in the passage on the side of the house. Then, a girl's crying sound came. Woo woo. Chan Chan. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have stolen your candied haws. Please, don't hit me. Please. Pa. 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 The slapping sounded again. Woo woo. The girl's crying sounded even louder. Luo Qingzhou hesitated and walked in. When he crossed the courtyard and came to the passage on the side of the house, he saw a girl in a pink dress standing alone under the eaves, crying and talking, and clapping her hands with both hands. Son-in-law, you're here. Bai Ling saw him and immediately rubbed her tearless eyes and said aggrievedly, Chan Chan just hit me. When she saw son-in-law coming, she ran away immediately. She ran so fast. Son-in-law should make the decision for me. Woo woo. Luo Qingzhou ignored her and walked straight to the back garden. Bai Ling was still whimpering, rubbing her eyes with her two little fists, and secretly looking at him through her fingers. When she saw him walking away, she followed him. Luo Qingzhou entered the back garden. Miss Qin was still sitting in the pavilion by the pond in a white dress, reading a book quietly. Xia Chan stood aside with a sword in her arms. Her pretty face was as cold as ice. When she saw him come in, she didn't look away, as if she was not the one who took the initiative to find him and force him to eat candied haws during the day. Luo Qingzhou walked to the pavilion in the wind and snow, bowed his head and bowed his hands, repeating the 3 words he said every night, Mississippi. Qin Jianjia raised her head and looked at him calmly. After a pause, she nodded slightly as a response. Luo Qingzhou looked up at her, but still didn't see what she was thinking. She didn't say anything. But she didn't say anything in her heart? Luo Qingzhou glanced at the cold girl next to him again. As soon as he looked over, the cold girl also looked at him. Her eyes were as cold as the wind and snow outside the pavilion. Luo Qingzhou retracted his gaze and prepared to leave. Bai Ling suddenly appeared, revealing 2 shallow dimples on her face, and smiled and said, Son-in-law, just now outside, you said I was sweet? Sweeter than the candied haws you bought for Chan Chan today. Is that true? Luo Qingzhou glanced at her pink lips, and when he was about to speak, Bai Ling suddenly smiled again. Son-in-law, do you think I am sweeter? Or Chan Chan is sweeter? The candied haws are sweet, Luo Qingzhou replied, ignored her, and left quickly. After his back disappeared in the wind and snow outside the door for a long time. Bai Lingfang stretched out a slender jade finger, touched her lips, looked at the cold girl in the pavilion and said, I didn't lie. My son-in-law really said outside that I was sweet. Chan Chan, do you want to taste it? The girl in the pavilion turned sideways and looked away, still with a cold face, and said nothing. Bai Ling stretched out her jade hand, followed by the snowflakes floating in the sky, and sighed, it's really cold tonight. If we sleep together and talk mouth to mouth for a while, it should be warm. What do you think? Chan Chan? She looked at the sword-holding girl in the pavilion again. The night wind was cold. A silver moon hung in the dark clouds in the night sky, looming. When Luo Qingzhou returned to the room, Xiao Dai had already spread the quilt, lit 2 oil lamps, and many candles. The room was bright. Sir, is this okay? The little girl blushed when she saw him looking at the bed, and asked softly, Okay, you go to sleep first. Luo Qingzhou nodded. Xiao Dai didn't dare to stay any longer, and when she walked to the door, she whispered again, Sir, if you have sex with the young lady at night and the young lady, if you need to wash, remember to call me. Luo Qingzhou didn't speak. Xiao Dai gently closed the door and left. Back in the room, she continued to embroider on the bed, secretly wondering, every time the young lady came quietly, she also left quietly, probably because she was embarrassed and afraid of being seen. Then her face became hot again, and she murmured in a low voice, "I am a maidservant, and I should serve there all night." When she thought of what Grandma's son taught her face became even hotter. Grandma's son told her that as a maidservant, she should serve by the bed every time the young master and the young lady were in love. If the young master was in a good mood, or if the young lady was tired, she could. The more she thought about it, the more she blushed. She covered her face with shame and buried it in the quilt. Her petite body twisted constantly because of shyness. Her delicate feet in pink silk stockings were resting on the edge of the bed and playing randomly. It was late at night, and there was no one around. Snowflakes were still floating outside the window. Luo Qingzhou closed the window, took off his shoes, socks, clothes and pants, got on the bed, laid down in the quilt, and closed his eyes. In his mind, he carefully read the cultivation method recorded in the book about soul refining matters. The first thing is to get rid of distracting thoughts, and then calm down and concentrate. Then, according to the record on the picture, he concentrated all his energy and looked inward, from the abdomen through the acupoints, slowly rising up, all the way up, rushing to the top of the head, repeatedly, until the soul broke through the shackles, cut off the restraints of the flesh, and completely rushed out from the acupoints on the top of the head. Luo Qingzhou decided to give it a try. Hold your breath, calm your mind, concentrate your attention, gather all your energy like eyes, and look inward. Then, start to move up slowly from one acupoint to another, like climbing a mountain, step by step, one step at a time. The trees on both sides slowly retreat, and move forward with difficulty. Looking up, the towering mountain peaks are hazy and misty, seeming far and near. Hoo-hoo! Just after climbing 1/3 of the distance, he suddenly couldn't hold his breath, panting heavily, sweating profusely, and at the same time, he felt a tingling pain in his head like a needle. Sure enough, his mental strength was still not enough, and his soul was still not strong enough. If he forced himself to move up again, he would probably be exhausted and his soul would be damaged, bringing irreversible consequences. Luo Qingzhou didn't dare to try again. He rubbed his head and took a few deep breaths to calm himself down. At this moment, a cold wind suddenly blew the window open. Then, the candle on the table went out with a puff. At the same time, the 2 oil lamps on the table also went out. The room suddenly became dark. The remaining candles began to shake violently. Luo Qingzhou's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly sat up and looked at the darkness outside the window and said, "Wait! I have something to say." He suddenly froze, and the words in his mouth stopped abruptly. There was a strange person on the bed, kneeling behind him, holding his waist with one hand, and breathing like orchids, spitting on his earlobe. Then, a small mouse suddenly bit his ear. Luo Qingzhou trembled and said quickly, "Miss Bailing, I know." "Pa!" Before he finished speaking, he was suddenly slapped and fell on the bed. Before he opened his eyes and saw the other person clearly, the remaining candles in the room suddenly poofed and all went out. Then a soft body pressed him down and bit his mouth. Although he tried his best to wake himself up, he still felt dizzy. His eyes were shaking, and he couldn't see anything clearly. Then, another piece of cloth tied his eyes. Luo Qingzhou. Outside the window, the night wind was whistling and snowflakes were flying. Inside the house, the beautiful curtains were swaying, and the spring flowers were blooming. Chapter 69. My dear son-in-law. You are so brave. The next day, when Luo Qingzhou woke up, he suddenly heard a clear and melodious song coming from outside the window. Listening carefully, the lyrics went like this. The plum blossoms play with the wind. The thin jacket and light silk flutter freely. The plum blossoms play 3 times? Luo Qingzhou's mouth twitched, and his face turned red and blue. Listening carefully, the song was really like a lark. Crisp and pleasant, melodious and beautiful. And the song was even more quiet and elegant, with ups and downs and exquisite. It was originally a divine song singing about plum blossoms and praising moral integrity. But to Luo Qingzhou, it was humiliating. He put on his clothes, got out of bed, and went over to open the window. The cold wind blew in his face. There were still snowflakes outside. In the courtyard, under the pear tree covered with falling snow, like flowers blooming overnight, Bai Ling stood there in a pink dress, holding a freshly picked flower in her hand, singing a song in a clear and melodious voice. With a colorful expression on her beautiful face, Xiao Dai stood aside, listening, with a face full of obsession. Red lips pale, blue sky, wind silk like snow flowing, empty palace like youth, smile and beautiful eyes. Ink and ink are full of love and spring. We danced leisurely. After the song, Xiao Dai was stunned for a while, and quickly clapped her hands and said excitedly, "Sister Bai Ling, you sing so beautifully. So amazing. Can you teach me?" Bai Ling smiled and said crisply, "Sure. But you have to ask your son first. Does he agree to let you learn this song?" As she said that, she turned her head and looked at the boy who got up late in the window with a smile. Xiao Dai also turned around and begged, "Sir, I want to learn. Can you let Sister Bai Ling teach me?" Luo Qingzhou didn't say anything. His eyes were fixed on the neck and mouth of the beautiful girl under the pear tree. But they were all blocked. The flower just blocked her mouth, and the raised collar just covered her neck. "Miss Bai Ling, I have something to say to you." Luo Qingzhou put on his coat and walked out. As soon as he arrived at the courtyard, Bai Ling had already run to the gate, put the flower in her hand to her mouth, tilted her pretty face, lowered her head slightly, and drooped her long eyelashes, pretending to be shy, and said, "Sir, I'm going back. If you have anything to say, come and tell me in the evening, sir. You have to say it in front of the lady. Otherwise I won't dare to agree to you. I'm just a little maid. I can't help myself." After that, she ran away shyly. Luo Qingzhou stood there, stunned, and looked at Xiao Dai. Xiao Dai blinked her eyes and asked curiously, "Master, what do you want to say to Sister Bai Ling? Do you want her to be your maidservant?" Luo Qingzhou. "Xiao Dai, let me ask you something." Luo Qingzhou looked serious. "Just now when Miss Bai Ling was singing, you stood close to her. Did you see her mouth?" Xiao Dai was stunned for a moment and nodded. "I saw it." "Why are you asking this? Sister Bai Ling has a beautiful mouth. Does the master want to?" Luo Qingzhou said, "Is her mouth broken?" Xiao Dai was stunned for a moment, thought about it carefully, and said with a bitter face, "Master, I forgot I was just listening to Sister Bai Ling singing." Then she stared at his mouth and said, "Master, your mouth is broken." Luo Qingzhou. "Young master. You? It's okay. Go and do your thing. I still have to read later." "Oh, then I'll go serve you food." Xiao Dai hurried out of the door. Luo Qingzhou returned to the room, thinking about the lingering last night, and couldn't help sighing. Last night, she not only slapped him, but also bit his mouth, and it was very fierce, as if she was venting her anger. There were teeth marks all over his body, but he also left marks on the other person's body, bitten his mouth, and left a red mark on his neck. Although he had guessed who it was, he still had to confirm it before he could rest assured, so as not to always be played like a fool. Although he didn't care about this marriage, it was the girl who slept with him in the bridal chamber after all. He was a person, not a piece of wood, so of course he wanted to find out who it was. But he couldn't think too much about this matter, nor could he force it too much. His time was very precious, and there was no need to waste it on such things. Not long after, Xiao Dai brought breakfast. The breakfast was simple: white rice porridge and buns, and a plate of pickles. Xiao Dai knew that he wanted to practice martial arts, so she brought him 5 buns. But the people in the kitchen grumbled a few words. "Such a big bun. Can one person finish it? Your son is a student, not a laborer." Xiao Dai didn't dare to say anything. While eating in the house, Luo Qingzhou comforted her. "It's okay. Take less next time, and we will cook at home every night in the future. And I will go out to buy meat myself." Xiao Dai worriedly said, "Son, meat is very expensive." Luo Qingzhou didn't tell her that he was carrying a huge amount of money now, but just said, "Don't worry. The son has money and won't be hungry." Xiao Dai sighed and said nothing. When others practice martial arts, the whole family supports them, but the son can only rely on himself. So pitiful. No, she must work hard to learn needlework, so that she can help the son earn money to eat meat. The little girl made a secret decision in her heart, and hurried to leave to study after breakfast. Luo Qingzhou read books about martial artists at home for a while, and went out, facing the wind and snow. He entered Yueyetingyu Garden. After looking around for a while, Fong went to the bamboo forest in the northwest corner. The cold wind whistled, the green bamboos rustled, and even the big trees were shaking their branches. I don't know if they were scared by him. After all, The trunks of several trees were plucked bare, and the green bamboos were broken all over the ground. Refining the flesh. The skin and flesh of the whole body are tempered to the extreme. When it is hard, it is like steel. The flesh can withstand the full force of a brown bear without any damage. With the strength of 2 bulls, it can tear tigers and wolves apart with bare hands and kill lions and leopards with 1 punch. At the same time, the speed is explosively increased. As quiet as a virgin, and as fast as a rabbit, the muscles of the whole body will contain infinite power. The training methods of refining flesh and refining skin are basically the same. In addition to puffing up the muscles and tempering them with greater external force, it is also necessary to soak them in medicinal juice and assist with internal force. At the same time, it is necessary to pull and exercise with heavy objects repeatedly. Like refining iron and steel, it is tempered thousands of times until the waste is refined and the essence is refined. Bang! 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 Outside the bamboo forest, the wind and snow were whistling. Inside the bamboo forest, Luo Qingzhou's whole body was tense, and he started the process of refining his flesh. The tense muscles beat violently on the tree trunk. With the protection of the membrane, the pain after each violent collision has been greatly reduced. The thick tree trunk was shaking slightly, and the branches above were shaking in the wind and snow. After tempering all the muscles in his body, he moved a rock from behind the rockery outside and started weightlifting and stretching. When his muscles were sore, and he couldn't hold on any longer, he stopped and operated his internal skills to repeatedly nourish his throbbing and hot muscles. Chapter 70 Mother-in-law's Little Pride. A day passed in a flash. Luo Qingzhou did not go back for lunch at noon. In the afternoon, he was already starving, but he still persisted. It was not until the evening when he was naked and sweating all over, and his muscles were sore that he could no longer move, that he stopped. The wounds on his body left by the fight with the warrior had not healed. But after absorbing 2 deep blue juices yesterday and practicing the inner strength for an hour, he no longer felt pain, and the scars on the surface had become very light. For warriors, as long as the wounds are not fatal, they will recover quickly. What's more, his inner strength is extraordinary, and the deep blue liquid produced by the sun and moon mirror is even more extraordinary. When practicing today, he hardly felt anything. After a simple wash in the lake outside, he put on his clothes and returned to the courtyard. It must be said that the liquid produced by the sun and moon mirror is very powerful. I was asked for it 3 times last night, but I am still energetic and full of life today. My stomach is growling again. Xiao Dai hasn't come back yet. Luo Qingzhou thought about it. Went back to the house, took the storage bag, left the house, and decided to buy some meat for a snack. Refining meat consumes a lot of physical strength and energy. A large amount of meat is needed every day. When tempering muscles, more energy is also needed. The book says that the best is the meat of monsters. But for him, there is no such condition. He decided to buy some beef first, and then go to the Jubao Pavilion to buy some special potions for refining meat to try the effect. Although he has the liquid produced by the sun and moon treasure mirror for cultivation, if those potions are useful, they may be able to achieve twice the result with half the effort and faster results. As long as he can succeed quickly, he doesn't mind spending money. Anyway, after refining meat successfully, he can go hunting monsters to make money by himself, while honing practical combat skills and accumulating experience. If you want to become a real warrior, this step must be indispensable. After leaving the house, the wind and snow outside are even stronger. At this time, there were few pedestrians on the street. He went directly to the vegetable market, bought several large pieces of beef, carried them to an empty alley, and put them in the storage bag. Then he threw the food and clothes left by the warrior into the ditch. Judging from the intact food, the storage bag seemed to have the function of preserving food from spoiling. So he bought a lot of beef this time. Then, he went to the treasure pavilion again. He asked the price of the potion, and without hesitation, he bought 2 bottles of potion, spending nearly 200 gold coins. After returning home, he did not use the potion immediately. After eating with Xiao Dai, he went to the lake to take a bath. After returning, he changed his clothes and prepared to pay respects to Miss Qin. By the way, take a look at the marks he left on someone's mouth and neck. Who knew that just as he was about to go out, Mayor, the personal maid next to the mother-in-law, suddenly came hurriedly and said, "Son-in-law, Madam asked you to go over." Madam? Luo Qingzhou's heart was a little nervous. The mother-in-law suddenly came to him at this time. Could it be that she wanted to settle the score with him because she touched Miss Qin Er last night? What's the matter? He asked. Mei Er said with a wooden face. You will know when you go there. Luo Qingzhou paused, said nothing more, and followed her out the door. After walking for a while, he suddenly said, Miss Mei Er, can I go and talk to the second young lady? Mei Er said coldly. No. The second young lady is with the lady. Luo Qingzhou was stunned. And then he breathed a sigh of relief. With the second young lady here, there should be no problem. The second young lady should have explained what happened last night to him. Son-in-law, you are so brave. After walking for a while, Mei Er said something out of the blue. Luo Qingzhou looked at her and said, What do you mean? Mei Er snorted coldly, and suddenly said something that shocked him. The second young lady's mouth was broken. Sure told the lady that it was you. Son-in-law, when you see the lady, you'd better tell the truth and don't quibble. As soon as these words came out, Luo Qingzhou's mind buzzed and he froze in place. Dumbfounded. No. He thought about it carefully and reacted immediately. It couldn't be the second young lady. Even if it was the second brother Ba. Even if it was the real eldest lady. Even if it was the maid such as Zhou, Xiaoao, and even the most unlikely ice beauty Xiaochan. It was definitely impossible for her to be the second lady, because the girl's body would not allow it. Also, with her personality, it was impossible for her to do such a thing. Luo Qingzhou suddenly came to his senses, and without asking any more questions, he followed the little maid through the corridor and went to the backyard of the mansion. You'll know when you get there. Soon. Mei Er took him to the yard where Song Ryue lived. In the hall, the lights were bright and the stove was burning. Song Ryue was half lying on the armchair in a lazy posture, talking and shaking her feet, with a beautiful smile like a girl on her face. But when Luo Qingzhou entered the room, she immediately sat up straight again, put her legs together, put her arms down, and the smile on her face disappeared instantly, becoming serious and dignified. Looking at him coldly, the second lady Qin Weimao sat next to him, still wrapped in a thick fox fur. As soon as Luo Qingzhou entered the room, he stared at the girl's lips. Seeing that there was no obvious bite mark on them, he was relieved. Madam, second Mississippi. He stepped forward and bowed his head. With a respectful attitude, Qin Weimao showed a gentle smile on his face. Song Ryue said with a straight face, Luo Qingzhou, do you know why I asked you to come here today? Luo Qingzhou lowered his head and looked straight ahead. Qingzhou doesn't know. Song Ryue snorted coldly and began to scold. I heard from Zhu and the others that you have been deliberately avoiding Weimao recently. Right? What do you think Weimao wants to find you for? Are you overthinking it? Isn't it just to ask about poetry and talk about literature? Why are you so arrogant that you dare to avoid her? Also, Weimao came to find you last night. What did you do to her? She didn't sleep all night last night, secretly crying on the bed, afraid that the maids would hear it. So she bit her mouth. How can you be a brother-in-law? Luo Qingzhou. Qin Weimao quickly spoke softly. Mother, didn't you just promise me that you wouldn't scold your brother-in-law? I explained that it has nothing to do with your brother-in-law. It's me. Okay. Don't defend him. I'm warning him. How can I scold him? Even if I scold him. So what? Isn't it right for a mother-in-law to scold her son-in-law? Song Ryue rolled her eyes and continued to scold. You stay in the house reading all day and don't even see people. How are you going out to communicate with others in the future? You went out of the city to visit the graves the day before yesterday without informing us in advance. And you didn't even say you didn't come back at night. Do you take us seriously? And if I didn't tell you, you wouldn't know to come and greet me. Right? Am I not good enough for you? Look at how other mothers-in-law abuse their sons-in-law. Tell me honestly, have I abused you? He said a lot more. Luo Qingzhou lowered his head, listened respectfully, and said nothing. Qin Weimao sat aside, looking helpless. Another long while passed. Song Ryue finally got dry mouthed. She took a sip of tea, then stopped and gave an order in a cold voice. From today on, come and greet me every night. Take some time every 3 days to teach Weimao to read and write, and chat with her. Can you do it? Luo Qingzhou bowed his head and saluted, saying respectfully, Qingzhou obeys your command. Song Ryue rolled her eyes. What order? Whose order? Why? I said a few words to you, and you feel resentful in your heart. And you don't even call me? Luo Qingzhou bowed his head and said, Madam, Qingzhou obeys your command. Song Ryue said angrily, What did you call me? Luo Qingzhou. Qin Weima hurriedly reminded in a low voice. Brother-in-law. Call mother-in-law. Luo Qingzhou hurriedly said respectfully again, mother-in-law. Qingzhou obeys your command. Humph. Song Ryua raised her chin, turned her face away, and said nothing angrily. Luo Qingzhou looked up at her and heard what she was thinking. This stinky boy. He didn't even know to compliment me when we met. Such a great talent is wasted. I wore new clothes and put on new rouge today. Even Wei Mo and the servants knew to compliment me. But he didn't know. Damn it! Luo Qingzhou's mouth twitched. He didn't know whether to stand or retreat. He had to be thick-skinned. Bowed his head and said respectfully, Mother-in-law looks different today than usual. Qingzhou couldn't help but think of a sentence in the book when he saw it. Song Ryua turned her head away, glanced at him, and snorted, What are you talking about? Just say it. Don't keep us in suspense. Qin Weimo also listened attentively. Luo Qingzhou lowered his head and recited, Its shape is as graceful as a startled wild goose, and as gentle as a swimming dragon. It is as glorious as autumn chrysanthemums, and luxuriant as spring pines. It is like a light cloud covering the moon and fluttering like snowflakes blown by the wind from a distance. It is as bright as the sun rising in the morning glow, from a close distance. It is as bright as lotus emerging from the green waves after listening to it. Qin Weima's eyes lit up, and he said in surprise, Brother-in-law, where did you read this? Luo Qingzhou. I forgot Qin Weimo. Luo Qingzhou met her eyes, and heard what the girl was thinking. Is it really brother-in-law who did it again? My brother-in-law is so talented that even $100 is not enough to describe him. He is really wronged. He actually married into our Qin family. Humph. A flatterer. Song Ryua rolled her eyes again, with a look of disdain on her face. She picked up the tea, took a sip, waved her hand, and said coldly, Go down. Remember what I said today? Next time you dare to be ignorant of the rules, watch out for your skin. Luo Qingzhou respectfully took his leave. As soon as he walked out of the hall, Song Ryua put down the teacup in her hand with a pop and hurriedly said to the maid next to her, Go. Bring the pen, ink, paper and inkstone. Then she looked at her daughter and said, Wei Mo, did you write down the words that the boy just read? Qin Weimo was slightly startled, nodded and said, Yes. I wrote it down. Mother. Write it down. Mother will frame it, and then show it to your Aunt Zhang and others. Humph. Let them envy and jealous to death. Qin Weimo. Chapter 71. The son-in-law is so domineering. The white snow is like cotton wool. It falls on the exposed skin. Cool but not uncomfortable. Luo Qingzhou was soaked in the snow, and suddenly thought that he would not only pay respects to Miss Qin every night, but also to the mother-in-law, and couldn't help sighing. Miss Qin was so perfunctory. Just call her Miss. Even if he wanted to talk nonsense, people would not pay attention to him. But this mother-in-law, it's hard to describe. Do I have to praise her beauty every time I come? I've seen narcissistic people, but I've never seen such a narcissistic person. The key is that she is an elder. Shouldn't she be more serious, solemn, dignified, and reserved? The bride is not right. The little maid is not right. Unexpectedly, this mother-in-law is not right. The Qin family is not right. Luo Qingzhou sighed secretly in his heart, not wanting to worry about these trivial matters anymore. It's better to seize the time to practice. Facing the wind and snow, they soon arrived at the courtyard where Miss Qin lived. The gate of the courtyard was open. There was suddenly a plaque on the door, and on the plaque were 4 large characters written in beautiful words. Lingshan Moon Palace. There was also a line of small characters below. No entry for idle people. Those who enter will have their legs broken. Lingshan Moon Palace? Luo Qingzhou couldn't help but smile. This was obviously the work of Bailing. But the name was well chosen. There were 3 fairies living in the Moon Palace. One was stupid, one was cold, and the other flower. Liked to pick flowers. And there are many kinds of flowers. The courtyard was very quiet. There was no sound, and no one. Luo Qingzhou walked in directly, and came to the back garden from the bluestone path next to the house. Even though it was cold outside, and snowflakes were flying, the Moon Palace fairy in white clothes still sat quietly in the pavilion by the pond, reading a book with a cold expression. Bailing was wearing a pink dress, holding a flower in her hand, standing gracefully in the pavilion, winking at him playfully, but wearing a pink veil on her face, covering her mouth and nose. Is it more obvious than it is obvious? Luo Qingzhou narrowed his eyes, walked over, stopped outside the pavilion, and bowed his head in the wind and snow, respectfully saying, Mississippi. The moon fairy in white looked up at him and nodded slightly as a response, with a calm and indifferent expression, as if she didn't know him. Luo Qizhou stood up straight, but did not leave immediately this time, but looked at the pink girl next to her and said, "Miss Bailing, why are you wearing a veil today?" Bailing sighed and said, "Uncle, I didn't sleep well last night. I was sick and coughed, and I was afraid of infecting the young lady and uncle." After that, she pretended to cough a few times. Luo Qizhou looked at her neck. The raised collar, with snow-white fluff, just covered that place. "Why are you staring at me?" "I'm shy." Bai Ling twisted her body and pretended to be shy. She was dressed like this, obviously feeling guilty. Luo Qizhou knew what was going on, so he was not as cold and reserved to her as before. He bowed and said, "Miss Bai Ling, can you come to the front yard with me alone? I have something to say to you." Bai Ling immediately covered her pretty face and said shyly, "Sir, I don't want to talk to you alone. If you have anything to say, please say it in front of you. I will listen to you." Luo Qizhou stared into her eyes, thought for a moment, then looked around and said, "Is Miss Xia-chan not here today?" Bai Ling immediately turned back, pouted her lips, looked at him faintly and said, "Is my son-in-law going to change his mind again? If she doesn't agree to my son-in-law, will he go to find Chan-chan?" Luo Qizhou looked around again, and then whispered, "Miss Bai Ling, what I want to tell you is about Miss Xia-chan. Can you go out with me?" "About Chan-chan?" Bai Ling was stunned, and then her eyes lit up. "Can my son-in-law reveal it first? What about Chan-chan?" Luo Qizhou arched his hands and said, "Since Miss Bai Ling doesn't want to listen, I'll take my leave." After that, he turned around and left without stopping. Bai Ling was immediately anxious, and waved her hand and said, "Son-in-law, wait for me. I want to listen." As he said that, he chased out of the garden. Luo Qizhou did not go to the front, but waited for her in the passage outside. Bailing chased after him excitedly. "Uncle, what's going on about Chan-chan? Can you tell me now?" "Okay." Luo Qizhou glanced at her, suddenly rushed to her, hugged her slender waist, and spun her around like he did in the bridal chamber that night, and pressed her directly against the wall next to him, staring at her. "Ah!" Bailing screamed in shock, her face pale, and her arms crossed her chest. "And uncle, what are you doing?" Luo Qizhou stared into her eyes, holding her slender waist with one hand, and reaching to her ear with the other hand, slowly taking off the veil on her face, whispering, "Don't be afraid. Let me see." As he said, he took off all the veils on her face. A mark really appeared on her pouting little mouth. "Aunt, uncle, what are you doing?" Bailing blinked her big eyes, looking frightened. Luo Qizhou held her and stared at her for a long time, then slowly let go and said softly, "Nothing. Just a look." After that, he turned and left. After walking a few steps, he turned back and said, "Bai Ling, thank you, although you lied to me." After that, he left in the wind and snow. Bai Ling still leaned against the corner, motionless, and stayed in a trance for a long time. Suddenly, she felt a chill coming over her, turned her head and looked, and saw a cold girl in a light green dress, who had been standing silently at the door of the back garden without knowing when, looking at her coldly. Chapter 72 Exorcism. In the kitchen, the aroma was wafting. A large piece of beef was cooking in the pot, and Xiao Dai was adding firewood. Luo Qizhou stood by, thinking about his own thoughts. Tonight, he finally confirmed who the person was last night, but he didn't know if it was her all 3 times. Every time he was confused. Not only could he not see, but his senses were also in chaos, and he couldn't remember anything useful about the other person the next day. Every time it was like a dream. If it was her all 3 times, then during the first bridal chamber, was he poisoned as soon as he entered the room? The one who wore a wedding gown and married him must be Miss Qin. There is no doubt about that. The other party has already admitted it. The one sitting by the bed at that time should also be Miss Qin, if she wanted to plot against him. Perhaps he had been poisoned long ago, and his perception had become dull after entering the room. And when the door closed behind him, Bailing actually followed him in. And then it was all natural. Xia-chan was so powerful, but she always dared to tease the other party at will, and the people in the mansion treated her with respect. Even his bad-tempered mother-in-law treated her differently from others. Obviously, the girl was not simple, and it would be easy for her to replace the pillars with the beams. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. I don't know how long they want to hide this matter. Are they going to wait until Miss Chin leaves before telling him the truth? He doesn't care about Miss Chin. Anyway, it's clear. He won't have any objection to the other party leaving whenever she wants. It's just, after all, the girl had shared a room with him. And today he hugged her and kissed her domineeringly. So he has some strange feelings for her in his heart. Of course, for others, maybe he is just a tool. Maybe others don't care about him at all. Sir, the meat should be cooked. Xiao Dai stood up, poked the meat in the pot with chopsticks, and said, It's very rotten. Luo Qingzhou waved away the chaos in his mind. Stopped thinking, went over to get a basin, and scooped up the beef in the pot, cut it in half, sprinkled some salt on the surface, and ate it directly. Xiao Dai took only one bite and said with a bitter face, Sir, it's so fishy. This beef has no seasoning and has never been soaked. So it is naturally fishy. The little girl was not hungry to begin with. After taking a bite, she washed her hands, returned to the room, and continued to embroider. Luo Qingzhou didn't care about the taste now. Just chewed and swallowed, and soon put a large piece of beef into his stomach. It was windy and snowy outside, and the temperature dropped sharply. After eating the beef, Luo Qingzhou felt warm and comfortable all over. After performing a few sets of thunder fists in the courtyard, he returned to the house. It was still early. He sat on the bed, closed his eyes, and calmed his mind, concentrating on his inner gaze, and continued to try to leave his body. It was as if there was a stream of air in the abdomen, flowing straight up along the acupuncture points. But every time it rushed halfway, it seemed to be blocked by something and could not move forward. Luo Qingzhou tried several times until his head hurt a little, and he stopped. No hurry. Continue to increase mental strength and strengthen the soul. He took out the porcelain bottle containing the black liquid from the storage bag, poured a drop on his fingertips, and it was quickly absorbed by the skin and disappeared. He looked at the 2 bottles of flesh-refining potion that he had spent a lot of money on today, and decided to soak his body from tomorrow night, refining the body during the day, and trying to refine the soul at night. Let himself spend his time fully, and stop thinking about those messy things, since they don't want him to know. Then he will continue to pretend that he doesn't know, so as not to embarrass everyone. He is temporarily protected by the Qin mansion, and he must seize the time to practice. If he is kicked out one day, it will be difficult to have such good conditions for practice again. It was almost dawn when Xiao Dai knocked on the door in her thin pajamas and said shyly, Sir, it's so cold tonight. Do you want me to warm your quilt? Luo Qingzhou lifted a corner of the quilt and said, Come, I'll wait for you. Xiao Dai quickly closed the door, climbed onto the bed happily, got into the quilt, and then got into his arms, like a kitten, docilely sticking to his chest and neck, squinting happily and said, Sir, it's so good now. Luo Qingzhou understood what she meant and said, Yeah, it's good. Compared to the days of fear in Chunghua Mansion, this place is naturally much better. The little girl has food and clothes, and can study with those little sisters. Everyone is very good to her. For her, this place may be heaven. Luo Qingzhou hugged her tightly, and secretly decided in his heart that even if he no longer had the protection of the Qin mansion in the future, he must work hard to have his own home, so that the little girl will never be wronged again. What are you doing? He looked down. The little girl turned her body away, one leg resting on his belly, her smooth little feet touching his hand. Her face red. She said shyly, Feet master touch. Luo Qingzhou was not reserved. He stretched out his hand to hold it, gently stroked it, lowered his head to kiss her smooth forehead, and said softly, Girl, Master doesn't just like your feet. He likes everything about you. Master. The little girl raised her beautiful little face. Her watery eyes looked at him shyly and moved. Looked at him for a while, bit her lips, and trembled. I want to kiss you, okay? Hulu hulu. The little girl pouted her little mouth, looked at his closed eyes dimly. Her cheeks puffed up, suddenly mustered up the courage, raised her head and kissed him on the mouth, then quickly shrank her head into the quilt, pressed against his chest, her cheeks hot, motionless. Luo Qingzhou opened his eyes, was startled, hugged her tightly, lowered his head and kissed her forehead, and said, Okay, I've satisfied you. Go to sleep. Xiao Dai huddled in the quilt, her face red. She dared not move, nor did she dare to say anything. Her heart was full of sweetness and happiness. I don't know how long it took. Both of them fell asleep. Outside the window, the wind and snow were still blowing. A figure stood silently in front of the window without knowing when. And I don't know how long it stood. Until the room was quiet for a long time. She turned around and left. And soon disappeared in the cold night. Who? The north wind was whistling. And snowflakes were flying. In a study room behind Chunghwa Mansion, Luo Yannian was still busy under the lamp. Madame Wang personally brought hot tea and freshly made snacks. And quietly left without making a sound to disturb them. She carried a lantern and walked out of the backyard alone. Onto the winding and exquisite corridor. She stopped in front of the vermilion pillar at the corner. Outside the railing, a figure appeared silently and whispered, "Madam, Bashipa has entered the city today. But this time, she doesn't want gold coins. She wants..." The figure lowered his head and said, "She wants 2 maids. Maids who have just died less than an hour ago plus an intermediate demon pill." Wang's face still had no emotion. "Promise her." The figure was silent for a while. And bowed his body even lower. "Madam, this isn't worth it." Wang retracted her gaze and looked at him. After looking at him for a long time, the corners of her eyes twitched slightly. "He is just a cheap life. Maybe it was not worth it before. But now..." After a pause, she looked at. Snowflakes were falling outside the corridor. Yuri is preparing for the exam. He is thinking about that woman in his heart. Even if he can't get her, do you understand? The figure was shocked and bowed. "I understand. I will let Bashipa do it tomorrow." This time, Wang narrowed her eyes and said, "Don't leave any traces. You can take your time. Doesn't she know how to exorcise ghosts with evil methods?" The figure whispered, "Yes. She said that the scholar is timid and weak. This time she plans to scare the boy's courage first, and then slowly let him die of illness. There will be no traces." Wang didn't say anything else. She stood for a while, then picked up the lantern and continued to move forward. The face that had been hidden in the shadow came out of the corridor, and under the reflection of the white snow, it was gloomy like water. The night was dark and windy, and snow fell all over the sky. On the roof of a house in Imo City, a black shadow suddenly appeared, floating like smoke, rising into the sky, overlooking the entire city. Its eyes quickly locked on a mansion. Chapter 73. Soul out of body. Bang! 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 The wind and snow howled, and the world was desolate. It was just dawn. At this time, most people were still sleeping in their warm quilts. But in the bamboo forest in the northwest corner of Yuan, the sound of Luo Qingzhou's early practice could be heard. In the wind and snow, he was naked. His skin and flesh were tense, and he violently collided and hit the hard tree trunks. It was as if a wild bull was angry and tried his best. Time and again, the skin and flesh of his body were treated as raw iron, and under the strong squeezing and nourishment of the tree trunks and internal forces, he was repeatedly hit and tempered. Not tired, not afraid of pain, the skin and flesh of his body soon turned red, and then became hot and beat slightly. All over his body, he was sweating profusely. From dawn to noon, he continued to practice without stopping. When his muscles were sore, he was powerless, and he was hungry. He stopped for a while. He took out a piece of cooked beef from his bag and ate a simple lunch with a large gourd of well water. After lunch, he rested for a while. First, he practiced the inner strength for half an hour. Then, he stood up to practice. Bang! After another hour of violent collision, the thick tree suddenly clicked and cracked from the middle, almost breaking. The crack had already been soft like cotton wool after being hit, which was horrible to look at. Luo Qingzhou had to change another tree and continue practicing. It was almost evening. He moved the rock again and began to stretch his muscles that were already extremely sore. Sweat was pouring down his body like rain, as if he had been washed, wet, and flowing down his chin, arms and heels. The skin exposed to the air exuded a shiny and firm luster. Snowflakes fluttered and were about to fall on him, but were melted by the burning breath emanating from his body. He was panting, sweating, his muscles bulging, squeezing out the last bit of strength in his body, squatting in a horse stance, holding a huge rock in one hand. His muscles were trembling. His body was trembling. And the breath he exhaled was like a flame, burning and scorching. It seemed that an invisible airflow surrounded his body, isolating the snowflakes in the sky and the cold wind around him. Ha! At the last moment of exhaustion, he suddenly roared, threw the rock in his hand, and then swung his fist and hit a big tree next to him heavily. Bang! The trunk sank and burst, and the tree, as thick as a leg, suddenly tilted its crown, broke from it, and fell into the dense bamboo forest. Strength, hardness, and explosive power seemed to have increased a lot. He was panting, looking at his undamaged fist, and was quite satisfied with the results of his practice. But the trees here can no longer be damaged casually. This broken tree cannot be wasted. The trunk is still so long, and I will continue to use it next time. When the flesh and skin are trained to the next level, you can directly test it with stones. Flesh and skin are like steel, tearing tigers and splitting leopards, splitting mountains and splitting rocks. Luo Qingzhou did not use much strength, and after hitting the thunder fist twice, he slowly stopped. He used the white snow on the ground to wipe off his hot body, wiped off all the sweat and dirt, put on his clothes, picked up his things, and returned to the courtyard. It was dark. Not long after, Xiao Dai came back with dinner. At this time, Luo Qingzhou had already cooked beef in the kitchen, and he wolfed it down with dinner. Then he started to boil water and take a bath. A drop of meat refining potion was dropped into the bathtub, and the clear water immediately changed and turned a light green. Luo Qingzhou took off his clothes, entered the tub, closed his eyes, and calmed his mind, and practiced his internal skills. His skin gradually felt hot, and the muscles inside seemed to be absorbing something and throbbing slightly. When the water in the tub was about to cool, he opened his eyes, and found that the light green water suddenly turned into clear water again. The potion was absorbed. It was getting late. He got up from the tub and changed into clean clothes with Xiudia's help. He helped Xiao Dai carry the tub out, and after pouring the water, he went out alone, ready to pay his respects to Miss Qin and the mother-in-law. The snow had been falling for 3 days, and there was no sign of stopping. The whole mansion was covered in white. Luo Qingzhou walked on the snow and came to Miss Qin's Lingshan Moon Palace. The gate was closed. He walked forward and knocked on the door. Soon, Beiling's crisp voice came from inside. "Son, the young lady is a little uncomfortable today, so you don't have to come in to pay your respects." Luo Qingzhou paused at the door and said, "Miss Beiling, are you alone in the front yard?" Beiling's somewhat panicked voice came from inside. "Son, what do you want to do again? Do you want to bully me again?" Luo Qingzhou said, "I'll apologize to you. Please open the door." Beiling hurriedly said, "No. Son, I don't want your apology. Son, don't bully me next time. I'm just a humble little maid. How dare I ask you to apologize?" Luo Qingzhou was silent for a while, didn't say anything more, and turned to leave. Just after walking more than 10 steps, the gate of the courtyard opened with a creak, and Beiling appeared in the door in a pink skirt. Peeking at him, Luo Qingzhou looked back at her. She immediately retracted her head. Luo Qingzhou ignored her and left quickly. When he walked away, Bai Lingfang pouted and stamped her feet and said, "Stinky son-in-law, can't you coax me a few words?" Luo Qingzhou came to the backyard in the snow. When Mare saw him, she immediately went in to report. Not long after, she came out and called him in. Luo Qingzhou followed her into the hall, walked to the mother-in-law without looking around, bowed his head, and greeted her with his hands. Qingzhou pays respects to the mother-in-law. Song Ryue was wearing a moon-white velvet coat, sitting there with a dignified look, rolled her eyelids and glanced at him, and said coldly, "Just this one sentence?" Luo Qingzhou had to say respectfully again, "I wish my mother-in-law good health." "That's it?" Song Ryue sneered. Luo Qingzhou raised his eyes and glanced at him, and heard her say in her heart, "This stinky boy. Don't you praise my beauty? I'll find a reason later and ask him to plant flowers for me in the backyard tonight." Luo Qingzhou's mouth twitched, and he had to continue to respectfully say, "I wish my mother-in-law good health and eternal youth, and always be as young, beautiful and radiant as she is now." He blushed when he said this. "Humph! You flatterer." Song Ryue rolled her eyes, but she was very pleased. She spared him for the time being and said coldly, "Have you been to see Wei Mo?" Luo Qingzhou lowered his head and said, "No. I will go tomorrow." Song Ryue said coldly again, "Where is Jianjia?" Luo Qingzhou said, "I just went there, but I didn't see her." Song Ryue was silent for a while, and said in a slow tone, "Go to see her more often. She won't see you or talk to you, but you shamelessly pester her. Only men with shamelessness can move women's hearts. Do you understand?" Luo Qingzhou lowered his head and remained silent. "Go. Study hard. Don't slack off. If you dare to be lazy, watch out for your skin." At the end, he spoke harshly again. Luo Qingzhou bowed his head and left. Soon after he left, Song Ryue leaned lazily on the chair, thought for a while, and suddenly sat up again, frowning, and said to herself, no, Jianjia is always like this. That bad boy will definitely be resentful. What if he runs away secretly? We are married, but we can't live together. And there is only an immature little maid to serve every night. The key is that the bad boy is quite talented. Other talented people go out every day to spend money, hug left and right, and live freely. But he stays at home reading all day. How can he not be resentful? No. No. I have to find 2 beautiful maids for that boy to tie his heart. After saying that, she turned her head and looked at Mayor standing next to her. Mayor shuddered and said in a trembling voice, husband, madam. Song Ryue rolled her eyes. Why are you so excited? You are dry and have no breasts, no buttocks, and you are not good looking. How can people like you? Mayor? Song Ryue retracted her gaze. Her beautiful eyes flickered, and she fell into deep thought. Woo! The cold wind outside was sobbing, and the branches were rustling. After Luo Qingzhou returned to the house, he took out the Jinwu stone first and checked the various data. He was surprised to find that his mental power had increased a lot. It increased from 15 to 18 at once. Other data did not change too obviously, and the strength and resistance to blows only increased a little. But the explosive power must be much stronger than before. He put away the Jinwu stone, thought about it, and took out a piece of agarwood that had been prepared long ago from the storage bag. The book said that sandalwood refreshes the mind and agarwood calms the mind. It also said that sandalwood attracts the spirit and agarwood attracts the soul. Now he wants to practice the soul out of the body, so he naturally needs to light agarwood. After closing the doors and windows, blowing out the oil lamps and candles, and reminding Xiaodai not to come in for the time being, he lit the agarwood. Then he got on the bed, sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and concentrated. After a while, he looked inward at his internal organs, concentrated his mind, and slowly climbed from bottom to top. The scene of climbing a mountain at dawn appeared in his mind. Step by step, steadily climbing up. At first it was easy, but the higher he went, the heavier his steps became, and the slower his speed became. He felt his breathing stagnate. His chest was stuffy and swollen, and his entire chest seemed to explode. But his head was still clear, and there was no pain. He continued to struggle upward. 10 steps, 20 steps, 50 steps. Suddenly, he vaguely saw the scenery on the top of the mountain, and the rising sun that was about to break through the clouds in the sky. It seemed that a breeze was blowing, and the fragrance of flowers penetrated into his nose. He held his breath, clenched his teeth, took heavy steps, and continued to move upward. 10 more steps, 5 steps, 1 step. Boom! When his whole body was shaking and his legs were heavy, he took the last step with all his strength. And suddenly the view in front of him was clear. In the horizon, the morning sun was rising, and the sky was full of clouds. On the top of the mountain, the breeze was blowing, and the birds were singing, and the flowers were fragrant. His body, which was as heavy as carrying a mountain, suddenly became extremely relaxed, like a puff of smoke, floating lightly, curling up, rising higher and higher. Luo Qingzhou suddenly opened his eyes. The mountain scenery in front of him suddenly disappeared, and what appeared in his sight was first pitch black, and then it became extremely clear. In the room, cigarette smoke curled up, and it was silent. His body was still sitting cross-legged on the bed, with his eyes closed, motionless, and he was floating on the roof, looking down with eyes wide open. I'm out of my body, he thought blankly, then floated forward clumsily. Left, right, up, down. Suddenly, he flew to the wall, passed through it, and passed back. He flew to the table, chair, and bed, and passed through them easily. But his sight was still blocked by these things, and could not pass through. At the same time, for some reason, the ground could not be penetrated. He became more and more handy, and his movements gradually became more skilled. He practiced for a while, passed through the wall, the hall, and the door, and entered the room. Xiaodai was sitting on the bed embroidering no embroidery. The little girl was sitting on the bed at this time, with her head down, lifting her coat, pulling her belly band, and gesturing with her hands about her chest, mumbling to herself, "Have you grown up? Grow up quickly, otherwise the young master will dislike you." Luo Qingzhou turned and floated away. Just as he was about to float back to the room, he suddenly saw a black shadow in the small courtyard outside through the crack of the hall door. It is especially clear against the reflection of the white snow. Chapter 74. One Punch to Destroy the Soul. West of Machang. In an alley not far from Chunghwa Mansion, there is a desolate and dilapidated mansion. Inside, there are weeds and dust everywhere. It seems that no one has lived there for a long time. But at this moment, in a room in the backyard, through the gaps in the window, you can faintly see a few scarlet candles. The whole room is closed and covered by thick curtains, airtight. At this time, in front of those candles, there is an old woman wearing a big red flowered dress and a round hat, sitting cross-legged, closing her eyes and pinching her fingers, muttering something. In the shadow next to the old woman, there stands a middle-aged man in a brocade robe, watching intently. After a while, the middle-aged man finally couldn't help it and whispered, "What's wrong?" Waited for a while again. The old woman suddenly opened her eyes. The flickering candlelight in front of her was reflected in her scarlet pupils, but her eyes seemed unfocused, and her voice was low and hoarse. "We have arrived. It is snowing heavily outside, and there is no light in the house. The boy should have fallen asleep. Let me find out how many people are in the house first, and then I will continue to perform the ritual to make him fall into a nightmare." The middle-aged man bit his body. A little nervous. Such a long distance. There will be no mistakes. "Right?" the old woman snorted coldly, with scarlet light flashing in her eyes. "Butler Wang. Don't worry. That ghost slave is not an ordinary creature, although it cannot match the soul out of the body, and dare not approach the warrior with vigorous blood and chi. It is still easy to scare and play with a weak scholar. I used it to scare several women and sick people to death." The middle-aged man hurriedly bowed and said, "Thank you." The old woman's eyes flashed, and she pinched her fingers to recite the formula, and whispered, "Go in." Her eyes were attached to the refined little ghost, facing the wind and snow, floating towards the window of the house. At the same time, Qin Mansion. Luo Qingzhou's soul out of the body suddenly saw a black shadow from the crack of the door, and it landed lightly in the small courtyard outside. Under the reflection of the white snow, it was extremely clear. The black shadow was surrounded by a few wisps of black air, with a hideous face and scarlet eyes. It was obviously the ghost mentioned in the book. Different from the soul, these ghosts have no consciousness of their own. Apart from the various emotions and instincts they carry when they die, they have almost no thoughts of their own. In addition to wandering souls, these hideous ghosts with scarlet eyes may be evil ghosts, resentful ghosts, or ghost slaves refined by humans. The ghost outside had a flickering look in his eyes, and looked at the window of his room furtively. It was obviously not just an ordinary ghost, nor did he break in here accidentally, but had a purpose. He had just succeeded in leaving his soul, and was still a little weak. He could not deal with it with his soul alone. So he made a prompt decision, and immediately floated back to the room, and returned to his body. Almost in an instant, his soul merged with his body. He opened his eyes, and looked at the window. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and he immediately stood up, and hid beside the window. Then, he clenched his fists. The membrane of his arms was tight. The muscles bulged, and the internal force in his body surged into his fists. He held his breath, and was ready to go. The ghosts were most afraid of the most rigid and yang things. Warriors with vigorous blood and chi were their nemesis. First, a gust of cold wind blew and hit the window. Then, the hideous black shadow stepped on the black air, passed through the window, and floated in, staring at the house with scarlet eyes. But before it could see clearly, a horrifying hot breath suddenly came from the darkness next to it. Boom! In the silent room, there was a sudden explosion. Then, a hot air wave instantly penetrated its body, and before it could react, it exploded in its body with a boom. Its body, which was surrounded by black mist, was instantly blown to pieces and dissipated like smoke. Zizi. It was so horrified that it was about to gather its body and escape, but suddenly found that the fist that penetrated its body lit up several small blue arcs. Ah! A shrill scream that only it could hear suddenly came from its twisted and desperate face. It had almost no time to react, and its soul was instantly shattered and turned into nothing. At the same time, in the backyard of the desolate and dilapidated mansion, in a house, a shrill and hoarse scream suddenly sounded. The old woman who was performing a ritual with her scarlet eyes wide open suddenly covered her eyes in pain, screaming and rolling on the ground. Her wrinkled old face twisted and hideous, as terrifying as a demon. Wang Chung, who was next to him, trembled with fear, hurriedly retreated, and stuck to the corner, with a look of doubt on his face. After a long time, The old woman who rolled and screamed on the ground with her eyes covered finally regained her composure. Lying there motionless, as if she had suddenly died. Wang Cheng's face was full of fear. And he waited for a while. And then he couldn't help but step forward and shouted in a trembling voice, "Which? God. I'm fine." The old woman suddenly spoke, her voice even hoarser. Slowly sat up from the ground. And took away her hands covering her eyes. Wang Cheng was shocked to find that her eyes were full of blood. 2 lines of scarlet blood flowed down the corners of her eyes. Like blood and tears. Hanging on her cheeks. With her wrinkled and ferocious old face. She looked extremely scary. "I didn't expect there are warriors hiding in that boy's room." The old woman sat down facing the candles again. Her face had returned to calm. But her eyes were still bloody. Wang Cheng's face was grim. It should be that maid witch. What should I do? The old woman's blood-red pupils reflected the flickering candlelight. And she sneered, "How can I let it go after destroying a ghost slave that I worked so hard to refine?" "Don't worry, Butler Wang. Since I have accepted this task, I will naturally help you get rid of that kid. That maid can't sleep with him every night. Wait for me to rest for 2 days. At that time, I will send 2 more powerful ghost slaves that even warriors can't detect to turn the kid into an idiot." Wang Cheng bowed his head and saluted, "Thank you. Which? Humph. If it weren't for my soul leaving my body yesterday and finding that there were soul-cultivating masters in Mo City, I was afraid of crossing the line and provoking the other party. There wouldn't be so much trouble if I go out in person. 1 moment is enough." The old woman sneered and closed her eyes. The corners of her eyes twitched painfully, and her face became more and more hideous under the reflection of the candlelight. The cold wind was howling outside the window, and the snow was getting heavier. After Luo Qingzhou smashed the little ghost with a punch, he was thinking about something in front of the window when Xiaodia's panicked voice suddenly came from outside the door. "Master, was there thunder just now?" "It seems so." Luo Qingzhou put away his momentum and returned to bed. The little girl pushed open the door and ran in, her face full of fear. Luo Qingzhou knew that she was most afraid of thunder. So he lifted the quilt and said, "Come. Master will hold you to sleep. Don't be afraid." Woo-woo. The little girl got on the bed, got into the quilt, and stuck to his arms. Luo Qingzhou hugged her and lay down, secretly recalling the punch just now. Although it was this body that just punched, I always felt that the soul that had just returned to the body seemed to be punching with it. I don't know if I can practice this thunder fist after the soul leaves the body. He decided to try it tomorrow night. The book said that the first realm of practicing the soul is the initial glimpse realm. The first glance at the realm includes 5 stages: calming the mind, leaving the body, night travel, day travel, and controlling objects. His calming mind was completed unknowingly, and he succeeded in leaving the body tonight. Probably all thanks to the black liquid. Next, he will hone the night travel to make the soul continue to grow. Then day travel. When he dares to appear in the light, or even in the scorching sun, the soul will undergo a greater qualitative change. Then you can control objects. It is said that controlling objects can take people's heads from thousands of miles away, kill people invisibly, and walk like the breeze. Even ordinary warriors with strong blood and chi are difficult to detect and resist. Thinking of this, Luo Qingzhou was quite excited and looking forward to it. If he can really cultivate the soul successfully at that time, it will not be as simple as defeating Luo Yu in the ring. Not only will he make the vicious lady pay for her blood debt with blood, he will also make her live a life worse than death and suffer for a lifetime. The same goes for Luo Yu. Master touched the little girl in his arms, suddenly twisted her body, and took the initiative to put her delicate and tender feet into his hands. Her little face red like an apple. Chapter 75 Son-in-Law. Something is wrong with you. The next day, Xiaodai stayed in bed again and got up late. Last time, she blushed and said that the young master was pressing her hair and she couldn't get up. This time, she said shyly, "It hurts." Luo Qingzhou didn't do anything bad to her last night, but he accidentally pressed her arm. Next time, sleep on one side. Luo Qingzhou rubbed her arm and got out of bed. Seeing this, the little girl also hurriedly climbed out of the quilt, knelt beside the bed, helped him dress, and pouted her little mouth and muttered, "No, I want to sleep on the same side with the young master." Luo Qingzhou ignored her, got out of bed, and walked to the window, pushing the window open. A cold air hit her face, but the air was particularly refreshing. The snow did not stop, but it was very small. Snowflakes slowly fell from the sky, like withered white petals, decorating the scenery outside the window. The biting cold wind also stopped for the time being. In the small courtyard, the pear tree is in full bloom. Other flowers, plants and trees are all white. Luo Qingzhou stood in front of the window, looking at the snow outside, thinking about the out-of-body experience and the ghost last night. Xiao Dai put on her clothes, with her long black hair down to her waist. She took a comb in her little hand, came behind him, and gently combed his hair, looking well-behaved, gentle and lovable. Luo Qingzhou retracted his gaze, suddenly turned around, hugged her slender waist, picked her up, put her on the table next to her, and let her sit there. Then he bent down and looked at her. Xiao Dai was stunned for a moment, and her fair face gradually turned red. She said shyly, "Master, what are you doing?" "Nothing. Just looking at you." Luo Qingzhou stretched out his hand and pinched her delicate face, and smiled, finally. "You have gained some flesh. Much cuter than before." Xiao Dai immediately became nervous, touching her little face and said, "Master, have I gained weight?" "No. It's good like this." Luo Qingzhou touched her slender calf again and said, "It's not fat or thin now. Just right. Unlike before. It was all bones. And it was not comfortable to hug." Xiao Dai lowered her head shyly, her heart full of joy. As long as the master likes it. As long as it's comfortable. Seeing her showing her girlish shyness and innocence again, Luo Qingzhou couldn't help but lean over and kiss her red face, saying, "Okay. Stop being silly and happy. It's time to work." Oh. The little girl was stunned for a moment, then woke up immediately, jumped off the table with her face covered, and ran out shyly and sweetly to prepare breakfast. After breakfast, Xiao Dai went out to find Xiao Dao and the others to study. Luo Qingzhou read a book for a while, and when he saw that Shui was even younger, he went out and walked towards Miss Qin's residence. He hadn't been there yet, and only knew the approximate location. When he passed Miss Qin's door, he paused and looked at the closed courtyard door. When he was about to leave, the courtyard door suddenly opened with a creak. Bai Ling appeared in the door in a pink dress. Her beautiful eyes were shining, and two shallow dimples appeared on her pretty face. She smiled sweetly and said, "Son-in-law, are you here to pay your respects to the young lady so early?" Luo Qingzhou glanced at her lips, then looked at her neck. Today, her collar was round, not standing up, and she was not wearing a scarf, revealing her fair and slender swan neck. There was no trace on it. "I was just passing by. I was going to pay my respects to the second lady." Luo Qingzhou told the truth. He looked at the sweet girl in front of him, and his heart unconsciously had a strange feeling rippling. Bai Ling looked at him suspiciously when she heard this. "Son-in-law, what do you want to do? Why did you go to provoke the second young lady again?" Luo Qingzhou said calmly, "Madam asked me to go." After a pause, he said, "I just went to greet the second young lady and chat with her. I have no other intentions." Bai Ling stared at him seriously, and suddenly laughed, smiling like a flower. "Son-in-law, are you explaining to me?" Then he blinked playfully and whispered, "Son-in-law, are you afraid that I will misunderstand? Or that the young lady will misunderstand? Or, goodbye." Luo Qingzhou said nothing more and turned to leave. Bai Ling hurriedly asked, "Son-in-law, have you been to the second young lady? Do you know where she lives?" Luo Qingzhou did not turn around and said, "I will ask others." Bai Ling stared at his back for a few seconds, suddenly turned around and ran back to the house, and then ran out quickly, holding a pink oil paper umbrella in her hand, chasing after him and opening it, walking with him, and said with a smile, "Son-in-law, I will go with you." Luo Qingzhou glanced at the flower umbrella above his head, and then at her, wanting to say something but stopping. Bai Ling smiled and stretched the umbrella in front of him. "Son-in-law, you hold it. You are tall. I am tired of holding it." Luo Qingzhou said, "You hold it yourself. I don't need it." Bai Ling did not speak, and the flower umbrella in her hand was still placed in front of him. With a stubborn face, Luo Qingzhou frowned, and seeing that the snow was falling on her head, he hesitated for a moment, and had to take the umbrella, holding it between the two of them, leaning towards her side. Bai Ling looked up, then looked at his handsome and calm profile. His eyes moved, and he did not speak again. She looked back. Under the eaves in the distance, a hazy and slender figure stood vaguely in the falling snowflakes. Cold, and even colder than snow. Luo Qingzhou held an umbrella and walked in the snow with the girl beside him. He smelled her hair and felt her breath. He couldn't help but think of the intimacy of that night again. Just as he was about to speak, Bailing suddenly ran to the flower bed next to him, picked a flower with ice and snow, ran back and handed it to him. With bright eyes and white teeth, "Son-in-law, this is for you." Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a moment and didn't take it. "You take it." "I don't like it." Bailing was slightly startled. "Why?" "The flowers are so beautiful and so fragrant." Since ancient times, talented men have compared beauties to delicate flowers. Son-in-law has also written poems about beautiful women. How can he not like flowers? Luo Qingzhou just didn't want to accept the flowers she gave him. How could a man accept flowers from a woman? Thinking of her initiative and his passivity every time they had sex, he would not accept it even more. Flowers are just flowers after all. No matter how beautiful they are not as beautiful as people. No matter how fragrant they are not as fragrant as people. Miss Bailing is right in front of me. She is prettier and more fragrant than flowers. Why would I want flowers? He looked ahead and said perfunctorily. It was really just perfunctory. And just casually. He swore. He stopped and looked back. The girl suddenly stopped where she was and did not move forward. She stared at him with her beautiful eyes, and the flower in her hand slowly drooped. The two of them met each other's eyes through the wind and snow. The cold breeze blew, and the girl's pink skirt swayed slightly like blooming petals. The black hair beside her temples fell on the corners of her mouth, and her pretty face, as beautiful as a flower, showed a trance. Luo Qingzhou did not know that his casual words would have such a big effect. In the past era, such words could even be said in a joking tone to a girl who was not familiar with them. But in this feudal era where men and women were reserved, such words. I was just joking. Just saying it casually. Don't mind Miss Bailing. Luo Qingzhou held up an oil paper umbrella and returned to her, shielding her from the wind and snow, and also cutting off the sight of the two people meeting. Bailing suddenly turned her head and looked at him and said, Son-in-law, you are not right. Luo Qingzhou was stunned and said, What's wrong with me? Bailing stared at him with burning eyes and said, Son-in-law doesn't look like an honest man, but like a bad guy who deceives girls everywhere. Luo Qingzhou, let's go to the second lady. Arguing with a woman is like looking for trouble and asking for trouble. Son-in-law is guilty, acquiesced, and dares not say anything. Sure enough, he is guilty. Sure enough, he is a bad guy. Miss is so pitiful. Luo Qingzhou ignored her. She still chattered. The two of them held an umbrella and soon came to the residence of Miss Jean Eyre. After knocking on the door, Zhuer came to open the door. When she saw them, her eyes lit up and she hurriedly said, Son-in-law, Miss is writing the poem you wrote. Come in quickly. Luo Qingzhou and the others were taken in. He had thought about it when he came here. Since Miss Jean liked stories, like the story of the fragrant boudoir, he would reluctantly tell her a story from the romance of the West Chamber. It would be good if he could make Miss Jean happy. Anyway, everyone in the Qin mansion doted on Miss Jean. The words of the mother-in-law were very clear. He wanted to make Miss Jean happy. As for how to make her happy, that was his own business. After the romance of the West Chamber, there was the butterfly lovers. And then, there was the legend of the white snake. The phoenix seeks the phoenix and so on. After that, there were so many bloody TV dramas with more exciting stories. If that didn't work, there were the golden lotus and the jade prayer mat similar to the story of the fragrant boudoir. And at most Miss Qin would keep it secret. Anyway, as long as Miss Qin was happy, he would have completed his mission. But he would only take out 1 hour a day to satisfy Miss Qin. For the rest of the time, he would have to practice. Go through the corridor and turn into the backyard. In the study room on the left, the window with exquisite patterns was open. In front of the window was a table with snow-white rice paper on it. A white and delicate jade hand was holding a slender wolf hairbrush, writing gracefully on the rice paper. The owner of the jade hand was wearing a moon-white long skirt, with a thick snow velvet fox fur on the outside. Her skin was as white as snow. Her eyebrows were as thin as willows. Her eyes were full of autumn water. And her appearance was beautiful. Delicate and beautiful. She was Qin Weima, the second daughter of the Qin family. Miss, the son-in-law is here, Zhuer said softly. The girl raised her head, revealing a delicate but slightly pale face. And her clear eyes suddenly overflowed with brilliance. Chapter 76 The Romance of the West Chamber. In the corner of the wall, a winter plum stands alone. A branch slanted out and crossed in front of the beautifully carved window frame, with plum blossoms dotted on it. And some of them were already in full bloom. The petals were pink and delicate, with a faint fragrance floating in the air. like the girl in the window. Under the curtain of snowflakes outside the window, there was a kind of lonely beauty. Luo Qingzhou walked on the path made of scattered pebbles, walked to the slanting plum in front of the window, bowed his head and saluted, and said respectfully, "Second Mississippi?" Qin Weimo had stood up from the chair and looked at him softly in the window. A reserved smile appeared on her beautiful face, and she said softly, "Brother-in-law, you're welcome. It's cold outside. Come in quickly." Luo Qingzhou glanced at the room. The incense burner was curling with thin smoke. The charcoal fire in the fireplace was red, and the floor was covered with a thick snow-white velvet blanket. There was a vase on the table with a few pink winter plums in it. A small hand warmer was placed beside the table. There was a soft couch in the corner. The couch was covered with a pink quilt embroidered with peonies, and a small coffee table was placed horizontally in the middle, with a Go game on it. There were also a few girls' clothes in the room, even standing under the eaves outside the window. Luo Qingzhou could smell the girl's fragrance coming from the room. This was a study room belonging to a girl. Perhaps no man had ever entered it. So, Luo Qingzhou still stood outside, bowed and said, "Second miss, I won't go in. Madam asked me to come and see you. Since the second lady is writing, I won't disturb you. I'll come to visit you next time." Zhu, who was standing at the door, said anxiously, "Son-in-law, you are not allowed to leave." After saying that, she realized that her tone was wrong, and said angrily, "Son-in-law just came, and he hasn't talked to the second lady for a while. How can he leave so soon?" Qin Weimo lowered his head to put away the pen and ink, rolled up the rice paper, and then looked at him softly and said, "Brother-in-law, I've finished writing." Luo Qingzhou. He turned his head and glanced at Bailing standing under the eaves not far away. After hesitating for a moment, he walked into the eaves, approached the window, looked at the weak girl in the window and said, "Second miss, then what do you want to talk about?" Qin Weimo stood in the window and smiled bitterly. "Brother-in-law, are you standing outside like this?" Luo Qingzhou said, "It doesn't matter. It's good like this." The two fell into silence across the window. Bai Ling, who was standing not far away, suddenly walked to the door and pulled Zhu, who was staring at her eagerly, and said, "Let's go to the next room and chat for a while." Zhu was forcibly pulled away by her. The scene fell into silence. Snowflakes were falling outside, and it was also silent. Luo Qingzhou felt it was awkward to stand like this, and said, "Second miss, didn't you say last time that you wanted to read a book like Fragrant Boudoir?" Qin Weimo heard this, and his eyes lit up. "Did my brother-in-law bring it to me?" Luo Qingzhou shook his head and said, "No, but I remember a few stories like Fragrant Boudoir. If the second lady wants to hear it, I can tell her." Qin Weimo heard it and nodded happily. "Yes, brother-in-law, I want to hear it." Luo Qingzhou pondered for a moment and said, "Then I will tell the second lady a story from the romance of the West Chamber today." Considering that the second lady was sentimental and not in good health, he decided that no matter what story he told, the ending should be made better. It's just a story, so just make up a happy ending. Qin Weimo said softly, "Brother-in-law, can you come in and tell me? It's cold outside. Let's sit on the couch. It's warmer." Luo Qingzhou took a look at the soft couch in the room. How dare he go in? There were not only his daughter's bedding and belongings on it, but also 2 pieces of his daughter's clothes. If he went in and sat opposite his sister-in-law and talked intimately, it was estimated that the mother-in-law would come over with a knife immediately if she knew. "No, I'll stand here and tell you. If the second lady feels cold, you can sit on the couch." Luo Qingzhou declined politely, fearing that she would continue to invite him, and quickly started to tell the story. In an unknown era, there was a noble lady named Cui, who served as the prime minister of the previous dynasty, but unfortunately died of illness. She only gave birth to a little girl, nicknamed Ying, who was 19 years old. She was good at needlework, poetry, calligraphy and arithmetic. One day, Zhang Sheng visited Puji Temple and met Cui Ying. This romance of the West Chamber was originally a drama. Luo Qingzhou remembered the story, so he only briefly told the key plot. Qin Weimo listened attentively. When he heard that the two met at Puji Temple, his eyes sparkled. When he heard that Puji Temple was surrounded, he frowned again, his face full of tension. When he heard that Cui's mother broke her promise to break the engagement, her little face showed anger again. Luo Qingzhou stood under the eaves outside the window, wearing a long robe, and told the story slowly and leisurely. Miss Qin Er stood in the window, looking at his beautiful face. listening attentively. At some point, Bailing and Jur both came out of the room and eavesdropped at the door. But they were silent. After many twists and turns, with the help of Hung Yang, Ying finally went to Zhang Sheng's residence for a secret meeting. Chui's mother noticed the signs and tortured Hung Yang. When Qin Weima talked about Ying bidding farewell to Zhang Sheng at the 10-mile pavilion to go to Beijing for the imperial examination, his eyes were full of tears. Jur, who was hiding behind the door and eavesdropping, also had red eyes. But the ending is happy after all. Zhang Sheng passed the imperial examination, and after many twists and turns, he finally married Ying, lived happily and sweetly together, and gave birth to several big fat boys and several beautiful girls. Luo Qingzhou added a more perfect and happy ending. After the story was told, Qin Weima stood in the window with red eyes and remained silent for a long time. Although he cried, the suppressed pessimistic emotions in his heart were released at once, and his heart was relieved a lot. His mind was full of the beautiful love story of Zhang Sheng and Cui Ying, and those thoughts of life and death were gone. Second miss. It's getting late. I should go back to study. Goodbye. After Luo Qingzhou finished speaking, he did not stay any longer and bowed and left. Qin Weima stood there infatuatedly. When he was about to leave the courtyard, he shouted, "Brother-in-law, will you come tomorrow?" Luo Qingzhou stopped, turned his head and looked at her and said, "Madam said that I can come once every 3 days." Qin Weima looked at him, was silent for a while, and whispered, "Brother-in-law, what if Weima wants you to come every day?" This came from the mouth of an unmarried woman, and it was said by the sister-in-law to the brother-in-law. It was really too bold. Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a moment. And for a moment, he didn't know how to answer. Bai Ling, who was standing at the door, looked at him. Shuer was even more astonished. How could the young lady? Qin Weimo smiled softly, breaking the awkward atmosphere. "Brother-in-law, I'm joking with you. Thank you, brother-in-law, today. Weimo is very happy." Then 3 days later, Weimo will wait for brother-in-law again. "Yeah," Luo Qingzhou responded, without saying anything more. Turned to look at Bailing at the door. "Aren't you leaving?" Bailing was stunned for a moment, came back to her senses, and hurriedly ran out of the eaves, opened the flower umbrella in her hand, waved to the weak girl in the window and said, "Second miss, we are leaving. See you in 3 days." She ran to Luo Qingzhou and handed over the flower umbrella in her hand. Luo Qingzhou took the umbrella, held it over her head, shielded her from the wind and snow, walked out of the courtyard side by side, and disappeared around the corner. Qin Weima stood in the window, stunned for a long time, and then murmured, "Zhu, do you think my brother-in-law will be like Zhang Sheng and be the top scholar in the imperial examination?" Zhuer looked at her worriedly and whispered, "Miss, how could you say that just now?" Qin Weimo came back to his senses, smiled slightly, spread out the rice paper he had just rolled up, looked at the poem on it, and his beautiful face was as calm as water. "I am speaking from my heart. Why can't I say it?" Zhuer looked at her with wide eyes. Outside the window, snowflakes fell silently. The red plum blossom leaning under the eaves, wrapped in the newly fallen ice and snow, stood proudly, and the fragrance remained. "Uncle, the story you just told is so good. Miss Chan and Chan haven't heard it yet. You can tell them later. I have to go back to study. Uncle has told the second young lady. Lien Zhuer has heard it. And I have heard it too. If you don't tell Miss and Chan, they will be angry. If they are angry, they will be angry. If Miss is angry, Chan will let you know what it means to kill with one sword. Miss won't be angry for such a small matter. You don't have to lie to me or scare me. But Chan will be angry. Why? Because Uncle is not good to Mississippi. Miss actually likes to listen to stories. But no one tells her." "Really?" "Yes. It's true. Whoever lies is dog? It's not a human anyway." Bai Ling thought to herself, "It's a flower. The most beautiful flower." As she said that, she sniffed the flower in her hand again, and her body unconsciously leaned towards the boy next to her. It's like being covered by his umbrella, or held in his arms. Chapter 77. The Miser. "Son-in-law, are you really not going in?" At the entrance of Lingchan Moon Palace, Bai Ling held up a flower umbrella, holding a plum blossom she had just picked, and a half smile appeared on her pretty face. "Son-in-law, don't regret it. I'm not going in." Luo Qingzhou said nothing more and left. It's just a story. With the character of Miss Qin, it's impossible for her to like it. As for Miss Chan, who is as cold as frost and can only dance with swords and kill people. She will not listen to it even more. He won't waste time on unnecessary things. Return to the courtyard. Look at the time. It's almost noon. He didn't go out to practice again, but returned to the room and took out the books about warriors to read. The snow outside the window stopped and fell. Time passed quietly. Luo Qingzhou finished reading 2 books, raised his arms and stretched them, looked outside, and suddenly his heart skipped a beat and his face changed. Outside the courtyard, under the snow-covered pear tree, a figure stood strangely, motionless. She was wearing a light green dress, slender and graceful, with black hair down to her waist, arms folded across her chest, a sword in her arms, leaning sideways, with a face as cold as ice. The snowflakes fell slowly. The girl stood there sideways, looking away, like a sculpture, silent and motionless. When did she come? Luo Qingzhou was stunned, stood up, and looked at the gate of the courtyard again. The gate was closed. Bailing didn't follow. She came alone? What for? Luo Qingzhou suddenly remembered what Bailing said to him when he came back. Could this girl really come to trouble him because he only told the story to the second lady and not to her young lady? This mind is too. He retracted his gaze and walked out. Miss Xia-chan, is there anything? He walked under the pear tree, bowed his head and saluted, without looking sideways. The girl held the sword and looked away, her chin slightly raised. Humph. Luo Qingzhou. What does humph mean? He had never heard the girl say anything else after knowing each other for so long. He had no choice but to look up and ask, is it because of the story of romance of the West Chamber? Miss Xia-chan wants me to tell the story to the young lady as well? The girl did not reply, and finally looked at him with cold eyes, revealing a cold light in her dark pupils. When Luo Qingzhou was trying to figure out what she really meant, she said coldly, tell it. Luo Qingzhou was stunned. Tell romance of the West Chamber. Now? The girl looked at him coldly and said nothing. When Luo Qingzhou was hesitating, a familiar chill suddenly enveloped his whole body. The sword that the girl had originally held in her arms had already fallen to her waist without knowing when. His heart skipped a beat, and he quickly bowed and said, okay. Then I'll tell it again. Inexplicably, once upon a time, there was a girl named Cui Yingying, who was 19 years old. This time, it was not so detailed. Luo Qingzhou only gave a rough outline, and many plots were mentioned in one sentence. Anyway, this girl didn't come here just for the story, probably to vent her anger on her mistress. From then on, Zhang Sheng and Cui Yingying lived a happy and sweet life. More than 10 minutes. He told the whole story perfunctorily. Miss Xia-chan, I'm done. He bowed. The girl in front of him was silent. When he looked up, he found that the girl was no longer in front of him. The girl had left without knowing when. This skill. Sure enough, you can't mess with her. Luo Qingzhou went over to close the gate inside, feeling that he had caused trouble again. I'm afraid that I will have to tell the same story twice. One for the second lady, and one for the eldest lady. He didn't know that Jur had already gone to his mother-in-law at this time, reporting that he had visited the second lady today, and also briefly told the romance of the West Chamber he had told. Humph. You are so bold that you dare to tell my Wei-mo such a dirty story. A man and a woman meet secretly and get married. Bah! Shameless. Dirty. What else? That's all? Can't you remember more? Did he make it up himself? Or where did he read it? I don't know. Damn it. Mayor, when that kid comes over tonight, remember to ask him to tell me the romance of the West Chamber in detail again. I want to listen carefully to how the shameless scholar in the story deceived and seduced the rich lady. Yes, madam. Jur. From now on, every move, every look, every word of that kid when he goes to Wei-mo, you must watch and remember it clearly. Understand? Yes, madam. How does Wei-mo feel today? After the son-in-law left, the lady was in a daze. Not. Go. Go. Give her a cup of soup. Forcing her to drink. Yes, lady. I woke up without an exam. The girls who have been talking about have been sinking. Luo Qingzhou returned to the house and put away the book. See it at noon. From the storage bag, a large piece of cooked beef was taken out of the hot tea. As lunch. After dinner, when he was about to go out to practice in the bamboo forest, Butler Zhou suddenly came in with a servant and reported, son-in-law, someone came from Chunghua Mansion and wants you to go back. He said that the second son of Luo missed you and wanted you to go back for lunch. The carriage is waiting at the door. Luo Qingzhou's eyes flashed coldly, and his fists in his sleeves slowly clenched. Miss him? Want to have lunch with him? The killer he met when he went out of the city to worship his mother that day. Did he also miss him, and want to invite him to have lunch? The little ghost last night probably also came to invite him to have lunch. Right, son-in-law. If you don't want to go, I'll ask the servants to refuse them. Butler Zhou looked at him and said. He also knew what happened when he went back to Chunghua Mansion last time. After such a thing happened between the two families, it is not appropriate to have such exchanges anymore. Moreover, the other party did not regard this young man as a son of the government. The sudden invitation today might not be simple. When Luo Qingzhou was thinking, Beiling's crisp voice suddenly came from the side. If you want to go, you can let Chan Chan go with you. Luo Qingzhou turned his head to look. In addition to Beiling holding the flowers, the cold girl with a sword in her arms was also standing under the eaves not far away. Before housekeeper Zhou came here, he had sent a servant to inform them first. It's okay for me to go back by myself. Luo Qingzhou glanced at Beiling, and then at the cold girl not far away. No, uncle. You must let Chan Chan go with you. Bai Ling came over, handed the flower umbrella in her hand to him, winked at him secretly, and whispered, Go and ask Chan Chan. She will agree. When Luo Qingzhou was hesitating, Bai Ling said again, This is what the young lady meant. If you don't take Chan Chan with you, the young lady will be worried. Luo Qingzhou looked at her, with a hint of self-mockery in his eyes. Are you sure? Bai Ling blinked her watery eyes, with an innocent face. Of course I am sure. What does the uncle mean? Don't you believe that the young lady will be worried? Luo Qingzhou looked at her with complicated eyes, and said nothing more. After a pause, he took the umbrella and walked towards the cold girl under the eaves. When he came closer, he bowed and said, Miss Shachan, thank you for your trouble. Humph. The girl turned away and looked away, with a cold face. Ask her. Bai Ling followed behind and reminded in a low voice. Luo Qingzhou was silent for a moment, and when he didn't know how to speak, the cold girl suddenly turned around and left, walking towards the outside of the mansion. Beiling hurriedly said, Okay, son-in-law. Chan Chan has agreed. Then he whispered, Son-in-law, go and hold an umbrella for Chan Chan. Don't let her get wet in the snow. Chan Chan is not feeling well today. Hearing this, Luo Qingzhou didn't hesitate anymore, and hurriedly chased after her with an umbrella, opened the umbrella, and covered the girl's head. The two were originally one in front and one behind, separated by a distance, and gradually, they intertwined and got closer and closer. From the back, it seemed as if one was leaning on the other's arms. Beiling looked at their backs gradually walking away, stood there for a while, and then turned around and left, pouting and muttering, Stingy guy. Isn't it just holding an umbrella for someone for a while, and walking with someone for a while you have to do this? Chapter 78 Luo Yu's Invitation. Chunghua Mansion. In the hall of the East Courtyard, several plates of exquisite dishes have been placed on the table. There are more dishes, which have been cooked in the back kitchen. Because it is cold, the guests have not arrived yet, so they are temporarily placed in another large pot next to them to keep warm, waiting to be served at any time. The hall is empty, and there is no one. Under the eaves outside, Luo Yu, wearing a white robe, stood there with his hands behind his back, silently looking at the snowy scene outside, with a wooden expression, and no one knows what he is thinking. At this time, the sound of footsteps on the snow came from outside the door. The maids held umbrellas and surrounded Wang and walked in from the gate. Luo Yu came back to her senses. A gentle smile appeared on her face, and she walked up to greet her. Mother, why are you here? Madame Wang glanced at her son, said nothing, and walked into the house, looking at the dishes on the table. She was silent for a long time, and then she said softly, Is it worth wasting time on this? Luo Yu also looked at the dishes on the table, with a gentle smile on his face. Nothing special. I haven't seen Qingzhou for a long time. Just have a meal and chat. Wang looked at him, with a mother's pampering in her eyes. He doesn't have the qualifications. After a pause, she said softly, Of course. If you like it, no one will say anything. Luo Yu avoided her gaze, and looked at the falling snow outside. Wang turned around, stood side by side with him, and looked outside. After a moment of silence, she whispered, I'm sorry mother knows about that, but don't worry. A lowly thing that crawled out of the mud is not qualified to enjoy what originally belonged to you. The gentle smile on Luo Yu's face disappeared without a trace. Mother, He has enjoyed it. The muscles at the corners of Wang's eyes twitched, and she slowly raised her hand, wanting to touch his face or his back like when she was a child. When he was wronged as a child, she always touched him so gently and comforted him. But at this moment, her raised hand, after hesitating for a while, still fell down. She looked at the familiar and unfamiliar face in front of her, was silent for a moment, and whispered, Don't worry. What belongs to you? No one can take it away. Mother will definitely make the decision for you. Just like when we were children. Luo Yu looked outside and didn't speak. Wang stood for a while, turned to look at the maid next to her, and her face returned to calmness. Go and call the second lady. Yes, madam. The maid left in a hurry. The room returned to silence. Neither the mother nor the son spoke again. Not long after, the second lady Yang, who was wearing a purple skirt and had a graceful figure, hurried over. She first called second master with a smile on her face, and then called madam flatteringly, saying, Madam, what do you want to do for me? In front of the servants, she was the second lady, but in front of Wang, she was just a servant. Wang stared at her beautiful face expressionlessly for a while, and then said lightly, You should also know that he will come over later. You stay here and talk to him for a while. After a pause, she narrowed her eyes and said, Let him say everything he should say. Understand? Yang lowered her head and smiled. Madam, don't worry. I understand. I will definitely let that little thing tell everything that happened in the Qin mansion without leaving out a word. Wang stared at her for a while, and suddenly said, Where is Xiaolu? Why haven't I seen her for a long time? Yang lowered her head even more, smiling. That girl hides in the house all day long, reading books and painting, and doesn't come out often. Wang thought for a while, calculating her age. Xiaolu is also 11 years old. 2 years old. Right? Yang smiled and said, This year's New Year. He will be 12 years old. Wang nodded slightly, was silent for a moment, looked at her and said, I remember that Xiaolu had a good relationship with him. Since he entered the mansion, Xiaolu especially liked to play with him. Right? Yang's face changed, and she hurriedly said, Madam, you misunderstood. Xiaolu actually hated that little guy very much. Every time they met, he would scold him, and even throw stones at him. It's not that he likes to play with that little guy, but he thinks that little guy is cheap and easy to bully. So he just treats him as a toy. Her voice has begun to tremble. Wang showed a faint smile for the first time. Ping. I don't mean anything else. I just think that since he finally came back, it's natural to find a few people who can talk to him to accompany him. Otherwise, wouldn't it seem that I am not treating guests well? Go. Call Xiaolu over to accompany him. Yang's face turned pale, and she said in a trembling voice, Madam. Xiaolu, she is reading. Wang turned her head and looked at the maid next to her, and said, Go and bring Xiaolu here. Yes, madam. The maid hurried away. Yang lowered her head. Her face was ugly, and she dared not say a word. Wang turned around and looked at the heavy snow outside, and said nothing. After a while, Luo Yu, who had been silent all the time, suddenly said, Mother, do you think he came alone this time? Wang was silent for a moment and said, He is just a lowly son-in-law, and at most, he will be accompanied by the maid. At this time, a servant came in hurriedly and reported, Madam, second young master, the carriage has arrived at the door. Wang said calmly, He came alone? The servant bowed and said, And that the maid who killed guard Wang last time. Wang's eyelids jumped and twitched a few times, and then slowly said, I know. The servant left. The room fell into silence. After a while, Wang said softly, Then mother will leave first. Later, mother will ask Uncle Zhang and others to come and watch in the yard. Luo Yu shook his head. No, it's not necessary. Wang looked at him, moved her lips, and hesitated to speak. But in the end, she didn't say anything more, nodded slightly, and left with the servants, until she disappeared at the gate outside. Yang, who was bowing her head, slowly raised her head, her face slightly pale. Not long after, the maid brought a young girl in red clothes into the courtyard. The girl was petite, cute, with a pair of particularly large eyes, looking watery, smart and cute. When she saw Yang, she immediately happily jumped over the maid and ran in, her young face full of excitement. Mother, I heard from Sister Donger that Brother Qizhou is coming back. Right? Last time when Brother Qizhou came back, you didn't let me go out, and I didn't see him. This time I can finally see him. Yang's face changed. She glanced at the second son next to her, and quickly scolded with a stern face. What brother Qingzhou? How many times have I told you that he is a cheap thing? A lowly thing. Not your brother. If you call me that again, I will tear your mouth apart. Then she pointed at Luo Yu next to her and said with a smile on her face, This is your real brother. Call him second brother. Luo Xiaolu's excited smile disappeared. Frowned. Stopped. Stood in front of Luo Yu. Bowed his head. And timidly called him second brother. Luo Yu showed a gentle smile on his face. Looked at her and said, Xiaolu is innocent. It's right to call him second mother. Don't scold me like this next time. Yang smiled and said, Second master, please don't spoil this girl. This girl is just stupid and can't bend. She should be taught a lesson often. That lowly little thing respects him by calling him by his name. How can he be worthy of calling him brother? I feel disgusted when I see his stinky face. He has no respect for his elders and doesn't know the rules. He has been married for so many days. But he doesn't know to come back to pay his respects to the master and the lady. As well as you, the second master. You even have to send someone to call him. Humph. Today I have to teach that ungrateful wolf a lesson. Luo Xiaolu stood aside with his head down, not daring to say anything. The excitement when he just came turned into coldness in an instant. Luo Yu smiled on his face and didn't say anything. Not long after, there was a sound of footsteps outside. The maid led a young man in from the gate. Behind the young man, there was a pretty girl holding a sword. As soon as the girl appeared, the wind and snow outside seemed to be colder. Luo Yu felt it itch on his neck unconsciously, looking at the sword-wielding girl. Her pretty and cold appearance, thinking of the sword that killed him that day, and thinking of the beautiful figure like a fairy. His heart, which had originally regained its calm, suddenly tightened again, as if it was stabbed by a needle. These originally belonged to him. Chapter 79. A Peaceful Lunch. Somewhat unexpected. Luo Qingzhou didn't expect the second wife to be here today. He didn't expect that the little girl, who always went to play with him secretly, but was hurt by him, was also here. Qingzhou, come in quickly. It's cold outside. You are still too weak. Luo Yu greeted him at the door with a warm face. The second wife Yang also smiled. But her tone was yin and yang. Qingzhou, you haven't been back for more than a month since you last went back home. Are you living well there, and have forgotten us in Chunghua Mansion? Luo Xiaolu stood in the corner, looking at the boy outside the door with complicated eyes, and didn't dare to step forward. Luo Qingzhou bowed his head outside the door and bowed his hands, saying respectfully, Second madam, second young master. We are a family. Why are you being polite? Come in. Luo Yu took his arm affectionately and led him to the table, smiling and saying, Today, I asked the kitchen to prepare a lot of delicious dishes for you. Let's have a good gathering. Thank you, second young master. Luo Qingzhou bowed his head. Luo Yu smiled and looked at the cold girl, who was still standing outside the door. He stepped forward and bowed his hands, saying politely, Miss, come in and sit down to eat together. We are not outsiders, so there are so many rules. Xia Chan turned around, stood under the eaves with a sword in her arms, looked outside. Her pretty face was as cold as ice, and she treated him as air and ignored him. The muscles at the corners of Luo Yu's eyes twitched, and he smiled slightly. Without saying anything more, he turned back to the house and told the maid to serve the dishes. Xiaolu, didn't you just say you wanted to see your brother Qingzhou? Come here quickly. Luo Yu smiled and greeted the girl in the red skirt standing in the corner. Luo Xiaolu looked at his mother timidly, and then looked at the familiar yet unfamiliar boy. After a few glances, he did not see the familiar and friendly smile on his face. Xiaolu, come and call someone, Yang said with a stern face. Luo Xiaolu then walked out of the corner, came to the front of the boy, lowered his head, and said softly, brother Qingzhou. Luo Qingzhou glanced at her, nodded slightly, without any extra expression on his face, and did not reply. He turned his head to look at the smiling and gentle man in front of him, and bowed his hands and said, Second young master, I have already eaten in the mansion. Luo Yu took his arm and sat down, smiling, then eat less. Just think of it as accompanying me to eat. I haven't come out to eat such a table of food for a long time. Yang next to him also smiled. Yes. 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 Qingzhou, you finally come back. Just accompany your second brother to have a good meal. I will pour you wine. As he said, he went over and picked up the wine pot. and came over to personally pour wine for the two. Luo Yu turned to look at the girl next to him, and smiled. Xiao Lu. Sit down. Eat together. Sit next to your brother Qin Zhou, and talk to him. Yang smiled and said, Second master. Don't worry about her. She just had some snacks, and is not hungry now. You two brothers just eat. She is just a little girl. Let her stand and pour wine for you. After saying that, she went over and stuffed the wine pot into her hand, patted her on the back of her head, and said, Stupid girl. Go stand by and pour wine for the second and third brothers. Luo Xiaolu took the wine pot, and walked behind the two of them, without saying a word. Luo Yu smiled, said nothing more, picked up the wine glass and said, Qinzhou, come. I'll toast you first. At this moment, the cold girl who was standing outside the door suddenly walked in, and stood behind Luo Qinzhou, staring coldly at the wine glass in his hand. Luo Yu was stunned for a moment, looked at her, and suddenly understood. He smiled and drank the wine in the glass first, and then said to Yang next to him, Second mother, you also drink a glass, and then pick up some dishes to eat. Yang was such a smart person that she understood it all at once. She looked at the sword-holding girl, muttered something in her mouth, and went over to pick up the glass of wine in front of Luo Qinzhou and drank it all. Then, she picked up the bowl and chopsticks, picked up a little bit of each dish on the table, and put it into her mouth. When she finished eating and raised her head to make a few sarcastic remarks, the sword-holding girl had walked out of the door without knowing when, and stood under the eaves again, cold as ice, motionless. TSK. Mean-spirited, she muttered and put down her bowl and chopsticks. Xiaolu. Pour the wine. She took a new wine glass from the maid, and placed it in front of Luo Qinzhou. Luo Xiaolu stepped forward and carefully filled the glass. Qinzhou. Please. Luo Yu picked up the wine glass with a smile on her face. Luo Qinzhou also picked up the wine glass. They drank it all in one gulp. Yang picked up the dishes for them, and said with a smile, Qinzhou, how are you doing in the Qin mansion? Are you living with that Miss Qin? The sword-holding girl under the eaves outside tilted her pretty face slightly. Very good. Luo Qinzhou looked down at the dishes in the bowl, and said lightly. Yang looked at Luo Yu next to him, and smiled again. That Miss Qin. At this point, she lowered her voice and said, No problem. Right? I heard that she can't talk or laugh, is it true? Luo Qinzhou was silent for a while. Yang said with a smile on her face, Qinzhou, we are all family. This Changhua mansion is your home. What can't be said? If you have any grievances in your heart, you can tell Yang. Luo Yu next to him had a smile on his face, and didn't say anything. Luo Qinzhou replied, She is very good, but she is a little introverted and doesn't like to talk. Luo Yu's eyes flashed, and he picked up the wine glass. Yang glanced at him and asked with a smile, Then Qinzhou, that Miss Qin, does she like you? The wine in Luo Yu's wine glass rippled slightly. Luo Qinzhou said, I don't know. Yang smiled and picked up some dishes for him and said, Come. Eat the dishes. Luo Qinzhou lowered his head to eat. Yang looked at the second son of Luo again, thought for a while, and whispered, Qinzhou, second mother has something to say to you from the bottom of her heart. If you don't like it there, and if those people treat you badly, you can come back at any time. Your second brother will go to Kyoto in the future. The industry of Changhua Mansion is so large. You are well educated and smart, so you can help manage it when the time comes. Luo Yu smiled and said, Second mother is right. Qinzhou, I am actually not interested in these things. I will still rely on you in the future. Luo Qinzhou did not speak. Come on. Qinzhou. Drink. Qinzhou. Eat. Eat. One of them toasted, and the other picked up the food. After chatting for a while, Yang suddenly changed the subject and whispered, Qinzhou, when your second brother is admitted to the Dragon and Tiger Academy next year, you will also be proud that the second son of the Qin family. Have you seen him recently? Have you seen him practicing martial arts? Luo Qinzhou put down his wine glass and said respectfully, I have been studying in the room recently, and have not seen him. Luo Yu lowered his head, and his expression could not be seen clearly. Yang smiled, chatted for a few more words, and said, Eat. Eat. After more than 10 minutes, the table fell into silence. Luo Qinzhou stood up at the right time, and bowed to say goodbye. Luo Yu stood up and said with a smile, Qinzhou, I know you have been studying hard recently to prepare for the autumn exam next year, so the second brother dare not keep you any longer. Come back more often in the future, and let us brothers get together more often. Yang also smiled and said, Yes. Yes, Qingzhou, you should come back more often in the future. Not to mention coming back every day. You should come back 2 or 3 times a month. Right? According to the rules. You should come back every month to pay your respects to your father and wife. You are a scholar. And you can't let people gossip. What is the greatest in the world? Of course. Parents are the greatest. And filial piety is the greatest. You must remember it. Luo Qingzhou bowed his head and said, Qingzhou remembers it. Xiaolu, go and see your third brother off. Luo, Yu said gently to the girl next to him. Luo Xiao glanced at his mother. Yang immediately glared and said, why are you still standing there? Listen to your second brother. Put down the wine pot. And go and see your third brother off. Luo Xiao quickly put down the wine pot and followed the young man. After the backs of several people disappeared at the gate outside, the smile on Luo Yu's face gradually disappeared. Yang looked at him with some trepidation and whispered, second young master. I don't know if that kid is deliberately hiding it. Or he really doesn't know anything. Luo Yu looked at her and smiled faintly. It's okay. Second mother. It doesn't matter whether he knows or not. I don't bother to defeat Qin Chuan in this way. Don't worry. I have confidence. Yang flattered with a smile on her face. Second young master will definitely defeat that kid. Absolutely. Luo Xiaolu sent him out the door. Looked around. And saw that there was no one else. Suddenly, he ran to Luo Qingzhou's side and hugged his arm. His eyes were red and his little face was full of grievances. Brother Qingzhou. Are you doing well there? Is anyone bullying you? Luo Qingzhou stopped, frowned, and said indifferently, very good. You don't have to send me off. Go back. He withdrew his arm indifferently. Luo Xiaolu looked at him with tears in his eyes. Brother Qingzhou. I know that Brother Qingzhou ignored me for the good of me and my mother. Go back to study. Luo Qingzhou didn't say anything more and left quickly. Xiaochan followed him, and looked back at the little girl in a red dress, who was standing there, crying like a pear blossom in the rain. And a ripple appeared in her cold eyes. Luo Qingzhou was silent all the way, and left Chunghua Mansion. Xiaochan held a sword in her left hand, and an umbrella in her right hand, and walked silently with him in the snow. Luo Qingzhou stopped on the street outside the mansion, looked back, and a complex emotion appeared in his eyes. He didn't stay any longer and left quickly. Dumplings! Dumplings! Freshly cooked dumpling! On the street, a vendor was shouting. Luo Qingzhou heard the voice, and looked over there. He seemed to remember something. He walked over, took out the silver, and bought 5 buns. Miss Xiaochan, wait for me here. He took the buns and left quickly. He passed through the alley next to him, and walked into a dark alley behind Chunghua Mansion. After entering the alley, he kept walking forward. He walked through a small door behind Chunghua Mansion and walked to the end of the alley. But he did not see the 2 weak and thin figures. When he came to this world, he was curious about everything in the entire Chunghua Mansion. He wandered around and saw this small door. After opening it, he saw 2 little beggars shivering in the wind and snow. And they were so hungry that they couldn't stand up. They were a pair of 8 or 9-year-old brother and sister, wearing tattered clothes, no shoes, no cotton jackets. Their 4 feet were frozen and swollen. Their hands were full of chilblains, and they were already dying of hunger. Yet he found it one day later. The brother and sister might have died of hunger and cold here. He brought them steamed buns, ointment, cotton-padded jackets, and quilts. In the days before he married into the Qin mansion, every time he ate, he would ask Xiaodai to bring a few more steamed buns and send them over. It was just a small favor. But in this era, there were too many poor people and people who starved to death. So after he left, he didn't think about it anymore. When he came back today and saw the small building, he suddenly thought of the brother and sister again. However, they are no longer here. I don't know if they died in the wind and snow, were dragged away and thrown into the mass grave outside the city, or went somewhere else. Luo Qingzhou stood in the alley for a while, and then walked out of the alley in the wind and snow, holding the gradually cooling buns. At the entrance of the alley, the cold girl stood there, as if looking at him, and as if looking at the quiet alley behind him. Let's go. Go home. Luo Qingzhou took the wallpaper umbrella in her hand, opened it, and covered her head. The two left the alley. After walking a few steps, the girl turned her head and took another look at the silent alley in the wind and snow. In a trance, she seemed to see the scene of that day again. Snowflakes were flying, and 2 little beggars were nestled in the corner of the alley, wrapped in big cotton jackets, eating steaming steamed buns. The boy sat on the steps next to him, drenched in the wind and snow, and looked at them quietly. His handsome and quiet cheeks were as bright as the winter sun in a cold alley. Tangulu? Tangulu. The sound of a vendor shouting Tangulu suddenly came from the street. The girl came back to her senses, took a look, and then looked at the boy next to her. Luo Qingzhou was thinking about something in his heart. After walking for a while, he suddenly found that the person under the umbrella had disappeared and looked back. The girl stood sideways under the eaves not far behind her, with her arms folded across her chest, holding a sword in her arms, and looking at the wall next to her with a cold face. And just one step behind her, there was a vendor selling candied haws, who was holding the candied haws in his hand and shouting loudly. Chapter 80. Candied haws are so delicious? Luo Qingzhou had no choice but to go back. When he walked to the vendor selling candied haws and took out the silver, the girl slightly turned her head and peeked at him, then continued to look at the wall in front of her, her pretty face cold. By 4 strings. Luo Qingzhou decided to tease her. He took 4 strings of candied haws and walked away without calling her. Just after walking a distance, a familiar chill suddenly hit him and instantly enveloped his whole body. His back felt cold and his neck felt itchy. He stopped and looked back. The cold girl was no longer under the eaves, and he didn't know where she went. He was stunned for a moment, turned around and found that the girl had stood silently on his right like a ghost without knowing when. And the place where he held the umbrella just now seemed to have never left. Luo Qingzhou. Miss Yachan. Candied haws. Humph. The girl turned her face away and looked elsewhere. Luo Qingzhou, Miss Yachan. Please. The girl took it, still turning her face away, looking away coldly. Luo Qingzhou ignored her, put the remaining 3 strings into the paper bag for buns, opened the umbrella, and covered her head. The snowflakes were like goose feathers, floating and scattering. The sky and the earth were all white. The pedestrians on the road were in a hurry. The vendors on both sides of the street were still shouting loudly in the wind and snow. Luo Qingzhou held the umbrella, slowed down his pace, thinking about things, and walked slowly. The girl beside him also walked very slowly. The two seemed to be strolling on the street full of wind and snow, and neither was in a hurry to go back. But the road has an end. Back to the mansion. When he sent the girl beside him to the door of Lingchan Moon Palace, Luo Qingzhou returned the umbrella and was about to leave. Squeak. The gate opened. Bailing just happened to appear, and immediately stretched out her hand, revealing 2 sweet dimples on her pretty face, and said happily, "My son-in-law is so nice. He bought me another candied haws." With that, without waiting for Luo Qingzhou's consent, she walked over directly, took a string of candied haws from the paper bag, squinted her eyes, and took a bite. Sweet. Luo Qingzhou was about to leave, and heard her surprised "Ah. Chan, didn't my son-in-law buy it for you? Poor. You can only watch me eat it. But if you beg me, I can bite one for you." Luo Qingzhou turned his head, and saw that the candied haws in the cold girl's hand had been eaten up at some point, leaving only a bamboo stick. She stood with a cold face, and her pink little mouth was still stained with shiny sugar juice. When she saw him looking over, she immediately turned her pretty face away and looked elsewhere. Luo Qingzhou hesitated for a moment, looked at Bailing, who was biting the candied haws with her little mouth to show off, and said, "Miss Ya-chan has eaten it." After that, he did not stay any longer and turned to leave. He did not go back immediately, but went to where Miss Qin lived. Miss Qin stayed in the house all day, and it was unknown how long she had not gone out. It was estimated that the maids and servants did not dare to buy her food casually. This candied haws is sour and sweet. She should like it, and this thing should not be harmful to her body. In this Qin mansion, Miss Qin has always been very good to him. When buying candied haws, he naturally thought of her. Arriving at the door, before knocking, Shura had already opened the door and walked out, holding a porcelain cup for soup. When she saw him, she was stunned for a moment and hurriedly said, "Son-in-law, I brought you chicken soup. It's in your kitchen. Remember to drink it. By the way, are you here to see my young lady?" Luo Qingzhou handed the candied haws in his hand to her and said, "I just bought it outside. I wonder if the second young lady will eat it." Shura looked at the candied haws, then looked at him, hesitated for a moment, stepped aside and said, "Son-in-law, go in by yourself. The young lady is reading in the study." Luo Qingzhou said, "I won't go in. I have to go back to study. Please help me take it in, Miss Jur." Jur looked at him suspiciously again, and then took the candied haws and said, "Oh, seeming a little reluctant. Luo Qingzhou heard what she was thinking. This guy is being attentive to my young lady for no reason. He doesn't really have any ideas about my young lady. Right? Damn it. I have to tell my wife. Forget it. Miss Zhu. The second young lady is not in good health, and can't eat such cold food. Luo Qingzhou suddenly took the candied haws back from her hand, and then said goodbye and left. Zhu stayed at the door, staring blankly at his back as he walked away quickly. After a long while, Fang pouted and muttered, "It's incomprehensible." After thinking for a while, she turned back and walked to the window under the eaves to report. "Miss, the son-in-law came just now." Qin Weima, who was reading at the table, immediately put down the book in his hand, but heard her angrily say, "But he left again. The son-in-law is really incomprehensible. He clearly bought candied haws, and said that they were for the young lady to eat. He had already delivered them to the servant, but he suddenly took them back. I don't know what he meant." Qin Weima was stunned, frowned his thin eyebrows, thought for a while, and asked softly, "Zhu, tell me every word you said when you met your brother-in-law just now, and what you thought in your heart at that time." "Miss, go ahead." Qin Weima's voice was soft. His eyes were gentle, but his tone was unquestionable. Zhu didn't dare to hesitate any longer, and quickly told the conversation just now, and what she was thinking just now. After listening to this, Qin Weima sighed softly. "Zhu, don't think about it in front of your brother-in-law next time. Your brother-in-law is honest and upright. Not what you think. He gave me candied haws only because I treated him well in the Qin mansion. And he was grateful in his heart. So when he went out to buy candied haws, he thought of me. He should have bought it specifically for Xiaodai." Zhu asked in confusion, "Miss, but I just thought about it in my heart, and didn't tell my son-in-law. My attitude is very good." Qin Weima smiled bitterly. "You don't know? Sometimes people think about it, and it will show on their faces and eyes. My brother-in-law is different from others. He has lived in that environment since he was a child. Later, he returned to Chunghua Mansion with his mother. I am afraid that he lives more cautiously. So he has learned to observe words and expressions since he was a child. And he has a strong self-esteem. He was kind enough to give me candied haws. But you showed reluctance and doubt about him. Naturally, he felt uncomfortable. So he took back the candied haws and left." Zhu looked at her with wide eyes. "Miss, how do you know your son-in-law so well?" "You are you." Qin Weima shook his head slightly. "You are thinking nonsense again. My relationship with my brother-in-law is just that of a brother-in-law and a sister. I just admire my brother-in-law's talent. Like to be with him. Like to listen to him talk and tell stories. And feel very comfortable and calm. It's not what you think." Zhu said "Oh," and lowered her head and said, "Miss, I'm sorry then. Can I go to apologize to the son-in-law?" Qin Weima was silent for a while, stood up and said, "No. It's not good for you to apologize. Besides, my brother-in-law is broad-minded and won't bother you about this matter. Where is Zhu? Call her over. I want to go to my brother-in-law." Zhu was stunned for a moment, as if she wanted to dissuade him. But seeing the expression on her face and thinking of her stubbornness, she had to run to the other side of the house to call Zhu and the nanny. Luo Qingzhou took the buns and the remaining 2 strings of candied haws and just returned to the small courtyard, and suddenly found a cold figure standing under the pear tree. She was wearing a light green long skirt, with a slim waist and hips, black hair down to her waist, pretty and cold, with arms folded across her chest, holding a sword in her arms, like a sculpture, motionless under the falling snow. Her head, shoulders, arms in front of her chest, and sword were all covered with snowflakes. Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a moment, then reacted, and had to take another string of candied haws and walked over. "Miss Xia Chan." "Humph." The girl turned her face to the side, her chin slightly raised. Luo Qingzhou's mouth twitched, and when he was about to take it back and ignore her, the girl suddenly snatched it away and left quickly. When Luo Qingzhou turned around and looked, she had already walked out of the door and disappeared in the vast snow outside. Inexplicable. Candied haws taste so good? Luo Qingzhou was puzzled. Went into the house, took out the last string from the paper bag, put it to his mouth and bit one. Sour and sweet. Just SOSO. SOSO. But for people who have not enjoyed the various flavors of his era, it is indeed okay. He put the rest into the paper bag again, ready to give it to Xiaodai in the evening. On the road outside, Xia Chan was walking in the wind and snow, biting the second string of candied haws with a crisp sound, when suddenly there was a noisy sound of footsteps in front. Then, a group of maids and nannies surrounded a weak figure and walked out slowly from the snow curtain in front. Xia Chan was stunned for a moment and gave way to the side of the road. When he got closer, Qin Weima's eyes suddenly looked at the candied haws in her hand. In the wind and snow, the two girls looked at each other. Chapter 81 Stone Statue at the Bottom of the Lake. Did my brother-in-law buy a lot? Qin Weima thought to himself. Surrounded by the maids and nannies, they came to Luo Qingzhou's residence. But the gate of the courtyard was closed and locked. No one was there. Qin Weima stood outside the door in a daze. Zhuer hurried forward to look at the iron lock, turned around and said, "Miss, the son-in-law should have just gone out not long ago. I will take someone to find him." Qin Weima hesitated for a moment and shook her head. "Forget it, Zhuer. My brother-in-law may have other things to do. Let's go back." "But miss, you finally came out." "It's okay. Go back." Qin Weima took another look at the closed door, and with the support of Zhuer and the other maids and nannies, he turned around and left. Zhu Er was very angry. She kicked the closed door and said angrily, "Damn it. Miss is not here every time she comes. She does it on purpose." When Qin Weima and his group passed by Lingshan Moon Palace, they suddenly saw Bai Ling standing at the door, eating a string of candied haws in her hand. There was only one candied haws left, and she dared to lick it with her tongue, as if she couldn't bear to eat it. "Second miss, why did you come out?" Bai Ling saw them and greeted them quickly. Qin Weima glanced at the candied haws in her hand and asked softly, "Bai Ling, did your brother-in-law give you these candied haws?" When Bai Ling heard her mention the candied haws, she suddenly said aggrievedly, "It was given by my brother-in-law. But he was so partial. He gave 2 strings to Chan Chan and only 1 to others. Chan Chan obviously never paid attention to my brother-in-law. I was the best to him. He made her so sad." Qin Weima smiled slightly. "I saw Chan Chan just now. I guess she asked for it herself. My brother-in-law didn't know how to refuse, so he gave it to her naturally." Bai Ling blinked her eyes, politely stretched out the last candied haws in her hand, and asked, "Second miss, do you want to eat it?" While speaking, she shrank back, obviously not wanting to give it. Then she added, I licked it." Zhuer glared at her. Qin Weimel smiled and said, "No, you eat it. I should go back." Bai Ling immediately retracted her hand, waved happily, and said, "Second miss, goodbye. It's windy outside. You should go back soon." As she said that, she stretched out her pink little tongue and licked the candied haws. Qin Weimel was surrounded by the crowd and left. After the group walked away, Bai Ling retracted her gaze, took a bite of the candied haws in her hand, turned her head and looked in the direction of Luo Qingzhou's residence, and murmured, "Second miss and the son-in-law are not right." Then she turned back to the house and shouted, "Chan Chan! Stinky Chan Chan! Give me another one. I'll tell you a secret." Bang! 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 In the bamboo forest in the northwest corner of Tingyu Garden on a moonlit night, Luo Qingzhou was naked, wearing only shorts, and was practicing. It was snowing heavily outside, and the wind was cold. His whole body was hot. His skin gradually became hot, and sweat flowed down his shiny skin like rain. The falling snow melted before it even got close. The big tree that fell on the ground was tortured by him from the afternoon until the evening. The originally intact tree trunk had become as soft as cotton wool, which was a horrible sight. Bang! The remaining tree stump was also split into 2 by his last punch. He performed 2 more thunder fists before returning home, while heating the bowl of chicken soup in the kitchen. Xiao Dai came back with food. After the master and servant finished their dinner and chicken soup, they saw that it was already dark. So they took their clothes and went to the lake to take a bath. In this cold weather, soaking in the hot springs in the lake is the most comfortable. Snowflakes fell. The lake was hazy with hot steam. The 2 of them went into the water naked. Luo Qingzhou sat on a rock in the shallow water. Xiao Dai stood behind him and gently rubbed her back. The 2 chatted casually. Xiao Dai suddenly asked him about his visit to Chunghua Mansion today. "Sir, when you go back today, will anyone bully you?" Luo Qingzhou rubbed his arms and couldn't help laughing. "With Miss Chan Chan here, who dares?" Xiao Dai frowned and said, "Sir, don't go back next time. There are bad people there." Luo Qingzhou was silent for a while, and the petite figure in a red dress and red eyes appeared in his mind, and his expression was slightly dazed. "There are good people too." Xiao Dai was stunned for a moment, and whispered, "Is it the second wife and Miss Xiaolu? Did you see them today?" Luo Qingzhou calmed down. I have met them. They are all very nice. Xiao Dai sighed. At the beginning, the master deliberately ignored Miss Xiaolu and hurt her with his words. I saw her crying several times. During that time, Miss Xiaolu would wait outside the door pitifully every day, hoping that the master would change his mind. How could she know that the master was actually? Luo Qingzhou lowered his head and rubbed his body, and his expression could not be seen clearly on his face. She is actually very smart, just like her mother. Well, Miss Xiaolu is very smart and very nice. When I was bullied, Miss Xiaolu always helped me. Xiudia's eyes were red when she thought of the past. Luo Qingzhou reached out and rubbed her head, comforting her softly. Okay. It's all over. Don't think about it anymore. Xiao Dai bit her lip and asked, Young master, will you go back in the future? Luo Qingzhou was silent for a moment and said, Yes. Is it because of Miss Xiaolu? Luo Qingzhou shook his head. Not entirely. Then why? Because? Luo Qingzhou smiled bitterly, with a hint of self-mockery on his face. Because there are my father, my brother, and my elders. That's my former home. They asked me to go back. Can I not go back? Xiao Dai frowned and said, But young master, they don't treat you as a family member at all. You can refuse. Anyway, they don't want you anymore. Luo Qingzhou shook his head and said, It's not as simple as you think. Unless I don't pass the imperial examination and don't live here anymore. Xiao Dai didn't understand. Luo Qingzhou patiently explained, Filial piety is the most important virtue for everyone in the Great Yan Empire. Filial piety is the foundation of life. Whether for us scholars or warriors, filial piety is very important. If the reputation of being unfilial spreads, let alone taking the exam, even if you want to sign up, it will be impossible. There are also rules. There is an order of seniority, and there are different rules for legitimate and illegitimate children. Luo Yu is the legitimate son and the elder brother. He took the initiative to invite me back. He took the righteousness and brotherhood. How could I not go back? What's more, there are my elders in Chunghua Mansion. Although I am married into the family, there are not thousands of mountains and rivers between us. Even if there are thousands of mountains and rivers, if the elders in the family ask, I can't refuse unless. Xiao Dai said with a bitter face, Sir, I thought we would never go back after leaving there. But it turns out, there will be such a day. The cold light in Luo Qingzhou's eyes flashed away, turned around, gently stroked her face, and comforted her. Don't be afraid. You don't have to pay attention to them. Just serve your master well. The little girl faced him naked, and saw him glance at her chest. Her face suddenly blushed, lowered her head, and said shyly, Sir, I want to. Don't think about it. I said it will grow another year. No. I want to. Okay. You want to pee again? Go further away. Will not pee. I want to eat fish. Luo Qingzhou, fish is so cute. But it smells so good. Luo Qingzhou pointed to his face, kissed 3 times. The little girl immediately hugged his neck happily, pouted her lips, and kissed his cheek 3 times. When she wanted to kiss again, Luo Qingzhou quickly broke her arms, suddenly jumped forward, and with a plop, he went to the bottom of the water to find fish. The bottom of the lake was dark, but the vision quickly adapted. Luo Qingzhou held his breath and swam towards the depths in the middle. When he was about to approach the attic in the center of the lake, he suddenly found a ray of light under the lotus bushes in front of him. What is it? When he found the sun and moon treasure mirror at the bottom of the lake, and the lake water was warm all year round, he felt that this lake was very unusual. Seeing the light at this time, he did not hesitate and swam over immediately. He thought it was some treasure, but when he swam closer, he found that it was actually a stone statue buried in the mud. The glowing ones were a pair of eyeballs of the stone statue. It was unknown what material the eyeballs were made of. Even in the dark lake without moonlight, they emitted a faint fluorescence, which looked quite strange. Luo Qingzhou stretched out his hand and slowly pushed away the mud on the stone statue, and found that the head of the stone statue vaguely looked like an animal, but he couldn't tell what animal it was. But it was definitely not a human. The chest and lower body of the stone statue were still buried in the deep mud at the bottom of the lake. Luo Qingzhou pushed away the mud on its chest again, and suddenly felt a dark current coming from its chest. He fiddled with it again, and his hand suddenly became empty, and he suddenly penetrated into the chest of the stone statue. Empty? He was stunned for a moment, and quickly pushed away the other mud next to him. Only then did he find in astonishment that there was a big black hole on the chest of the stone statue. He looked down into the cave, which was pitch black and bottomless, like a secret passage. At this moment, a fish with a glowing fluorescent body suddenly emerged from it. Chapter 82 Story. The fish was stupid. It seemed that it had never seen humans before. When it saw him, it not only did not run away, but also opened and closed its mouth to kiss him. Luo Qingzhou put a finger into its open mouth and threw it aside. Since the fish was fine inside, there shouldn't be any monsters or too big dangers hidden inside. Right? Luo Qingzhou hesitated for a moment and got in. At first, it could only crawl and swim. After more than 10 meters, the passage suddenly became wider, and the lake water inside began to gradually decrease. Luo Qingzhou stood up, stepped directly into the water up to his legs, and walked carefully inside. The passage became wider and wider. Even if he stood, his head was still some distance from the top. The lake water on the ground had begun to disappear, and the stones above his head were glowing faintly. After walking a few dozen meters, another road suddenly appeared next to him. The ground was a little wet, full of messy stones and soil. On the right side of the road, there was a broken stone door. Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a moment and walked over. When he walked to the stone door, he found that there was a spacious stone room of about 100 square meters inside. There were stone benches, stone tables, stone beds, and many animal statues in the stone room. However, many of the statues were broken, and the stones were scattered all over the floor, making a mess everywhere. In the corner, there were actually 2 wooden man piles. The wooden man pile was intact. Luo Qingzhou walked closer and suddenly punched one of the wooden man piles. Bang! The fist that could even crack the tree trunk outside only made a low muffled sound when it hit the wooden man pile. And it was completely intact. I don't know what kind of wood this wooden man pile is made of, but it is so tough. And the fist hitting it is different from hitting a hard stone. It seems to have a little elasticity, as if it can absorb his strength. Luo Qingzhou observed carefully for a while, but couldn't see any clues. He looked around the entire stone room again, but didn't find anything else. After leaving the stone chamber and walking on the main road, a 3-way fork suddenly appeared in front of him. But the front of each road seemed to be blocked by collapsed stones. Luo Qingzhou walked into one of the passages. When he was observing the stones blocking the road, he suddenly found something hard under his feet. He looked down and found that it was a piece of white bones. The white bones were a little bent, not like human bones. When he looked down, he found that there were several skeletons in the corner, all of which were animal skeletons. Strange. How could animals run underground? And it seemed that these skeletons did not look like ordinary animals. With thick bones, fangs like knives, and very sharp and slender claws. Could it be a monster? It seemed that these bones had been here for many years, and some had already turned into powder. Luo Qingzhou observed carefully for a while, but could not see the reason. The road ahead was blocked again, and he could not move forward. He retreated again and looked in the 2 passages, and found many bones of unknown animals on the ground. At the same time, the road ahead was completely blocked. What was this place like before? Why were there so many secret passages and so many bones? And it's actually at the bottom of the lake? These secret passages are hidden deep in the bottom of the lake. Where do they lead to in front? Luo Qingzhou pondered in his heart, and suddenly his heart moved. Lake bottom? Lake? He suddenly remembered the lake in Chenghua Mansion. The lake in Chenghua Mansion and the lake in Qin Mansion are both warm all year round, misty, and have lotus bushes. The area seems to be similar, but there is no attic there, and no one cares about it. Is there any connection between the 2 lakes? Could it be that this underground secret passage actually runs through the streets of the entire Mo city, connecting the 2 lakes and the 2 mansions, and even connecting to other places? If this is true, do the owners of the 2 families know? Luo Qingzhou's heart was full of questions. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that these 2 lakes and the secret passages at the bottom of the lake were extraordinary. But he didn't dare to stay any longer. Xiao Dai was still waiting up there. He looked around again, and seeing that there was nothing useful, he immediately walked out of the passage, entered the lake, and swam up quickly. Wow! When he saw 2 white and slender legs of a girl underwater, he suddenly floated up. Xiao Dai was worried and dazed, seeing him suddenly appear in front of her. She was startled and screamed with her hands covering her mouth. "Wu sir, you scared me to death." Xiao Dai sobbed, opened her arms, and threw herself into his arms, crying, "Sir, you have been down for so long. I thought you would not come up." Luo Qingzhou was hugged by this tender and smooth body, and his heart was suddenly shaken. He quickly opened her arms and said, "It's okay. I held my breath for a long time. But I didn't find you. Sir. What's wrong? I want to. Want to pee? Or do you want to eat you? Neither. I want to." The little girl's cheeks were red and hot, and her tender and smooth body seemed to have no strength. She pressed softly against his chest, and her body trembled slightly. "What the hell are you dreaming about?" Luo Qingzhou picked her up, walked quickly to the shore, put her on the shore, and said unhappily, "I said I'll grow another year. Why are you in such a hurry?" The little girl was naked, with her slender and straight legs together, and she stood there gracefully, blushing and said, "Sir, then can it be next year?" Luo Qingzhou went ashore, threw the dress on her, put on the clothes himself, and said casually, "Well, next year." "Sir, you must keep your word. Next year." Xiao Dai immediately put on her clothes happily. Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a moment, looking at her, always feeling that something was wrong. Xiao Dai put on her clothes, and Fang suddenly opened her arms and hugged his arms tightly, looking up with a shy little face and giggling, "Sir, there is still a month before the new year. A gentleman's word is as good as a horse. And you can't lie to me, Luo Qingzhou." On the way back, Luo Qingzhou couldn't help but ask Xiao Dai, "What do you learn from Xiao Dao and Qiu every day?" "Needlework, flute, guzheng, and dancing. That's all? And what else?" "Nothing else." "Hee." "Sir, what does hee mean?" "Hee means that the young master knows that you are a little liar." "Wu young master." "I don't." The master and servant talked all the way back to the courtyard. "Young master, let me hug you and kiss you, and I will tell you." "Okay." "No need. I can think of it." "Ah?" "No more. I'll go to pay my respects to them." Luo Qingzhou changed his clothes and went out. Xiao Dai blushed and muttered to herself in the room, "Young master, do you know everything? You know that I am learning those woo-woo. So embarrassing. So shameful." When Luo Qingzhou passed by Lingchan Moon Palace, he only took a look and did not stop. He decided to pay his respects to the mother-in-law first, and then come back to pay his respects to Miss Qin. And by the way, talk to Beiling. When he arrived at the mother-in-law's residence, he found that the atmosphere was not right. Mayor led him into the hall. Song Ryue sat upright on the chair, with a stern face, looking at him coldly. "Luo Qingzhou, you are so bold." Without waiting for him to bow and greet, Song Ryue began to scold him harshly. "What story did you tell Weimo today? Who told you to tell her such a vulgar and shameless story?" "That's your sister-in-law." "Your sister? As a brother-in-law? As a scholar? How can you tell such a dirty and shameless story that violates morality and etiquette? What do you have in mind?" Luo Qingzhou bowed his head and was about to explain, but he heard her say, Tell me the romance of the West Chamber that you told Weimo today again without missing a word. I want to see what is so magical about this vulgar story that can make my Weimo listen to it with relish and lose his appetite." "Luo Qingzhou, are you dumb? Did you hear me tell you? Tell it now. Right now." Song Ryue slammed the table and glared. Luo Qingzhou had to bow his head and said, "Yes, mother-in-law." He had to retell the romance of the West Chamber that he had told Miss Qin in the morning. This time he was more careful, and he didn't dare to fool this mother-in-law like he fooled Miss Chan Chan. He bowed his head and told it carefully. In the end, the two of them gave birth to several big fat boys and several lovely daughters, and lived a happy and sweet life. When he finished, the hall was silent for a while. When he looked up, Song Ryue slapped the table and shouted angrily, "It's really a dirty story. Men and women met secretly, got married secretly, disrespected their elders, and dared to corrupt my Weimo. Luo Qingzhou, you are so bold." Then he said angrily, "Mayor, take him to my back garden and punish him to pine the soil for an hour." "Yes, madam." Mei immediately responded respectfully, and walked to Luo Qingzhou's side. Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a moment. When he was about to speak, Mei grabbed his arm and took him away, whispering, "Son-in-law, don't be stubborn." Luo Qingzhou had to shut up and followed her to the backyard. Soon after the two left, Song Ryue immediately got up, walked to the door of the side room, lifted the bead curtain, walked in, and asked anxiously, "Did you write it down?" An old gentleman with gray hair was sitting in front of the desk, holding a wolf hairbrush, writing quickly and sloppily on the rice paper. Ignoring her, After a long while, Fong put down the pen and couldn't help but sigh. What a good writing. What a good story. Song Ryu said angrily. I asked you if you wrote it down? The gentleman then reacted. Stood up and bowed, Madam. I wrote it down. And it doesn't matter if a few sentences are missing. I have read all kinds of books. But I have never heard of such a story. I am afraid that it is really written by the son-in-law himself. The son-in-law's talent is really unfathomable. Congratulations, Madam. Congratulations, Madam. The Qin family has picked up a big bargain. Song Ryu rolled her eyes and said, Don't flatter. I just ask you. Can this story compare with Fragrant Boudoir? Can I take it out to earn face? The gentleman hurriedly said, Yes. Definitely. This story is much better than Fragrant Boudoir. But what? Say it. Song Ryu frowned. The old gentleman bowed his head and said, But the son-in-law obviously didn't tell the whole story. The ambiguous parts between Zhang Sheng and Cui Yingying should be more exciting than the story of the Fragrant Boudoir. It's just that the son-in-law was bothered by the identity of the second lady and the lady. So he just passed it over. What a pity. What a pity. Song Ryu's eyes flashed. And a trace of thought appeared between her eyebrows. At this time, in the back garden, Luo Qinzhou was digging the ground in the flower bed with a hoe. And suddenly a surprised and childish voice came from the side. Brother. Then, another surprised voice sounded. Brother. It's that brother. It's really him. Luo Qinzhou was stunned and turned his head to look. Two figures, one tall and one short, ran over with excitement on their faces. They held flower pots in their hands. A little boy and a little girl, who looked to be only 7 or 8 years old. When they ran closer, they immediately put down the flower pots in their hands and looked at him with excitement and surprise. Luo Qinzhou was confused. You are. Chapter 83 Within 10 steps. Lanterns were hung in the garden. The little boy and girl looked particularly clear in the reflection of the snow. But Luo Qinzhou didn't recognize them. Until the little boy excitedly said, Brother. Steamed buns. Steamed buns, I'm Dong Dong. The little girl also excitedly said, Brother. I'm Cici. You bring us steamed buns every day. Have you forgotten? Luo Qinzhou was startled. And then realized. It was the little brother and sister in the alley. Why are you here? Luo Qinzhou was stunned. The brother and sister in the alley were dressed in rags, with dirt and scars on their faces, and they couldn't see their appearance at all. Now they are wearing clean clothes, with smooth and tender faces, rosy and rosy, like two completely different people. How could he recognize them? And how did the two brothers and sisters suddenly appear here? The little boy named Dong Dong said with red eyes, Brother, a sister brought us here. That day, Cici and I saw you sitting in a sedan chair and left. We wanted to wait for you to come back. But after waiting for many days, you didn't come back. Cici and I were so hungry that we were ready to leave. That day, a sister suddenly walked into the alley and said that she could find a place for Cici and me to work and support ourselves. So Cici and I came here. I didn't expect that my brother was here too. Luo Qinzhou suddenly clenched the hoe in his hand and asked, What's the name of that sister? The little boy shook his head. Sister didn't tell me. The little girl hurriedly said, Brother. That sister is very beautiful, likes to laugh, and is very cute when she laughs. She has 2 cute dimples on her face. And the skirt she wears is also very beautiful. Bai Ling? Luo Qinzhou's heart trembled, and a strange expression appeared on his face. Is it a coincidence? Or, brother, why are you here? The little boy asked happily. Luo Qinzhou came back to his senses, was silent for a while, and said, I'm married, and this is my home from now on. Dong Dong. Cici, I'm sorry. Brother left you. The little boy hurriedly said, Brother, don't say that. If it weren't for you sending steamed buns, ointments, and quilts to me and Cici, and I would have starved to death and frozen to death now. The little girl also nodded, with tears in her eyes, and said, Brother, we will go to that alley to wait for you as soon as we have time. I didn't expect to see you here. It's great. The little boy said happily, Brother, Cici and I will work hard in the future, and the lady will not drive us away, so we can meet brother often. The little girl also burst into laughter and said, Brother, the lady also let us go to school to study. We can eat meat every day, and there is a big house and warm quilts to sleep. For this pair of little brothers and sisters, who once became beggars and almost starved to death and froze to death in the cold alley. This is heaven. The elder sister who brought them here, and the lady who let them plant flowers and go to school were their angels. Luo Qingzhou was confused and was about to continue asking questions when Mayor suddenly came out of the house and said with a stern face, "Son-in-law, the lady asked you to come in." Luo Qingzhou paused, put down the hoe, looked at the two siblings, walked to Mayor and asked, "Miss Mayor, don't ask more questions than you should." Mayor stopped him. Luo Qingzhou was silent for a while, and without asking any more questions, he turned around and said goodbye to the two siblings. Dong Dong and Cici waved happily and said, "Brother, we will find you. Work hard. Otherwise, there will be no food." Mayor scolded with a stern face. Dong Dong and Cici stuck out their tongues and hurried over to pick up the flower pot. Luo Qingzhou followed Mayor into the house. In the hall, Song Ryue was still sitting there, holding a cup of tea in her hand, sipping it elegantly. Seeing him come in, she glanced at him, put on airs for a while, and then said with a cold face, "Have you finished telling the romance of the West Chamber just now without missing a word?" Luo Qingzhou bowed his head and said, "Mother-in-law, it's all finished." Song Ryue sneered when she heard it. "It seems that you don't want to go home tonight, right?" Luo Qingzhou looked up at her. "Why do you say that, mother-in-law?" Song Ryue raised her eyebrows and snorted coldly. "You are a scholar, but you are full of lies. There are obviously many places in the romance of the West Chamber that have not been told. Do you think I haven't heard it? Let me tell you. I was testing you before. In fact, I have read this story a long time ago." Luo Qingzhou looked into her eyes and heard what she said in her heart. "Humph. Let's trick this kid first to see if it was written by himself. Mother-in-law, I can guarantee that this story has been told word for word without any omissions," he said respectfully. Song Ryue's eyes flashed, staring at him, and said, "Did you write it yourself? Or where did you read it?" Luo Qingzhou bowed and said, "Junior wrote it myself." Song Ryue snorted coldly and scolded, "Cursive and unorthodox. Not doing your job properly." But she was secretly happy in her heart. Sure enough, this kid wrote it himself. Very good. Now I can take it out and slap those hoofs in the face. Humph. That Zhang Feng boasted that her son-in-law can tell stories and make people laugh. I will let her see tomorrow whose son-in-law can really tell stories. She must be so angry that her menstrual water is out of balance. Humph. Go back. Next time you dare to tell Wei Mo such a dirty story, remember to tell it to me before you tell it to her next time. I want to hear it first. Can you tell it to her? Here? Song Ryue said coldly. Yes, mother-in-law. Luo Qingzhou didn't dare to say anything more and retreated. He decided not to tell Miss Qin Er next time. This story has to be repeated to several people in one day. He is not a repeater. His time is very precious, so he is not willing to waste it on these boring things. Facing the wind and snow, he quickly left the backyard with something on his mind. He wanted to go to Lingshan Moon Palace as soon as possible to ask Bailing what was going on. When he arrived at Lingshan Moon Palace, the gate was open. There was no one in the front yard. Luo Qingzhou knocked on the door, and when no one answered, he walked in. He walked through the corridor and the road next to the house, and came to the back garden. Bailing was wearing a pink skirt, leaning against the round door, holding a flower in her hand, with her slender jade fingers wrapped around a strand of hair, and looking down in a daze. After hearing the footsteps, she raised her head, and immediately two sweet dimples appeared on her face. She smiled and said, "Son-in-law, you are late tonight." Luo Qingzhou looked at her with complicated eyes and explained, "I went to pay my respects to the madam first, and was delayed there for some time." Bai Ling said, "Madam, did you embarrass the son-in-law again?" Luo Qingzhou shook his head. "No, the madam is fine." Bai Ling smiled, turned around and took him into the back garden. In the pavilion by the pond, a girl in white clothes was still sitting there in a daze. Xia Chan was standing under a big tree outside the pavilion holding a sword, also looking at the falling snow in a daze. When she saw him coming, she turned her face away and looked elsewhere. Bailing couldn't help but said quietly, "Son-in-law, you are so partial. You actually gave Chan Chan 2 strings of candied haws today. Chan Chan has been showing off and enticing me since she came back. I am so angry." Luo Qingzhou glanced at the sword-holding girl and said, "Don't lie to me. Miss Xiachan is not that kind of person." Bailing stamped her feet and pouted her lips and said, "Son-in-law, what I said is true. Didn't you see that Chan Chan looked like a villain at that time?" Luo Qingzhou ignored her. Xiachan turned her face away, and the corners of her mouth moved slightly. Bailing was furious. Luo Qingzhou walked to the pavilion and bowed to the girl in white inside. Mississippi. Qin Jinjia came back to her senses, glanced at him lightly, and nodded slightly. Still didn't speak. Luo Qingzhou glanced into her eyes and said goodbye. When he walked to Bailing, he whispered to the angry girl, "Come out with me. I have something to tell you." Bailing was stunned. And then she remembered the scene of him kissing her last night. The anger on her face suddenly turned into fear. She crossed her arms and said, "Auntie, uncle, I don't want to go out, don't be so naughty." Xia Chan turned her face away. Luo Qingzhou whispered, "Miss Bailing, I just want to ask you a few questions. I was wrong last night. I swear, I will never offend you again tonight." "Really? Uncle will really not kiss me, touch me, and rub me like last night?" Bailing hugged her chest and said timidly, "Luo Qingzhou." A familiar chill suddenly hit him. Luo Qingzhou turned his head and took a look. The cold girl standing under the tree was looking at him coldly. "Come out!" Luo Qingzhou said no more, and walked out directly, standing outside the round door, looking at Bailing. He suddenly looked like a domineering husband staring at a timid woman. He lost his patience. "Oh, just go out. Don't be so fierce." "Sir, I'm scared." Bai Ling pouted her lips, blinked her eyes, and walked out timidly. When she reached the door, she suddenly turned back and raised her eyebrows at the girl under the tree, looking like a villain who had succeeded. Luo Qingzhou walked to the wall in front and waited for her. It was here that he pressed her against the wall and kissed her hard last night. Thinking about it, it was a bit like a domineering president. Bai Ling walked over, glanced at the wall next to him, pouted her lips, and said aggrievedly, "Sir, don't bully me anymore. Otherwise I will cry." Luo Qingzhou looked at her, stabilized his emotions, and was about to ask her about the brother and sister when he suddenly found that the cold girl, who didn't know when, was standing outside the round door, holding a sword, and looking at the falling snow in front of her with a cold face. "Let's go to the front yard." Luo Qingzhou reached out and grabbed Bailing's slender and tender wrist, and walked towards the front yard. Since he forcefully kissed her last night, he no longer had too many concerns about this girl. They were already sleeping together, so what was there to worry about? "Aunt, uncle, you, follow me. I'll ask you a few questions." "Oh!" Bailing was led by him, following him like a docile little lamb, and walked to the front yard obediently, and suddenly turned back and stuck out her tongue playfully. The two came to the front yard. Luo Qingzhou let go of his hand and was about to speak, but suddenly found that the cold girl, who had not known when, suddenly stood under the eaves of the front yard again, holding the sword in her arms, her pretty face as cold as ice, looking elsewhere. "Luo Qingzhou, Miss Xia Chan, I'll just say a few words to Miss Bailing. I won't bully her. I swear. You don't have to follow." After Luo Qingzhou finished speaking, he pulled Bailing out of the courtyard and walked to a big tree outside. Before he spoke, he subconsciously looked at the door again. The cold girl was like a ghost again, silent and standing outside the door with a sword in her arms. She still turned her face to the side, looking away, cold as ice. From beginning to end, she only kept a distance of 10 steps from them. Bailing suddenly reminded in a low voice, "Son-in-law, within 10 steps, the sword in Chan Chan's hand will arrive in an instant, and it will hit the target every time. You have to be careful." Luo Qingzhou froze, let go of her little hand, and took a step back from her. Chapter 84, Night Wandering of the Soul. Forget it. Just ignore her. Eavesdrop if you want. Luo Qingzhou did not hesitate any longer and asked directly, "Miss Bailing, I saw a pair of siblings in the madam's back garden tonight. Their names are Dong Dong and Cici. Did you bring them into the mansion?" Bai Ling was stunned for a moment. "Dong Dong and Cici?" She blinked her eyes, thought about it with a confused look, and then suddenly remembered, "Oh, is it the pair of little beggars?" "Yes, I brought them into the mansion." "What's wrong?" Luo Qingzhou stared into her eyes and said, "Where did Miss Bailing meet them? Why did you suddenly bring them into the mansion?" Bai Ling thought for a while and said, "In an alley. I was shopping alone outside, strolling around, and then I found them in an alley. I saw that they were quite pitiful and almost frozen to death. Thinking that the madam was still short of a few flower growers, I was kind enough to bring them back." "Son-in-law, why are you asking this? Do you know them?" Luo Qingzhou did not see anything in her eyes. After a moment of silence, he said, "Does Miss Bailing know where that alley is?" Bai Ling tilted her head and thought for a while, then shook her head, son-in-law. I seldom go out. And I don't know many roads outside. Luo Qingzhou was silent for a moment again, staring at her, and slowly said, when Chunghwa Mansion regretted the engagement and suddenly let a lowly bastard marry into the family. The news reached you. Didn't Miss Bailing go to Chunghwa Mansion in advance to see the bastard? Bai Ling's beautiful eyes widened, looking at him and said, son-in-law, are you talking about yourself? Why do I get more and more confused the more I listen? What do you want to say? Luo Qingzhou paused, retracted his gaze from her, looked at Luo Shui next to him, with a hint of self-mockery in his eyes, and murmured, I don't know either. Son-in-law. Forget it. It's okay. It's cold outside. Miss Bailing and Miss Xia Chan. Go in quickly. I'm going back. Luo Qingzhou bowed his hands and said goodbye. Since she didn't want to say it, forget it. Anyway, there was no way to find out. So there was no need to waste time. Whether it was a coincidence or intentional, it was no longer that important to him. Let's hurry up and practice. After he walked away in the wind and snow, Bailing Fong retracted his gaze, looked at the cold girl at the door, and suddenly smiled. Chan, how should you thank me? Take off your clothes tonight and serve me. Let me kiss your little mouth all night. Okay? Xia Chan didn't say anything, turned and went into the house. Isn't kissing your little mouth enough? You can kiss other places too. Still not working? Then I'll take off my clothes tonight and serve you. Let you kiss my little mouth all night. Okay. There's still the smell of my son-in-law in it. I can't bear to wash it. Bai Ling chased in with a smile. Luo Qingzhou returned to the small courtyard, entered the kitchen, cooked the remaining beef, and ate a large piece. Xiao Dai was still embroidering in the room when Luo Qingzhou pushed the door in. The little girl was holding a belly band embroidered with half a peony, gesturing on her bulging chest. Ah, master. The little girl saw him suddenly come in, and hurriedly and shyly hid her belly band behind her back. Her face slightly reddened. Luo Qingzhou walked to the bed, picked up the other semi-finished products, looked at them for a few times, and praised, not bad. Keep working hard. After saying that, he left. He returned to the room and closed the door. Then he lit the agarwood and went to bed. He sat cross-legged. He closed his eyes and calmed his mind. He began to leave his body. After the first time last night, it was much easier tonight. His soul stumbled out of his head, and then rose into the air like green smoke. Luo Qingzhou looked down at his body and began to float around the room. After floating for a while, he suddenly found that there was a fluorescent light in the drawer in the corner, which looked particularly clear in the dark room. He was stunned for a moment, and when he floated closer, he found that the fluorescent light turned out to be a mask. The ghost face mask he picked up at the bottom of the lake. He hesitated for a moment, tried to reach out his hand, and suddenly penetrated the drawer, reached inside, and grabbed the glowing mask. He thought that the palm of nothingness would penetrate through. But who knew that a weird situation suddenly happened? He actually grabbed the mask in his hand. The tentacles were delicate and soft, and a little cold, which was almost the same as the feeling when the flesh palm grasped it. Strange. This mask can not only be held by the flesh, but also by the spirit in virtual state? It seems to be as simple as the sun and moon treasure mirror. Luo Qingzhou took it in his hand and floated to a high place. He observed carefully, and did not see any other abnormalities. He hesitated for a moment, held it with both hands, and put it on his face carefully. The soft mask was attached to his cheek. At first, it was a little big and loose. After he pressed it with his fingertips a few times, the mask automatically tightened and suddenly became a perfect fit with his cheek, as if it was made to measure. Wow! At this moment, his whole body suddenly lit up with a layer of weak fluorescence, which wrapped up his whole body. From the outside, only a vague figure could be seen. Whether it was facial features or outlines, or even fat and thin, it was unclear. Luo Qingzhou's spirit just felt a little cold. And now he put on the mask and felt warm after being wrapped in the fluorescence. He was stunned for a moment, and then quickly floated around the room for a while. His whole body was warm as spring, and he didn't feel the cold at all. Could this mask protect the soul? Luo Qingzhou thought so, and his eyes suddenly looked out the window. It was snowing heavily outside, and there was a cold wind. The soul that had just left the body was too weak and didn't dare to go out at all. Once it was blown away by the wind, it would be difficult to gather together. In serious cases, the soul would even be scattered. But now, he decided to go out and give it a try. He wore a mask and wrapped in fluorescent light, and carefully passed through the window and stopped on the windowsill outside, not daring to go out too far immediately. The cold wind blew, and snowflakes floated into the eaves, and some fell on him. It was a bit cold, but compared with before, it felt much better. He became bolder, continued to float forward, and carefully went out of the eaves. A gust of cold wind with snowflakes suddenly blew in his face. Luo Qingzhou's heart shrank, and when he was about to retreat, he found that his body only trembled slightly, and he felt a little cold, but soon warmed up again. The whole soul was still condensed and solid, and there was no sign of being blown away. It really is a good thing. Luo Qingzhou felt relieved and no longer afraid, and continued to float forward. He floated in the courtyard, facing the wind and snow, wandering around. After walking around the entire courtyard, he carefully increased his altitude and slowly floated upward. He still didn't feel too dangerous until he floated above the roof, looking down from a high place, overlooking the entire mansion. He suddenly felt very proud and continued to float outside. How about going to secretly take a look at Beiling and the others? He thought so in his heart, and his body began to float towards the Lingshan Moon Palace. However, when he was still 100 meters away from the Lingshan Moon Palace, he suddenly felt cold. His soul was shaking, and he almost fell from midair. Damn! Could it be that his soul was not strong enough and his mental power was about to be exhausted? He was shocked and dared not move forward. So he turned around and returned in a hurry. But strangely, just as he turned around and floated more than 10 meters away, the terrible chill suddenly disappeared, and his body suddenly felt relaxed and free, without the feeling of falling and lack of strength just now. What happened? He turned his head and looked in the direction of Lingshan Moon Palace, and his heart suddenly moved. Could it be because of Xia Chan? The book said that a powerful warrior has strong blood and qi, and has a strong aura and pressure that prevents the soul from approaching. Miss Xia Chan probably doesn't need to draw a sword. Just a glance can reveal the momentum and pressure that makes the ghosts tremble with fear? That girl really can't be provoked. Luo Qingzhou didn't dare to go again, and floated back to his own courtyard. He felt that his energy was still strong, so he didn't stop and continued to float forward. Soon he floated out of the Qin mansion and floated happily on the street outside. It's like a child who just bought a toy that he has been fond of for a long time, and he can't let it go and can't stop playing at all. But he still kept his sanity and didn't dare to float too far. After crossing several streets, he immediately turned back. But at this moment, something strange happened. When he was floating past a house, he suddenly felt cold all over, and then his whole soul seemed to be fixed in midair, motionless. He opened his eyes wide and looked ahead, and suddenly found a figure standing on the eaves of the roof of the house in front. The figure exuded a faint moonlight, as if it was shrouded in moonlight, hazy, and couldn't see the body and appearance clearly. Only a few strands of black hair could be seen, floating out of the light, gently fluttering in the cold wind, like a dream. Chapter 85 Soul Practice Boxing. Like falling into an ice cave, his whole body couldn't help but tremble. Although Luo Qingzhou couldn't see the other person's eyes, he could clearly feel that the other person was staring at him at the moment. Just staring. He froze in midair, unable to move. At the same time, there was a sense of despair that his soul would be shattered in the next second. The other party's strength was so terrifying. Fortunately, the soul shrouded in moonlight didn't seem to have any killing intentions towards him. A few minutes later, he suddenly felt his whole body relax and could move. He didn't dare to stay any longer, and immediately floated, passing by the houses on the side, and quickly floated towards the direction of Qin's mansion. Looking back, the figure was still standing on the eaves of the roof. The moonlight was hazy, and it seemed real and illusory. Luo Qingzhou was still frightened, and returned to Qin's mansion as quickly as possible. Then he floated back to the courtyard and fell down. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. The terrifying figure was naturally not a ghost, but an extremely powerful soul. The book says that when ghosts go out at night, they are surrounded by black air. When spirits go out at night, they are mostly surrounded by white air. Powerful spirits naturally have light flashing on their bodies, and the colors are different. Ordinary ghosts would have retreated long ago when they saw them from afar. Luo Qingzhou didn't expect to meet another spirit on his first trip tonight, and it was a very powerful spirit. It seems that in this Mo city, besides him, there are other soul cultivators. Be careful when you go out next time. To cultivate the spirit and travel at night, you must go out often. Experience wind, rain, frost, etc. at night, so that you can gradually become stronger. When you go out during the day, it is estimated that it will be more difficult to hone your skills. Luo Qingzhou floated in from the main door and entered Xiaoda's room. The little girl was reading a book under the lamp, and she looked up at the door from time to time, looking sneaky. Luo Qingzhou was curious and floated over quietly. When it floated closer, it was clear that the little girl was reading a secret book of 72 boudoir skills with various wonderful illustrations. Luo Qingzhou. The little girl blushed, flustered, and even her breathing became rapid. No need to guess. This was taught by Xiao Dao and the others. The only hope of many maids in the mansion is to serve the master well, and be treated well by the master. They don't ask the master to be good to them, as long as they don't drive them away. Let them have a warm house to live in, and have 2 hot meals a day. They will be satisfied, compared with people who are freezing to death or starving outside in this cold winter. It is so happy to be able to stay in the mansion, so they will try every means to please the master. If it is the male master, then the best way is naturally. Everyone knows that Xiaodai belongs to his maid, and if the eldest lady agrees, she may even become a concubine in the future. So Xiaodao and the others kindly teach her these things. The little girl also thought about pleasing him all day long, so she studied very hard. But for Luo Qingzhou, she really didn't need to learn these things, because his feelings for her were more of a family relationship. Even if she didn't serve him well and had little experience, he wouldn't dislike her, let alone abandon her. Of course, for the little girl, she would feel more secure if she had strength. He could understand. Just like he was thinking about cultivation now. He didn't disturb the little girl. Luo Qingzhou floated back to the room. Floated in the room for a while. Felt bored, and took a stance in the air and played the Thunder Fist. He only knew this martial art now. The set of Plum Blossom Flying Boxing and Plum Blossom Collection needs to be practiced at least in the tendon training stage. Huh? He punched, and a gust of cold wind was generated. The book said that after the soul leaves the body, the realm of night travel and day travel cannot practice the skills. Only when you reach the stage of controlling objects can you practice special skills. At that time, you can hold a sword and a knife with your soul. Practice various sword and knife skills. Kill people without defense. And you can also practice various special skills to kill people invisibly. Luo Qingzhou has just succeeded in leaving the body and is still in the night travel stage. So naturally he can't practice those things. He was full of energy when he was doing the Thunder Fist. He felt bored and practiced the sensitivity of the soul in the room. But after a few moves, he suddenly found that the fist, which should have been light, began to become heavy. It was like a physical body punching. The feeling of the two was almost the same. He was suspicious and quickly calmed his mind, got ready, and continued to punch with force. Hoo! 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 The punches became heavier and faster. Although it felt the same as the physical body punching, the power was different. If it was a physical body punching, sand and rocks would have been flying and booming. But at this time, the soul punched, but only a slight gloomy wind was generated. The power seemed small, and there was no wind and thunder. Sure enough, the soul still couldn't practice the Thunder Fist, although the feeling of punching was the same. It didn't seem to have any power. He flew in the air and threw a few more moves. He felt a little tired. When he was about to throw the last punch, a thin blue arc suddenly lit up on his fist with a sizzle sound. The arc flashed and disappeared. If it wasn't in the dark room, it would be impossible to find it. There was lightning. Luo Qingzhou was shocked and then excited. The soul punched and it could produce lightning? Then this boxing method is also useful for the soul? The punch was heavy and carried lightning. Although at his current level, it might not have much effect on the enemy's body. It might have a great killing power on ordinary ghosts, ghost slaves, etc. Thinking of this, he immediately looked forward to it. If someone deliberately drove the little ghost last night, it must be the trick of the eldest lady, and the other party would definitely not let it go. If his soul had mastered the Thunder Fist, when he saw those ghosts again, he wouldn't have to go through the trouble of returning to his body like last night. He could just approach them with his soul and kill them with one punch. Brutal and simple. Huh? Thinking of this, he calmed his mind and continued to practice in midair. Time passed quietly. It was almost midnight. Xiaodai came over and knocked on the door. Sir, can I come in? Luo Qingzou's soul returned to his body, took a few deep breaths, and then opened his eyes and said, okay. He took off his clothes and lay down, feeling a little tired. Thinking about the soul practice just now, He felt a little unsatisfied. Xiao Dai took off her outer clothes, shoes and socks, climbed onto the bed, got into the quilt, and lay in his arms as docilely as a cat. Even through a thin layer of clothes, Luo Qingzhou could feel the heat on the little girl's cheeks. He reached out and touched it, deliberately asking, "Why is your face so hot? Are you sick?" Xiao Dai put her cheek against his chest and said shyly, "No, I'm not sick." "Why is it so hot?" "Sir, I want." "What are you thinking about?" "Wu, sir. Go to sleep. I'm tired. I have to get up early to study tomorrow." "Sir." Snoring snore. "Wu." Xiao Dai whimpered a few times, raised her hot little face, looked at him in the dark for a while, and secretly said in her heart, "Sister Xiao said that as a maidservant, you must take the initiative." She also said that the lady is asking Sister Mir and the others today if they want to be maidservants for the young master if I don't take the initiative again. When Sister Mir and the others come. She blushed, thought about it for a while, and finally made a decision. "Sir, are you asleep?" Snoring snore. "Oh, sir. Then you go to sleep. I won't disturb you, I have to practice." Luo Qingzhou? Chapter 86 Night Tour of Yuanyang Tower. Luo Qingzhou opened his eyes, and stared at the curtain above his head in a daze. "Master, are you awake?" Xiao Dai got into his arms, and pressed against his chest. Luo Qingzhou endured for a while, but finally couldn't help asking, "Who taught you just now?" Xiao Dai blushed and said shyly, "Sister Xiao taught you." "Master, did you feel comfortable just now?" Luo Qingzhou was silent for a while, and whispered Xiao Dai, "Don't learn from her in the future. Learn from someone else." "Ah? Why?" Sister Xiao taught very well. Xiao Dai was full of doubts. Then he reacted, "Master, is it that I didn't feel comfortable serving you just now?" Luo Qingzhou closed his eyes. "Go to sleep. You have to get up early tomorrow." Xiao Dai looked up at him with her little face, and said secretly in her heart, "Did I not learn well? I'll ask Sister Xiao tomorrow." Sister Xiao clearly said that as long as I do this, Master will definitely not be able to help, can't help but want me. But Master doesn't seem satisfied. Bang! 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 It was just dawn. In the bamboo forest of Yuan, Luo Qingzhou had already started practicing. After breaking the second big tree and making it full of holes, he felt that if he continued like this, he would be discovered one day. So he immediately thought of the underground secret passage at the bottom of the lake. In the secret passage, there was a stone chamber. In the stone chamber, there were not only many stones, but also 2 wooden figures, which looked like a great place for practice. At noon, he ate 2 pieces of beef he brought with him. After eating, he took off his clothes and put them in the storage bag he carried with him. Then he went down to the lake, sank to the bottom of the lake, and entered the secret passage. After entering, he observed the surroundings again. After seeing that there was no other abnormality, he entered the stone chamber and began to beat one of the wooden figures to refine his flesh. Bang! 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 He bulged his whole body of flesh and violently hit the wooden man. The force that could even break a big tree was absorbed by the wooden man and then bounced back. Luo Qingzhou soon felt the muscles all over his body getting hot, sore, and throbbing. Using this wooden man to train the flesh was surprisingly effective. Compared with practicing with the big trees in the bamboo forest, it seemed to be twice as effective with half the effort. Could it be that this stone room and these 2 wooden men were originally prepared for martial artists? Luo Qingzhou was puzzled. Bang! 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 After practicing for another hour, he finally felt unbearable pain in his muscles and exhausted all his strength. He had to stop and take a short rest. After resting for a while, he moved the rocks from the corner and started to stretch his muscles. It was not until the evening that he finished practicing in a sweat. After leaving the secret passage, he washed his body directly at the bottom of the lake, and then carefully floated out of the lake from the corner. After seeing that there was no one around, he quickly went ashore and put on his clothes. The snow was a little lighter. The temperature by the lake was still as warm as spring, and the flower beds were full of flowers. The willow trees also sprouted. Luo Qingzhou admired the spring scenery in winter by the lake for a while, before leaving Yuan and returning to the courtyard. Xiao Dai brought back dinner. While Luo Qingzhou was eating, he saw her standing aside with a red face, peeking at him from time to time. He couldn't help but glance at her eyes, and heard her say in her heart, "Alas, I'm so stupid. Sister Xiao Tao clearly said that the 2 should be combined. But I actually forgot young master must have been very disappointed last night. It doesn't matter. Tonight, I must make up for it, and make young master comfortable. Luo Qingzhou. After dinner, Luo Qingzhou went out, ready to pay respects to the mother-in-law first, and to see Dong and Cici. But when he reached the door, a little maid came out and said, "Son-in-law, Madam and Madame Zhang went out to play in Yuanyang Tower tonight, and will be back very late. Before leaving, she told me to tell you that you don't need to pay respects tonight." Okay. It would be best if I didn't see the mother-in-law with a weird temper. Luo Qingzhou didn't dare to go in to see the brother and sister without permission, and turned around and left. When he arrived at the door of Lingchan Moon Palace, Beiling was standing at the door, holding a flower waiting for him. When she saw him, she smiled and said, "Sir, the young lady is not at home. She went to the second young lady's place. If you want to go, I will go with you." Luo Qingzhou certainly would not go to cause trouble for himself. Forget it. I will go back to read. Bai Ling hurriedly said, "Sir, Chan is not feeling well today, and is lying in the room. Do you want to go see her?" Luo Qingzhou was a little surprised when he heard this. What's wrong with her? Is she sick? Such a powerful girl can also get sick? Bailing whispered, bleeding. A lot. Luo Qingzhou was stunned and frowned. Injured. Fighting with someone. Bailing laughed and blinked. Yes. I was injured. Very seriously. Lying in bed and can't get up. Luo Qingzhou saw her smiling face and her eyes full of ridicule. He was stunned for a moment, and suddenly realized, menstruation? Bailing's eyes widened immediately. Son-in-law, do you even know about girls' menstruation? Luo Qingzhou ignored her and prepared to leave. Bailing suddenly turned around and shouted to the room, Chan. Uncle is so powerful that he can even calculate when you will have your period. Luo Qingzhou paused, glared at her and said, "Don't talk nonsense." Bailing pouted and said aggrievedly, "Uncle, you are mean to me again." Luo Qingzhou was too lazy to pay attention to her. Just after walking a few steps, Bailing whispered from behind, "Uncle, the young lady is not here. Chan is also lying in the room and can't get up. There is no one in the yard. Tonight Uncle can be naughty with her." Luo Qingzhou's mouth twitched, turned his head and looked at her and said, "Are you sure?" Bailing immediately crossed her arms and laughed. "You are lying to Uncle. I don't want to be naughty with you. The young lady will be jealous." Luo Qingzhou saw her smug look of success, and thought of that night. And suddenly a surge of resentment rose in his heart. He suddenly turned around and walked over quickly. "Son-in-law. You Bai Ling was stunned. Before she could speak, Luo Qingzhou hugged her slender waist and pressed her against the door frame next to her, kissing her mouth fiercely. Bai Ling's eyes widened, unable to breathe or speak. The overbearing and rough kiss lasted for half an instant stick of time, when Luo Qingzhou released his mouth and hands, pinched her chin like a little gangster, and walked away. The girl leaning against the door frame had already softened all over. Her face flushed, and she slowly slid down the door frame and sat on the ground in a daze. She was breathing rapidly, her chest heaving, her lips rosy and shiny. Her face was dazed and absent-minded, and she sat there for a long time without coming back to her senses. After a while, she suddenly got up from the ground, ran back to the house in a lost state and cried, Chan. I was teased by my brother-in-law again. He woo when you get better. Take me to punish that bad guy. Okay. Luo Qingzhou returned to the courtyard and ate another piece of beef. After entering the house, he told Xiaodai not to come over for the time being. And then he closed the door, sat on the bed, and his soul left his body. After practicing the thunder fist in the room for an hour, he couldn't help but float out of the house again. He went straight through the roof and floated into the air. He looked around, facing the wind and snow, and floated in the opposite direction of last night. If you want to cultivate your soul, you must go out for a night tour to hone your skills. He met the powerful soul in the west last night, and he will go to the east tonight. He didn't believe he would meet it again. Even if he met it again, it shouldn't be too dangerous. The soul seemed to disdain to attack a weak person like him. Last night, he only imprisoned him for a while and let him go. He didn't want to kill him. Luo Qingzhou looked around and listened carefully, floating in the night sky carefully, overlooking the entire city below. A towering attic suddenly appeared in front of him. Luo Qingzhou took a look and his heart moved. Yuanyang Tower? The second floor and the top floor of the building were all brightly lit. It seemed that someone was holding a banquet inside. Luo Qingzhou suddenly remembered what the little maid had said to him before. The mother-in-law seemed to be in Yuanyang Tower tonight. He hesitated for a moment and decided to fly closer to take a look. In the state of night wandering, the soul was afraid of very bright light. So he could only look outside and dared not go in. However, as long as it was not the sun's light, even if it was exposed, the damage would not be great. As soon as he flew outside the top floor, he suddenly heard a familiar laugh coming from inside. He looked intently. A graceful figure appeared in the window, with fair skin and beautiful appearance under the light, and a sweet smile. Who else could it be but his mother-in-law? In addition to his mother-in-law, there were several other young ladies, and some beautiful girls. At this time, his mother-in-law was looking very proud, and she was vividly describing the romance of the West Chamber that he had just told her yesterday. Why is there more content? Chapter 87: The Story in the Attic. Snowflakes slowly fell. Luo Qingzhou eavesdropped outside the attic for a while, and felt a little bored. So he continued to float upwards, and landed on the eaves on the top of the attic. Just as he was about to look at the scenery outside Imo City, he suddenly felt something was wrong, and turned his head to look. On another eaves carved with a mandarin duck shape next to him, there was a figure standing silently. The whole body was wrapped in the moonlight. The night wind blew, and a few strands of black hair flew out of the halo. The figure was hazy and dreamy. It turned out to be the soul I met last night. Luo Qingzhou was startled, and he dared not stay. So he floated up in a hurry and prepared to leave. At this moment, something strange happened. A round bead in the middle of the top of the attic behind him suddenly shot out a red light. The red light instantly enveloped his entire soul. He suddenly felt his whole body tremble, and was fixed in place. At the same time, a terrifying pressure came, and his soul began to tremble violently. A sharp pain suddenly hit. Luo Qingzhou suddenly felt a tearing pain all over his body. Looking down, he found that his soul was cracked and began to break. The mask on his face flickered continuously, as if fighting against the red light. But Luo Qingzhou felt more and more pain, and his whole body began to fall apart. A breath of death instantly enveloped his entire soul. It's over. Is he going to die? At this desperate moment, he suddenly saw the moon-white figure sitting on the other eaves. He raised his wrist, and a moon-white handkerchief flew out, just landing on the red round bead on the top of the attic behind him, covering the round bead. Shwa! The terrible red light disappeared instantly. Luo Qingzhou's body lightened, and he fell on the roof behind him, trembling all over, with lingering fear. The cracks on his body began to heal rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a long while before turning his head to look at the red round bead covered by the handkerchief behind him. The round bead was the size of a pigeon egg, but its power was so terrifying. In just a short moment, he almost died on the spot. Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a while before he came to his senses. He quickly stood up and floated in front of the moon-white figure. He bowed to the figure and said, "Thank you for your help. Otherwise, I would have been scared to death just now." The moon-white figure stood on the eaves with his back to him. It was hazy and unclear. It seemed that he was looking at the scenery in the distance. He did not respond when he heard it. Luo Qingzhou did not dare to disturb him. He thanked him again and prepared to leave. This place is too scary. The red round bead embedded in the top of the attic is probably specially used to restrain ghosts and ghosts. A low-level soul like him, who had just left the body, naturally could not resist it. Just as he was about to leave, the moon-white figure suddenly spoke. "Why do you cultivate your soul? Is it for immortality?" The voice was cold and close, yet it seemed as if it was in the sky. It was a woman. Luo Qingzhou knew that the voice of the soul was completely different from the voice of the body. His voice now was also a little light and ethereal. He stopped and bowed, saying, "I cultivated my soul. At first, I was just curious and accidentally left my body. As for now, I don't think so much. I just want to become stronger quickly." He knew that he was also wrapped in fluorescent light and wearing a mask, so the other party should not be able to see him clearly. The moon-white figure listened and did not speak again. Luo Qingzhou waited for a while and said respectfully, "Senior, are you cultivating the soul for immortality?" The book records that when the soul is cultivated to a certain level, it can be reincarnated infinitely. And finally, it can even be immortal and gain eternal life. The moon-white figure was silent for a moment and murmured, "I don't know." Luo Qingzhou looked at her and asked curiously, "Senior soul should be very powerful now, right? As far as I know, only the souls in the night-wandering realm will come out to hone every night. I have met you for 2 consecutive nights." "You are?" The moon-white figure stared at the distance in a daze, and was silent for a while, and then murmured in a low voice, "Maybe it's bored." Luo Qingzhou's heart moved, and he bowed his hands and said, "Then can I talk to you?" If he could get some cultivation guidance from this soul master, it would definitely benefit him now. The white figure seemed to see through his thoughts and said calmly, "I won't teach you any cultivation methods." Luo Qingzhou could only say, "Although I am a little disappointed to hear what you said. You didn't kill me last night and saved me tonight. Even if you don't teach me any cultivation methods, I should talk to you." The white figure looked at the darkness in the distance and was silent for a long time before saying, "What can you say?" Luo Qingzhou paused and suddenly heard a voice downstairs. He quickly bowed and said, "I can tell a story. Do you want to listen?" The voice of the white figure seemed to contain no emotion. "Stories like the one downstairs?" Luo Qingzhou was a little embarrassed and didn't dare to tell her that he was the first to tell the romance of the West Chamber. He said respectfully, "The senior? Seniors naturally won't listen to love stories. Seniors are cultivators. Just now, they asked me about immortality. Maybe they would like to hear stories about cultivation and immortality. Heaven and HL. Immortals and cultivators. Demons and ghosts. Immortality. Do you like to hear them?" The white figure's eyes moved slightly. "Heaven and HL. Immortals?" After a pause, she asked, "Do you think there are heaven and HL in this world? And immortals?" Luo Qingzhou pondered for a moment and said, "Maybe. But it may not be called heaven and HL. When the senior soul cultivates to a more powerful realm, maybe you can see it. As for the immortals, the senior is so powerful now. In the eyes of mortals, in my eyes, you are already immortals." This flattery. I wonder if this soul strongman likes it. It's a pity that I can't see her face or her expression clearly. The white figure looked into the distance, his black hair dancing in the night wind. After a moment of silence, he said vaguely, "Tell me a story." "Yes." Luo Qingzhou stood on the roof of the attic with his hands behind his back, facing the wind and snow, and the wonderful stories of gods, demons and monsters emerged in his mind. There is a country overseas, named Aolai. The country is close to the sea, and there is a mountain in the sea, called Huagua Mountain. Since the creation of the fairy stone, it has been exposed to the beauty of nature and the essence of the sun and the moon. After a long time, it has become spiritual. The fairy egg inside burst one day and produced a stone egg, which is the size of a ball. When Luo Qingzhou talked about the stone monkey jumping out, the moon-white figure finally moved, tilted his cheek slightly, seemed to retract his gaze into the distance, and listened attentively. The monkey in the mountains can walk and jump, eat grass and trees, drink streams, pick mountain flowers, and look for tree fruits. It keeps company with wolves and insects, tigers and leopards, and deer and roe deer as friends. Snowflakes fell silently, and the night passed quietly. Under the attic, the banquet had ended long ago without knowing when. The building was empty. On the top of the attic, two spirits, one in front and one behind, stood in the wind and snow, talking and listening. Time passed quickly. When Luo Qingzhou finished talking about the stone monkey's apprenticeship and was about to leave, he looked at the sky and saw that it was almost dawn. He quickly bowed and said, "Senior, it's getting late. I should go back." The moon-white figure seemed to be listening with great interest. He was slightly startled when he heard the words. He turned his head and looked at him and said, "Souls wandering at night. Shouldn't they go back before dawn?" Luo Qingzhou said respectfully, "My wife is waiting for me at home. I can't stay out all night." The moon-white figure was in a trance for a moment and murmured, "My wife." She paused and nodded slightly. "Go." Luo Qingzhou turned around and was about to float away, but turned back and said, "Senior, what's your name? Can I come back tomorrow night to tell you?" The moon-white figure looked into the distance, her black hair fluttering, and did not reply. "I'll take my leave." Luo Qingzhou didn't dare to say anything more and floated away. After he disappeared for a long time, the moon-white figure came back to her senses and murmured a passage from the story he had just told. "The moon hides the jade rabbit, and the sun hides the crow. And there are turtles and snakes intertwined. The life is strong, but it can plant golden lotus in the fire, gather the 5 elements, and use them upside down. And when the work is completed, you will become a Buddha or immortal." She faced the wind and snow, murmured many times, and suddenly her eyes lit up. Her figure flashed, and disappeared on the eaves. Luo Qingzhou rushed all the way back to the house, and his soul returned to his body. At this time, he was mentally exhausted and drowsy. Xiao Dai happened to knock on the door again. "Sir, are you not done yet?" Can I come in? The little girl had obviously come several times. Luo Qingzhou laid down tiredly, covered the quilt, and said, "Come in." Xiao Dai was relieved and pushed the door open to come in. Luo Qingzhou saw her wearing a moon-white bellyband, revealing her snow-white shoulders and a pair of slender legs. Her little face was red. Her eyes were full of spring water, and her face changed slightly. And she hurriedly said, "Xiao Dai, I can't do it tonight. I'm tired, really tired." The little girl closed the door, walked over, and said shyly, "Oh, master, if you are tired, go to sleep. I won't disturb you." As she said, she climbed onto the bed and got into the quilt. The head didn't come out for a long time. Chapter 88 Miss Qin Speaks. Bang! 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 It was just dawn. Luo Qingzhou had already started a day of practice in the stone chamber in the secret passage at the bottom of the lake. The taut flesh hit the wooden man violently, tempering it, sweating all over his body soon. Many black impurities flowed out of his pores along with the sweat. At noon, he took a short break and ate a large piece of beef. At the same time, he took out the porcelain bottle containing the dark blue liquid from the storage bag and poured out a drop of spiritual liquid. After the body absorbed the spiritual liquid, he practiced the inner strength for another hour. The burning pain in the flesh all over his body soon disappeared. In the afternoon, he continued to temper the flesh all over his body with the most violent force. The muffled sound of the flesh hitting the wooden man continued to sound in the dark stone chamber, without stopping. It lasted for a whole afternoon. It was not until the evening that he was exhausted. His muscles were hot and trembling, and his whole body seemed to have been drenched by rain countless times, so wet that even his vision became blurred. He took a short rest. He performed the thunder fist several more times, and then he came out of the secret passage and entered the lake. He lay tiredly in the rocks at the bottom of the lake for a while, soaked in the hot spring comfortably for a while, and then got up and scrubbed his body. After taking a bath, when he returned to the courtyard, it was almost dark. The snow was about to stop, but the wind was not settled. The cold wind blew on the exposed skin, but he did not feel the coldness, but rather a little cool and refreshing. The taut skin was still slightly hot. The heat in the body continued to warm the whole body, making the cold outside stay away. No wonder it is said that when a warrior reaches a high level of cultivation, he will be warm in winter and cool in summer, and will not be affected by cold or heat. Even if he is naked in winter, he will feel warm as spring. Even if he is wearing clothes in the hot summer, his body will feel cool as water. The book says that after a warrior cultivates his internal organs can automatically adjust their own body temperature, and at the same time, they can eliminate all kinds of external evil diseases, be immune to all diseases, and even prolong his life. This is only the realm of a martial artist. A martial artist is divided into 5 stages, namely, refining the skin, refining the flesh, refining the tendons, refining the bones, and refining the internal organs. If he goes one step further and is promoted to a martial artist, wouldn't it be even more powerful? Luo Qingzhou flipped through the martial arts books in the room, and secretly said, looking forward to the future cultivation and promotion in his heart. Xiao Dai brought back a sumptuous dinner. Luo Qingzhou first boiled a large pot of hot water. After dinner, he took a bath in a wooden barrel. A drop of meat refining potion bought from Jubao Pavilion fell into the barrel. The clear water immediately turned light green. The effect of the cultivation in the past few days is very obvious. Regardless of the effect of the sun and moon treasure mirror liquid alone, or the combined effect of the two, he decided to use them together. Even if it can only speed up the cultivation by 1 day, it is worth it. He spent nearly 200 gold coins to buy the meat refining potion, but there were only 3 drops in the bottle. Now he has used 2 drops, and only 1 drop is left. He decided to use it every 2 days. After using it up, he will go out and buy another one. There is still a month before the Chinese New Year. He wants to succeed in refining the meat before the Chinese New Year and enter the next stage. The exam next year is getting closer and closer. He wants to seize every day. His whole body was soaked in the potion. His skin seemed to be trembling slightly, and the pores on his skin slowly opened and closed like breathing, thirstily absorbing the energy in the water. Soon, the light green water returned to its original clarity. Xiao Dai took a towel and scrubbed his back from behind, watching this scene curiously, but did not ask too much. She knew that the young master was secretly practicing martial arts. The hot steam steamed her little face red. Her innocent and clear eyes were watery, and a shy smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. I don't know what she suddenly thought of. Young master. Last night is it comfortable for me to serve you? When Luo Qingzhou was about to finish washing, she asked shyly. Luo Qingzhou turned his head and looked at her, thinking about the little girl's hard work last night. He couldn't help but reach out and caress her cheek lovingly. Silly girl. There is no need to wrong yourself like that. You try your best to please me. Are you afraid that I won't want you in the future? Xiao Dai blushed, lowered her head, and said faintly, Sir, I heard from Sister Xiao Ao that Madam is going to find 2 more maids for you. They have already found them. Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a moment, frowned and said, Don't worry. I won't want them. You are enough for me. Xiao Dai raised her head and said with red eyes, Sir, I know that you are good to me, but you also said that I can't serve you yet. So you can accept them. I won't be angry. As she said that, tears of grievance were about to fall. Luo Qingzhou quickly turned around and hugged her, comforting her softly. Don't cry. You know, the young master is now devoted to studying and practicing. It is impossible for him to have so many maids. Don't worry. I will refuse. Xiaodia's eyes were full of tears, and she asked again, Young master, then did I serve you last night comfortable? Luo Qingzhou wiped her tears and said, Don't be like that in the future. The young master will never give up you. Xiao Dai sobbed and said, Young master, just tell me, did I serve you last night comfortable? Comfortable? Young master, tell me. Hey young master, tell me okay comfortable hee. I knew it. You showed it at the time. I will definitely continue to work hard. The little girl burst into laughter and became happy. Luo Qingzhou, to be honest, the little girl's foot massage was really comfortable. It seems that it was not in vain. After taking a bath, Luo Qingzhou went out. Go to pay respects to the mother-in-law first. Song Ryua seemed to be in a good mood tonight. She didn't embarrass him. She just told him to visit Miss Qin Er more often and said meaningfully, Wei Mo loves to listen to stories. You should tell her more stories. Okay? Luo Qingzhou couldn't help but secretly complain in his heart. You want to show off to those little sisters after listening to it. After coming out of the backyard, Luo Qingzhou went to Lingshan Moon Palace again. The gate of the courtyard was open. Luo Qingzhou knocked on the door a few times, and when no one responded, he walked in directly. He came to the back garden with ease. In the pavilion by the pond, the snow-white figure was still sitting there quietly, reading a book. Bai Ling was wearing a pink dress, leaning on the railing with a delicate posture, holding a plum blossom in her hand, and a small foot with a pink skirt was swaying gently under the railing, staring at the snowflakes outside the pavilion in a daze. Xiaochan disappeared. Luo Qingzhou's footsteps woke up Bai Ling, who was in a daze. Bai Ling smiled when she saw him, and 2 sweet dimples appeared on her face. She was about to say lo, but she seemed to suddenly think of his rudeness last night. The smile on her face disappeared again. She put on a straight face, twisted her body, and raised her chin. Humph. Luo Qingzhou ignored her, walked out of the pavilion, bowed to Miss Qin, who was reading in the hall, and said, Mississippi. After waiting for a few seconds, Luo Qingzhou raised his head. When he was about to say goodbye, Qin Jinjia suddenly looked up at him and said, Go see Xiaochan. Luo Qingzhou's eyes condensed, and a look of surprise and astonishment appeared on his face. This was the first time he heard Miss Qin speak. Not dumb, not stupid, and her voice was very nice, although a little cold. Bai Ling, who was standing by, heard her own lady suddenly speak, and the expression on her face was even more exciting than his. Yes, Mississippi. Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a few seconds and came back to his senses. Bai Ling also opened her eyes and came back to her senses. She looked at him suspiciously, then walked over and said with a pretty face, Son-in-law, let's go. I'll take you there. Luo Qingzhou looked at the snow-white figure again, then followed her and left. Qin Jinjiao looked at his back, stunned for a while, then lowered her head and continued to read the book in her hand. Outside the pavilion, the night wind blew, and the plum blossoms fell. Bai Ling took Luo Qingzhou into the house, suddenly stopped at the corner of the hall, and warned angrily, Son-in-law, if you are naughty to me again tonight, I will never forgive you again. Luo Qingzhou was thinking about something in his heart, and nodded, okay. Not tonight. Bai Ling did not continue to move forward, still with her hands on her waist, pouting her little mouth, looking at him angrily. Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a moment and said, Miss Bai Ling. Humph. Bai Ling snorted coldly. turned her head away, and ignored him. Luo Qingzhou stared at her for a while, and seemed to suddenly understand something. He opened his arms, and hugged her again, forcibly pressed her against the wall next to him, kissed her pouting pink lips for a while, and then let go and said, "Can we go now?" "Woo-woo, uncle. You actually didn't keep your word and were naughty to me again. I'm going to tell Chan Chan." "Woo-woo." Bai Ling whimpered a few times, clenched her two little fists, rubbed her tearless eyes, and ran to the side room sadly. Pushing open the door, she said in a crying voice, "Chan Chan? Chan Chan. Uncle just naughty to me again. He woo-woo. I don't want to live anymore." Chapter 89. Is your wife waiting for you at home again? In the wing room, the lights flickered and it was silent. As soon as Bai Ling ran in, she said in surprise, "Hey, Chan Chan. Why are you down? Weren't you still in bed just now?" Luo Qingzhou followed to the door and looked inside. The cold girl was wearing a light green long skirt, with her arms folded across her chest and a sword in her arms, standing motionless in front of the window. The window was open, and the cold wind was blowing. The girl's long hair was slightly messy. Her pretty face was cold, and she seemed to be looking at the falling snow outside the window in deep thought. Bai Ling hurried over to close the window, holding her little hand, and said, "Silly. You have a stomachache. Why are you still blowing the cold wind? Go back to bed and lie down. Hey, why did you put on your clothes so quickly? Weren't you sleeping naked just now? I was going to let my son-in-law come in. My son-in-law is here to see you." Xia Chan glared at her. Bai Ling quickly turned her head and looked at the door and said, "Son-in-law, I didn't lie to you. Chan Chan really likes to sleep naked. If you don't believe me, come and see. Chan Chan hasn't even had time to put on her underwear. She's empty inside." "Humph." Xia Chan snorted coldly, turned her head, looked at the door, her pretty face cold. Luo Qingzhou did not dare to go in, nor did he dare to look more. He bowed his head and bowed at the door and said, "Miss Xia Chan, the eldest lady asked me to come and see you. If you are not feeling well, it is better to lie on the bed that. Drink more hot water." Bai Ling laughed. "Uncle, can't you say something else?" Luo Qingzhou paused and said, "Rest more." Bai Ling couldn't help laughing. After laughing for a while, he blinked at the girl next to him and said, "Chan Chan, uncle is not like this in front of me. He is good at talking and always tells jokes to make me happy." Luo Qingzhou was too lazy to pay attention to her. He bowed and said, "Since Miss Xia Chan is fine, I will take my leave. You have a good rest." After that, he retreated and closed the door for them. It is better to go back and cultivate the soul as soon as possible. Not long after he left, Xia Chan frowned in the room, holding her stomach, and a trace of pain flowed between her eyebrows. Bai Ling quickly helped her lie down on the bed and covered her with a quilt. She couldn't help but say, "Silly girl. If you keep pretending like this, you will regret it." Xia Chan lay in the quilt without saying anything, revealing a pale face. Her dark eyes stared blankly at the curtain above, and her hand was still tightly holding her sword. Bai Ling sat down on the edge of the bed, reached into her quilt, gently rubbed her belly and said, "How about I call my son-in-law back to help you rub your belly?" Xia Chan still stared blankly at it without saying anything. Bai Ling couldn't help but sigh. Are all little beggars so stubborn? When the young lady met you, you were still a little beggar, living worse than Dong and Cici. So I asked you to go and see how the uncle is doing in advance, so that when you see the little beggars, you will feel the same and feel sympathetic. Right? So when you see the uncle delivering steamed buns to them every day, chatting with them, and looking so handsome, you will." Xia Chan suddenly looked at her and said coldly, "You are so long-winded." Bai Ling's eyes lit up and laughed. "Chan Chan, you finally don't say a word?" Then she frowned again and said in confusion, "It's really strange tonight." The young lady suddenly spoke. "And you suddenly said 3 words for the first time." "No. It seems to be 5 words. You are really long-winded. Hey." "It seems to be 3 words again." Xia Chan ignored her and continued to stare at it in a daze. Bai Ling took her hand out of the quilt and counted seriously with her fingers. 1, 2, 3, 5. After a while, she suddenly sighed. "Chan Chan, you still have a good vision. I regret it. Is it too late?" Xia Chan turned sideways and turned her back to her. Hey. Bai Ling glanced at her, sighed again, stretched out her slender jade fingers, touched her lips and said, "It's really annoying. The son-in-law always likes to kiss my little mouth and hug my little waist. How can I stop him? It's so annoying." Luo Qingzhou returned to the room and after instructing Xiao Dai, he closed the door and left his body. He practiced the thunder fist in the room for an hour before floating out of the window. Although it is very dangerous outside, and he almost died after going out twice in a row. If he wants to make his soul stronger, he must continue to go out and accept the test and tempering of the night. He has been hiding in the house, and can only stay in this night-wandering state forever. Last night, I heard that powerful soul mentioned immortality. To be honest, he had never thought about such a distant and illusory thing before. But now, he has a little hope. Maybe it is really as the book says. When the soul is cultivated to a certain level, it can be immortal and immortal. At that time, it will naturally be another world. Whether it is a mortal or a cultivator. Whether it is a peddler or a high king. Who doesn't have a dream of immortality? Luo Qingzhou floated into the air, his whole body wrapped in fluorescence, and floated carefully towards the Yuannong Tower. He suddenly thought that the mask on his face, when worn by the soul, can emit a warm fluorescent shield to protect the soul. What if the flesh wears it? He decided to give it a try tomorrow to see if there would be any other effects if he put on this magical mask on his body. Safe journey. When he was still 100 meters away from the Yuannong Tower, he stopped, not daring to approach rashly, and looked at the top of the attic. On the eaves last night, the figure with a moon-white light all over his body was still standing there, with fluttering clothes, as if he had never left since last night, and the red round bead embedded in the top of the attic was silent, and there was no abnormality. As Luo Qingzhou approached slowly, he bowed and said, "Senior." A handkerchief suddenly floated out from the moonlight halo and fell on the red round bead, completely covering it. Luo Qingzhou breathed a sigh of relief, quickly floated over, stood behind the moon-white figure, and said respectfully, "Thank you, Senior. You have been here for a long time." The moon-white figure looked at the distance quietly and did not answer. Luo Qingzhou stood there for a while, not knowing whether to continue talking or just tell the story. When the moon-white figure finally spoke, there should be more to the story last night. Right? Did you miss some? Luo Qingzhou was stunned, with a hint of surprise on his face. "Senior, how did you know there was more to it?" When he talked about Journey to the West last night, he did simplify it a lot, just to tell the main story, and didn't think of telling it word for word. I didn't expect that this person knew there was more to it after listening to it for the first time. The moon-white figure was silent for a while, and said in a vague voice, "I thought about it many times last night, and I always felt that there were some omissions in the front, which should be the background." Luo Qingzhou had to admire, indeed, there is still some background that has not been mentioned. I just felt that the front was a bit complicated, so I simplified it. The moon-white figure slightly turned her face, as if looking at him. "Complicated?" After a pause, she said, "Tell it again," without missing a word. Luo Qingzhou was stunned, and felt that her tone seemed to suddenly become a little solemn. He was puzzled, but he didn't think much about it, and immediately said respectfully, "Yes. The poem says, chaos has not yet divided the world, and no one can see it. Since Panga broke the primordial chaos, he has opened up the world from now on, covering all living things and looking up to the supreme benevolence. The invention of all things is good. If you want to know the merits of creation, you must read the Journey to the West." As soon as this poem was read, the moon-white figure looking at the darkness in the distance suddenly moved, retracted his gaze, and held his breath. "I have heard that the number of heaven and earth is 129,600 years per yuan. One yuan is divided into 12 periods, which are the 12 branches of Zi, Chou, Yin, Mao, Chun, Si, Wu, Wei, Shen, Yu, Su, and Hai." As soon as Luo Qingzhou finished speaking these few sentences, the white figure suddenly said, "Stop. Tell it again. From the beginning." Luo Qingzhou looked at her strangely, and did not dare to say more, and continued to tell it from the beginning. An hour later, the white figure looked solemn, and spoke again in an ethereal voice, watching the chess pieces being rotten, the clinking of woodcutters, walking slowly at the valley mouth by the clouds, selling firewood and drinking wine, laughing wildly and intoxicated. The autumn is high, facing the moon and pillowing on the pine roots. Sleeping until dawn. Can you tell it again from the beginning? It's hard work. Luo Qingzhou looked at her again, and had to be patient and start again, wondering in his heart, does she think this story is good and want to write it down? But with her current strength, she should be able to remember it after just listening once. Right? Could it be that these words contain something else that she herself cannot remember? The book said that there are secret methods in the world that can only be passed on orally, not in writing. Some secret methods contain a certain mysterious power, which can only be passed on orally while pondering and practicing, and cannot be remembered in the mind. It shouldn't be. It's just a myth and fantasy story. Another hour later. It was approaching dawn. Luo Qingzhou didn't dare to stay any longer, so he had to bow and apologize. Senior, it's getting late. I should go back. The moon-white figure seemed not to hear his words, frowned slightly, murmured in a low voice, and a strange light flashed in his eyes. Luo Qingzhou had to say another respectful sentence. The white figure came back to his senses, turned his head and looked at him, was silent for a while, and murmured, "It's your wife again. Waiting for you at home?" Luo Qingzhou lowered his head and said, "Yes." The white figure looked at him for a moment, nodded slightly. "Go. Come early tomorrow night." "Yes, senior." Luo Qingzhou's heart moved, turned around and floated away quickly. "Come early tomorrow night?" It seems that this senior is very interested in his story. In this way, he may have a chance to get some guidance. Any guidance from a powerful soul master would probably benefit him a lot. The white figure watched him disappear into the night, and then stood on the eaves for a long time, and then disappeared in a flash. At the same time, in a dilapidated mansion not far from Chunghua Mansion, in a room in the backyard, the candlelight was scarlet, and the incense was curling. An old woman wearing a round hat and a flowery dress was sitting cross-legged in front of a row of candles, closing her eyes and doing rituals. A middle-aged man stood in the shadow behind her, holding his breath and concentrating. Soon, the candlelight in the room shook suddenly. Then, two black shadows that were invisible to the naked eye suddenly floated up from the ground, passed through the window, floated out, and soon disappeared in the wind and snow outside. Butler Wang. Don't worry. Tonight is the day that boy dies. Chapter 90. I'm leaving. It was early morning. The wind was cold, and the snow had stopped. On the deserted street, two black shadows passed through the courtyard wall and flew in the air at a moderate speed. They were surrounded by a trace of black air. Their eyes were scarlet. Their fangs were exposed. Their claws were like knives. And their faces were green and ferocious. Unlike ordinary ghosts, their breath was more fierce, and their appearance was more strange and terrifying. They floated straight forward, passing through the walls of the houses and the shops on the streets. Soon, they reached their destination. We're here. In the house with flickering candlelight. An old woman in flowery clothes looked at the row of candlelight in front of her with scarlet eyes, a cold and grim smile on her lips, and her wrinkled cheeks looked quite distorted. Wang Chung stood in the shadow behind, hesitated for a moment, and whispered, "Which? You must not leave any traces." The old woman grinned, revealing two rows of sharp yellow teeth. "Don't worry. My two ghost slaves will directly invade the boy's body and eat his soul. When he wakes up tomorrow morning, the boy will become an idiot. Others will think that he has been studying all day and has gone crazy because of overusing his brain. There will be no traces left." Wang Chung bowed and said, "Thank you." "Which? He. Enter the mansion." The old woman stared with scarlet eyes, blood flashing in her eyes, grinning and whispering, "Hungry little things. Don't suppress your nature anymore. Eat him." Qin Mansion. After Luo Qingzhou left the Yuanong Tower, he rushed back while thinking about things in his heart. Just approaching the courtyard, he suddenly saw two black shadows appear on the courtyard wall and floated into the courtyard. The two black shadows had bloodshot eyes, black hair wrapped around them, and green faces and fangs. They were not ordinary ghosts, but the ghost slaves mentioned in the book. Luo Qingzhou's eyes turned cold, and he floated past silently from the side and went straight into his room. He glanced at the body on the bed and hesitated for a moment. He did not return to his mind immediately. He hid behind the window, clenched his fists, and the boxing method of the thunder fist appeared in his mind. His entire soul suddenly began to shrink, and all the power in his soul was quickly poured into the fist. The fist began to grow. A force that made him feel hot began to condense quickly on his fist. Suddenly, a gust of cold wind blew. The heads of the two black shadows sneaked in through the window, but before their bodies followed in, a huge fist suddenly flew out of the darkness next to them. There was a sizzle sound on the fist, and a blue lightning flashed. "Pa!" The head of one of the black shadows was smashed to pieces. At the same time, the lightning swish wrapped around its whole body, and with a crackling sound, it burned it to ashes in an instant. Another black shadow was directly blown away. It floated outside the window for a moment, then reacted, and was horrified, turning around and running. Luo Qingzhou passed through the window in an instant and grabbed its neck. Huh? The black shadow was panicked and suddenly turned his head and opened his mouth, spitting out a smelly black chi. If an ordinary ghost encounters it, I'm afraid it will be blown unconscious on the spot. But Luo Qingzhou is now in a state of spirit, and he is also protected by fluorescent light. As soon as the black chi touches the fluorescent light on his body, it suddenly disappears. The black shadow is terrified and stretches out its claws to dig. Luo Qingzhou does not avoid or give way. He pinches its neck with one hand and makes a fist with the other hand. Bang, he punches it on the head, smashing its head to pieces. This time, the punch did not release lightning. The black shadow lost its head, but its body was still struggling. At the same time, the disintegrated black mist of the head began to slowly condense, trying to reassemble into a head. Bang! Luo Qingzhou punched it again and smashed its body to pieces. Bang! Boom! Boom! Then, several consecutive punches directly smashed the disintegrated black mist into pieces and completely disappeared. The two ghost slaves died before they entered the house. At this time, in the backyard of the dilapidated mansion, a series of shrill screams suddenly sounded. In the dim room, an old woman in flowery clothes covered her bleeding eyes, rolled on the ground in pain, screamed miserably, and her face was distorted. Wang Chung, who was standing in the shadows behind, had a very ugly expression on his face. The rolling and screaming continued for a long time before gradually stopping. The old woman crawled there with messy white hair, motionless for a long time, then trembled, slowly climbed up from the ground, sat there, and grinned, revealing a more twisted and terrifying grin on her wrinkled old face with two bloody tears. Killed two more of my ghost slaves, hee hee hee. Good tricks. Good tricks, there is still a spirit. Wang Chung did not dare to approach, hesitated for a moment, and said with an ugly face, "Which? Don't worry." The old woman's voice was hoarse and gloomy. With bloody eyes, grinning, I said that if I let that kid die tonight, he will definitely not live beyond tomorrow. It's just a spirit that has just learned to wander at night. TSK. I haven't had my spirit leave my body for a long time, and I did it myself in this case. I will go there in person tonight to meet the chick that has just grown hair. As she said, she stretched out her skinny hands and slowly took out a wooden box from her arms. Then, she opened the wooden box and placed it on the ground in front of her. Wang Chung was curious, and quietly stepped forward, looking into the wooden box. In the wooden box, there was a small black sword about the length of a finger. The small sword had no hilt, only a sharp blade, which looked thin and small, and did not seem to be very sharp. He was a little confused, but the next moment, he suddenly widened his eyes. Buzz! The small sword suddenly buzzed, and flew out of the wooden box by itself, floating in the air, trembling all over. Flying sword? Wang Chung was shocked, and at the same time, he was secretly happy. The witch finally showed her true ability, and it worked tonight. Butler Wang. Wait a moment. I'll be back soon. I'll leave my body here. You have to take good care of it. If something goes wrong, your whole room will have to accompany it. Also, that kid will be beheaded soon, and there will definitely be traces, and they will be very tragic traces. But don't worry. There will be no traces of you. No one will find out about you. Wang Chung quickly bowed and said, "Thank you, witch. Don't worry. I will take good care of your body and won't let it go wrong. I'm leaving now." A black shadow suddenly flew out from the top of the old woman's head, holding the flying sword, and flew out of the window, disappearing into the darkness outside in an instant. Humph. You killed my 3 ghost slaves, and tonight I will let you go to H.L. to repent. The old woman held the flying sword, her white hair fluttering, and she passed through the streets and houses like a gust of wind and lightning, and soon arrived at the Qin mansion. Just as she was about to go in, her heart suddenly jumped, and she turned her head to look on the house next to her. At some point, a figure emitting moonlight stood silently, as if looking at her. The old woman's face changed slightly, and she quickly turned around and said, "Which Taoist friend?" "I am Shua." The moonlight figure suddenly disappeared from the spot. The old woman was startled, and hurriedly grasped the flying sword in her hand, suddenly jumped up, and looked down to search below. But suddenly, her body froze, her eyes widened, and she saw a very scary scene below. Her lower half of the body was still standing below, She opened her mouth, was stunned, and looked down at her body. There was only half of it. Ah! A shrill and desperate scream suddenly sounded in the dark night. But this was only the scream of the soul. Except for the nearby ghosts, and ghosts who were trembling with fear. The people who were dreaming were still sleeping soundly. In the dilapidated mansion. When Wang Chung was holding his breath, and carefully watching the body of the witch in front of him. The body sitting cross-legged in front of the candle suddenly trembled. And the neck began to twitch and twist. Wang Cheng's eyes lit up. And he hurriedly said, "Witch, you're back? That kid. Ha ha ha." The old woman suddenly laughed wildly. Then suddenly jumped up from the ground. Her pupils dilated. Her face extremely distorted. Stretched out two skinny claws. And suddenly pounced on him. Opened her sharp yellow teeth. And bit him fiercely in the face. Ah! Wang Chung was caught off guard and was bitten. He was shocked and frightened. He suddenly threw a punch and hit the old woman's chest with a bang. The old woman's skinny body was directly smashed out and fell heavily on the ground in front of the window. She lay on the ground. Her chest sunken. Blood gushing from her mouth and nose. Her face full of death. She opened her mouth. Stretched out her hands. And ho-ho a few times in her throat. Her body suddenly stiffened. And she died. Wang Chung stood there with blood on his face. Staring wide-eyed. Stunned. It took a long time to come back to his senses. Chapter 91 Despicable. It was late at night, and the world was still. Luo Qingzhou lay in bed. Tossing and turning. Unable to fall asleep. The little girl in his arms was already asleep. After killing the two ghost slaves. He couldn't calm down. If he hadn't read those books and cultivated his soul, he would never have known that there were such sneaky things in the dark. The mystery and complexity of this world were obviously beyond his expectations. In addition to mortals and warriors, there are also soul cultivators. In addition to monsters and ghosts, there are also various ghosts. If he was like before, only thinking about studying and getting ahead, I'm afraid he would have turned into a cold corpse by now. The eldest lady would definitely not give up. But he didn't understand why the other party had to kill him now that he had left Chunghwa Mansion and married into Qin Mansion. And there would be no threat to her son's things. Is it just event? Or because of this marriage that they had led? Thinking about her performance when she returned home. And Luo Yu's eyes that day. And thinking about Luo Yu's attitude later. Luo Qingzhou felt that her guess should be correct. Otherwise, she really didn't need to spend so much effort and financial resources to deal with him. Who she always thought was a small person like an ant. Her son suddenly regretted seeing the beauty of Miss Qin and the strength of Xia Chan. She regretted it too. Then, no one else can get the good things that her son can't get. Especially him. Who she always thought should live in the mud and be trampled by everyone. How could he be qualified to enjoy what should belong to her son? He didn't deserve it. He didn't even deserve to think about it. However, they were too clever and made things worse. And let him get it. In addition, her son is now preparing for the exam. If he really has a knot in his heart about this marriage, then, so, she must exhaust all means to completely destroy him. If he doesn't die, I'm afraid her precious son will continue to suffer. Who? The north wind was whimpering outside the window. And the snow seemed to have stopped. Luo Qingzhou was thinking about all sorts of things. And he didn't feel sleepy at all. He lay in bed for a while. Feeling really uncomfortable. He got up carefully. Helped the little girl to press the quilt. Put on his coat. Went to open the window. And looked outside. The snow had indeed stopped. A chill came over. Falling on his face and neck. With a hint of coldness. Making him more awake. He suddenly fixed his eyes. And looked at the pear tree in the yard. There was a figure standing there. She was wearing a light green long skirt. Black hair down to her waist. Slender and cold. With her arms folded across her chest. Holding a sword in her arms. Standing there silently. Motionless. Like a statue. Luo Qingzhou almost didn't notice it. Why did she come here in the middle of the night? Isn't she having a stomachache? Luo Qingzhou was puzzled. Hesitated for a moment. Closed the window. Put on his clothes. Opened the door and walked out. The wind was still strong in the courtyard. The girl under the pear tree leaned sideways. Turned her face away. And looked away motionlessly. As if she didn't notice him coming out. Luo Qingzhou walked closer and bowed. Miss Xia-chan, is there anything wrong? The girl's pretty face was cold. And she remained in the same position as before. Motionless and silent. Luo Qingzhou looked up at her. Thought for a while. And said, Miss Xia-chan can't sleep? The girl still didn't speak. Luo Qingzhou saw that her little face was a little pale, and advised, "It's cold outside. Miss Ya-chan is not feeling well. You should go back quickly." "Humph." The girl finally spoke. But she snorted coldly, still looking away with her pretty face. Luo Qingzhou couldn't figure out her thoughts. Nor could he see through her inner thoughts. Seeing the cold night wind, the girl's face became uglier. After thinking about it, she turned around and went to the kitchen, took out the stove from the corner, and lit a charcoal fire. After a while, the fire was lit. Luo Qingzhou shouted at the kitchen door, "Miss Ya-chan, if you can't sleep, come in and warm yourself by the fire. It's cold outside." The girl still stood in the cold wind with a sword in her arms, with a cold face, and ignored him. Luo Qingzhou reacted and said, "Miss Ya-chan, it's cold outside. Please come in and warm yourself by the fire. Anyway, I'm used to it." And when he returned home, the girl helped him vent his anger when he went to Chunghwa Mansion last time. The girl followed him to protect him. The new year is coming soon. When that time comes, he and Miss Qin may have to go to Chunghwa Mansion again and need her to accompany them. Although the girl's personality is not pleasing, she is still quite useful. So just go along with her. Humph. The girl snorted coldly and finally moved. Luo Qingzhou quickly made way and retreated into the kitchen. The girl entered the kitchen, holding a sword, standing in front of the stove, still as cold as ice. Luo Qingzhou moved a small stool and placed it behind her, saying, "Sit down. I'll go get you a cup of hot water." After that, he left the kitchen and went to the living room. There was a stove in the living room warming up the hot water. Luo Qingzhou took the cup, poured a glass of water, and returned to the kitchen. In the kitchen, the girl had already sat down, still holding the sword, with a cold face. When she saw him come in, she turned away and looked away. Luo Qingzhou handed the hot water in his hand to her, saying, "Miss Ya-chan, please drink water." The girl didn't take it. Luo Qingzhou had to carry it himself and stand by. He suddenly saw another small stool placed next to the stove, one empty space away from her. However, he clearly remembered that this small stool was clearly placed in the corner just now. Could it be? He glanced at the cold girl in front of him, hesitated for a moment, and walked forward and said, "That Miss Ya-chan. Can I sit down?" The girl turned her face away and didn't speak. No. That means tacit consent. Luo Qingzhou held a teacup and sat down on the small stool. He glanced at her profile and wanted to speak, but didn't know what to say. Anyway, no matter what he said, he would not get a response. At most, he would get a hum. And there is always the risk of angering her. So it's better to shut up. Two people sat in front of the stove, one holding a teacup, one holding a sword, one looking at the stove, and one looking away. All silent. The night passed quietly. The temperature in the stove slowly radiated in the dimly lit kitchen, quietly warming the silent and strange man and woman. Are you cold? Do you want me to help you put on a coat? It's getting late. Why don't you go back to bed? It's almost dawn." All night long, Luo Qingzhou said these 3 sentences, but he didn't get any response. When it was dawn, the girl finally got up, holding the sword, and left coldly, still without leaving a word. Luo Qingzhou sat for a while, then turned off the stove and returned to the house. He then took off his clothes and went to bed, got into the quilt, and hugged the warm and soft little girl. It was really tiring. I sat there in a daze all night. Wouldn't it be better to hug the little girl and kiss her in the quilt? He kissed Xiaodia's tender shoulders, wrapped the quilt tightly, and closed his eyes. This sleep lasted until almost noon. After lunch, he went to the stone chamber at the bottom of the lake to practice. When he came back in the evening, Xiaodai had brought back a sumptuous dinner, and then told him, "Sir, Sister Bailing came just now. Sister Bailing said that she had a nightmare last night and was afraid to sleep alone. So she asked me to go over tonight to sleep with her." Luo Qingzhou was stunned when he heard this. What else did she say? Xiaodai thought about it, shook her head and said, "No. That's all. Sir, I will warm your quilt first tonight, and then go over after I warm you up." Luo Qingzhou pondered for a moment and said, "No. You go early." Xiaodai agreed without thinking too much. Luo Qingzhou lowered his head to eat, thinking to himself, she should have known that I suspected her. Right? So she deliberately tricked Xiaodai over tonight to create proof of her absence. And then when Xiaodai fell asleep, She might suddenly sneak over again and sleep with me? Despicable. Chapter 92. I am so pitiful. Night fell. A silver moon rose above the branches. After dinner, Luo Qingzhou went to the mother-in-law first. Song Ryue was sitting in the living room eating snacks. Seeing him coming to pay his respects, he first put on airs with a cold face for a while, and then scolded, "Remember to go see Wei Mo tomorrow. Talk to her more, and tell her more stories that she likes to hear. Don't ignore what I say. Remember?" Luo Qingzhou said respectfully. Qingzhou remembers. Song Ryue stretched out her slender jade fingers, pinched a small piece of snack and put it in her mouth, then frowned and said to Mayor beside her, "Too much sugar. It's so greasy." After a pause, she said coldly, "Wrap up the remaining snacks and let this kid take it out. You can give it to any servant or throw it away." "Yes, madam." Mayor hurried over to pick up the snacks, walked into the side room next to her, and wrapped them up carefully. Then he took it out and handed it to Luo Qingzhou, son-in-law. "Take it." Luo Qingzhou took it in his hand, glanced at the garden behind, and whispered, "Miss Mayor, I want to go to the back garden and share this snack with Donong and Cece." "Okay." "Humph." Song Ryue suddenly slapped the table, picked up the teacup, and glanced at him with anger. Mayor hurriedly whispered, "Son-in-law, don't give it away. Take it back and eat it yourself. Go quickly." Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a moment, and did not dare to stay any longer, so he had to bow and leave. After he left, Song Ryue put down the teacup in her hand, frowned, and muttered unhappily, "Stinky boy. You don't know how to treat him well. Such a stupid brain. He deserves to be alone in the empty room." Mayor lowered her head, holding back her laughter, and did not dare to say a word. Song Ryue asked again, "Did Mir and Zir send them over?" Mayor said quickly, "Madam, I was just about to report to you. Mir and Zir had just gone over, but before they reached the door of the son-in-law, they were stopped by Bailing and then blocked back. Bailing said that the son-in-law is studying hard now, and cannot indulge in the gentle world. She also said that the son-in-law is weak and can't stand the tossing. And said, what else did she say?" Song Ryue narrowed her eyes. Mayor lowered her head and said with a strange look, "She also said that the son-in-law only needs them." "Huh?" Song Ryue raised her eyebrows, and her eyes flashed. "How many of them?" Mayor looked up and glanced at her secretly, and whispered, "Madam." As for which one, she said, "I didn't dare to ask." She was actually very curious and hoped that Madam would know. Unexpectedly, Song Ryue rolled her eyes and said to her sideways, "Don't worry. You are definitely not among them." Mayor. Creak. Creak. Luo Qingzhou stepped on the snow and came to the door of Lingshan Moon Palace. Just as he was about to knock on the door, the courtyard door opened with a creak. Bai Ling, wearing a pink dress, stood in the door coquettishly, with two sweet dimples on her face. "Son-in-law, I want to tell you something first." Luo Qingzhou looked at her meaningfully and said, "You say?" Bai Ling smiled and said, "Congratulations, son-in-law. The lady has selected two beautiful maids for you, and they can serve you tonight." Luo Qingzhou looked at her and said nothing. He knew that she had not finished speaking. Sure enough, Bai Ling smiled and said, "It's a pity that the two maids who share the same room despise the status of the son-in-law. So they cried and shouted that they wanted to die and not come to serve the son-in-law. There was no way. The lady was afraid of death, so she had to withdraw the order. After that," she blinked and smiled. "Son-in-law, are you regretful? Are you sad? Are you disappointed?" Luo Qingzhou glanced at her eyes and said, "A little disappointed." Bai Ling raised her eyebrows. "Oh?" Luo Qingzhou pretended to sigh with regret. "If there are two more maids who share the same room, I won't have to trouble the eldest lady to sleep with me in the future. It will be a good thing for everyone. What do you think, Miss Bai Ling?" The two looked at each other, paused for a moment, and were silent for a moment. "Humph." Bai Ling snorted coldly and walked into the door and said, "Sure enough, all men are lustful, unsatisfied, and not good things. The son-in-law is the same." Luo Qingzhou followed in and looked at her and said, "Miss Bai Ling looks a little angry. Is it because of your young lady?" Bai Ling glared at him and said, "Of course." Luo Qingzhou smiled and said, "But if I really have two more maids, I really don't need the eldest lady to sleep with me. Shouldn't she be happy? And shouldn't you be happy too?" Bai Ling choked for a moment, and seemed to have nothing to say. She could only stamp her feet and walk to the back garden angrily and said, "The son-in-law is a bad guy. I don't want to talk to him. Luo Qingzhou's mouth moved, and he stopped teasing her. In the back garden, Qin Jinjiao was wearing a white dress and sitting quietly in the pavilion. She didn't read tonight, but looked at the lotus in the pond outside the pavilion. Lost in thought, Xia Chan was still not there. I don't know if she was lying in the room because of a stomachache, or because she didn't sleep all night last night and is still sleeping now. Luo Qingzhou stepped on the snow and walked outside the pavilion. He bowed his head and said, Mississippi. Miss Qin talked to him last night. I wonder if she will talk to him again tonight. After a while, Qin Jinjiao came back to her senses and turned to look at him. After a while, she spoke again. Let's go see Xia Chan. This sentence again? Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a moment and said respectfully, Yes. Son-in-law. Let's go. Bailing took him into the house. After entering the house and walking to the corner where they were last night, Bailing suddenly stopped again and turned around to look at him. Luo Qingzhou also stopped and turned around to look at him. After a moment of silence, Bailing suddenly put her hands on her waist and pouted her mouth to warn, Son-in-law, I will reiterate for the last time that you can't be naughty to me anymore. Otherwise I am. Before she finished speaking, Luo Qingzhou hugged her slender waist and then blocked her pouting mouth. A few minutes later, Luo Qingzhou let go, Miss Bailing. Is it okay? Woo-woo. Bai Ling immediately whimpered, ran over and opened the door, ran into the wing room with a crying voice, and complained aggrievedly, Chan. Hee hee. Woo-woo, my uncle is being naughty to me again. I really don't want to live anymore. Woo-woo. When Luo Qingzhou followed her to the door, he saw her rubbing her tearless eyes with her two small fists, whimpering and grinning, as if she noticed him coming, and immediately flattened her mouth and continued to whimper. Xia Chan was wearing a white pajamas, with her arms folded across her chest and a sword in her arms. She was standing sideways in front of the window. Her hair was messy. Her eyes were sleepy. And the two snow-white silk stockings on her feet were not put on properly, revealing a touch of whiteness. It was obvious that she had just hurriedly got up from the bed. Luo Qingzhou did not dare to go in, and bowed his head at the door and said, Miss Xia Chan, are you feeling better? The eldest lady asked me to come and see you. Bailing immediately stopped whining, Son-in-law, do you mean that if the eldest lady doesn't let you come, you won't come? Luo Qingzhou ignored her, and looked up at the cold girl in front of the window. Humph! Xia Chan snorted coldly, turned her pretty face away, and looked at him with cold eyes. Luo Qingzhou retracted his gaze and said, Miss Xia Chan, you have a good rest. Then I will go back first. Goodbye. After that, he helped them close the door and immediately left. He had to go back and take the time to cultivate his soul for a while. And by the way, go out and tell the senior that he could not tell stories tonight, because his wife might go to see him tonight. After he left, the room became quiet. Xia Chan returned to bed and laid down in the quilt again, still holding her sword tightly in her hand. Bai Ling stood for a while, and suddenly said, Chan, the lady is so strange. She actually took the initiative to talk to me today and asked me to call Xiaodai tonight. What does this mean? Does the lady want to? Then she immediately shook her head and said, No, it's impossible. There should be other reasons. But it's a pity that the lady didn't tell me. Xia Chan lay motionless on the bed, staring at it, dazed. Bai Ling glanced at her and couldn't help but said, Poor girl. Look at your pale face. You obviously have a stomachache and feel uncomfortable. But you still had to guard the guy last night. How can there be so many killers? And the young lady is here. What are you afraid of? Although the young lady said that she would not interfere in any mundane affairs. But this is her home after all. And that guy is her after all. Well, I'm talking without any pain. After all, I haven't shed blood for that guy. And I haven't been hurt for him. Chan the son-in-law likes sex so much. Not only does he like to sex me, but he also wants to sex more girls. Tonight, the lady is going to give the son-in-law 2 little girls. As soon as I said it, the son-in-law's eyes lit up, and he swallowed his saliva. She was mumbling alone by the bed. Xia Chan was wrapped in a quilt, revealing only a pretty face and a sword. Her eyes stared blankly at the curtain above her head, without saying a word. After Bailing nags and slanders Luo Qingzhou for a few more times, she finally can't help but say, You're so long-winded. Bailing glanced at her, stopped slandering, suddenly sobbed, hugged her towering breasts with both arms, and said with a face full of grievance, Chan, you don't know. The uncle just went too far. not only hugged my small waist, not only bit my little mouth rudely, but also touched me and touched me everywhere. Woo woo. I'm so upset. How can I make the uncle stop liking my body? Can you teach me? Chan Chan. You are so amazing. The uncle has no interest in you at all. He doesn't even look at you. I'm so envious. Chan Chan. The uncle never said anything naughty to you in person. The uncle is so good to you. Woo woo. I'm so pitiful. Xia Chan closed her eyes, and her face and head went into the quilt. After Luo Qizhou went back, he gave Xiaodai a warning, closed the door, and his soul left his body. He first practiced the thunder fist in the house for a while. Then he crossed the house, rose into the air, and floated carefully towards the Yuannong Tower. I hope that Senior will not blame him. There is really a lady waiting for him at home tonight. Chapter 93 Catching an Adulterer. The night was quiet. There was no cold wind to disturb him, no snow to stir him. There was only a silver moon hanging in the night sky, quietly watching him. The weather was good tonight, but Luo Qizhou still did not dare to be careless. He was cautious all the way, like the wind, floating, and soon arrived at the Yuannong building. He still stopped 100 meters away and looked at the top of the Yuannong building. There were no figures on the eaves everywhere. It seemed a little early. The senior had not come yet. Luo Qizhou did not dare to approach alone, so he had to float around for a while, observing the houses and streets of the entire Mo city, while honing his soul in the dark. Half an hour later, he returned to the Yuannong building. On the eaves, the moon-white figure had already stood there silently. The silver moon was like a hook. The figure was hazy, like a dream or reality, as if it would be covered by dark clouds like moonlight in the next second and disappear without a trace. When Luo Qizhou approached, a snow-white handkerchief flew out, covering the red round bead on the top of the attic. Thank you, Senior. He stopped 4 or 5 meters away from the attic, and did not approach any further. He bowed and apologized. Senior, I have something tonight, so I came to tell you in advance that I will not come tonight. The moon-white figure seemed to be stunned when he heard it, and said in a vague voice, What's the matter? Luo Qizhou lowered his head and said, I have to stay at home with my wife tonight. Sorry, Senior. His cheeks were slightly hot after he said that. The truth is that he has to stay in the room tonight, waiting for someone to come. The moon-white figure seemed to frown and fell silent after hearing it. The air suddenly became quiet. After a while, Luo Qizhou was about to say goodbye, when the figure suddenly spoke in an ethereal voice. Do you really have a wife waiting for you at home? Luo Qizhou was stunned for a moment, looked up at her and said, Of course. Senior, do you not believe that I have a wife at home? Or do you not believe that my wife is waiting for me at home? The Yubai figure was silent for a long time, staring at him for a moment through the hazy light, and then said in a low voice, Go? Luo Qizhou said nothing more, bowed his hands, turned around and left. He had to go back quickly. I don't know when that cunning girl suddenly passed by. The Yubai figure stood quietly on the eaves, watching his figure gradually disappear in the night, frowning, stunned for a long time, then put away the handkerchief, and disappeared in a flash. Luo Qizhou floated back to the house, and when his soul returned to his body, Xiaodai had already left. The little girl entered Lingchan Moon Palace very restrainedly. Bailing pulled her in enthusiastically, then sent her to the room, locked her in the room, and smiled kindly. Xiaodai, embroider on the bed. Go to sleep when you are tired. I will come later. The little girl did not dare to ask more, and nodded obediently. After Bailing left, she went to Xia Chan's room and talked to herself for a while, and then went to the back garden. When she was picking a plum blossom in the garden and putting it in front of her nose to smell it carefully, Qin Jianjia, who was sitting in the pavilion, suddenly said, Bai Ling. Bailing was startled and ran over and said, Miss, you are back so early? What's wrong? Qin Jianjia looked at the moonlight in the pond outside the pavilion, was silent for a moment, and said, Go over there and see who is in his room. Ah? Bai Ling was stunned for a moment, and did not react for a while. After a few seconds, Fong suddenly realized and hurriedly said, Oh, Miss, are you talking about the son-in-law? I will go there right away. After saying that, she took the plum blossom and walked out of the back garden quickly, wondering in her heart, Xiaodai is gone. Who would be in the son-in-law's room? Did the lady see someone else? Thinking of this, she suddenly became angry, quickened her pace, and said angrily, Stinky son-in-law. He is indeed a bad guy. Cheating on us. I want to see which girl dares to be so bold. Do you want to tell Chan Chan? Forget it. Forget it. Chan Chan is still sick. And she bled a lot today. If she knows, she will probably bleed again tonight. The adulterer and the adulteress bleed. Or she herself. Hey. Stinky son-in-law. You wait for me. I'm here to catch the adultery. Bai Ling went out angrily. Luo Qingzhou sat in the room for a while. Seeing that it was still early, he lit the oil lamp and candle, opened the window, and read at the table. After reading for a while, he ground ink and spread out rice paper, and picked up the pen to practice calligraphy. In the imperial examination, literary talent is very important, but calligraphy is equally important. In ancient times, most of those who passed the exam had good calligraphy. Calligraphy is like face. If the first impression given to the examiner is not good, then the score of the entire test paper will be discounted. If the two test papers are similar in literary talent, then the one who writes beautifully will definitely be given priority. If it is a palace examination, even the overall image of the individual will be considered. If the clothes are not tidy, or the appearance is wretched, then even if the talent and grades are the first, it may not be possible to get the ranking it deserves. Luo Qingzhou remembered that there was such a talented man in ancient times. He ranked first in the palace examination and was talented. But because of his bad image, he was eliminated and humiliated by the emperor. How sad. However, Luo Qingzhou is not worried about his image. And he is only taking the exam for Jiren now. It is enough to practice calligraphy and read books well. Because of martial arts and soul cultivation, he wrote at this time. And there was a spirit that literati did not have. Every word seemed to be infused with vitality. And the font looked much more elegant and beautiful. While practicing, he suddenly heard a slight creaking sound from outside the courtyard. Like the sound of feet stepping on snow. But it stopped soon. Come so early. Luo Qingzhou's heart moved. And he immediately packed up his things, blew out the lights, half closed the window, held his breath, and waited in the dark, his eyes fixed on the door. But after waiting for a long time, there was no movement outside. Luo Qingzhou hesitated for a moment, suddenly stood still, calmed his mind, and his soul left his body. A black shadow suddenly flew out from the top of his head, passed through the window, quietly floated into the air, and looked down at the outside of the courtyard. It was indeed her. Outside the courtyard door, close to the courtyard door, stood a charming figure. She was wearing a pink dress, holding a plum blossom in her hand, and was sticking to the crack of the door, sneaking into the courtyard. Who else could it be but Bai Ling? Luo Qingzhou felt a little complicated. He didn't look anymore, fell from the roof, went into the room, and his soul returned to his body. He waited for a while. He quietly went out from the back door, walked around, and came to the front door. Bai Ling was still sticking to the door, her eyes facing the crack of the door, secretly looking inside. Suddenly, her body stiffened, feeling something was wrong, slowly turned her head and looked behind. Luo Qingzhou stood behind her quietly, and when she turned around, he said calmly, "Miss Bai Ling, what are you doing?" Bai Ling froze for a moment, smiled awkwardly, turned around and said, "Uncle, I can't sleep, so I want to come and chat with you. But I was afraid of disturbing you, so I didn't dare to knock on the door." Luo Qingzhou stared into her eyes. "Just chatting?" Bai Ling blinked her dark and smart eyes, and said innocently, "Yes, just chatting. What else do you think?" "Uncle?" Luo Qingzhou looked at her expressionlessly. After a moment of silence, he suddenly said, "Aren't you here to sleep with me?" "Ah?" When Bai Ling heard this, she immediately opened her eyes wide, was stunned, and hurriedly crossed her arms, with a frightened expression on her face. "Uncle, don't do this. I really just want to chat with you. I don't want to be frightened by you." Luo Qingzhou stared at her for a while, suddenly approached her, and stretched out his mouth. This time, he didn't hug her, nor did he press her against the wall. Bai Ling opened her eyes wide, was stunned for a moment, and subconsciously pouted her mouth and stretched forward, as if ready to welcome his rough kiss. However, Luo Qingzhou stopped abruptly, and suddenly stood there. "Bai Ling." The air suddenly became very quiet. After being stunned for a few breaths, Bai Ling hurriedly closed her mouth, stepped back, and leaned against the door behind her. Her pretty face was flushed with two blushes, and she said shyly and coquettishly, "Son-in-law, you are so annoying. You can't do that to me again. Although there is no one here, I will still scream even if you block my mouth with your mouth." I will not give in, I will definitely resist to the end in my heart, Before she finished speaking, Luo Qingzhou suddenly hugged her slender waist, pressed her against the door behind her, and then kissed her on the mouth. The whole world seemed to become quiet. When Luo Qingzhou let her go, she was already out of breath. Her eyes were blurred. Her whole body was soft, and she couldn't stand. Luo Qingzhou lowered his head and stared at her delicate face and eyes full of spring water for a while, suddenly bent down and hugged her horizontally. Then he returned the same way. Auntie, uncle, what are you doing? Bai Ling was held in his arms, without any struggle, but her face was blushing. Her face was full of fear and shyness, and her two delicate arms were still holding his neck. Luo Qingzhou held her and walked through the backyard and into the house. When he reached the door of the room, he hesitated for a moment, turned around and walked toward Xiudia's boudoir. Every time they had sex, they were drugged. Maybe there was something strange about that room. He decided to change rooms tonight. Uncle. No trembling. When Luo Qingzhou carried her into the room and put her on Xiudia's bed, she panicked and began to struggle. Luo Qingzhou put her hands on her head, pressed on her body and said, Miss Bailing, it's already this time. Do you still want to struggle? Then he said meaningfully, I want to be awake tonight and take the initiative. Okay? Bai Ling opened her eyes wide, was stunned for a moment, and hurriedly shook her head with a blushing face. No. You can't be timid to me. Miss hasn't agreed to let me be your concubine. Swish. Luo Qingzhou directly untied the belt around her waist, pulled it out, and then tied her hands on her head, saying calmly, it doesn't matter. We will kill first and ask for permission later. Woo-woo. Son-in-law. Don't, I'm scared, I'm afraid of pain. Bai Ling cried. But there were no tears. Luo Qingzhou ignored her and turned her over, let her crawl on the bed, and then took off her coat from behind. Until this moment, she was still just crying and begging for mercy pitifully or pretending to be. But she did not resist. There was a hint of doubt in Luo Qingzhou's eyes. Chapter 94 Late Night Companionship. Huh? There seemed to be wind blowing outside the window. Luo Qingzhou suddenly felt a chill all over his body. His heart trembled, and he turned his head to look at the window. The window that was just closed was now open. Outside the window, a cold figure stood silently without a sound. Luo Qingzhou's hand was about to tear off the pink underwear, but suddenly froze. Woo-woo. Son-in-law, don't. I don't want it. Bailing bent her legs, knelt on the bed, bit her waist, raised her hips, and sobbed. The figure outside the window was motionless, but the cold air was colder than the wind and snow. After being stiff for dozens of seconds, Luo Qingzhou tied up the underwear string that he had just untied. Bailing was stunned for a moment, then stopped sobbing immediately, turned her head to look at him, and her crying tone suddenly turned into surprise and confusion. Uncle, why did you tie it up again? Then, she saw the figure outside the window, was stunned for a moment, and suddenly sobbed again. Uncle, don't, please. Don't be naughty to me anymore. I would rather die than surrender. Sobbed Luo Qingzhou. Silently helped her tie it up, and then silently helped her put on her coat, and then silently untied the belt on her wrist and tied it back to her slender waist. Then he silently left the room and returned to his own room, closed the door and window. Then he took off his clothes and went to bed, wrapped in the quilt. After a while, suddenly, Bailing's faint voice came from the yard. Uncle, I'm leaving. Uncle, stop being naughty to me tonight. I forgive you. If there is a next time, humph, I will cry. After saying that, he stomped his feet, and the footsteps gradually faded away. Squeak. The yard door opened and closed again. Luo Qingzhou was still lying on the bed, wrapped in a quilt, motionless. After a long time, he turned his head carefully and looked at the window. The window was still closed. There was no sound outside. He waited for nearly half an hour, but there was still no sound. He finally breathed a sigh of relief, and his back was already sweating. Looking at the curtain above his head, he fell into deep thought. From the test just now, the fact is beyond doubt. If Xia Chan hadn't appeared suddenly, he would have taken off all her clothes just now. However, she still didn't resist. It would be fine to hug her and kiss her at ordinary times, but just now it was real. But she looked like she was reluctant to refuse. If it wasn't her who shared the room, how could it be possible? Although she was quirky and carefree, she would never let people take off their clothes and force them to sleep. Judging from the Qin family's attitude towards her, she was definitely not simple. Moreover, she like Xia-chan, was Miss Qin's maid. Xia-chan was so powerful. She would never be so weak as to be bullied by others. Therefore, there was only one reason for her attitude of letting him bully her just now. She had slept with him, and was originally his. The reason why she had to conceal it in this situation was not only that the two of them would not get along well after the facts were made clear, but also because of the reputation of Miss Qin and the Qin family. So even if everyone knew about this matter, they had to continue to play dumb. And if he wants to stay here with Xiao Dai peacefully, he must continue to play dumb with them. Although it is a bit humiliating. Who has not experienced humiliation to live? Moreover, he feels that he is not at a disadvantage. At least it is better than being worried all day long in Chunghwa Mansion, not having enough food and clothes, and being humiliated all day long. Right? He was thinking wildly in his mind. He tossed and turned, unable to fall asleep. It was not yet midnight. Luo Qingzhou was really not sleepy. After thinking about it, he got up and sat down, calmed his mind, and his soul left his body. Instead of wasting time thinking about it, it is better to seize the time to practice. At this point, it is useless to think too much. The soul jumped out from the top of his head and floated through the window. Just as he was about to rise to the roof, he suddenly saw that the entire area of more than 10 meters around the entrance of the courtyard was floating with a layer of light blue ice crystals. And even the ground was covered with a thin layer of ice crystals. It was like a small world of ice. And one look at it would make one feel cold all over. Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a moment, and suddenly thought of something. He carefully rose to a high place and looked out the door. Sure enough, there stood a slender and cold figure at the door, still with his arms folded across his chest, holding a sword in his arms. He stood there motionless, like a statue in the dark. Haven't you left yet? What are you doing standing outside the door? Luo Qingzhou was confused and didn't dare to go out again. He had to go through the roof and float back into the house. And his soul returned to his body. He got out of bed and put on his clothes. He opened the window and looked outside. The light blue ice crystals floating in the air and the ice crystals covering the ground disappeared. It's not that they disappeared. It's just that the soul can see it. But it's hard to see it with the naked eye. It's a kind of aura that a person brings with him. Or aura. For example, a powerful warrior with vigorous blood and she will look blood red from a distance, as if it is burning with fire. But Luo Qingzhou didn't expect that the cold girl's aura was also icy. No wonder every time I see her, I feel cold all over. Bailing said that she can reach within 10 steps in an instant, hits the target every time, and her sword will cut the throat. I'm afraid this is related to this. The range of the ice crystals just seen is also about 10 meters. But she is so powerful. How can she still have stomachache and dysmenorrhea? It is said that after a warrior refines his body. Wait. From what I saw just now, she doesn't seem to be a warrior. There is almost no blood-red aura. But if she is not a warrior, how can she have such a fast sword and such a fast speed? It seems that the girl has a lot of secrets. Just like Bailing. She looks innocent. Simple. Innocent. Weak. And bullied and kissed by him every day. But in fact she has a lot of ghost thoughts. Maybe she is a master of pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger. Isn't there a saying? Iron hunters often appear as prey. Bailing is probably like this. Tonight's test. Who is testing whom? Luo Qingzhou thought for a while in the room, walked out, and went to the kitchen to light the stove first. When the charcoal fire was burning, he was about to go out, and saw 2 small stools next to him. After thinking about it, he took one of them and put it in front of the stove, and took the other one and put it in the farthest corner. Then he went out, stretched in the small yard, and said to himself, I can't sleep. After saying that, he went straight over and opened the courtyard door. Outside the door, the girl was holding a sword, still standing there motionless like a sculpture. When she saw him open the door, she slightly tilted her body, turned her face away, and looked away, cold as ice. Hey, Miss Xia-chan, why are you standing here? Is there something wrong? He chose to forget what had just happened in the room. Xia-chan still had a cold face and said nothing. Seeing that her face was a little pale, Luo Qingzhou stepped aside and said, It's cold outside. Come in and warm up for a while. The stove is lit. Seeing that she still didn't move, he had to say again, Please. As soon as these 2 words were spoken, the girl snorted coldly, turned around immediately, went into the house, and walked into the kitchen. Luo Qingzhou moved the corner of his mouth, closed the courtyard door, and said to the kitchen, Miss Xia-chan, you warm up first. I'll go get you a cup of hot water. When he returned to the kitchen with the hot water, the cold girl was already holding the sword and sitting on the small bench next to the stove. At the same time, another small stool that was originally placed in the corner was also placed next to it. It was still not far from her, separated by a person. Luo Qingzhou glanced at her, handed the hot water in his hand to her, and said, Miss Xia-chan, drink water. It's hot. The girl turned her head away and ignored him. Luo Qingzhou had to sit down with the water, looked at her again, and asked, It's so late. Why are you still standing outside? Can't you sleep again? Still no response. Luo Qingzhou was too lazy to waste energy and thought talking to himself. He held the water, looked at the red charcoal fire in the stove, and thought of the practice. The room fell into silence. Only the occasional slight sound of the burning charcoal sounded particularly clear. When the water was almost cold, Luo Qingzhou handed it again. Miss Xia-chan, drink water. He didn't ask again. Drink it if you want. Miss Xia-chan, it's getting late. You should go back to bed. You're not feeling well. You better go back quickly. Well, I'm a little sleepy. I have to get up early to study tomorrow. How about you sit by yourself and I go back to bed first? Humph. The girl finally spoke, turned her face away, and stared at him with cold eyes. Luo Qingzhou had no choice but to say, Okay, then I'll sit with you for a while. This time, it was dawn. Luo Qingzhou yawned several times. The night receded, and the girl finally got up. When she passed by him, she didn't know whether it was intentional or unintentional, but her foot suddenly tripped over the bench under his buttocks. Bang! Luo Qingzhou fell to the ground with his buttocks. When he turned around, the cold girl had already left the kitchen and disappeared quickly into the small courtyard outside. Is this the reward for sitting with her for 2 nights? A woman's heart is really unpredictable. Well, it could also be a punishment for flirting with Bailing. Luo Qingzhou got up from the ground, patted his butt, turned off the fire, and went back to the room to sleep. This sleep lasted until noon. After dinner, when he was about to go to the stone chamber at the bottom of the lake to practice, Zhu appeared at the door angrily and said with a stern face, Son-in-law, have you forgotten what you promised, madam? The young lady has been waiting for you all morning today. You are too much. Luo Qingzhou then remembered that he should go to the second young lady's place today. Sorry, I didn't sleep well last night and got up late this morning. Luo Qingzhou apologized and said, Then I'll go now. Is it convenient? Zhu said angrily. The young lady is weak and has to take a nap at this time. Luo Qingzhou said oh, and was about to say forget it, when the little maid glared at him and said, Just because she has to wait for the son-in-law. The young lady has been in the study and refused to rest. What is the son-in-law still dawdling about? Why don't you go quickly? Luo Qingzhou said nothing more and went out. Zhu followed behind, muttering with red eyes. Miss was afraid that the son-in-law would not come in again and would feel uncomfortable standing outside. So she specially prepared a chair with a blanket for the son-in-law. She also prepared her own hand warmer. Holding one hand ready for the son-in-law to use, she also went to the kitchen to make snacks for the son-in-law. Miss coughed up a lot of blood again last night and should have stayed in bed today. But thinking that the son-in-law was going, she got up early and waited in the study at the end. The little maid's tears suddenly fell like pearls from a broken string. Luo Qingzhou frowned and walked forward silently. When they were almost there, he couldn't help but stop, hesitated for a moment, turned around and asked, Miss Zhu, can I ask? The second young lady, what disease does she have? Chapter 95 Lin Daiyu. The air suddenly became quiet. Zhu's tears, which had stopped flowing, suddenly filled her eyes again. She bit her lips, stared at him, and said angrily with a crying voice, My young lady is not ill. After saying that, she suddenly couldn't help crying. Luo Qingzhou's heart sank. He glanced at her, but didn't dare to ask any more questions. He silently entered the yard and walked inside. Chior was walking under the eaves with a bottle of freshly picked flowers in her hand. When she saw him coming, she hurried into the house and said excitedly, Young lady, the son-in-law is here. Qin Weimo was reading a book in the study. Hearing this, he immediately stood up and gently pushed open the window. Luo Qingzhou just walked to the branch of the slanting plum. When he came a few days ago, the branch of the slanting plum was still full of buds, with only a few red plums in full bloom. Today, the branch is already full of red flowers, competing for beauty. The window opened. The two looked at each other. Qin Weimo, wearing a moon-white skirt and a snow-white fox fur coat, stood softly in the window, showing him a gentle and charming smile. Luo Qingzhou bowed his head and saluted. Looking straight ahead, 2nd Mississippi. There are eyes and ears of the mother-in-law in this room. If he guessed correctly, it must be Zhuer. So, be careful and don't cross the line. Qin Weimao stared at him softly for a few times, and said softly, brother-in-law, it's cold outside. Come in and talk. Okay? Luo Qingzhou walked under the eaves and bowed his head and said, 2nd Miss. I can stand here. Does the second lady want to listen to stories today? Qin Weimao glanced at him faintly and said softly, brother-in-law, I have already told mother. Mother will not blame. Don't be afraid. Come in. Let's sit on the couch and talk. Okay? Luo Qingzhou still said, no. I'm fine standing here. Qin Weimao sighed inaudibly and whispered, brother-in-law and Weimao. Will they always be so unfamiliar? Zhuer suddenly appeared in the yard, with red eyes and said, son-in-law, if the young lady asks you to go in, you go in. I won't tell the lady. Luo Qingzhou turned his head and looked at her. Confessing without being beaten? Zhuer blushed and threatened, son-in-law, go in quickly. The lady asked you to go in, but you didn't. If the lady knew, she would be angry. Zhuer also whispered at the door, son-in-law, go in. It's warm in the house. You stand outside with the window open, and the lady can't stand it. Luo Qingzhou looked at the weak person in the house. Qin Weimao frowned slightly, and looked at him with eyes like autumn water. Her little mouth was slightly pouted, and she looked pitiful and pitiful. When she saw him looking at her, she pleaded softly, brother-in-law, come in okay. Luo Qingzhou didn't refuse again. He stretched out his hand to help her gently close the open window, and then went into the house. Zhuer led him to the door of the study and reminded him in a low voice, sir, take off your shoes. Also, please help me persuade the young lady to eat a bowl of lean meat porridge. The young lady has not eaten anything all morning and only had a few snacks at noon. Luo Qingzhou nodded slightly, took off his shoes, stepped on the soft snow-white carpet, and walked in. Brother-in-law. Qin Weimao greeted him with a smile on his face. With bright eyes and white teeth, skin as white as snow, and a body as slender as a willow, as if it would fall down if the wind blew. Luo Qingzhou couldn't help but stretch out his hand, wanting to help. But as soon as he stretched out his hand, he immediately reacted and quickly retracted it. Qin Weimao naturally saw his action, and couldn't help but purse his lips and said softly, brother-in-law, go to the couch. It's warmer there. She turned around gracefully and walked in front, revealing her smooth black hair like a waterfall and her waist that could be held in one hand. The snow-white stockings under the skirt were slender and spotless. Luo Qingzhou followed behind her and walked to the soft couch. Qin Weimao turned around and smiled, brother-in-law, go up. Luo Qingzhou didn't refuse anymore, got on the couch, knelt down, and looked straight ahead. 2nd Miss, do you still want to listen to the story today? Qin Weimao also came up and sat down. The two sat opposite each other across a small table. Qin Weimao's eyes were like water, and he looked at him softly and said, brother-in-law, can we talk first? Luo Qingzhou looked down at the chess pieces on the table and said, 2nd Miss, please speak. Qin Weimao pouted slightly and whispered, brother-in-law, Zhuer and the others are not here. Please look up and look at me. Okay? Luo Qingzhou was a little embarrassed, looked up at her and said, well, 2nd Miss, I'll tell you a story first. This story is more exciting than the last romance of the West Chamber, and the 2nd Miss should like it. Qin Weimao's eyes lit up. Really? After a pause, he said softly, as if he was acting like a spoiled child. But brother-in-law, Weimao still wants to talk to you first. Luo Qingzhou glanced at her and said, well, 2nd Miss, I have to go back to study later. Qin Weimao frowned slightly and said oh in a low voice, lowering her eyelashes and said, okay. Weimao can't disturb brother-in-law's study. With brother-in-law's talent, he will be the top scorer in the high school in the future. Luo Qingzhou didn't say anything more and started to tell the story directly. 2nd Miss, the name of this story is The Story of the Stone. The Story of the Stone? What a strange name. Qin Weimao blinked, feeling a little puzzled. Luo Qingzhou cleared his throat and started to talk directly. It is said that when Noah was refining stones to repair the sky, she refined 36,501 pieces of stubborn stones that were 12 feet high and 24 feet square at the Wuji Cliff of the Great Wilderness Mountain. The Queen Nua only used 36,500 pieces. And only one piece was left unused and abandoned at the foot of Qinggang Peak. Qin Weimo opened her beautiful eyes, looked at him quietly, and listened carefully. When it came to the third round, when Lin Daiyu entered the mansion and met Jia Baoyu for the first time, Luo Qingzhou stopped and bowed, saying, "Second miss, let's stop here today. It's getting late, and I should go back to study. That since I tell you a story, can you reluctantly have a bowl of porridge?" Qin Weimo was stunned for a moment, then smiled with her hands covering her mouth, looking at him with watery eyes. "Brother-in-law, if you persuade me to eat porridge, it's okay. You stay and eat a bowl with me. Okay? Otherwise, I won't eat it." Without waiting for Luo Qingzhou to respond, Chiora hurriedly brought in 2 bowls of porridge and said, "Son-in-law, the porridge is here." Luo Qingzhou, 2 bowls of green vegetable and lean meat porridge were placed on the small table in front of him. A fragrance mixed with rice and meat wafted out from the 2 small bowls. Luo Qingzhou smelled it and felt a little hungry. "Brother-in-law, do you want me to eat?" Qin Weimo smiled and looked at him playfully. Luo Qingzhou had no choice but to say, "Then the second lady must keep her word. I ate it, and the second lady must eat it too." Qin Weimo smiled and said, "Of course. Weimo will not lie to brother-in-law." As he said that, he stretched out his snow-white and delicate wrist and jade hand, picked up the spoon, and handed it to him. Luo Qingzhou took it in his hand, no longer hesitated, lowered his head, and started eating directly. Qin Weimo smiled and watched, and was about to speak, when Luo Qingzhou suddenly put down the spoon and bowl, got down and said, "Second miss, I'm done." Qin Weimo looked at his bowl. There was so much porridge in it. There was really not a grain left. She didn't even have time to say a word. "Second miss, a gentleman's word." Luo Qingzhou bowed. Qin Weimo smiled helplessly and said, "Weimo is not a gentleman but brother-in-law. Rest assured, Weimo will not lie to brother-in-law. Weimo eats." As he said that, he picked up the spoon, lowered his head, and ate in small bites. Just as Luo Qingzhou was about to say goodbye, she looked up at him again and suddenly said, "Brother-in-law, in the story you just told, was Lin Daiyu written based on Weimo's image?" Luo Qingzhou's heart tightened, and he quickly explained, "No, this character has been written long ago, before I met the second lady." Qin Weimo smiled softly, looked at him and said, "Well, Weimo believes in brother-in-law. Brother-in-law will not deceive a beautiful woman who is as beautiful as a flower reflecting the water, and as weak as a willow." Luo Qingzhou, "That second miss, eat slowly. I should go back to study." Luo Qingzhou bowed his head and said goodbye. Qin Weimo put down the spoon in her hand and looked at him with a touching look. "Brother-in-law, when will you come again?" Luo Qingzhou was vague. "In a few days." "In a few days? 1 day? Or 2 days? Or 3 to 5 days? Or 90 days? Qin Weimo frowned, looking pitiful. Luo Qingzhou could only say, 3 days later. Qin Weimo immediately smiled. "A gentleman's word. A promise cannot be taken back." Luo Qingzhou bowed and said goodbye. Qin Weimo looked at his back disappearing at the door, stunned for a long time, and then murmured, "Sure. Actually, I don't like to listen to the story my brother-in-law just told. I think it should be a tragedy. Lin Daiyu is like me. Will she also disappear in the end?" Then Jia Baoyu. At this moment, Luo Qingzhou's voice suddenly came from the window again. "Oh, second miss, I forgot to tell you that the story I told you is a romantic comedy. Also, Lin Daiyu is not you. She is not as beautiful and generous as Second Mississippi. She is a stingy person and can't compare to you." Second Mississippi. After speaking, the footsteps gradually faded away. Qin Weimo looked at the window. His expression was dazed for a moment, and a bright smile appeared in his eyes. He murmured, "Sure. My brother-in-law was praising me just now." Chiora quickly held back her tears and smiled. "Well, the uncle was praising the young lady. The uncle praised the young lady for her beauty and her generosity. Lin Daiyu and Jia Baoyu are not as good as the young lady. Young lady, eat the porridge. Don't let it get cold." Chiora was already crying. Qin Weimo looked down at the porridge in the bowl, then glanced at the empty bowl opposite, picked up the spoon again, and smiled. "Of course I have to eat. I promised my brother-in-law." After taking a few bites, she suddenly burst into tears and murmured in a low voice, "I want to listen to my brother-in-law's stories every day. I don't want one day I can't see him again." Chiora also burst into tears and dared not speak. Chapter 96 Son-in-Law. Have you forgotten something? Lake bottom. Stone chamber. After coming out from Miss Chin Air, Luo Qingzhou came here, seized the time and continued to practice. Most of the day was wasted. Starting tonight, he must resume his normal schedule no matter what. Bang! 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 Wearing shorts. Bare upper body. In the sound of muffled collisions, sweat and impurities are eliminated from the pores, and the skin and flesh are more and more tight and tough after thousands of tempers. Only 2 hours of training. It was already evening. Boom! The fist was like thunder, and stone chips flew. Luo Qingzhou performed the thunder fist several times before leaving the stone chamber. After washing his body at the bottom of the lake, he returned to the courtyard. After eating the dinner brought back by Xiao Dai, he boiled hot water, moved the bathtub into the room, and then dripped the last drop of meat refining medicine into the bathtub. The clear water in the tub immediately turned light green. After he sat in the bathtub, he practiced his inner strength and absorbed the potion. Then he took out the martial arts stone and checked the recent progress. Strength has increased from 600 to 800. Speed has increased from 6 to 8. Impact resistance has also increased from 300 to 500. The change in mental strength is particularly obvious, which has increased from 18 to 25. It seems that the recent body and soul training have progressed rapidly. All data show that his flesh training is about to succeed. Can't slack off. Keep up the good work. The flesh training potion has been used up, so he has to go out again tomorrow and buy 3 more bottles. Since the potion and spiritual liquid work so well together, he will definitely not be reluctant to spend money, as long as it can speed up the training. No matter how expensive the potion is, it is worth it. Must strive to succeed in flesh training before the new year. After taking a bath, changed into clean clothes, Luo Qingzhou went to the mother-in-law first. I have to repeat these trivial things every night, and I don't know when it will end. It's okay to go there once in a while, but I have to go there every day, and at night, which always feels a bit strange. As soon as I walked to the gate of the yard, I saw Zhuer coming out. When Luo Qingzhou saw her, his face was calm. When Zhuer saw him, her cheeks blushed, and she hurriedly explained, Aunt, Uncle, I came to deliver something to the lady. Not to. It's okay. It's okay to say bad things about me to the lady. Luo Qingzhou smiled faintly and walked in. He was upright, and he was well behaved with the second lady. He had a clean relationship with the second lady. So what was he afraid of? Mayor saw him at the door and went in to report first. Then he led him into the house. Song Ryue was sitting on a chair reading a book. When she saw him coming, she glanced at him and ignored him. Luo Qingzhou said respectfully, Mother-in-law. Song Ryue said with a faint expression, and didn't speak. Luo Qingzhou waited patiently. After a while, Song Ryue put down the book, looked at him and said, Did you go to see Wei Ma today? Luo Qingzhou said, Yes. Song Ryue asked again, What did you talk about with Wei Ma? Luo Qingzhou sighed secretly. It seemed that he would have to repeat himself again tonight. I told the second lady several rounds of the story, he answered respectfully. Sure enough, Song Ryue said calmly, What story? Tell it. Without missing a word. Luo Qingzhou had no choice but to tell the 3 rounds of the story of the stone again. Song Ryue frowned and said, It's weird. The stone turned into a spirit and turned into a human. Did you write this yourself? Or where did you read it? Luo Qingzhou lowered his head and said, I wrote it myself. At this time, there is no need to tell the truth, because no one will believe it. The main reason is that there is no real source, which makes it seem hypocritical. Song Ryue snorted coldly, scowled, and glared at him, saying, Luo Qingzhou, you wrote some messy things yourself, but you even wrote my Wei Ma in it. How dare you? Luo Qingzhou bowed his head and said, Mother-in-law, calm down. Qingzhou did not write the second young lady in it. Song Ryue sneered. 2 curved eyebrows that seemed to be frowning but not frowning. A pair of eyes that seemed to be happy but not happy. When quiet, like a delicate flower reflecting on the water. When moving, like a weak willow swaying in the wind, delicate and weak. Jade-like body is sickly. If this is not about my Wei Ma, then who is it about? Could it be about me? Luo Qingzhou raised his head. What are you looking at? Are you itching? I just said it casually. What? Do you take it seriously? Are you really going to write me in? Song Ryue glared at him. Luo Qingzhou lowered his head and said, Qingzhou dare not. Humph. You are so brave. What are you afraid of? As a brother-in-law, you don't know etiquette. Don't follow the rules. Enter the boudoir of an unmarried sister-in-law, and sit on the couch with the sister-in-law to eat porridge. And the spoon used to eat porridge is the sister-in-law's special spoon. Tell me, what else do you dare not do? Song Ryue sneered. Her tone was sarcastic and angry. Luo Qingzhou lowered his head and said nothing. At this time, explanation is covering up. Defense is stubbornness. And crying out for injustice is disobedience. It's better to shut up. But the spoon he used to eat porridge is really the sister-in-law's special spoon? It shouldn't be. Right? Why don't you say anything? You are so good at writing stories. And you are so good at talking in front of my Waymo. But now you become dumb in front of me? Are you too lazy to talk to me? Or do you think that my teaching is wrong and you are resentful? Song Ryue's face became colder. Luo Qingzhou had to say respectfully, Qingzhou has no grievances. Mother-in-law is right. Qingzhou was wrong. So he dared not speak. Humph! You say you dare not speak. But who knows how you scold me in your heart? Are you going to write me into your novel and secretly slander me in it? Song Ryue snorted coldly. Luo Qingzhou lowered his head and said, Qingzhou dare not. Song Ryue retracted her gaze, picked up the teacup, took a sip, stared at him for a while, and then said with a sullen face, Luo Qingzhou, tell me honestly, is there a person like me in your story? Tell the truth. Luo Qingzhou looked up at her and suddenly heard what she said in her heart. If this stinky boy dares to say no, then he can't leave tonight. Dig the soil in the back garden for me all night. Luo Qingzhou's mouth twitched, lowered his head, pretended to hesitate for a while, and then said, Mother-in-law, there is indeed a character in it, who is a bit similar to you. Oh! Song Ryue's eyes lit up immediately, and she sat up straight. But she sneered, I knew that you were so bold that you dared to write about Waymo. So how could you not dare to write about me? Tell me, how is that character described? What is his appearance? What is his personality? What is his identity? And what is his ending? Luo Qingzhou lowered his head and made up a lie. The appearance setting is beautiful. Very young and beautiful. The personality is dignified and virtuous. Gentle and generous. Kind. And very smart. Everyone likes it. As for the rest, it has not been conceived yet. I regret it so much. Last time, I had decided not to tell stories to Miss Chinair. Why can't I help it today? This time, not only do I have to be a repeater, but also a writer. I'm asking for trouble. Humph. You flatterer. Song Ryue rolled her eyes. But she looked pleased. She took a sip from the teacup, then glared at him and said, I should have punished you tonight. But I heard that Waymo was very happy with you. So I'll let you go this time. Remember, you can't give up halfway in doing anything. You have to have a beginning and an end. You should visit Waymo more often and make her happy more. You can't just tell the story halfway. Since Waymo likes to hear it, you have to tell her the whole story. Do you hear me? Qingzhou understands. Luo Qingzhou said respectfully. Go down. Think about it carefully. If Waymo is not happy to hear it, watch out for your skin. Before leaving, Song Ryue gave another stern warning. Luo Qingzhou bowed and left. After he left, Song Ryue immediately stood up and walked into the side room next door. In the room, in front of the desk, there was an old gentleman with gray hair holding a wolf hairbrush, writing furiously. Did you write it all down? Song Ryue waited for a while, and when he stopped writing, she asked impatiently. The old man bowed and said, Madam, I wrote it all down. Not a single word was missed. Song Ryue nodded with satisfaction after hearing this, and then suddenly remembered something. Did you write down the beautiful, gentle and virtuous person like me that the stinky boy mentioned at the end? The old man's mouth twitched, and he looked up and said, Madam, the son-in-law hasn't finished talking yet, and you have to write it down too? Nonsense. Write it down for me. If you don't write down the most important things, what's the use of you? Song Ryue glared at him. The old man quickly picked up the pen again and said, Madam, calm down. I'll write it down right away. Appearance is beautiful. Personality. Song Ryue immediately said angrily. Appearance is missing 2 words. Very young. Very beautiful. Yes. Yes. I'll write it down right away. The old man was sweating. Luo Qingzhou left the hospital and wiped the sweat from his forehead. This mother-in-law is really hard to please. And she is getting harder and harder to please. He needs to think about how to write her in without being abrupt and make her happy. Or, Make up a story for her alone? Anyway, just praise her. Praise her. Make her happy. And let her show off. Luo Qingzhou pondered all the way, and came to the Lingshan Moon Palace. The gate was open. Luo Qingzhou knocked on the door, and walked in. There was no one in the front yard. In the back garden, Miss Jean was still sitting quietly in the pavilion reading a book. Bailing held a flower in her hand, leaning on the railing boredly, kicking her feet, frowning, looking like she was worried. Crunch! Crunch! Luo Qingzhou walked over on the snow. When Bailing heard the footsteps, she came back to her senses. After seeing him, she stood up quickly, revealing 2 sweet dimples on her face. But the 2 dimples only bloomed for a moment and disappeared immediately. Humph! She snorted coldly, twisted her body, turned sideways, turned her face away, and looked like she was still angry about what happened last night. Luo Qingzhou ignored her, walked outside the pavilion and bowed, saying, Mississippi. Xia-chan was not there again. Will this Miss Jean repeat the words that asked him to go see Xia-chan tonight? Just as he was secretly guessing, Qin Jianjiao looked up at him, paused, and said lightly, Go back early. Luo Qingzhou? Yes. Although he was confused, he did not ask more questions and bowed and retreated. Seeing that he really just left like that, Bailing turned around and said, Uncle, Chan lost a lot of blood today. Don't you want to go see her? As she said that, she couldn't wait to walk out of the pavilion and said, Uncle, I'll take you there. As she spoke, she bit her lips lightly. Her eyes were watery, and a shy smile appeared on her face. And the angry expression just now disappeared in an instant. Luo Qingzhou glanced at her and bowed. Miss Bailing, I won't go tonight. I have to go back to school. Next time. After saying that, he walked out of the garden quickly without waiting for her to react. Bailing was stunned for a moment, and the shyness on her face froze. She hurriedly chased after him and said, Uncle, wait for me you. Did you forget something? No. Luo Qingzhou's voice sounded in the distance. Bailing chased after him, shouting, Son-in-law, wait for me. Wait for me, think about it carefully. Is there something you really forgot? It's not about going to see Chan. You think about it carefully. You will definitely be able to figure it out. Luo Qingzhou ignored her, and walked out of the front yard quickly. Chapter 97. At the hour of high, a silver moon rose above the branches. Luo Qingzhou practiced his inner strength on the bed for a while. It seemed that the time was almost right. So he sat cross-legged and entered into a state of meditation. And his spirit left his body. He practiced the thunder fist in the room for half an hour. Then he flew through the roof, floated into the air, and flew towards the Yuannong Tower. Something happened last night, and the spirit senior seemed a little unhappy. Let's talk more tonight. There was no wind or snow tonight, and the moon was bright. It was a good night for telling stories. When Luo Qingzhou flew to the Yuannong Tower, the moon-white figure was already standing on the eaves. It seemed to be waiting for him. The red round bead on the roof had been covered by the snow-white handkerchief in advance. Luo Qingzhou floated over and landed behind her. He bowed his head and said respectfully, Senior, I've kept you waiting for a long time. The moon-white figure looked at him, was silent for a while, and said in a vague voice, Is there anyone waiting at home tonight? Luo Qingzhou hesitated for a moment and bowed his head and said, Yes, but I can go back later tonight. The moon-white figure looked at him through the hazy light. Oh? Why? Luo Qingzhou said. My wife has fallen asleep and doesn't need me to accompany her. The moon-white figure was hidden in the halo, and the expression on her face could not be seen clearly. She could only feel that she was looking at him. There was another silence. She said, Go ahead. Start from the beginning. Start from the beginning again? Luo Qingzhou hesitated for a moment and said, Senior, if you want to write it down, how about I write it down for you on paper tomorrow night? He really didn't want to be a repeater anymore. When he was a human during the day, he was treated as a repeater. He had to read here and then go there. Now that he is a soul at night, he is treated as a repeater again. And he has to repeat it every night. I can't bear it. No. You read it. The moon-white figure rejected his proposal. Luo Qingzhou sighed secretly, and dared not say more. So he had to read it again. Before the chaos, the world was in chaos, and no one could see it. Since Panga broke the primordial chaos, he opened up the world and distinguished the clear from the turbid. The moon-white figure looked solemn, holding his breath and listening attentively, with a moon-like light on his body, flickering slightly, like a bright lamp in the attic. But it is difficult to see with the naked eye. When it came to the story of the stone monkey crossing the ocean and preparing to learn from a master, Luo Qingzhou started from the beginning and told it 3 times in a row. After the 4th time, he finally couldn't help but say goodbye. Senior, it's getting late. I want to go home. The moon-white figure stood on the eaves, silent for a while, and then looked at him and said, tell it again. Luo Qingzhou. The roof suddenly fell silent, and no one was talking. Schwa. At this moment, the handkerchief covering the red round bead on the roof suddenly floated up. Then, a red light suddenly shot out from the red round bead, instantly covering Luo Qingzhou. A sharp pain suddenly hit. Luo Qingzhou was caught off guard. His soul suddenly froze, locked in place, and then trembled violently, and cracks began to appear. Bursts of severe pain from tearing the body continued to come from every part of the soul. His eyes began to darken. He wanted to speak, wanted to reach out, but he couldn't do anything. He looked at the moon-white figure on the eaves. The moon-white figure also looked at him, and the eyes hidden in the halo were cold and indifferent, and seemed to turn a blind eye to his pain and despair. Luo Qingzhou's whole body began to fall apart. The head, limbs, and torso began to split. A breath of death enveloped his entire soul. Is his soul going to fly away? He thought desperately of the little girl in the house, and the pretty girl who always held flowers and was kissed by him. For some reason, he thought of the arrogant and cold girl again. His vision began to blur. Consciousness began to fade. But at this moment, the snow-white handkerchief floating in the air suddenly fell down again, covering the red round bead. The red light disappeared instantly. The severe pain began to ease. The fragmented body began to condense together again at a speed visible to the naked eye. More than 10 minutes later, his soul became a whole again, but the body still felt a tearing pain. The originally solid soul has now become a little weak. He looked at the moon-white figure on the eaves and said nothing. The moon-white figure also looked at him. Silent. The night was silent. There was not even the sound of the wind. In the attic, 2 souls faced each other in silence. For a long time, the moon-white figure spoke lightly. Still the same 4 words. Say it again. Luo Qingzhou was silent. The roof was quiet for a long time again. When Luo Qingzhou thought that the snow-white handkerchief would fly again, and he might be scared to death, the moon-white figure spoke again. Aren't you afraid of me? Luo Qingzhou was silent for a while, and said, afraid. The moon-white figure said, then why don't you listen to me? Luo Qingzhou was silent again. Dignity? Face? Or what? Luo Qingzhou was still silent. The moon-white figure stared at him for a moment, and then slowly said, you think I was punishing you just now, right? Luo Qingzhou was slightly startled, and suddenly thought of the words recorded in the book in his mind. In addition to being exposed to the wind and rain, wandering around, and experiencing the scenery of the night, there is also a shortcut for night travel training, which is to break the soul and practice life and death. The white figure spoke again. You are now in the night travel realm. If you want to advance to the day travel realm, if you follow your current practice method, it will take at least several months. But if you use this tower guarding bead to help, 5 days will be enough. Of course, the premise is that I am by your side. I never owe anyone. You tell me stories, and I help you practice. Hearing this, Luo Qingzhou suddenly thought of the night when he was almost torn apart by the tower guarding bead. Now his soul is indeed much stronger. He suddenly realized and bowed his head. Thank you, Senior. I misunderstood you. It seems that his flattery these few nights has not been in vain. The senior who refused to guide him at the beginning finally began to loosen up, and personally helped him practice and advance. The white figure was silent for a while, and then said, can you tell it again? Luo Qingzhou immediately bowed his hands and said, of course. Repeater is a repeater, as long as it can help him practice. He can keep repeating it for 24 hours without stopping. Go ahead. Yes, Senior. Luo Qingzhou cheered up and told it again carefully. After the last time, Yuebai's figure became silent and motionless, as if he was recalling something. After a moment, she slowly said, go back. Luo Qingzhou bowed his head and was about to say goodbye, but she suddenly looked at him again and said, are you practicing your soul without telling your wife? Luo Qingzhou was stunned and said respectfully, yes. The moon-white figure was silent for a moment and asked, why? Luo Qingzhou said casually, it doesn't matter whether you tell her or not. She won't care. The moon-white figure stopped talking. Senior, then I'll go? Luo Qingzhou bowed his hands. The moon-white figure turned his head and looked at the dark night in the distance. Luo Qingzhou didn't dare to disturb her again. Floated from the roof and left quickly. The moon-white figure turned his head and watched his figure quickly melt into the night. After watching for a long time, he also disappeared on the spot. When Luo Qingzhou returned to the house and his soul returned to the body, it was already early morning. Xiao Dai had knocked on the door twice, but she didn't dare to enter the house. The third time, he finally heard his answer, "Come in." The little girl pushed open the door, lowered her head, and walked into the room with a red face. Luo Qingzhou glanced at her and was stunned. The little girl had long hair and wore a pink gauze skirt. It seemed that she didn't even wear a bellyband or underwear inside. Her snow-white skin was faintly visible in the transparent dress. "Sir, this is Sister Xiaodao gave me clothes." The little girl got on the bed and got into the quilt, her cheek against his chest, and whispered shyly, "That why don't you wear it inside?" Sister Xiaodao said no need to wear it. "Do you listen to the young master or her?" "Ah?" The maid listens to the young master. "Then put it on. How can you sleep without underwear?" "Sir, go put it on quickly." Hulu hulu. Xiao Dai. Hulu hulu. The next day, after Luo Qingzhou got up, he felt refreshed and energetic. It seems that the soul training last night was indeed very effective. After Xiao Dai got up, she went out to rinse her mouth and brush her teeth. When Luo Qingzhou watched her brushing her teeth, the little girl's face suddenly turned red, and she turned away shyly and said, "Sir, last night did I serve you comfortably last night?" Luo Qingzhou nodded, "Yeah, but no next time. I said I would wait for another year." The little girl turned her back to him and said with a red face, "But sir, I didn't do that. I just did that." "What?" "I just touched you." After breakfast, Luo Qingzhou went out alone and went to the Jibao Pavilion. Just after crossing the arch bridge and preparing to get off the bridge, he suddenly heard a quarrel coming from the river under the bridge. One of the voices sounded very familiar. He walked to the bridge railing and looked down. A graceful young woman was standing on the steps by the river, with her hands on her hips, arguing with an auntie who was washing clothes. Next to the young woman stood a little girl in a red dress. The little girl was about 11 or 12 years old. Petite and cute. She had a pair of particularly large, watery eyes, which were lively and cute. She was trying to persuade the young woman anxiously. There were other people washing clothes by the river. After watching the excitement for a while, they all gathered around with clubs and accused and insulted the young woman. The young woman was a little scared when she saw that the other party had more people and weapons in their hands. But she was still full of momentum. She pulled the little girl beside her back and continued to scold her tit for tat. "Little slut. You still dare to scold me. Tear her clothes and throw her into the river." The burly aunt who was scolding the young woman shouted angrily and grabbed the young woman by the collar. The little girl in the red skirt cried anxiously and begged those people loudly. Luo Qingzhou frowned and walked over quickly. "Why are they here?" Chapter 98. Miss Song's Invitation. There was a lot of noise under the bridge. Those who were washing clothes and vegetables by the river were all nearby residents. As soon as the burly woman started talking, the others followed suit and started to make noises. But not many people actually started to make noises. These days, people can hardly even get enough food and clothing. So how can they dare to make trouble at will? And judging from the clothes worn by the mother and daughter, they were not ordinary people. The pretty young woman was Yang Ping, the second wife of Chengwa Mansion, and the delicate little girl in the red skirt was her daughter Luo Xiaolu. For some reason, the two of them came here today. Yang Pinger was full of momentum when she was scolding, and she was not inferior to anyone. But when she started to fight, she was no match for the burly woman. The burly woman grabbed her collar with one hand and began to tear her clothes with the other hand, shouting loudly, "Come and see! Everyone, come and see! This little slut, who ran out of some brothel, is going to take off her clothes for everyone to see." The women watching laughed and made noises. Several men standing not far away and watching suddenly had their eyes lit up and widened. Yang Pinger struggled desperately, but couldn't get away. At this time, she was scared and didn't dare to curse anymore. Her face flushed, and she blocked the other person's hand in a miserable state. Luo Xiao cried and tried to help, but she was too small and weak, and was completely ignored by the burly woman. At this moment, a cold shout suddenly came from the side. "Stop!" The booing paused. The burly woman turned her head and looked at the person who spoke. Seeing that it was a young scholar who looked weak, She sneered and said to Yang Pinger sarcastically, "Little slut. Your little lover is here. You are an old cow eating tender grass." Ha ha ha. The others also laughed and looked at the young scholar, who suddenly appeared with frivolous and ambiguous eyes. Luo Qingzhou's face darkened. He pushed through the crowd, walked in, grabbed the hand of the burly woman who was holding Yang Pinger's collar. His eyes flashed with strange light, stared directly at the other's pupils. His spirit and soul gathered. His internal force poured into his throat. His face was like an angry tiger. His voice was like thunder. And he suddenly shouted, "Let go!" When the other women heard this sudden shout, they only thought that his voice was a little loud. But there was nothing unusual. But when the burly woman heard it, her eardrums vibrated, her head rumbled, her body trembled suddenly, her hands trembled, and she couldn't help but let go. At the same time, her pupils shrank. Something in her body suddenly trembled. Her face turned pale in an instant. Her legs couldn't help but clamped, and her pants were wet directly. She froze there. Her pupils were a little sluggish for a moment. Her face couldn't help but reveal a look of astonishment and fear. Her body seemed to be suddenly fixed, motionless. When Luo Qingzhou saw the scene, he secretly thought that what the book said was indeed correct. The spirit is so strong that it can shock people with eyes and frighten souls with voice. "Let's go!" He glanced at Yang Pinger and Luo Xiaolu beside him, pushed through the crowd, and left quickly. He knew that this effect would only last for a short time. This woman was strong, unlike those weak women, and she would probably wake up soon. Yang Pinger didn't dare to scold anymore, and hurriedly pulled her daughter and followed him. Wu Kuei's family. "What are you doing? Just a weak scholar. You are scared like this? Do you know that boy? An official?" The other women watching nearby were all puzzled and asked questions. At this time, the burly woman gradually came to her senses, was stunned for a moment, and suddenly reacted slowly to the boy who had walked to the bridge and shouted angrily, "Boy, if you have the guts, don't leave. Come down and fight me for 300 rounds. I must cripple you." As soon as this was said, the other women laughed again. "That's enough. Wu Kui, you were scared to pee by the young man. Look at your pants." "Ha ha, that's right. Wu Kui, you are really a coward. Is there anything else in your pants besides urine?" The burly woman was immediately angry and said, "Bullshit. I was excited to see that boy's handsome appearance." Puff. Ha ha ha. The women laughed again, leaning forward and backward, and talked about the handsome appearance of the boy again. Luo Qingzhou led the mother and daughter onto the bridge, walked along the opposite bank of the river, and turned into an alley. Seeing that there was no one around, Fong stopped and turned to look at them. "Brother Qingzhou." Luo Xiaolu immediately threw herself into his arms, hugged him tightly, and cried, "Fortunately, Brother Qingzhou is here. Otherwise mother would be stripped naked and thrown into the river by them." Yang Pinger immediately blushed and scolded. "Stop talking nonsense. Is mother so useless? Didn't you see that mother just had a verbal battle with a group of scholars? And the person she scolded couldn't return the blame?" Luo Qingzhou frowned and asked, "Second madam, why are you there?" Yang Pinger glared at him and said with a stern face, "It's all because of you. Xiaolu was clamoring to come out to find you. She had sneaked out several times in the past few days and was caught by me. There was no way today, so I took her out personally." Luo Xiaolu immediately interrupted. "Brother Qingzhou, my mother lied to me. She said she would take me to find Brother Qingzhou, but she took me to wander around. When we just walked to the bridge, my mother said she wanted to go down to wash her hands, but she had an argument with someone. My mother was dissatisfied with the splash of laundry on her, so she quarreled with him. And the result was, humph, they are all vulgar and uneducated country girls, which makes me angry." Yang Pinger was so angry that her chest hurt. She raised her hand to rub it, but felt that it was not appropriate. So she put it down immediately and asked, "Qingzhou, why are you out alone?" Luo Qingzhou said, "I'm going to the bookstore to have a look." Luo Xiaolu's eyes lit up, and he quickly hugged his arm and said, "Brother Qingzhou, can you take me with you? I want to go too." Luo Qingzhou frowned slightly. Yang Pinger hesitated for a moment, looked at her daughter, and said, "Qingzhou, why don't you take Xiao with you? Take her to the Qin mansion to play today, and I'll pick her up in the evening." After a pause, a bitter look appeared on her face, and she said, "She's just a child. She should be fine. This girl is pitiful, staying at home all day. No one plays with her, always thinking about coming out to find you. Ah, Luo Qingzhou lowered his head and met those charming big eyes. His heart softened. When he was about to agree, he suddenly thought of the recent assassination. He was silent for a while, but still refused. Second, madam, I still have to study and can't accompany her. You should take her back. Brother Qingzhou. Luo Xiaolu's eyes were red, and she started crying in grievance. Yang Pinger sighed and said nothing more. She held her daughter's hand and smiled bitterly. Qingzhou, I know you may be afraid of being blamed by the Qing mansion. Right? Indeed. They'd probably hate us to death in their hearts. How could they welcome us? Are you really doing well there? After that, she laughed at herself and shook her head and said, Okay. I won't ask anymore. You don't want to say it. How good can a woman who married into the family live? As long as she has food to eat and can survive. It's okay. Xiaolu. Let's go. Mother will take you to buy candy. Luo Xiaolu still hugged Luo Qingzhou's arm tightly and didn't let go. Crying, Brother Qingzhou. Xiaolu will not go to the Qing mansion and will not cause Brother Qingzhou to be punished. Xiaolu will go shopping with Brother Qingzhou. Okay. Luo Qingzhou was silent for a while, pried her hand open and said, Go back quickly. Study hard at home. Don't come out in the future. It's dangerous outside. After that, he turned around and prepared to leave. Luo Xiaolu stood there, looking at him with tears in her eyes, crying silently. But she didn't embarrass him anymore. Yang Pinger sighed again and hugged her tightly in her arms. After Luo Qingzhou took a few steps, he suddenly turned back and looked at the mother and daughter and said, The new year is coming soon. Let's wait for a while. After a pause, he added, Very soon. After saying this, he left quickly. Yang Pinger was stunned, watching his back disappear around the corner, wondering, What do you mean? Luo Xiaolu wiped her tears and said, Mother, Brother Qingzhou said that the new year is coming soon. During the new year, Brother Qingzhou will bring his bride back to Chengwa Mansion. Then I can play with Brother Qingzhou and see Brother Qingzhou's bride. Yang Pinger stroked her head. Her eyes were gentle, and she smiled bitterly and murmured, I hope so. Luo Qingzhou walked on the street and looked back. The street was bustling with people coming and going. I wonder if there are people sent by Chengwa Mansion. Since the eldest lady wants to put him to death, she should have someone guard him often and wait for the opportunity. Right? The other party is cruel and ruthless, and can do anything if he shows Xiaolu's concern and care. I am afraid that the other party will do everything he can, and even use Xiaolu to make a fuss. In that case, it will only harm the simple and kind girl. So, he must be cruel. It's almost time. There is still a month before the Chinese New Year. After the Chinese New Year, time will pass faster. The first floor of Jubao Pavilion is for buying books. There are all kinds of books, even some banned books. The Great Yin Empire has a mandatory regulation that any store that sells warrior supplies must have literati books, because warriors must also be literate and understand the law, etiquette, and morality, so as to reduce the phenomenon of violating the ban with martial arts and the vulgarity of warriors. So it is more difficult to become a qualified warrior than a literati. After Luo Qingzhou entered, he first browsed the bookshelves on the first floor for a while. When he saw that there was no one at the door, he went upstairs and went directly to the counter selling meat refining potions. He spent 600 gold coins and bought 3 bottles of potions. The price of potions has increased again. The waiter explained helplessly that the price of materials has increased recently, and the price of alchemists has also increased. There is nothing he can do. Luo Qingzhou didn't say much. Although the price is expensive and there are only 3 drops of potion in the bottle, the effect is obvious and worth the money. After he succeeds in refining his flesh, he can go out to hunt monsters to make money and hone his fighting skills at the same time. I believe that his strength will grow faster at that time. Jubao Pavilion also has a service that can introduce a single warrior to join a team and go out of the city to hunt monsters together. Such a team does not need any procedures whether it is leaving or entering the city, and no one asks, and the members in it may not know each other. After buying the potion, Luo Qingzhou chatted with the waiter for a few words before going downstairs. He did not go out directly, but strolled on the first floor for a while and bought 2 books. Just as he was about to leave, 2 girls suddenly walked in at the door. One of them was shorter and had a good figure. She wore a green long skirt with curves, and her face was slightly powdered and beautiful. Luo Qingzhou had seen her. Song Zishi, the daughter of the Song family, one of the 4 major families in Imo City. when she and Miss Qin Er were boating and admiring the moon in Yiting Yuan. She had given Luo Qingzhou a question. The two looked at each other. Song Zishi was stunned for a moment. Then his eyes lit up. And he took the initiative to say, Mr. Luo. What a coincidence. Are you here to buy books too? Luo Qingzhou nodded politely, raised the books in his hand and said, well, I have nothing to do today. So I came out for a walk and bought 2 books by the way. Where is Miss Song? Song Zishi smiled and said, I am here to buy books too. Many bookstores don't have as many books as this one. Luo Qingzhou said nothing more, bowed his hands, and prepared to leave. Song Zishi said quickly, by the way, Mr. Luo, there will be a poetry meeting in a few days, which will be held in the pleasure boat on the Mosui River. Yulan and I have said that we will invite Mr. Luo to go with us. I hope Mr. Luo can do us the honor. Luo Qingzhou bowed and declined, sorry, Miss Song. I have been studying at home recently, and don't have much time. And I am not interested in that kind of occasion. Song Zishi smiled and said, it's okay. It's at night. It won't delay your study time during the day. I will go to your house and call Wei Mo to come together. Even if you don't accompany us, you should accompany Wei Mo. Right? She is so weak. Are you sure she can go out alone? Anyway, she must have thought about going out for a breath of fresh air a long time ago. If I tell her, she will definitely be very interested. Luo Qingzhou said nothing more, bowed, and left. Song Zishi turned her head and looked at his back, her eyes flickering slightly. The girl next to her asked curiously, Zishi, is he the man you told Yulan about who married into the Qin family? He looks handsome and has a good temperament. If those poems you mentioned were really written by him, it would be a pity. Song Zishi turned around and smiled faintly. It's a pity, let's go and read. The 2 girls went to the bookshelf and looked through the books. Song Zishi looked out the door. A man was standing in front of the stall opposite. He happened to look back at her and then left. Luo Qingzhou bought 5 strings of candied haws and returned home. Since everyone likes to eat them, buy more. But he would definitely not go to the trouble of giving away candied haws. He would take them back and put them at home. Whoever saw them would eat them, and whoever didn't see them would not eat them. It would be best to let Xiao Dai eat alone. But on the way, he met Zhuer again. Not long after returning to the courtyard, Zhuer came over and said, Uncle, can you give my young lady a string of candied haws? Zhuer said that uncle bought a lot of candied haws, and the young lady wants to eat. Luo Qingzhou went to the house to get a string and handed it to her. Miss Zhuer, are you embarrassed to ask for it? Zhuer laughed, said thank you, uncle, without saying much, and left. Not long after, Bailing also smelled the smell and came, looking angry, with eyes full of unsatisfied resentment. However, when Luo Qingzhou took the initiative to get her a string of candied haws, her face bloomed with a sweet smile again. Uncle, I'll wait for you to pay respects to the young lady tonight. Don't forget some things again. After that, she happily took the candied haws back to show off. After seeing her leave, Luo Qingzhou thought about it, took another string from the house, and sat in the courtyard. Sure enough, in less than a moment, the cold girl stood silently under the pear tree next to her, holding a sword, like a ghost. Luo Qingzhou was thinking about something at the time. He turned around and saw that there was another person under the pear tree, and was startled. Here, the last string. Luo Qingzhou was speechless and handed over the candied haws in his hand. The girl leaned sideways, with her arms across her chest and the sword in her arms. Her pretty face was as cold as ice. When she heard the words, her pretty face turned away and her chin raised. Humph. Please eat. The girl snatched it and was about to leave, but turned her head and looked into the house. Luo Qingzhou hurriedly said, no more. This is really the last string. The girl looked at him coldly, suddenly turned around, went into the house, and then never came out again. Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a while, and hurriedly followed in. In the living room, the girl stood in front of the table with a sword, looking at the other 2 strings of candied haws on the table with cold eyes. When she saw him come in, she looked at him coldly again. Hey, why are there still 2 strings? Luo Qingzhou's mouth twitched, and he said, well, one for me, one for Xiao Dai. There are no more. The girl still stood there motionless, staring at him with cold eyes. Okay, I won't eat it anymore. Luo Qingzhou had to take another string and handed it to her. I'll give you one. The girl still didn't move. Oh, please. Humph. The girl snorted coldly, snatched it, and then took the 2 strings of candied haws and walked away. Too much. Luo Qingzhou secretly complained in his heart, thought about it, and quickly picked up the remaining string, put it in Xiaoda's room, and hid it. If Beiling saw Xia-chan taking 2 strings back, she would probably come over and yell again. Luo Qingzhou didn't dare to stay in the house any longer, so he left the yard, locked the gate, and went directly to the bottom of the lake to practice. Sure enough, not long after, Beiling came to the door angrily with an empty bamboo stick in her hand, licking the remaining sugar juice on it. When she saw the iron lock on the door, she pouted and stamped her feet in anger, saying, "Stinky son-in-law. Bad son-in-law." He deliberately gave Chan 2 strings and let the girl take them back to piss me off. I'm so pissed off. Don't even think about being naughty with her tonight. It was evening soon. Bai Ling changed into beautiful clothes, dressed up carefully, and went to the flower garden to pick a newly opened flower. Then she stood at the front door, leaning against the door frame, and boredly admired the moonlight. The moonlight was nice tonight. Chapter 99 Miss Lin's Perfect Match. Bang! Just as the day dawned, a muffled sound suddenly came from the bamboo forest in the corner of Yueyetingyu Garden. Then, with a crack, a thick tree trunk as thick as a bucket suddenly split in half. The wood inside was like cotton wool and full of cracks. After Luo Qingzhou used the discarded tree trunk to test the effect of his cultivation in the past few days, he left the bamboo forest, took off his clothes, and went to the lake. This heavy snow lasted for 4 or 5 days intermittently. It stopped today. The entire Qin mansion was covered in silver and snow. Only by the lake, there was no falling snow. The lotus flowers were green, and the willows were swaying. This warm lake water in all seasons not only keeps Yueyetingyu Garden green and red all year round, but also warms other flowers, plants and trees outside the courtyard wall, in the nearby flower beds. Now in the cold winter, they are all colorful and vying for beauty. Bai Ling can pick a flower every day and never get tired of it. But the girl has been very depressed recently. Luo Qingzhou has forgotten that very important thing for 5 consecutive days, which almost made her sick with resentment. Beautiful flowers will wither if no one waters them. But Luo Qingzhou is very busy. In these 5 days, he has used up 2 bottles of meat refining potion and 5 drops of deep blue spiritual liquid produced in the sun and moon treasure mirror. It is not that he is extravagant or wasteful, but he feels very obvious when practicing these days. The flesh of his whole body has been transformed. Every time he finishes practicing, he clearly feels that his body needs to replenish a lot of energy. So he takes a bath with meat refining potion and deep blue spiritual liquid almost every night. When taking a bath last night, he even dropped 2 drops of potion. The effect is also very obvious. This morning, I checked it with the martial arts stone, and my strength has increased by leaps and bounds. From 800 to 1200, the speed has also increased from 8 to 10. The resistance to blows has increased from 500 to 700. The mental strength has increased from the original 25 to the current 30. According to the book, when the strength reaches 1200, the flesh refining has basically succeeded. So, he is about to break through. Originally, I thought it would take at least a month, and it would be great to be able to break through before the new year. I didn't expect that the progress of cultivation in the past few days would be so rapid. It might be because of the spiritual liquid, or it might be because of his cultivation of the soul. In the evenings of the past few days, he would go to the attic to be a repeater for the soul senior. At the same time, with the help of the senior, he used the tower guarding beads on the top of the attic to continuously temper the soul. The soul is also about to be promoted. He vaguely felt that the rapid progress of his flesh refining in the past few days might be due to the rapid strengthening of the soul. So he did not forget to use the black liquid every day. Bang! 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 He came to the stone chamber at the bottom of the lake and continued to practice. The skin and flesh of his whole body quickly became hot and throbbing, and a stream of power gathered in each muscle, bursting out the greatest damage to the tough wooden man. From morning to evening, for the whole day, except for a short break to eat a piece of beef and drink some water, he kept tempering his increasingly hot muscles with the most violent attacks. After practicing for a whole day, the strength that should have been exhausted suddenly became more and more abundant in the evening. At the same time, it seemed as if a stream of air was about to burst out from his chest. The skin and flesh of the whole body turned red, hot, and became more and more tense, as if a terrible force was constantly accumulating. Boom! A loud explosion resounded throughout the stone chamber. Luo Qingzhou suddenly punched out, and suddenly there was a sound of airflow explosion. At the same time, the tough wooden man in front of him suddenly clicked and cracked, and the chest hit by him suddenly collapsed. At this moment, Luo Qingzhou suddenly felt his chest empty. The airflow gathered in the chest seemed to be knocked out by this punch. At the same time, his body suddenly became as light as a swallow, and the pores of his whole body seemed to open, breathing something, and even his soul trembled suddenly with comfort. He stood in front of the cracked wooden man, panting heavily, sweating all over. His skin was red and hot. His skin was tight and full of luster. He felt relaxed all over, and was filled with a strange and strong force again. He walked to a stone in the corner, clenched his fist, poured force into his arm, and punched suddenly. Bang! The hard stone was smashed to pieces. At the same time, his fist only felt a little sore, but he didn't feel any pain. The toughness of the flesh and the power of the explosion can be seen. I broke through. He looked at his unscathed fist, walked to the wall again, and punched it hard. Bang! The wall cracked, and a fist mark was sunken. He went over and lifted a huge rock with one hand, and it was as if he was lifting it with ease. After putting the rock down, he suddenly filled his legs with strength and suddenly ran and jumped in the stone room. Both his speed and jumping ability improved by leaps and bounds. It really broke through. He was excited and felt that his whole body was full of restless power. He immediately punched the thunder fist again. Boom! 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 The power was more fierce. The fist was heavier, and the force of the punch was also explosive. Boom! Suddenly there was a bang. He punched out a thick lightning, which instantly shattered a piece of rock next to him. Stone chips flew all over the sky, like dust. He was stunned. Can this thunder fist produce lightning even if it is of flesh and blood? And judging from the situation, it is not just a superficial power. The real power seems to be extraordinary. Isn't it said that it is useless? Only scary power. But the real power is actually very small? Boom! 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 Luo Qizhou made a few more moves, but this time, no lightning was produced. Strange. After playing the thunder fist twice, he didn't dare to stay here any longer, and immediately left the passage and washed his body at the bottom of the lake. When he surfaced, he found that it was almost dark. After seeing that there was no abnormality around, he carefully went ashore and returned to the courtyard. Xiao Dai was sitting on a small bench in the kitchen embroidering. The food was hot in the pot. Seeing him coming back, the little girl quickly put down what she was holding, went over to bring out the food, and said, "Young master, why did you come back so late today? Sister Chior just came to see you and said that the second miss had something to ask you, so she asked you to come over." Second miss? Luo Qizhou sat down and ate while saying, "Did she say what it was?" Xiao Dai shook her head and said, "No. I said that the young master might have gone for a walk." So Sister Chior left. Before she left, she asked me to tell the young master to come over after dinner. Luo Qingzhou thought about it, and suddenly thought of Song Zishi whom he met in Jibao Pavilion a few days ago. Miss Song seemed to say that she would hold a poetry meeting on the painting boat in the next few days. Could it be for this matter? He definitely didn't want to go. Instead of going there to flatter others and wasting time, it is better to hide at home to practice. Although he has succeeded in refining the flesh now, he must not slack off and must continue to practice. If he can make further progress before the new year, it will be the best. I know. I'll go later. Luo Qingzhou lowered his head to eat, thinking about how to refuse Miss Qin Air later. It's okay to refuse Miss Qin Air with a hard heart. The other party is easy to talk to, as long as he says that he is studying for the exam. The other party will not say much, mainly because of the mother-in-law. I'm afraid that Miss Yu will go and tell on him again, saying that he doesn't follow Miss Qin Air and doesn't make Miss Qin Air happy. Then it will be troublesome. The mother-in-law has a really bad temper and likes to torment people. Last time he casually wrote her into the story. She always remembered it. Every night when she went to pay respects, she would ask about it in a roundabout way, and she would get angry and scold him for being too slow. Very speechless. After dinner, Luo Qingzhou changed into clean clothes and went to Miss Qin Air's place. As soon as he arrived at the door, Zhuer was already waiting there. When she saw him, she said with a stern face, "If the son-in-law doesn't come, I will go and call the son-in-law." Then she turned around and took him in. When Luo Qingzhou was thinking about rejecting Miss Qin Air, he suddenly heard a familiar voice coming from the room. Looking up, the voice stopped, and the person who was talking turned to look at him. The two people's eyes met. The man had a stern face and snorted coldly. Mother-in-law? Luo Qingzhou secretly groaned in his heart. He didn't expect that this person would be here tonight. He had to bite the bullet and go forward to pay respects. Qin Weimo was sitting next to him. When he saw him, he showed an apologetic look on his face. He stood up and said awkwardly, "Brother-in-law. It was mother who asked you to come." "Weimo? What's wrong with me asking him to come? Can't I order him around?" Song Ryue suddenly rolled her eyes and interrupted her. Qin Weimo lowered his head slightly and didn't dare to say anything. Luo Qingzhou bowed his head and said, "I wonder what instructions did mother-in-law ask Qingzhou to come for?" Song Ryue's face was cold, and she began to question again. "Then the story of the stone has not been finished yet? Are you deliberately teasing Weimo? Have all the characters that should appear in it appeared? Are there some characters missing on purpose?" Luo Qingzhou's mouth twitched, and he had to say, reporting to mother-in-law, "Qingzhou has been very busy recently. He has been reading and practicing calligraphy, and has not had time to finish it yet. If the second lady likes to listen, I can tell another story next time, adding a person to the book out of thin air. And this person must not only be beautiful, young and beautiful, but also have a gentle personality and advantages everywhere. The most difficult thing is the identity and relationship with other people. This is really difficult. Feng Jie? Jiamu? Yuan Chun? Obviously, none of them are acceptable. And they all need to be changed. Not only is it a waste of brain power, but also a waste of time. He really doesn't want to tell the story anymore. Are there any other stories you've written?" Song Ryue's eyes lit up when she heard that. But she still kept a straight face and said, "If there are any, you can tell them to Weimo first. As long as the story is good and Weimo likes it, then I can write the story of the stone more slowly." "Yes, mother-in-law. Next time Qingzhou will tell the second young lady a different story." Luo Qingzhou breathed a sigh of relief and said respectfully. Song Ryue snorted coldly. Seeing that his attitude was not bad, she stopped scolding him. She took a sip of the teacup and said coldly, "I asked you to come tonight because I have something to tell you. There will be a poetry meeting in the river boat tomorrow night. It is hosted by Miss Yulan and others from the city lord's mansion. They specially sent someone to invite you and Wei Mo. The people who went were all talented men and women in Mo City, as well as some dignitaries. Wei Mo hasn't gone out for a breath of fresh air for a long time. The weather happened to be good these few days, and her body has recovered well. So she wants to go out and get together with friends tomorrow night. If you have nothing to do tomorrow night, go with her." Luo Qingzhou frowned and had to bite the bullet and said, "Mother-in-law, I still have to study tomorrow night. So are you going to loosen the soil in my back garden tonight?" Song Ryue snorted coldly, put down the teacup with a pop, and glanced at him and said, "If you want to go, you can stay there these nights." Luo Qingzhou lowered his head and remained silent. Qin Weimo quickly spoke softly, "Mother, my brother-in-law will take the exam next autumn. He is studying hard now. It's better not to disturb him. I don't want to join in the fun." Song Ryue looked at her and said, "You must go. I have something to tell you. Your Aunt Zhang introduced you to a man. It is said that he is a handsome scholar who is proficient in poetry and songs. He has similar interests with you and has a good family background. He is very similar to Jia Baoyu in the story of the stone. You will go with me to take a look tomorrow. If it is suitable, I will tell your father when I come back and ask him to go to the other party's house to see the situation. If everything is true, you can get engaged to the man during the new year." Qin Weimo's face changed slightly, and he stood up with a look of surprise on his face. Song Ryue waved her hand and said, "Mother has made up her mind. You don't need to say more. You must go tomorrow night, and Mother will accompany you. If everything goes well, you can get married on a good day in the autumn of next year." As she said that, she glanced at Luo Qingzhou below and said, "If your brother-in-law can pass the imperial examination by then, it will be double happiness. Your illness, let's just leave it like that. I will tell your father about this tonight. You don't have to worry about it." "Mother, I..." Qin Weimo frowned and was about to speak when Song Ryue suddenly stood up, walked to Luo Qingzhou, stared at him coldly and said, "Luo Qingzhou, if you don't go tomorrow night, I will drive out the two little beggars in the back garden and let you replace them and plant flowers for me every night." After that, she snorted coldly and left quickly. The living room fell into silence. Luo Qingzhou stood for a while, looking at Miss Qin Air with red eyes, not knowing how to comfort her. When he was about to leave, Qin Weimo suddenly spoke. Brother-in-law, can you tell me the truth? In the story of the stone, did Miss Lin and Bao Yu finally get married? Luo Qingzhou was silent for a while, and said, of course, lovers will be together. Miss Lin and Bao Yu finally got married, lived a happy and sweet life, and gave birth to several big fat boys and several cute daughters. Right? Qin Weimo held back tears, looked at him with tearful eyes and said, Brother-in-law, the stories you told me always have happy endings. However, Weimo could hear that there was a sad atmosphere at the beginning of the story. Weimo knew that Miss Lin would not have a good ending. She is weak and sickly, and her temper is too calculative. I am afraid that in the end. Second miss, you are worrying too much. Luo Qingzhou interrupted her and looked at her and said, Second miss, don't think too much. Miss Lin's illness will be cured, and she will be with Bao Yu. After a silence, he slowly said, It seems that Second Miss should go out for some fresh air tomorrow night. I will accompany Second Mississippi. I also want to see if that talented man is really like Jiao Bao Yu. Brother-in-law? Qin Weimo interrupted him, frowned slightly. His eyes were full of tears, and he bit his lip gently. After a moment of silence, she suddenly said, In fact, Weimo thinks that Bao Yu is not a good match for Miss Lin. Can brother-in-law add someone to it? Luo Qingzhou was slightly startled and said, What kind of person does the second lady want to add? Qin Weimo's pretty face suddenly turned red, and she was as beautiful as a flower under the light. But her eyes still looked at him boldly, and she was quiet for a while, and said softly, Brother-in-law, such a person. Chapter 100. The air suddenly became quiet. Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a moment, with a look of astonishment on his face. At the same time, his heart suddenly jumped. What does it mean? Bao Yu is not a good match for Miss Lin. Then Miss Qin wanted to add someone to the book. That person is the same as him? At this moment, Luo Qingzhou not only felt a little itchy in his neck, but also felt a little cold on his back. He couldn't help but turn his head to take a look. Fortunately, the mother-in-law was not there. Brother-in-law, don't get me wrong. Qin Weimo's cheeks were slightly red. His voice was weak and soft, and he looked at him shyly. Weimo's words are not what brother-in-law thinks. Luo Qingzhou asked, What do I mean? Qin Weimo. The living room fell silent again. Luo Qingzhou felt very uncomfortable, nodded, and broke the silence. Okay, I know what Miss Second means. Qin Weimo looked at him with watery eyes. Luo Qingzhou helped her explain. Second Miss thinks Bao Yu is only good at being sentimental at home and is not useful. So she looks down on him and thinks he is not a good match for Miss Lin. Right? Qin Weimo nodded and said softly, Yes. Luo Qingzhou said again, So Second Miss wants me to add someone in the book. That person has literary talent like me. Has good looks. Qin Weimo couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. Her face was red, beautiful as a flower, and very charming. Luo Qingzhou's cheeks were slightly hot, and he said, Then that person had better appear at the most appropriate time. Compare Bao Yu. Let Miss Lin wake up. Let Miss Lin know that there are actually more outstanding men outside the mansion, who are much better than Bao Yu. Then, Miss Lin may only have brotherly love for Bao Yu. And finally, Qin Weimo bit his lip lightly. His long eyelashes trembled, and looked at him with eyes full of smiles. Brother-in-law, what happened in the end? Miss Lin, who did she go with? Prince Beijing? Luo Qingzhou. She said with certainty, The high-end version of Bao Yu is much better than Bao Yu in terms of family background, appearance, temperament, and ability. Only he can give Miss Lin a sense of security, and will not let Miss Lin suffer any more grievances. Only he is worthy of Miss Lin. Yes, this is how the ending of this book is written. Thank you, Miss, for your valuable advice. After that, Luo Qingzhou bowed and said, Miss, I should go back. I will think about it carefully when I go back, and then I will tell you about it. After that, he said goodbye and left. Brother-in-law, Qin Weimo called softly, and his lips moved, as if he had something to say, but he didn't say it in the end. She stood there in a daze, watching his back as he walked away quickly. After a long silence, she looked at Chior beside her and murmured, Chior, do I mean that? Chior lowered her head and didn't dare to answer. Outside, the night sky was bright and the moonlight was bright. Luo Qingzhou walked on the road, looked up at the sky, and thought that tomorrow night would be a good time to get together and enjoy the moon. But he really had no interest. A group of men and women gathered there to compete with each other, each with their own thoughts, flattering each other, and making a lot of noise. What's the point? It's a complete waste of time and life. But some people's lives do need some excitement. Luo Qingzhou sighed secretly. He didn't think about it anymore and came to Lingshan Moon Palace. The gate was open. Bailing was sitting alone in front of the stone table in the courtyard with flowers, leaning on her chin and in a daze. When she saw him coming, she immediately snorted and turned away angrily. Luo Qingzhou ignored her, walked past her, and went straight to the back garden. Only then did she stand up, chased after him, and said aggrievedly, "Son-in-law, why don't you pay attention to me? What did I do wrong? You obviously flirted with me and stripped my clothes. After bullying me, you just ignore me?" At the end, she was sobbing. Luo Qingzhou turned his head and looked at her. She immediately raised her hand, flattened her mouth, pretended to wipe her tears, and looked pitiful. Luo Qingzhou said, "Then you stand here and wait. I'll come over to kiss you after I've greeted the young lady." "Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes." Bai Ling couldn't help but nod her head repeatedly after hearing this. She nodded several times, but suddenly came to her senses. She hurriedly crossed her arms and said with wide eyes, "Auntie-uncle, I don't want to." Luo Qingzhou ignored her and continued to walk forward. Bai Ling stood there without moving. After he entered the round gate of the back garden, Bai Ling immediately walked to the side and stood against the wall. She pouted her little mouth and frowned and said, "It's over. Uncle is going to bully me again tonight. What should I do? What should I do? Should I tell Chan Chan? But there is no evidence. Woo. It seems that I can only wait until Uncle is done bullying me before I can tell." Luo Qingzhou entered the back garden, walked to the pavilion, bowed his head to the snow-white figure sitting inside and said, Miss Ya Chan was still not there. Calculating the date. It should be over. Right? Qin Jinjia raised her head and looked at him. Her eyes moved, as if she wanted to say something, but in the end, she just nodded slightly. Tonight, she didn't say anything else. Luo Qingzhou said goodbye and left. The moonlight fell on the pond outside the pavilion, and the stars fell into the dark and deep eyes of the girl in the pavilion, as beautiful and mysterious as the night sky. Luo Qingzhou left the garden and saw Bailing standing against the wall, looking forward to seeing him. When she saw him coming out, she immediately turned her face away, lowered her head, tore the petals in her hands, and muttered to herself pitifully, "What should I do? What should I do? My son-in-law is going to bully me again as a weak and humble little maid. How can I resist?" Woo-woo. Luo Qingzhou walked over and deliberately said, "Miss Bailing, I just scared you on purpose. Don't worry. I won't bully you again in the future." Bailing suddenly looked up. "Son-in-law, Good night." Luo Qingzhou waved his hand and left. Bailing was stunned for a moment, and quickly said, "Uncle, you have bullied me many times. If you bully me a few more times, it doesn't matter, huh?" Luo Qingzhou stopped and turned to look at her. "I didn't hear what Miss Bailing said just now. Can you say it again?" Bailing's face turned red immediately. She lowered her head, bit her lips, and continued to tear the petals in her hands, and said shyly, "Uncle, you are so annoying." "Oh, then just turn a blind eye to it," Luo Qingzhou said, and left quickly. Bai Ling looked up at him, and saw that he actually left. She was stunned for a moment, and then stomped her feet and said angrily, "Stinky son-in-law. Bad son-in-law. I hate you so much. I will never talk to you again. Damn it." She was angry for a while. She sighed in melancholy, then went to the front yard and sat down at the stone table again. She tore the remaining petals in her hand hard, and muttered, "Stinky son-in-law. Bad son-in-law, stinky son-in-law. Bad son-in-law." The petals seemed to be the bad guy, and she was quickly torn into pieces. Huh? After tearing the petals, she suddenly found a shadow on the stone table. She was stunned for a moment, and turned her head to look. Who knew that as soon as she turned her head, a mouse suddenly attacked and blocked her mouth. Then, a pair of arms hugged her slender waist from behind, and the mouth continued to kiss her fiercely. For nearly 10 minutes, the bad guy who suddenly attacked her spared her little mouth, but his arms still hugged her from behind. Bailing leaned softly in his arms, her eyes blurred, panting, and murmured, "Stinky, stinky son-in-law." Under the moonlight, the girl's eyes were watery, her face was blushing, and she was as beautiful as a flower. Luo Qingzhou hugged her gently, looking at her shy and charming little appearance, and couldn't help but lower his head and kissed her little mouth, saying, "Where is it smelly?" The girl said foolishly, Where it's all smelly? Luo Qingzhou suddenly let go of her and restored his original expression. Okay. Since everything is smelly, I won't kiss you anymore in the future. Good night. After that, he walked out of the yard quickly. This time, she really left. The girl stayed in front of the stone table for a long time. And when she was about to mutter to herself, she suddenly saw another shadow on the stone table. Woo! She burst into tears suddenly, rubbing her eyes with her fists, crying and saying, "Stinky son-in-law, bad son-in-law, lewd son-in-law, bullying me again, woo woo woo, I don't want to live anymore. I really don't want to live anymore." Behind her, at some point, a figure stood silently. The moonlight was like water. The figure was as cold as frost, as cold as snow, and motionless. Bai Ling suddenly stood up and said to herself, "By the way, the son-in-law hasn't used the one chance this month yet." She turned around quickly and almost bumped into the figure behind her. Chan, when did you come? By the way, yours should be over. Right?" No one responded to her. The figure was still as cold as ice and as still as a statue. Luo Qingzhou returned to the room, told Xiaodai something, then closed the door and took out the porcelain bottle containing the black liquid. The Soul Master said that he should be able to break through tonight if his mental strength is sufficient. So he decided to use another drop of spiritual medicine. After absorbing the spiritual medicine, he sat on the bed, calming his mind. His soul left his body. He practiced the thunder fist in the room for a while. Then, he penetrated the roof, floated into the air, and could not wait to float towards the Yuanong Tower. His current flying speed was already very fast. Compared with the first time he left his body at night, it was more than twice as fast. At the same time, he felt his body more sensitive, and his sense of smell and vision became sharper and clearer. Before he flew to the Yuanong Tower, he suddenly felt that there seemed to be a force stirring in his soul. It was about to burst out. The drop of black elixir seemed to have an immediate effect, allowing his soul to gather the power to break through. It seemed that there would be no problem tonight. He was excited, accelerated, and flew to the Yuanong Tower. From a distance, he could see that the moon-white figure stood quietly on the eaves of the attic, emitting a soft moonlight halo all over his body. Hazy, dreamy, and unfathomable. Luo Qingzhou suddenly had an idea in his mind. Or, worship her as a master? Chapter 101 Soul Advancement. Crack. Top of the attic. The red light of the tower guarding bead was like a knife, cutting Luo Qingzhou's soul one by one. The condensed soul was soon cut into pieces. All over his body, there were dense cracks. Luo Qingzhou gritted his teeth and endured great pain. But it was different from the previous nights. At this time, his consciousness and vision were still absolutely clear and clear. At the same time, the power in his body was quickly fusing the body full of cracks and almost collapsing, as if it was fighting against the red light. The body split and condensed. Split again. Condensed again. When the soul was tortured by this torture and became weaker and weaker, and the whole body almost became transparent, Luo Qingzhou suddenly felt a boom in the depths of his consciousness, like thunder. Then, the whole soul began to be full of power, quickly condensed and fused together. Suddenly, his sight suddenly became bright, as if he had broken through the darkness, and could clearly see the trees in the distant mountains, and the stars hiding in the clouds in the night sky. A comfortable tremor all over his body. This mysterious state lasted for more than 10 minutes before gradually fading away. The light in front of him slowly dissipated. He lowered his head and looked at his body. The cracks on his body had disappeared. The fragmented body was fused together intact. It looked more solid than before. Under the fluorescence emitted by the mask, there was a layer of light milky white light, wrapping the whole body. The whole person's temperament seemed to have been reborn. From the former gloomy aura to the gentle jade. He raised his head and looked at the red tower guarding bead in front of him. The snow-white handkerchief was still floating in the air, and did not fall to cover the bead. But it regained its calmness, and did not emit the terrible red light again. He succeeded. The realm of night travel has finally been promoted to the realm of day travel. He is no longer just a ghost that can only hide in the shadows of the night. He can face the day. Swish. He flew up from the attic. Up and down. Left and right. His speed was much faster, and his perception was much sharper. Looking at everything around him, it was completely different from before. The whole world seemed to be much clearer. He looked at the moon-white figure standing on the eaves, but he still couldn't see through the moon-white light emanating from her body. He could only vaguely see a trace of outline hidden inside. He suppressed his excitement. floated back to the attic, bent down and said respectfully, "Thank you, Senior. If it weren't for your help, I don't know when I can be promoted. If you have any orders in the future, just tell me. I will do my best." The moon-white figure looked at the distance indifferently, and after a moment, he slowly said, "You have good conditions, and it can be seen that you have your own opportunities. Otherwise it wouldn't be so fast." Luo Qingzhou looked up at her, and said with courage, "Senior, I have an unwelcome request." The moon-white figure said lightly, "Go ahead." Luo Qingzhou bowed his head and bent down, and said in a sonorous and powerful voice, "Senior, can you be my master?" The moon-white figure seemed to be stunned when he heard the words. Then, he retracted his gaze to the distance, turned his head, and looked at him silently. Luo Qingzhou lowered his head and waited. After a long while, the moon-white figure said lightly, "No." Luo Qingzhou looked up and asked, "Senior, do you look down on me?" The moon-white figure looked at him quietly through the halo, and after a moment of silence, she said, "Yeah." Luo Qingzhou. "Okay." He had no words to say for this reason. "Sorry. I am presumptuous. Just pretend I didn't say it." Luo Qingzhou had to give up and said respectfully, "Well, Senior, do you want to start from the beginning tonight?" The moon-white figure looked back at the dark night in the distance, and after a moment of silence, she said, "No need tonight. Take a rest." "Do you need to rest after listening to the story?" Luo Qingzhou glanced at her and said, "Then I will take my leave." The moon-white figure stood on the eaves and did not respond. Luo Qingzhou had to wait quietly. About half an hour later, the white figure turned around, stared at him for a moment, and said lightly, "Although I am not your master, I have said that I never owe anyone a favor. You tell me stories, and I teach you to practice. Now you have reached the state of day travel, and your soul is much stronger than ordinary people. You only need to practice one more skill, and then you can use your voice to scare souls without leaving your body." Luo Qingzhou was stunned, thinking of what happened during the day, and his heart was suddenly happy. He hurriedly said respectfully, "Senior, are you going to teach me the skills?" The white figure stared at his handsome, but still calm face, and slowly said, "To scare souls with voice, you need a strong soul, fearless momentum, and a dignified and upright tone. Among them, the soul is naturally the most important." Luo Qingzhou hurriedly held his breath and listened attentively. Those with weak souls have weak qi. Those with weak qi have a weak heart. With a weak heart, they dare not look people in the eye when speaking. Their voices are weak, and their eyes are erratic. And those with strong souls have a strong qi like a rainbow, a sharp gaze, and a fair voice. Even if they speak softly, people will listen attentively and dare not underestimate them. What I want to teach you today is the skill of shocking the heart with eyes, and shocking the soul with voice. The soul can be trained, and the body can be cultivated. The clouds drifted by. A shadow appeared on the attic. The silver moon in the night sky was looming in the clouds. The night passed quietly. On the top of the attic, two figures that were hard for mortals to see stood opposite each other, motionless. One spoke. One listened. One looked. One lowered his head. Time passed quickly. In the early morning, the sound stopped. Luo Qingzhou stood there, frowning, and after thinking about it for a while, he bowed and said, "Senior, I can go back later tonight." The moon-white figure was silent for a while, looked at him and said, "You'd better go back earlier. Your wife is waiting at home." Luo Qingzhou. The air was silent for a while. Luo Qingzhou had to bow and say goodbye. "Senior, see you tomorrow night." The moon-white figure turned around, looked at the distance, and did not respond again. Luo Qingzhou floated up from the attic, passing over the roof and the street like the wind, feeling like a light smoke. Refreshed, thinking about the previous skills, he quickly returned to the Qin mansion. When he floated back to the courtyard, he went to Xiaoda's room to take a look. The little girl was still sitting on the bed embroidering quietly. Luo Qingzhou returned to his room, but did not return to the body immediately. Instead, he sat next to his physical body and began to practice the soul and spirit method that the senior had just taught him. Not long after, footsteps were heard outside. Xiaoda's voice sounded outside. "Sir, are you okay? It's getting late. Go to bed quickly. You have to get up early to study tomorrow." Luo Qingzhou stood up. His soul returned to his body, opened his eyes and said, "Come in." Xiaodai said awkwardly outside the door, "Sir, I won't sleep with you tonight. That's coming. I want to sleep alone." Hearing this, Luo Qingzhou got off the bed, went over to open the door and said, "Sleep together. I'll help you rub your belly." "No." Xiao Dai blushed, turned around and ran into her room, quickly closed the door and said, "Sir, go to bed quickly. I'll serve you in a few days." She was afraid of dirtying the young master. It is said that if this thing is on a man, it will bring bad luck to him. She can't hurt the young master. Luo Qingzhou shook his head helplessly, and didn't force it. He closed the door, and returned to bed. After practicing the soul and spirit method for a while, Fong lay down and fell asleep. Tomorrow daytime. Continue practicing. Tomorrow night. I have to accompany the second young lady, and the mother-in-law to attend the poetry meeting. And by the way, go to see the person who is like Jia Baoyu in the mother-in-law's mouth. Second young lady. He waved away the chaos in his mind, closed his eyes, and fell asleep quietly. Soon, he fell asleep. Outside the window, the night became darker and quieter. Squeak. The closed door suddenly opened gently. Then, a figure walked in quietly, standing by the window, staring at his sleeping handsome face for a long time. Fawn untied the belt, took off her dress and stockings, got on the bed, got into the quilt, and like a cat, docilely stuck to his chest. After a while, she grabbed his hand, put it on her belly, and rubbed it gently. Her belly still hurt. Luo Qingzhou slept soundly. He seemed to smell a familiar fragrance in his dream. It was like a dream he had at night, in which a girl, whose appearance could not be seen clearly appeared. One night passed quietly. The next day, when Luo Qingzhou woke up, he looked dazed. He recalled the dream last night, but it was vague, and he could not remember it. He quickly lifted the quilt and got out of bed, opened the window, and called Xiao Dai outside to fetch water. This shouldn't be the case for him. Could it be that he had a breakthrough in body training last night? His soul was promoted, and the flame in his body was vigorous, and the energy was overflowing. Xiao Dai quickly fetched hot water to help him wash his face. Luo Qingzhou said, "You go out first. I'll wash it." "Ah?" Xiao Dai was stunned for a moment, didn't say anything more, stole a glance at him, and went out with a red face. After breakfast, the master and servant went back to their own business. Luo Qingzhou went to the bottom of the lake. He first practiced the thunder fist for a while. After warming up, he began to prepare for tendon training. He recalled the steps of muscle training in his mind, and his body began to move. The morning sun was bright and warm. Qin Weimo entered the study, gently opened the window, and looked outside. The fragrance of flowers filled his nose. A branch of slanting plum blossom stretched under the eaves, with stamens blooming on it, with crystal clear dewdrops, like a beautiful woman's tears. Qin Weimo stood in front of the window, staring blankly for a while, and then sat down at the table. With his delicate hands, he picked up the inkstone and ink block, and gently rubbed it while he was lost in thought. The fragrance of ink was overflowing, and the fragrance of flowers was floating. The sun shone in through the window lattice. The girl's eyebrows were drooping, as gentle as water, and as quiet as clouds. Chapter 102. In the evening, Luo Qingzhou returned to the courtyard and boiled water for a bath. He had to go out tonight, so he came back early today. There was still one last bottle of meat refining potion. He decided to use it directly, so that the skin and flesh of the whole body could accumulate the maximum energy and start preparing for tendon training. The books recorded that tendon training requires gravity stretching, supplemented by medicine, and exercises such as stretching and pulling tendons and bones to open the hips and shoulders, which fundamentally change the physiological structure of the tendons. On the one hand, it opens the bone seams, and on the other hand, it enhances the strength and toughness of the tendons, so that the tendons have more elasticity than before, and can better generate power and conduct strength. When the tendons are trained to the extreme, they are like a strong bow and crossbow, and powerful power bursts out between stretching and contracting. One punch can kill an elephant and break stones and iron. A punch is heavy, as a mountain can produce a harsh sonic boom. The whole body is more agile and flexible, better than apes and monkeys. The reaction speed is better than cats and leopards. At that time, the skin and flesh will have more explosive power. 10 points of strength can burst out 12 points of strength under the strong elasticity of the tendons. The whole person is like a reborn, as light as a swallow, with infinite strength, as quiet as a mountain, as active as the wind. Strength and speed, agility and explosion. A perfect combination. While Luo Qingzhou was taking a bath, he carefully reviewed the practice method of tendon training in his mind. after the green water in the bathtub turned into clear water. His skin and flesh had turned red and hot. He could clearly feel that there was a flow of energy inside, which was gradually absorbed by the muscles. At this time, there was a sound of footsteps in the courtyard. It should be Xiao Dai who came back. He stretched his muscles in the tub, and then came out of the tub, holding his clothes, and said to the outside, Xiao Dai, "Don't come in yet. I'm taking a bath." As soon as he finished speaking, with a creak, the window was suddenly opened. Little Luo Qingzhou thought it was Xiao Dai, and was about to scold her, but he found that it was Beiling holding a flower in her hand. His face changed, and he hurriedly hid behind the screen next to him, and put on his clothes. Beiling stood outside the window, still looking at him with wide eyes, and her burning eyes seemed to penetrate the screen to see him clearly. Luo Qingzhou suspected that if he hadn't said that he was taking a bath just now, the other party would probably not open the window to peek. He put on his clothes and left the house. Beiling, wearing a pink dress and holding a freshly picked flower in her hand, turned around in front of the window and looked at him strangely. Luo Qingzhou said with a straight face, "Is there something?" Beiling smiled sweetly, revealing 2 cute dimples on her face, and said, "Uncle, it's not dark yet. Why are you taking a shower now?" Luo Qingzhou turned around and closed the door, saying lightly, "I have to accompany the second lady and the lady to go out tonight, so I have to wash myself clean to avoid embarrassing them." Beiling laughed. With bright eyes and white teeth, "Uncle is obviously going to make them proud. How can it be embarrassing?" Luo Qingzhou said, "Do you have anything to do? If not, I will go to the second lady." Beiling sighed, "Nothing. Just come to tell Uncle. I and Chan Chan can't go with you tonight, so I hope you don't blame me." Luo Qingzhou closed the door and said, "Since the lady and the second lady are going, they will definitely bring guards. It doesn't matter whether you go or not." Beiling pouted her lips, looked at him faintly and said, "It doesn't matter? Uncle, don't you want to see us?" At this time, Xiao Dai came back with dinner, but after seeing Beiling, she immediately went into the kitchen obediently. Beiling explained again, "Uncle, Chan Chan didn't go because of the second lady. I didn't go because I had to accompany the eldest lady. I came to tell you specifically, so that you don't think we don't value you." Luo Qingzhou was a little confused when he heard this. Why did Miss Xiaochan not go because of the second lady? Could it be that she doesn't get along with the second lady? With the second lady's temper? It shouldn't be. Beiling shook her head and said helplessly, "Chan Chan is born with a cold body, so when she gets close to the second lady will cough and then get sick, alas. Both of them are so pitiful." Luo Qingzhou's heart moved, thinking of the scene that night when he was out of his body and saw Xiaochan standing outside the door. At that time, the place where the girl stood, within a radius of more than 10 meters, was floating with blue ice crystals. It is difficult to see with the naked eye. Only the soul can see, but some sensitive body should be able to feel it. Miss Qin is weak and afraid of cold. She can probably feel those invisible blue ice crystals clearly, so she can't get close to Xiaochan. On the contrary, he practices martial arts, has strong blood and qi, and probably has a warm breath floating around him. So Miss Qin will, "Sir, accompany Miss Qin well, but don't mess around," Beiling warned. Luo Qingzhou looked at her and said, "Don't worry. I won't mess around with other people." Beiling, "Humph. Sir, you have something to say. Annoying. Sir, remember to come back early tonight. Don't stay out all night. Otherwise Miss Qin will worry." Beiling snorted and warned, "I heard that there are many talented men and beautiful women on the painting boat, and there are also courtesans invited from brothels. If Sir lingers and does something he shouldn't do, the consequences will be at his own risk." After that, he turned and left. When she reached the door, she suddenly turned around and said, "By the way, son-in-law, it's already a new month. When do you want to use your opportunity?" Luo Qingzhou stopped and deliberately asked. "What opportunity?" Beiling said. "The opportunity to sleep with the young lady." Luo Qingzhou said directly, "I've been studying hard recently, and don't have the heart to think about those things. Miss Beiling, please go back and tell the young lady that it's over this month. I believe the young lady will be very happy to hear that." "Right?" Beiling didn't say anything else. Luo Qingzhou looked at her meaningfully and went into the kitchen. Beiling left and said to herself as she walked on the road, "Chan Chan sneaked out in the middle of the night last night. She won't come to my place. Will she? But she's not well yet. Probably not. As for this opportunity as Chan Chan's good sister, We share happiness and difficulties. She is ill now, so I should naturally share the work with her. Otherwise No. How can I have such a shameful idea? Bailing. You won't be kissed stupid by your son-in-law a few times. Right? You said you want to be like the flowers every morning. Always pure and innocent. Pink and tender Luo Qingzhou had dinner at home. He wanted to take Xiaodai with him. But the little girl thought there were too many people, and there was a wife who was difficult to serve. So she didn't dare to go. She would rather embroider at home. Luo Qingzhou had to go out alone, and went to Miss Qin Er's place. The setting sun was still hanging on the green hills. The sky was full of clouds, and it fell on the courtyard where flowers were blooming. Qin Weimo was wearing a plain white skirt and a snow-white fox fur coat. She was standing under the plum tree in the courtyard, slightly tilting her beautiful and soft face, looking at the plum blossoms blooming on the branches. Lost in thought, the setting sun fell on her, as if she was coated with a layer of soft and holy light. She stood there quietly, soft and weak, but clear and pure, spotless, with a kind of soft and clear beauty. The maids and the nannies were all quietly guarding not far away, holding their breath and concentrating, not daring to disturb her. When Luo Qingzhou entered the courtyard, looking at this beautiful picture of plum blossoms in the sunset, the beauty was like a painting, and he stopped and stood quietly. Cough, cough, cough. There was a breeze blowing. Qin Weimo coughed a few times before coming back to his senses. When he turned his head, he saw him. The girl was stunned for a moment, and then her pale and beautiful face bloomed with a smile that was more heartwarming than the proud plum blossoms on the branches. She said softly, "Brother-in-law, why didn't you say anything when you came?" Luo Qingzhou said respectfully, "I was afraid of disturbing the second lady's elegance." Qin Weimo smiled slightly, glanced at the plum blossoms on the branches again, and said softly, "I don't have any elegance. I just saw this cold plum blossom and thought in my heart." After a pause, the girl looked at him and said, "Brother-in-law, you say, this lonely and proud cold plum blossom survived the winter, but withered in the spring, when all flowers are in full bloom. Should I be happy or sad?" Luo Qingzhou looked at the melancholy between her eyebrows, was silent for a while, and said slowly, "Some people like prosperity, like excitement, like to compete with others, while others like to be quiet, like to be self-proclaimed in your own small world alone. I always feel that my brother-in-law can see through the heart of micro-ink. Miss, it is almost dark. It is estimated that the wife is ready. We should go out." Qin Weimo nodded slightly. 2 maids were holding umbrellas to block the wind, and 1 maid was walking in front to explore the way. Luo Qingzhou stepped aside. When Qin Weimo came to his side, Fang smiled bitterly and said softly, "I'm sorry to make you laugh. When Weimo goes out, many people will have to follow him. Weimo shouldn't have gone out tonight." "But mother," Luo Qingzhou said, "it's good for the health of the second lady to go out and get some fresh air. If the second lady goes out to play, they will go out to play with her, so it's not considered tiring." Zhuer said quickly, "Miss, you don't know that since yesterday, everyone has been very excited, thinking about going out to play with you tonight." Qiu'er was so excited that she didn't sleep for half the night. Qiu'er on the side smiled a little embarrassedly. "Miss, it's like this. Everyone is actually very happy to go out. After all, they haven't been out for a long time." The other maids and nannies also smiled and agreed, and they were having a good time. Qin Weimo felt everyone's happiness and the relaxed atmosphere, and couldn't help but smile. He turned his head and looked at the boy next to him and said, "Brother-in-law, look, Weimo said you are good at talking. You say a word, and everyone agrees and laughs." Before Luo Qingzhou answered, she smiled and said in a playful tone, "It seems that I have to ask my brother-in-law to talk with me often in the future." Qiu'er hurriedly agreed with a smile beside her. "Yes, I have to ask my son-in-law to come over and talk to make us happy in the future." Everyone laughed and agreed together. Of course, everyone knew who was being made happy. Luo Qingzhou walked along the road without daring to say a word. Qin Weimo glanced at him with her beautiful eyes, with a gentle smile in her eyes, and did not embarrass him anymore. At the same time, on the banks of the Mosui River in the city, 2 luxuriously decorated painted boats were already hung with colorful lanterns and exquisite decorations. In the hall of the double-decker cabin, various fruit snacks were being prepared in an orderly manner. Some guests had already arrived, but they were not in a hurry to get on the boat. Instead, they stood by the river, watching the beautiful scenery of the river in the evening, and gathered together to greet and chat. Tonight, the literati, talented men and beautiful women, and even the girls from various brothels and matching gathered here, ready to enjoy the last grand event before the new year. There will be many programs tonight. Singing and dancing performances, playing the piano and juggling, etc. But the most eye-catching thing is naturally the poetry competition between literati and talented people. At every banquet, there will be more or less a few literati who have become famous for their outstanding works, or have become famous overnight and are well known. Since then, it has brought more glory and opportunities. Tonight is obviously also an opportunity. Chapter 103. Night falls. Outside the Qin mansion, maids, nannies, and 6 guards surrounded a carriage and slowly drove out of the alley. In the carriage sat Song Ryua and her daughter. The others followed the carriage on foot. In addition to those literati, there were also many dignitaries attending the banquet this time. So there are some rules that must be followed. When getting on the carriage, Qin Weima invited Luo Qinzhou to sit up as well, but was severely reprimanded by Song Ryua with a stern face. You can be ignorant of the rules at home, and you are still like this outside, making people laugh. People see it, and say that our Qin mansion has no family education. You are his sister-in-law. I am his mother-in-law. And he is still a son-in-law. Can you sit with us? You are still studying in the house all day, and you don't know the basic etiquette, morality, rules and morals? Qin Weima was scolded and blushed, and dared not say anything, and hurriedly lowered his head and got into the carriage. Song Ryua got on the carriage and muttered coldly inside, "It's okay for you to flirt with each other at home, as long as you don't do anything out of line. I'll pretend I didn't see it. But outside, you two better behave yourself. If you sneak around and cause gossip, watch out for your skin." Miss Qin's weak voice came from the carriage. "Mother, my brother-in-law and I didn't flirt with each other. Hee. Do you think your mother is blind? Or do you think your mother is easy to deceive?" "No." Miss Qin's voice became weaker and almost inaudible. Luo Qinzhou slowed down and followed behind. There was no curfew in the inner city today. The streets were full of lanterns at this time. The vendors were shouting. But the pedestrians did not stop, but rushed to the Mosui River where the poetry meeting was held. It was naturally more lively there, although not everyone could get on the boat. The road along the river formed a lively night market before dark. Vendors of all kinds gathered here. There was a constant stream of pedestrians. Some were dating. Some were shopping with friends and family after dinner. Some were joining in the fun with their families. Some were frustrated standing by the river, staring at the luxurious and lively pleasure boats in a daze. 2 pleasure boats were docked together. They were decorated with lights and people, and it was very lively. On the shore leading to the pleasure boats, there were wooden boards for temporary bridges. At the same time, there were guards with swords on their waists. At the entrances of the 2 pleasure boats, there were special reception personnel to check the identities to prevent others from getting on the pleasure boats. In addition to the daughter of the city lord's mansion, there were other nobles in Mo's city who hosted this poetry meeting. So there must be no mistakes. When the Qin family arrived at the river, many guests had already boarded the 2 pleasure boats and were having a lively conversation. Song Ryua and her daughter got off the carriage with the help of the maid. Then, surrounded by maids, nannies and guards, they came to the reception area by the river. The welcoming woman and middle-aged man saw their carriage from a distance. When they saw them coming, they smiled and said, "Madam Qin, welcome. Welcome. Madam Zhang and Madam Wang have just arrived. They just asked if you were here." At this time, Meng Yulan from the city lord's mansion just came out of the pleasure boat. When she saw them, she immediately walked over from the bridge and said enthusiastically, "Aunt Song, Wei-mo, why are you here so late?" Mississippi. The guards and the housekeeper who greeted the guests all bowed their heads respectfully. Meng Yulan was wearing a purple dress, with a short knife still on her waist. She was slim, pretty, and heroic. She quickly stepped onto the shore, walked to Qin Weima's side, supported her, and smiled kindly. "Let's go, Weima. I'll help you up. The wooden bridge is not stable, so you have to be careful." Luo Qinzhou saw that she walked like the wind. Her legs were long and straight, and she was very powerful. Although her figure was thin, she had a strong momentum, and her eyes were full of confidence. She was obviously a warrior. He couldn't see it before, but now he has cultivated his soul. His eyes are sharp, and his sense of smell is sensitive, so he can see it at a glance. Qin Weima greeted her with a smile, and then reminded her softly, "Yulan, my brother-in-law is here too." Meng Yulan smiled, turned to look at Luo Qizhou and said, I saw it. Are you blaming me for not greeting him? As he said that, he turned around, bowed to Luo Qizhou very solemnly, and said with a smile, Mr. Luo, it is Yulan who is rude. Luo Qizhou bowed his head and said nothing. Meng Yulan glanced at the maids and guards gathered around her, and looked at Song Ryu apologetically and said, Aunt Song, I'm sorry. You could only take 2 maids up. No one else can take anyone up. As for the guards, it's even more not okay. There is a rule tonight that no warriors can get on board except the guards on our ship. I hope Aunt Song will understand. Song Ryu is very concerned about her image in front of outsiders. She smiled and said, It's okay. Why do we need to bring guards here? Then she turned around and said, Chior and Zhu, you two stay to take care of Wei Mo, and the others will go. Those who want to go shopping can go, and those who don't want to go can wait here. Yes, madam. The maids and nannies were secretly excited when they heard it. Finally, there was a night of freedom. Aunt Song, please go first. Wei Mo and I will be behind. Meng Yulan said politely. Song Ryu did not refuse. With the help of Zhu, she walked onto the bridge and got on the boat with a calm face. As soon as she got on the boat, the noble ladies, who often met with her, came up to greet her with smiles on their faces. Meng Yulan and Chior helped Miss Qin Er to get on the boat. Luo Qingzhou followed behind and got on the boat alone. The noble ladies were chatting happily. When they saw the weak and sick Miss Qin Er, they immediately surrounded her, one by one, with pity and heartache on their faces. Our Wei Mo is so beautiful, but she is not in good health. Ryu, I have said it before. The doctor in our Mo city is not good. You should go to the capital to see, and try to find an imperial physician. Maybe you can cure it. Yes. Take Wei Mo with you in the early spring of next year. Is it your boss in the capital? There must be a way to contact a good doctor. Look at this child. So weak. It hurts me to see her. Song Ryu knew that they were kind, but her face still sank when she heard it, and she didn't want them to mention her daughter's illness. Meng Yulan quickly pulled Miss Qin away and said, Aunt Zhang, Aunt Song, you guys can chat first. I'll take Wei Mo upstairs. Zishi and the others are waiting upstairs. They just asked me why Wei Mo hasn't come yet. As he said that, he and Chior Er helped the frail Miss Qin away. Qin Weimo quickly turned around and called softly, Brother-in-law, you come too. She didn't dare to leave the boy here alone. Her mother and those aunts would definitely not respect him, and they might make things difficult for him. Luo Qingzhou certainly didn't dare to stay here alone, and hurriedly followed. Song Ryu glanced at him, raised her hand, as if she wanted to stop him, hesitated for a moment, and put her hand down again. Hey, Ryu, is your son-in-law here too? Is that the young man? TSK. He is really handsome and talented. No wonder Qingwan has been praising him since she went back. Ryu, did he really write those poems and stories you mentioned? You have been spreading them for so long, but we have never seen him do them in person. Yes. He happened to be here tonight, and we must see it with our own eyes later. It's not that we don't believe you, but we think that those poems and stories are not something that ordinary scholars can write. The ladies talked about it all at once, and they kept discussing it until Luo Qizhou went up the stairs. Song Ryu looked calm, sneered in her heart, and did not argue immediately. There is no need to argue now. Let the stinky boy speak with facts later, and they will naturally stop talking. Wei Mo, you seem to care about your brother-in-law. Do you take him with you wherever you go? When going upstairs, Meng Yulan glanced at the boy following behind her, and whispered to the girl beside her in a friendly teasing. Qin Weimo smiled and explained softly, Yulan, my brother-in-law never goes out. He stays at home every day to study hard. Unlike other scholars, he has no social life and has never participated in such poetry gatherings. If I leave him alone downstairs, he will be at a loss as to what to do without friends to talk to, and my mother will embarrass him. Meng Yulan smiled and said, You really care about him. Qin Weimo knew what she was deliberately teasing, and her eyebrows moved slightly. She turned back and took a peek, and whispered calmly, Of course I care. Meng Yulan was stunned when she heard this, and a hint of surprise appeared on her face. She didn't expect that she would really admit it. How could such a thing be admitted so openly? Meng Yulan was stunned for a moment, then helped her up to the second floor, walked towards the corner by the window, and whispered in her ear, Silly girl, don't say this in front of other people. If others hear it, they will laugh at you in their hearts. Qin Weimo smiled and said, "It's okay. I don't care how others laugh at me. But of course, I won't tell others that I don't care. But it will implicate my brother-in-law." Meng Yulan frowned, stared at her deeply, then looked back at the boy behind him, and whispered, "Weimo, you won't really. I don't know either." Qin Weimo knew what she was going to say. His expression was calm. His eyes were gentle. And he murmured in his heart, "I really don't know, Weimo. You're finally here. Come on. Come on. Our weak little beauty. Come and sit here. There is no wind here. And it won't blow you away." Ha ha ha. When Meng Yulan was about to say something, a few girls' enthusiastic greetings and bell-like laughter suddenly came from the corner. However, when the girls who were hugging each other with laughter saw the boy following behind, they immediately stopped laughing, froze for a moment, and quickly sat down and tidied their clothes and hair. One girl blushed unconsciously because she laughed too wildly just now. "What a handsome young man," one girl said to her companion in a low voice with her eyes rolling. The noisy atmosphere just now suddenly became quiet. Several girls sat upright with reserved smiles on their faces, secretly guessing who this young man was. Chapter 104. Weimo. Several girls invited Qin Weimo to sit down and started talking to her. At the same time, they glanced at the young man who was not far away from them, wondering why he didn't come over. Judging from his clothes and temperament, he should be a scholar, not a servant or something. One of the girls in a blue skirt knew Luo Qingzhou and whispered, "Weimo, your brother-in-law looks so shy. Doesn't he dare to come over?" This girl in a blue skirt was Song Zishi, who invited Luo Qingzhou in Jibao Pavilion a few days ago. "Brother-in-law? Is that young man Weimo's brother-in-law? Zishi, is he the young man Luo you mentioned?" When the other girls heard this, they all showed a hint of surprise on their faces. And at the same time, they all felt a little regretful in their hearts. It turned out that he had been married for a long time, and he was married into the family. Song Zishi nodded, stood up, and took the initiative to greet Luo Qingzhou, saying, "Mr. Luo, my sisters and I were just talking about you. Your sentence, the white snow still thinks spring is late, so it penetrates the trees in the courtyard and becomes flying flowers, was praised by everyone." The girls all nodded modestly, which was considered a greeting. Luo Qingzhou bowed politely, and seeing that the seat next to him was empty, he asked the maid who was placing snacks next to him, "Can I sit here?" The maid nodded and said, "Mister, please go ahead. There are no guests sitting here." Luo Qingzhou thanked him and sat down next to him. It was too abrupt to stand there all the time. There were only women over there, and there were no seats, so it was not convenient for him to go over. Qin Weimo saw him sitting over there, and his lips moved, as if he wanted to speak, but he held back. The other girls laughed and chatted again. Meng Yulan said something to several girls, asking them to take good care of Weimo, and then came to Luo Qingzhou and said with a smile, "Mr. Luo, if you need anything, just tell the maid. I have to go down to receive guests, so I'll leave now." Luo Qingzhou stood up and said, "Miss Meng, just go and do your work." Meng Yulan smiled, looked at him for a moment, and left quickly, with a short knife on her waist swinging back and forth, which was particularly eye-catching. Luo Qingzhou sat down, and couldn't help but think of the explanation in the book. Most of the martial artists today practice fist and foot skills. Those who practice weapons are a minority, because weapons are too expensive. Of course, ordinary weapons can be afforded by martial artists, but the weapons used by martial artists cannot be ordinary weapons. The ones who can fight with martial artists are naturally martial artists and powerful monsters. Ordinary weapons can hardly cause any harm to the opponent, and holding them in hand will restrict their hands and feet. As he is now in the stage of strengthening muscles, it is difficult to cause serious damage to him with an ordinary kitchen knife or sword, and it will delay the best time to attack. If it is a more powerful warrior, those ordinary swords will be powerless. As for the monsters, they are even more thick-skinned and tough, and ordinary swords can hardly hurt them. Therefore, if warriors want to practice weapons, they can only use weapons made of special materials and rely on weapons engraved with runes by weapon masters to be useful. However, the price of such weapons is extremely expensive. Ordinary warriors don't even think about it. Therefore, it is better to practice fist and foot skills honestly. Moreover, fists and feet practiced to the extreme are themselves extremely powerful weapons, and they are more sensitive and explosive than external weapons. Just now, the young lady of the Ming family had that short knife on her waist. I wonder if she specializes in weapons, or uses it for decoration. or for auxiliary use in battle. Luo Qingzhou sat alone in front of the window, looking at the lights and tourists on the river bank, thinking about these cultivation matters in his mind. And downstairs, it seems that the performance has already begun. Many people's cheers and applause sounded one after another below. The girls in the corner were still chatting as if no one was around. When Luo Qingzhou was about to review the techniques of tendon training in his mind, a fragrant breeze suddenly swept over. Song Zishi, who was wearing a blue dress and had a graceful figure, walked over with a smile and said, "Mr. Luo, you look lonely sitting here alone. Can I sit down and talk to you?" Luo Qingzhou certainly had no reason to refuse, nodded, and turned to look at the seat. Qin Weima's eyes also happened to look over, revealing a trace of apology and helplessness in his eyes, as if to say, "Brother-in-law, it's not that Weima doesn't come to accompany you, but that he can't leave. Mr. Luo, what books are you reading at home recently? Are there any interesting books that you can introduce to me?" Song Zishi sat down opposite and took the initiative to speak. Luo Qingzhou said calmly, "They are all some exam preparation books. The 4 books and 5 classics. Dian culture, etc. I guess Miss Song will not be interested." Song Zishi smiled when he heard it, with light flowing in his eyes, and said softly, "Mr. Luo, I heard recently that a story called The Romance of the West Chamber has been circulated, and it has been passed on by word of mouth among various rich ladies, and they are full of praise. I heard that the original version was circulated from the Qin mansion. Does Mr. Luo know who wrote it?" Luo Qingzhou looked calm. "I haven't heard of it. It should be his mother-in-law who showed it off." Song Zishi smiled and did not ask any more questions. She said, "Mr. Luo, I know your talent. The talented people below will compete in poetry later. Mr. Luo should not miss it. I believe that with Mr. Luo's talent, he will definitely make a splash tonight. Zishi will wait and see." Luo Qingzhou was about to speak when Zhuer suddenly walked up quickly. When she passed by him, she glanced at him, then at Song Zishi. Without saying anything, she walked quickly to the table of the girls and said, "Miss, the lady is calling you down." Zhuer, who was standing next to Qin Weima, asked in a low voice, "What's the matter?" Zhuer hesitated a little, but still said, Mr. Tang was talking to the lady below and asked about the lady. So the lady asked me to call the lady down." Qin Weima was slightly stunned for a moment, then frowned slightly, as if she had thought of something. She turned her head almost subconsciously and looked at Luo Qingzhou. "Miss, the lady is waiting." Zhuer was a little anxious. She was afraid that if the young lady could not continue to be stubborn, the lady would be embarrassed in public. With the lady's face-saving personality, she would definitely not be able to get away with it. Qin Weima did not make it difficult for her. She nodded, apologized to the other girls, and left her seat with Zhuer's support. When she walked to Luo Qingzhou's seat, she stopped and said softly, "Brother-in-law, can you go down with me?" There was a hint of pleading in her tone. Luo Qingzhou did not hesitate, stood up, and bowed to Song Zishi to say goodbye. Song Zishi smiled and said, "Andy Song has something to ask you. So you go down first. We will go down later. I guess the poetry competition will start soon." Luo Qingzhou followed the worried second lady and slowly went downstairs. Downstairs, an artist invited from the brothel was playing the piano. The figure playing the piano was looming behind the curtain, which seemed to give people a sense of mystery and tempt people to find out. Luo Qingzhou followed the second lady Qin and walked to a seat by the window on the right. Song Ryue was sitting there alone. A young man in a Confucian robe stood in front of the table, holding a folding fan, bending down slightly and talking to her politely. The young man was of medium height, handsome, and had a good temperament. He had a comfortable smile on his face and spoke softly, looking gentle and elegant. While talking to him, Song Ryue looked at him from time to time. "Mother." Qin Weimo walked over slowly with Zhuer's support and called softly. The young man turned sideways and looked at her. His eyes lit up immediately. He slightly exerted force on the 5 fingers holding the folding fan. He still kept a polite smile on his face and quickly looked at the ground. Song Ryue said, "Weima, this is Mr. Tang." Then he said to the young man, "Jiasong, this is my daughter Weima. She knows a little bit about piano, chess, calligraphy and painting, but she likes quietness and likes to stay in the house. She doesn't want to come out and communicate with others." Tang Jiasong immediately bowed his head and said, "Miss Qin, I have heard of your name for a long time. I have admired you for a long time. Miss Qin's poems are read by me every day." She is really as good as men. Compared with those men, she is not inferior. Qin Weimo bowed her head slightly, and did not speak. At this time, the top dancer of the brothel, Yin Yin Nana, who hosted the poetry meeting tonight, walked onto the stage and announced the start of the poetry competition tonight with a smile. The talented women gathered in the audience were all ready to fight. Song Ryue said, "Come and sit down, and take a look at Jiasong's poems later." Tang Jiasong smiled and said, "Don't let Miss Qin laugh at you. I am not very talented, and can't compare with those talented people. I will just join in the fun later." Qin Weimon nodded politely to him, and with Chior's support, he sat down on the soft seat next to him. As soon as he sat down, he waved to Luo Qingzhou, who was standing not far away, and said, "Brother-in-law, come here, stand closer." Tang Jiasong was stunned for a moment, and turned his head to look. Luo Qingzhou passed by him, and stood next to Miss Qin Er, just blocking his view of Miss Qin Er. Tang Jiasong frowned and had to move aside, still keeping a refined smile on his face, and said with a bow, "This is..." Qin Weimo said politely, "My brother-in-law?" Tang Jiasong smiled awkwardly, and had to bow to Luo Qingzhou and said, "What is this gentleman's name?" Luo Qingzhou did not return the greeting, but looked at the stage with a wooden face, ignoring him, as if he did not hear it. Just now, when this person saw Miss Qin Er for the first time, he thought in his heart, "What a sickly and delicate little beauty. Although I heard that Miss Qin was dying, and was anxious to find a husband just to bring her good luck, I would not suffer any loss. If I marry this little beauty, the Qin family's property will naturally be at my fingertips. Even if it is only a small part, it will be enough for me to be happy. When she dies of illness..." Luo Qingzhou stopped listening after hearing this. Is this the person like Jia Boyu that his mother-in-law said? She is so blind. Forget it. He will block it for the second lady. Seeing that he ignored him, Tang Jiasong's smile froze, and he had to bow to Song Ryue and said, "Aunt Song, this young man. Don't talk first. Listen to her questions." Song Ryue's eyes were focused on the courtesan on the stage, and she waved her hand to interrupt him. Tang Jiasong smiled stiffly, and had to look at the stage, then walked a few steps forward, listening carefully, and staring at the graceful and sexy body on the stage. At this time, the courtesan named Wui said the topic of the first poetry contest. After discussion among several seniors, the first competition is titled Plum. Why this topic was chosen? I believe many guests know that a masterpiece with plum as the theme was circulated some time ago, fallen into mud and ground into dust. Only the fragrance remains. Almost everyone praised this poem, but many talented people were not convinced. So various new works were produced in a few days. Of course, it doesn't mean that your works must be better than this poem. Everyone should do their best. And there is no limit to poetry. When the graceful and beautiful courtesan was speaking on the stage, Qin Weimol turned his head and looked at the boy next to him. At this time, Luo Qingzhou was also looking at the courtesan above. "Brother-in-law, is it beautiful?" the girl suddenly asked in a low voice. Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a moment, retracted his gaze from the stage, looked at her and said, "Second miss means..." Qin Weimol pursed his lips and said, "The stage, is it beautiful?" Luo Qingzhou was startled and nodded. Qin Weimol's eyebrows moved, and he asked again, "What about the beauty on the stage?" Luo Qingzhou's mouth twitched, and when he didn't know how to answer, Song Ryue suddenly looked at him coldly and said, "You'd better think carefully about the answer." It turned out that the two of them were whispering just now, and she had been eavesdropping beside them. Qin Weimo's cheeks flushed slightly. Luo Qingzhou had to look at his mother-in-law again and heard what she was thinking. If this stinky boy dares to say that the brothel girl is pretty, I want him to look good when I go back tonight. Luo Qingzhou lowered his head and said, "Not pretty." Song Ryue rolled her eyes and snorted coldly. "You say one thing and mean another. She is so beautiful and has a good figure. How can she not look good?" Luo Qingzhou had to whisper, "If my mother-in-law and the second lady were not here, she would look okay." Song Ryue narrowed her eyes, and the corners of her mouth unconsciously curled up, and said coldly, "What do you mean? Explain clearly." Qin Weimo pursed his lips slightly, and a smile was already rippling in his eyes. Luo Qingzhou bowed his head and said, "How can the light of a firefly compete with the bright moon? When the moon is in the sky, even the brightest stars will be eclipsed." Song Ryue was stunned for a moment, silently reciting a few words in her mouth, and the arc of her mouth could no longer be suppressed. She had to turn her face away, snorted coldly, and continued to look at the stage without saying anything. She quickly recited this sentence in her heart several times and wrote it down. Qin Weimo's beautiful eyes flashed, with a smile on her lips, and whispered, "It turns out that my brother-in-law can also coax people with sweet words." Luo Qingzhou's face changed slightly, and he quickly said, "You can't use the word sweet talk." Qin Weimo was slightly stunned. "Why?" Luo Qingzhou paused and said, "It's okay. Just use it. There is nothing wrong with this word." But in his era, this word has become a special word between lovers. Miss Qin Er suddenly said it just now, and he was naturally shocked. At this time, many people have returned to their seats and started to consider poems with the theme of plum. After half an instant's stick of time, Tang Jiasong, who had been pondering for a long time, suddenly turned around and walked back, smiling and bowing, saying, "Miss Qin, can you do it? I just had an idea and came up with a poem. Maybe there are still some flaws. I hope the second lady can help correct it." Qin Weimo glanced at him and said politely and softly, "Weimo hasn't done it yet." Song Ryua listened and turned around and said, "Has Jiasong done it? It's really quick-witted." Then she said to Zhuer beside her, "Go and ask someone to bring pen and ink, and let Mr. Tang write it down. Let's take a look first, and then send it up for competition later." Tang Jiasong's face was full of smiles. Zhuer hurried over to ask other mates for pen and ink. Tang Jiasong's eyes were still looking at the weak girl in front of him, and he smiled and said, "Miss Qin, this poem of mine, brother-in-law. What about yours?" Before he finished speaking, Qin Weimo suddenly looked at Luo Qingzhou beside him. As soon as these words came out, not only Tang Jiasong was stunned and looked over, Song Ryua also pricked up her ears immediately, but her eyes were still looking elsewhere. Luo Qingzhou was slightly startled when he heard this, and said, "Second miss? I, brother-in-law?" Qin Weimo called out softly again, with her eyebrows furrowed, her mouth slightly pouted, and her eyes looking at him with a hint of pleading, and even a hint of coquettishness. Luo Qingzhou was stunned and understood. She didn't want to have any more disputes with the young Master Tang in front of her, so she wanted him to take action and not let the other party have any chance to show off. "Madam, the pen and ink are here." At this time, Zhuer brought the pen, ink, paper, and inkstone over. Tang Jiasong tugged at his sleeves and was about to step forward, but Song Ryua suddenly turned around and said coldly, "Luo Qingzhou, I saw that Mr. Tang was talking to you just now, and you were dismissive. Just now, Mr. Tang said that he wanted to write a poem, and you were even more sneering. It seems that you look down on this Mr. Tang. Right or not?" After saying this, Tang Jiasong's face darkened slightly. Luo Qingzhou was stunned, and when he was about to speak, Song Ryua suddenly snorted again, "Zhu, grind the ink. Give the pen to this arrogant guy who looks down on Mr. Tang, and let him write a poem. If he writes it, whether it is good or bad, I will forgive his rudeness. If he can't write it, he doesn't have to get off the boat tonight." Qin Weimo frowned and looked at the gorgeous courtesan on the stage. The courtesan should stay overnight on the boat tonight, right? There were other prostitutes, daughters of rich families, daughters of officials, talented women, noble ladies, son-in-law. Here's the pen. Zhuer forced the pen into Luo Qingzhou's hand, then picked up the ink block and began to grind the ink in the inkstone. Qin Weimo glanced at the ink block in her hand. Her lips moved, and her hands on her legs also moved a little, as if she wanted to speak, but she didn't dare to speak in the end. Luo Qingzhou held the pen, feeling the hostility from Mr. Tang next to him, and glanced at Miss Qin Er, tightening the pen in his hand without hesitation. At this time, many talented men and women had finished their work, writing furiously, and then handed it in. There were also many people who were still frowning, thinking hard. Luo Qingzhou pondered for a moment, raised his pen and dipped it in ink, and was about to write, when a snow-white hand suddenly stretched out from the side and stopped his pen. The ink on the tip of the pen was just a hair away from falling on her soft and boneless little hand. Luo Qingzhou was stunned, facing the pair of clear eyes that were like water waves. The girl whispered, "Brother-in-law, you read? I will write." Luo Qingzhou's eyes showed a hint of doubt, but it was only a moment, and he suddenly understood. It was not that he heard her voice. He didn't know why he saw through the girl's mind so quickly. He couldn't appear on the stage tonight. The guests tonight were too complicated. She was thinking about him. As for Mr. Tang next to him, his words are not enough. Besides, he is probably more reluctant to spread this matter than anyone else. Luo Qingzhou handed the pen in his hand to the snow-white little hand. Their fingertips touched. The girl's hand trembled slightly. She held the pen tightly and lowered her head. Ahem. Song Ryua's cold warning came from the side. You are sneaking around again. Do you think I don't exist? Brother-in-law. Read. The girl's cheeks were slightly red. Holding the pen. And said softly. Chapter 105 Praise for Plum Blossoms. Brother-in-law. Come closer. When Luo Qingzhou was about to read, the girl lowered her eyebrows and eyes and whispered. After she finished speaking, her face became redder. Luo Qingzhou knew that she was afraid of being heard by others. So he didn't think much about it. Walked a few steps closer, and lowered his head beside her. Song Ryue, who was sitting next to her, glanced at her, moved her lips, but still held back. She pricked up her ears. Tang Jiasong, who was standing 2 steps away, had a stiff face. When he was about to raise his feet to get closer to see Miss Qin's pretty face flushed and her jade hands writing, Luo Qingzhou suddenly moved his feet sideways and directly pushed him outside with his back. Tang Jiasong? Song Ryue glanced at her, and the corners of her mouth twitched slightly. Brother-in-law, you can read. Qin Weimo could feel the hot air he exhaled, falling on his face. So warm. For some reason, whenever this young man approached her, she felt her cold body suddenly bathed in the warm sunshine, which was particularly comfortable. All the flowers fall. Only Xianyan. Luo Qingzhou lowered his head and whispered. Qin Weimo came back to his senses. His eyes lit up, and he dipped his hands in ink. Just as he was about to write, Luo Qingzhou hurriedly said, Slow down. Qin Weimo paused after hearing this, raised his head, and looked at him in confusion, because the two were too close. When they looked up, they were facing each other, close at hand. Qin Weimo's eyes were like water, and the waves were full of light. Now even the roots of his ears were red. But he did not move away from his red face and eyes. Ahem. Song Ryue on the side bit her teeth and scolded, Write quickly. Qin Weimo lowered his head, clenched the pen in his hand, and his thick eyelashes trembled slightly. Luo Qingzhou was thinking. He remembered the scene in the courtyard in the evening. The plum blossoms in the sunset, the beauty-like flowers, and the melancholy eyes and words of Miss Qin Air. Brother-in-law, you say, this lonely and proud winter plum survived the winter, but withered in the spring, when all flowers are in full bloom. Should we be happy or sad? Did she think of herself? Luo Qingzhou was in a trance for a moment. Calm down. His eyes flashed, and he whispered, the wind and rain send spring away, and the flying snow welcomes spring. Qin Weimo put down his pen and drew lightly with his white hand. The small characters are graceful and restrained, with a graceful and beautiful temperament. It is already a cliff of ice, but there are still beautiful branches. The girl's white hand trembled, and she continued to write. Luo Qingzhou looked at her words, and then glanced at her pretty face that was still blushing, and continued to read. Pretty does not fight for spring, but only announces the arrival of spring. The girl paused, raised her pen and dipped it in ink, and continued to write with her head down. Her eyelashes drooped and trembled slightly, like a butterfly fluttering its wings, with a kind of silent beauty. Song Ryue, who was sitting next to her, didn't know when her body had been tightly pressed against her. Her ears were almost close to her face, and her eyes were fixed on her pen and ink on the snow-white rice paper. Brother-in-law, anything else? The girl finished writing, her little hands trembling slightly, her eyes still fixed on the tip of her pen. Luo Qingzhou looked at her weak appearance and whispered the last sentence. When the mountain flowers are in full bloom, she laughs in the bushes. The girl clenched the pen in her hand, stunned for a few seconds, and then trembled and wrote. Her eyes gradually misted. She knew why her brother-in-law suddenly wanted to change the words. The brother-in-law must have thought of what she said in the courtyard before. The words were full of depression, hesitation about the future, disappointment in oneself, and even despair. And this poem by my brother-in-law was an answer to her previous words and an encouragement to her. Even if there were hundreds of feet of ice on the cliffs of the county, in the face of such a grand and cold winter scene, the plum blossom still stood alone, proudly upright, and bloomed beautifully. She doesn't compete for spring, but only announces the arrival of spring. When the mountain flowers are in full bloom, she laughs in the bushes. Spring is coming. The world is full of soft and warm breath, and the mountain flowers are finally in full bloom on the cliffs. A gorgeous scene. The plum blossoms, which once stood alone in the cold winter wind and snow, did not have the slightest jealousy or intention to compete for beauty. In the blooming of hundreds of flowers, they quietly hid in the blooming spring scenery. It has its season. even if it is lonely, silent, and no one appreciates it. It is her world alone. Her beauty embellishes the paleness. Her fragrance adds the most beautiful breath to that lonely season. That season is more beautiful because of her. So, what's so sad about her? At least she existed, bloomed, and was beautiful. She was stronger than others and more worthy of praise. Let me see. As the girl was looking at the ink on the paper with tears in her eyes, Song Ryua took the rice paper on the table and looked at it again. It hasn't been titled yet. Song Ryua put the paper back on the table and said coldly, "Write a random name." Luo Qingzhou glanced at her and heard what she said in her heart. "It's okay to write mine. I'm not afraid of being famous." Luo Qingzhou. Qin Weimo pondered for a moment and wrote the title, Luo Mo. Then, he wrote the tune and title, Bu Swanzi Yongmei. Then he looked up and said softly, "Brother-in-law, is it okay?" Luo Qingzhou took a look and nodded, "Yes." Song Ryua on the side frowned. Her pretty face was stiff, and she sneered, "Luo Mo. Luo Mo hee. Do you think I am blind or illiterate? Do you think I don't exist?" Qin Weimo said softly, "Mother." "Then you say, what name should I write?" Song Ryua snorted coldly and turned her face away and said, "How should I know? Ask him." Qin Weimo looked at Luo Qingzhou with a helpless look. Luo Qingzhou glanced at the unhappy mother-in-law, stretched out his hand, took the pen from Miss Qin Air, crossed out the two words Luo Mo, and wrote two words again in the handwriting of Miss Qin Air, Umo. Song Ryua glanced at him with her eyes slanted, turned her face away, looked out the window, and the corners of her mouth moved slightly. Qin Weimo suppressed his smile and picked up the rice paper and said, "Mother, do you think this name is okay?" "Humph. You can write whatever you want. It has nothing to do with me," Song Ryua said with a cold face, and immediately urged, "Take it up quickly. The time is almost up," as if she was afraid that they would change it again. Zhuer hurried over and stretched out her hand to take it. Tang Jiasong, who was stopped by Luo Qingzhou, hurriedly said, "Aunt Song, Miss Qin, can I take a look?" Qin Weimo smiled slightly and handed him the rice paper generously. Song Ryua glanced at her with a flickering look. Tang Jiasong took it with both hands, lowered his head and stared, looking at it seriously. At first, he still had a sneer on his lips, thinking that no matter how the poem was, he would find faults and comment on it. But when he finished reading, he suddenly fell silent. "By the way, Jiasong, didn't you just say that you also wrote a poem? Here are the pens and ink. Write it down quickly. We'll take a look first, and then sit it up," Song Ryua suddenly said with a smile on her face. Luo Qingzhou glanced at her, wondering in his heart, why does this mother-in-law look a bit sinister? Why does she seem to be deliberately teasing and attacking this guy she calls Jiabaoyu? When Tang Jiasong heard this, his expression suddenly froze and his face flushed. The muscles at the corners of his eyes twitched. He lowered his head, returned the poem in his hand, and said with embarrassment, "Aunt Song, I just suddenly remembered that the poem I wrote still has some flaws, so I won't take it out for the time being." Zhuer took the rice paper from his hand and walked quickly towards the courtesan, who was collecting the works on the stage. "Oh," Song Ryua said "oh," and didn't force it anymore. She still smiled and said, "It's okay. When you have revised it, write it to me." Tang Jiasong's face was stiff. He didn't dare to look up. He bowed and said, "Well, Jiasong will work hard to revise it." Who knew that Song Ryua added, "Don't worry. Just revise it slowly. I believe that with your talent, the revised work will definitely be better than the one written by my useless son-in-law." Humph. This kid didn't even think about it for a while. Didn't even write a draft. And just read it out in one breath. Not a single word has been changed. Which shows that he has no respect for the work at all. Compared to you, Jiasong, he is a million miles away. After these words came out, Tang Jiasong's face became even more stiff, and the corners of his mouth twitched a few times. He was immediately ashamed and dared not stay any longer. He quickly bowed with a red face and said, "Song Annie Song. I have a friend over there. I'll go say hello first and come back later." Song Ryua smiled and said, "Go ahead. There will be a second show later. I believe you can definitely make better poems." Tang Jiasong did not dare to reply, and hurriedly retreated with a red face. After he walked away, the smile on Song Ryua's face gradually disappeared, and her face darkened. Qin Weimo glanced at her and asked in confusion, "Mother, you seem to suddenly dislike that Mr. Tang?" Song Ryue rolled her eyes when she heard this. What do you mean I seem to suddenly dislike that Mr. Tang? Have I ever liked him? Qin Weimo was stunned for a moment, and said weakly, Mother was still full of praise for him yesterday. Song Ryue snorted coldly and said angrily, I didn't. You heard it wrong. Qin Weimo. After a while, Song Ryue said coldly, that man is not good. Weimo. Don't see him again. And don't talk to him again. Humph. Your Aunt Zhang is unreliable. Who is the person you introduced? Not only is his family very poor, but he also likes to brag. And he looks sneaky. And he is not a good person at first glance. Qin Weimo heard this and looked curious. Mother. How is Mr. Tang sneaky? Song Ryue narrowed her eyes and said, eyes. Appearance. Demeanor. Temperament. Let me tell you. Mother has seen many guys who like to pretend like this. One thing in front of you and another behind your back. On the surface, they look like good people better than anyone else. But they do all kinds of bad things in secret. I didn't like him when I saw him today. This is my intuition. My intuition is always right. Don't worry. Mother won't push you into the fire pit. Luo Qinzhou was listening nearby, thinking to himself that this mother-in-law was quite capable. Not just a narcissistic and arrogant stupid woman. Qin Weimo suddenly blinked and whispered, Mother, can you tell what your brother-in-law is? What kind of person do you think he is? Song Ryue snorted coldly, glanced at the boy next to her, rolled her eyes, and said only 2 words, idiot. Qin Weimo bit her pink lips, laughed softly, and stole a glance at the boy next to her, her beautiful eyes rolling, and she didn't dare to speak again. Not long after, the voice of the courtesan Wu Yi suddenly came from the stage. Dear guests, please be quiet. The result of the first poetry contest has come out. However, for the sake of fairness and to make everyone convinced, the rankings of the top 3 works have not yet been finalized. After I read out these 3 works, you can comment on them. If you think the rankings are inappropriate, the seniors will discuss and comment again. As soon as these words came out, the hall, which was noisy just now, immediately quieted down. The courtesan held 3 pieces of rice paper in her hand, smiled charmingly, and looked at the first one first. Everyone in the audience held their breath. Their eyes were burning, and they secretly hoped that their works would be among them. Qin Weimo was not worried at all. She turned her head and looked at the boy beside her. Her eyes moved and she whispered, Brother-in-law, does it look good? Luo Qinzhou had to retract his gaze from the stage and looked at her and said, It doesn't look good. Qin Weimo showed a playful look at the corner of his mouth. Smiling, Weimo is asking about Weimo himself. Brother-in-law, do you think Weimo is not good looking? Before Luo Qinzhou answered, there was another cough-cough sound from the side. Song Ryue glared at him with a cold face. Luo Qinzhou didn't dare to speak again. At this time, the courtesan on the stage had already started to recite the first work. Ode to the Plum. Chapter 106, Who is the First Place? In the hall, there was silence. Only the courtesan Wu could be heard reciting in a tender voice. All the trees are frozen and about to break, but the lonely root is warm and alone. In the deep snow in the village ahead, a branch bloomed last night. The wind brings out the faint fragrance, and birds peek at the white beauty. If it is in accordance with the law next year, it will be the first to bloom on the Wanchun terrace. After reciting, the audience was quiet for a while. After tasting it, there were bursts of applause and praise. Good poem. Good poem. Miss Wei. I wonder who wrote this poem. Someone asked. The courtesan smiled. Her eyes were full of autumn waves, and she glanced at the rice paper in her hand, and then said, This work is temporarily ranked 3rd. And it was written by Miss Song Zishi of the Song family. Hey! It was Miss Song. This poem has clear language and clear ideas. It is a rare good poem. But it is only ranked 3rd? Miss Wei, don't keep us in suspense, and read the next 2 poems quickly. Everyone was surprised and started to talk and urge. Song Zishi stood with the girls upstairs. Smiling, she said very satisfied that she was ranked 3rd. But she was actually a little dissatisfied. She looked at the stage, waiting for the next 2 poems. The other girls next to her were also defending her. The window seat. Qin Weimo said softly, Brother-in-law, Zishi's poem is actually very good. If it were a normal poetry meeting, she might get the first place. But today, at this point, she turned her head to look at the boy next to her. Her beautiful eyes smiled, and she said softly, Brother-in-law is here today. Before Luo Qinzhou could reply, a cold snort suddenly came from the side. I am here today. Luo Qinzhou twitched his mouth and continued to look at the stage. Qin Weimo also quickly retracted his gaze from him, quietly stuck out his tongue, and looked at the stage. Song Ryue looked cold and glared at the two fiercely. At this time, under the urging of the crowd below the stage, the courtesan Wui on the stage finally began to read the second work. After washing off the makeup, I will show my true self. Not wearing leaf flowers. A branch of bamboo leans outside. Thinking of the beauty. The sky is cold, and the day is setting. In the courtyard at dusk, there is no place to smell the fragrance. The wind is gentle. The snow is falling. Let alone the road at the river head. When everyone heard it, they knew that this was a short poem with the tune of Moshangsi. There is also the next stanza. Wui paused for a moment, and continued to recite in a delicate voice, the sparse shadows on the edge of the moon, dreaming of the soul-destroying place. When the plums are about to turn yellow, I have to write again. Lian's fine rain. I have been alone for a lifetime, and I have been sad and thin, and I am in Donglong. Do the flowers know? Good poem. As soon as the courtesan finished speaking, an old gentleman in a Confucian robe clapped his hands and praised. The writing is beautiful and euphemistic, and the brushstrokes are delicate. It not only sings the fragrance and pride of plum blossoms, but also expresses the author's admiration for the noble plum blossoms. Good poem. This poem deserves the first place. Others tasted it and praised it unanimously. Miss Wui, who wrote this poem? Someone asked. Wui smiled and said, this poem was written by Master Su Jianan. Sure enough, as soon as I heard the taste of this little poem, I knew it was written by Brother Su. A scholar smiled. Many people looked at the handsome man in the crowd, who was wearing a long gown and had a melancholy look. He was Su Jianan, a well-known talent in Mo City, who often looked melancholy. It seemed that nothing in this world could make him happy. I heard that even when he went to a brothel to have fun with a girl, he would look sad and depressed. Miss Wui, is Brother Su's Moshangsi the first place? If it is this one, we are really convinced. Brother Su's talent. We are convinced. This little poem is indeed a masterpiece. Everyone spoke up. Window seat. Song Ryue couldn't help but snorted coldly, and a hint of disdain appeared at the corner of her mouth. Qin Weimo turned her head and glanced at her, with a smile in her eyes, and whispered, Mother, this poem is indeed a masterpiece. Don't you think it's good? Song Ryue rolled her eyes and ignored her. On the stage, the courtesan Wui smiled and said, everyone wait. There is one last poem, which happens to be a little poem. After I finish reading it, everyone can come and comment on it. Read it. Read it quickly. Some impatient people can't help it. Everyone was surprised. Could there be a better work than this one? Su Jianlan's eyes were also fixed on the stage. Wui spread out the rice paper in her hand, looked down at the ink on the paper, and revealed a touch of surprise in her eyes. After a pause, Fang Qinsheng recited, the wind and rain send spring away, and the flying snow welcomes spring. The cliff is already 100 feet of ice, but the flowers are still beautiful. When the first verse came out, everyone in the audience fell silent. The momentum came to the face, and the picture came to mind. This poem is not simple. Wui paused and continued to recite. She doesn't fight for spring, but only announces the arrival of spring when the mountain flowers are in full bloom. She laughs in the bushes. When the second verse came out, the whole hall was silent. The several respected old men in the literary world backstage had just read this poem and had already praised it. At this time, when they heard the courtesan recite it, they were touched again, and they all recited it silently in their hearts, with mixed feelings. The words are not gorgeous, but they have their own momentum that makes people excited. In just a few sentences, it makes people's hearts surge. Heroic spirit arises, and it is difficult to calm down for a long time. Everyone was excited after hearing it. Good poem. This is a really good poem. The old scholar, who was just praising Su Jianlan's poem, was now shocked, and his voice was trembling with excitement. Miss Wui, tell me, who wrote this Buswanzi? It is definitely not an ordinary person who can write such a stunning poem. Others were also impressed, amazed, and praised it. Even Su Jiandan, who looked melancholy, couldn't help but hit his palm with a folding fan in his hand and whispered, good poem. Good poem. Those talented women also looked around and whispered excitedly, I don't know who can write such a good poem. While everyone was amazed and talking about it, Song Ryue, who was sitting by the window, snorted coldly again. Qin Weimo turned to look at her and smiled slightly. Mother, brother-in-law did it. Don't you think it's okay? Hee hee. Song Ryue chuckled and said coldly, Just make do with it. SOSO. Qin Weimo pursed his lips, turned to look at the boy next to him, and whispered, brother-in-law. Mother is praising you. As long as mother says these 2 words, she will be convinced. Humph! What are you whispering about again? Song Ryu snorted coldly. Qin Weimo held back his laughter and didn't dare to say anything else. Looking at the stage, in the corner of the hall, Tang Jiasong had a distraught expression on his face. On the stage, the courtesan Wu announced the answer with a smile. The author of this poem, Bu Swan Zi Chan Plum Blossom, is named Umo. After discussion among several seniors backstage, this poem should win first place in this first competition. Do you have any different opinions? Umo? Who is this person? Miss Wei. This poem is the first, and we are naturally convinced. Not to mention the first place in this competition. Even if it is the first place in the entire competition tonight, I believe this poem is absolutely the first. But, who is this Umo? We have never heard of this person's name. Yes, Miss Wei. We don't know whether it is a man or a woman. From the name, it should be a woman. TSK. This woman is not simple. I don't know if she is from RMO City or from somewhere else. This talent is definitely not an unknown person. Everyone was discussing excitedly and curiously, urging Wei on the stage to say who that person is and where he is. Wei had no choice but to raise the rice paper in her hand and said to the audience, Miss Umo, can you come out and let everyone know you? As soon as these words came out, the audience immediately quieted down. It turned out that the courtesan didn't know who the other party was. Everyone turned their heads, looking at each other, and began to search in the crowd. Who could it be? But no one in the hall responded. Wei had to say loudly again, Miss Umo, can you come out? In this first competition, you won the first place. According to the rules, you should go on stage and say a few words. If it is inconvenient for you to come out, you can send a maid or someone else to the backstage. Several seniors want to see you. Okay? The hall was silent. Everyone looked at each other. After a long while, still no one responded. Was he leaving after finishing this poem? It's very possible. Or he may have gone to his room to rest. Seeing this, Wei had to put away the rice paper in her hand and said, Everyone, wait a moment. I have to go backstage first. After that, she hurried away. The hall suddenly became noisy, and everyone was guessing who the girl Umo was. At this time, Song Ryu, who was sitting in the seat, couldn't help but grin quietly. Qin Weimo didn't dare to tease her anymore, and his eyes were full of smiles. At this time, a girl in a blue dress came over with a half-smile on her face. Qin Weimo saw her and whispered, Brother-in-law. Zishi should have guessed it. Luo Qinzhou looked at the girl who came over. Song Zishi came over. First looked at him deeply, then greeted Song Ryu respectfully, then walked to Qin Weimo's side and whispered, Weima, you wrote it. Or, speaking of this, she glanced at the boy next to her again. Qin Weimo smiled and said, I don't know either. Of course she wouldn't admit it. Among the crowd, only Tang Jiasong knew the truth. But he kept silent. Anyway, I know it's you. Song Zishi smiled and whispered, Weima, if it's your brother-in-law, tonight is a good opportunity. If he becomes famous and gets to know those literary predecessors behind him, his future will be much easier. There's no need to keep hiding it. Do you want him to be an unknown, despised son-in-law for the rest of his life? Qin Weimo didn't say anything, and looked at the young man beside him tenderly. Luo Qinzhou also looked at her. The two looked at each other, and then immediately looked away. Qin Weimo retracted his gaze and said softly, Zishi, that poem was not written by my brother-in-law. You misunderstood. Seeing this, Song Zishi smiled, and didn't say anything more. He leaned close to her ear and whispered, It's up to you. Keep hiding it. After all, he is your brother-in-law, not mine. If he is looked down upon, it's your heartache, not mine. Let's go. I won't disturb your sister-in-law and brother-in-law. After that, he left with a smile. Qin Weimo's cheeks blushed slightly, and he glanced at the figure next to him. Luo Qinzhou looked at the stage, as if he didn't hear this teasing remark. At this time, the courtesan Wei walked onto the stage and announced the start of the second competition. Everyone quieted down. Tang Jiasong frowned and hesitated in the crowd. After struggling and thinking for a long time, he still held the folding fan tightly in his hand, made up his mind, and walked towards the mother and daughter of the Qin family. Seeing him coming, Luo Qinzhou moved his body and approached Miss Qin Air, blocking his sight. Qin Weimo saw it. His eyebrows moved slightly. The corners of his mouth also moved slightly. And his eyes were shimmering. But this subtle expression was still discovered by the sharp Song Ryue on the side, who sneered in a low voice, "Look how happy you are." The girl lowered her head. Her eyelashes drooped. And her face was slightly red. Chapter 107 Shocking Poems. On the stage, the courtesan Wei began to liven up the atmosphere and prepared to announce the second contest. When the mother and daughter of the Qin family were thinking about their own things, Tang Jiasong came over with a smile on his face and bowed, saying, "Aunt Song, Miss Qin, the divination just now was really exquisite and amazing." Song Ryue looked at him with a smile on her face. "It's just SOSO. It's a pity that Jiasong didn't take out the poem to compete. Otherwise you would definitely beat the guy named Umo." Tang Jiasong. At this time, the courtesan on the stage had announced the topic of the second contest. Today is a bright moon. A beautiful day. And this second contest will be based on the topic of the moon. There is no limit to the poems. You have to work hard for one stick of incense. The topic is the moon? When Tang Jiasong heard this, his eyes lit up, and he was secretly happy. He just happened to get a poem at home a few days ago, which happened to be about the bright moon. After polishing it for a few days, it is definitely a rare masterpiece. The opportunity has come. He showed a stiff smile on his face, bowed to Song Ryue again, and said respectfully, "Aunt Song, I missed the first competition, and I don't want to miss the second competition again. I hope Aunt Song and Miss Qin can help me with some advice when I finish it later." "Come again?" Luo Qingzhou glanced at him and muttered in his heart. Song Ryue smiled and said, "Sure. You can do it here later. The pen, ink, paper and inkstone are ready." After speaking, she looked at someone and her smile disappeared. Qin Weimo's eyes also looked over. Luo Qingzhou was silent. Seeing this, Tang Jiasong felt relieved, raised his lips, and bowed to him, saying, "Brother Qin, I will finish my work later. I hope you can help correct me." Qin Weimo frowned slightly and wanted to correct his address, but hesitated and said nothing. Luo Qingzhou didn't want to pay attention to him, but seeing his enthusiasm, he could only say, "I don't understand poetry." "Sorry." Tang Jiasong's lips twitched, and he smiled awkwardly and had to withdraw his hand. Qin Weimo pursed his lips slightly. Tang Jiasong looked at her with a smile on his face again, and said politely, "Miss Qin, it is not convenient for me to write while standing. I will read it later, and Miss Qin will help write it on paper. Is that okay?" Qin Weimo frowned, and was about to decline, when Song Ryue beside him said with a smile, "Jiasong, do you have a draft in mind?" Tang Jiasong smiled and said, "Yes." Song Ryue said, "Oh," turned to the little maid standing beside her and said, "Zhu, come and grind the ink. He will read it, and let Weimo write." Zhu agreed, walked over and picked up the ink block. When Tang Jiasong heard this, his smile became brighter. His Adam's apple moved, and he hurried over, ready to get close to Miss Qin Air to read the poem. As a result, before he got close, he suddenly bumped into the arms of a figure with a bang. Looking up, his smile froze. Luo Qingzhou stood between him and Miss Qin Air, but his eyes were looking at the stage in the distance. As if he didn't see him, Tang Jiasong's face darkened slightly. Just as he was about to speak, Song Ryue suddenly shouted coldly, "How dare you look at me? If you keep looking, I'll gouge out your eyes. Was that brothel girl so pretty? She seduced you away, didn't she? I asked you to come over and recite a poem. Didn't you hear me?" After a few seconds of stunned silence, Tang Jiasong suddenly reacted, and the muscles on his face twitched. Luo Qingzhou retracted his gaze, turned sideways, and looked at the mother-in-law. The two looked at each other. Song Ryue glared, "Who do you think I'm talking about?" Qin Weimo secretly stretched out his slender jade fingers from below, tugged at his clothes, and whispered, "Brother-in-law. Read quickly." Luo Qingzhou. Did he say he was going to do it? But when he lowered his head and looked at the girl's charming and pitiful pleading eyes, his heart could not help but soften again. "Hey, I owe you. Do good things to the end, and send Buddha to the west." Luo Qingzhou sighed softly, moved closer, and lowered his head. Seeing this, Qin Weimo lowered his head and muttered softly, "Brother-in-law is really pregnant, or mother understands brother-in-law." Song Ryue frowned on the side, always feeling that this sentence was strange and wrong. Without thinking any more, she suddenly smiled at Tang Jiasong, whose face was stiff, and said, "Jiasong, wait a moment." Let Weima write a poem first. You can help guide and correct it. And then you can write it. Tang Jiasong forced a smile on his face, cupped his hands, and said nothing. Brother-in-law, you can read it. Qin Weima held the pen in his hand, with thick eyelashes drooping, and whispered. Luo Qinggo pondered for a moment and decided to do something more powerful this time, so that the guy would never dare to bother and show off again. He lowered his head and moved closer, sniffing the faint fragrance of the girl's body, looking at the girl's beautiful and slightly red side face, and then looking at her delicate hands, and whispered "Ci Pi. Water melody song head." The girl put down the ink. When will the bright moon appear? Asked the blue sky with wine. I don't know what year it is in the palace in the sky. The girl's pen trembled, then clenched it, and continued to write. People have joys and sorrows. The moon waxes and wanes. And this is something that has never been perfect. May we live long and share the beauty of the moon, even though we are thousands of miles apart. Luo Qingzhou finished reading it in one breath. The girl's hand shook lightly, and the pen and ink sketched. And soon the snow-white rice paper was covered with beautiful small characters. After writing, she suddenly couldn't help but look up at him, with a complicated look, and whispered softly, "Brother-in-law, you shouldn't marry into the family." Ahem. The cough from the side brought her back to her senses. The girl lowered her head, looked at the pen and ink on the paper, and her expression was dazed for a moment. And she wrote the inscription, ink drop. Song Ryue, who was peeking at the side, immediately said, "Ahem." The girl put down her pen, carefully picked up the rice paper on the table, and couldn't help but read it again from the beginning. With a complicated expression, she murmured, "This kind of poetry? How can ordinary people do it?" Ahem. Ahem. Song Ryue saw that she didn't respond, so she had to remind her anxiously, "The name is written wrong." The girl turned her head to look at her, with a hint of stubbornness in her weak eyes, and whispered, "Mother, this one. Weimo wants to write this name. Is it okay?" Song Ryue was stunned for a moment. Her eyes suddenly became gentle, turned her face away, and looked out the window. "Whatever you want." The girl whispered, "Thank you, Mother." After saying that, she looked at the poem in her hand reluctantly again, hesitated for a moment, picked up the pen again, and copied it on another piece of rice paper. Not a single word was changed. Then, she picked up the second piece of rice paper and handed it to Zhuer beside her, saying, "Zhuer, send it up." Zhuer took it and was about to take it away, but Tang Jiasong beside her hurriedly said, "Miss Qin, can I take a look?" Qin Weimo remembered him at this moment, hesitated for a moment, and seemed a little reluctant, but still nodded and said, "Well, Mr. Tang, please take a look." Song Ryue turned her head, with a face full of gloating. Tang Jiasong took the rice paper from Zhuer, lowered his head, and looked at it intently. "When will the bright moon appear?" asked the blue sky with wine. After reading only the first few sentences, his heart was shocked and his hands began to tremble. After reading the whole poem, his hands holding the rice paper were shaking. His face was slightly pale, and he looked lost. He was stunned for a moment, and did not speak again. He handed the rice paper to Zhuer, clasped his hands to everyone, bowed deeply, and then turned away without saying a word. Never came again. Song Ryue curled her lips, with a look of contempt and boredom. Zhuer took the work and left. Song Ryue hesitated for a moment, stood up and said, "Weimo, I'll tell your Aunt Zhang and the others that it's getting late and we should go back." Qin Weimo glanced at her and nodded gently. It turned out that Mother was also thinking about her brother-in-law. Once the poem came out, it was estimated that those people in the backstage would come out immediately and look for the lyricist one by one, which would be troublesome at that time. Song Ryue was about to leave, and suddenly remembered something, turned her head and looked at the two of them, and immediately said to Luo Qingzhou with a stern face, "You come with me. Let you two stay alone together. I don't know what immoral things you will do again." Qin Weimo blushed. Luo Qingzhou was speechless, and had to follow behind him. Qin Weimo looked at his back, thinking about the poem just now, and was stunned. Zhuer stood aside, and was about to speak when a figure suddenly walked over. Song Ryue came to the table of the ladies, and when she was about to say goodbye, she was forcibly pulled to sit there. "Ryue, why are you going back so early? The second competition hasn't ended yet, and my nephew is also participating. Let's take a look at his later. He must be on the list. By the way, Ryue, how about that Tang family scholar? What do you and Weimo think of him? Does Weimo like him?" I think he is handsome and treats people well. He is a good son-in-law. Several ladies talked and asked questions. Song Ryu perfunctorily for a while. And seeing that she couldn't leave early, she had to say to Luo Qingzhou, who was standing next to her, "You go to Weimel first. And take good care of Weimel with you. I will go there later." Luo Qingzhou bowed his head and left. But when he came to the seat just now, he suddenly found that Miss Qin Er was gone. Chior was still standing next to him. Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a moment and asked, "Where is the second young lady?" Chior replied, "She was called away by Miss Song just now." Miss Song said she had something to say to the second young lady. "I wanted to follow her, but Miss Song didn't let me, saying she would take good care of the young lady." Luo Qingzhou frowned. "Miss Song? Song Zishi?" Chior nodded. Luo Qingzhou turned his head and looked at the crowd. He didn't see them, but he saw the girls who were upstairs just now. When she was upstairs, Song Zishi had been with those people. Why would she talk to Miss Qin Er alone at this time? And when he and the mother-in-law were not around? Even if she wanted to talk in private, there was an empty seat in the corner of the hall. "Chior, did you see where Miss Song took Miss Er to?" Luo Qingzhou suddenly had an ominous premonition and asked hurriedly. Chior looked at the stairs not far away and said, "Miss Song helped Miss Er and seemed to go upstairs." Luo Qingzhou's heart trembled and said, "You wait here. If the lady comes back, leave her here and don't go anywhere." Chior was stunned. Before she could answer, Luo Qingzhou had already left in a hurry and went upstairs quickly. Just as she reached the second floor, she suddenly saw Song Zishi, who was wearing a blue dress, hurriedly walking out of the cabin room in front alone. When she saw him, Song Zishi ran over and said anxiously, "Mr. Luo, quick, go check on Wei Mo. She just suddenly fainted in the room. It seems she had an attack." Chapter 108 Miss Qin's Dying Body. On the second floor of the houseboat, the rooms are neatly arranged, specially prepared for guests staying overnight. At this time, in a room, the floor is covered with a red velvet carpet, and the room is exquisitely decorated with chairs, bed cabinets, desks, and dressing tables. In the left corner of the room, there is an exquisite screen. The screen depicts a woman with a graceful figure in gauze and several blooming peonies. Behind the screen, a girl in a plain white dress and a snow-white fox fur is sitting on a chair with a pale face and blood at the corner of her mouth. The snow-white handkerchief embroidered with flowers in her hand has been stained red with blood. Next to her, there stands a burly old woman, one hand tightly grasping her right delicate wrist. The room is silent. The old woman is like a stone sculpture, standing next to her, squinting her eyes, motionless. The girl's wrist was red. She sat there, coughing from time to time. Every time she covered her mouth with a handkerchief, she would cough out a mouthful of blood, and her face became paler. On both sides of the door, there stood two maid-like women, both of whom were big and strong. When boarding the ship, most people would be searched and could not carry sharp weapons. But at this time, one of the two maids held a sharp dagger in his hand, and was motionless, staring at the closed door with burning eyes. Cough, cough. Qin Weimel sat on the chair and coughed again. The window was tightly closed. The curtains were drawn, and there was no cold wind. She raised the hand holding the handkerchief, covered her mouth, and coughed again in a low voice. When she took off the handkerchief was stained with blood again. The old woman holding her wrist glanced at her calmly, and finally couldn't help but said, "Miss Qin Er, don't let your temper get the better of you. If you spit out a few more mouthfuls of blood, even gods may not be able to save you." After a pause, she said coldly, "Don't worry. We won't do anything to that boy. My lady just saw that you two are in love. But you are bound by etiquette and can't go any further. So she wants to help you tonight." Qin Weimel looked palely at the two maids holding daggers on both sides of the door, and murmured softly, "My brother-in-law and I are not in love." The old woman sneered and said, "Miss Qin Er, don't worry. After tonight, you can be together. Look at the wine jar on the table. When your scholar brother-in-law gets drunk later, he will definitely pity you in bed. I believe Miss Qin Er will also look forward to it." Qin Weimel lowered his eyes and looked at the blood on the handkerchief. The face was pale and bloodless, but the voice was still calm. "I should die tonight, my brother-in-law will be disgraced. Even if he is not killed by you tonight, he will be executed. My Qin family will also lose its reputation and become the laughing stock of other families in Mo City. Is this what you want to see?" The old woman narrowed her eyes and looked at her. "Miss Qin Er is really smart. To be honest, People like you are pitiful. And I really don't want to let you go. What a pity. Then she sneered and said, if Miss Jean Eyre can hold on, she may be able to leave safely tonight. We dare not take anyone's life here. The drug only lasts for an hour. Your scholar brother-in-law is as weak as you. He can't hold on for too long. You still have a chance to survive at that time. You may be able to go out together naked in front of the guests downstairs. Of course, your poor brother-in-law will definitely be executed. But it's worth it for him to enjoy a wonderful and weak beauty like you. Miss Jean Eyre. The old woman seemed to feel bored waiting. And she felt that she had vomited too much blood. And was afraid that she would die directly in a while. Which would be difficult to deal with. So she started to talk more. Ahem. Jean Wimble coughed again. Raised her handkerchief and covered her mouth. Her fingers, which were covered by her face, trembled, as if she wanted to go up and take the hairpin in her hair. And her eyes showed a touch of determination. She would rather die than implicate her brother-in-law. But the old woman behind her stared at her closely with eagle eyes. She put down her hand and looked down at the handkerchief in her hand. She coughed out a mouthful of blood on the handkerchief again. The old woman sneered, it's useless to be anxious. Just wait. The boy should be here soon. As soon as she finished speaking, a burst of hurried footsteps suddenly came from the corridor outside. The old woman narrowed her eyes and clenched her delicate wrist, but did not cover her mouth, as if she wanted her to continue coughing or making a sound. The two strong maids standing on both sides of the door suddenly tensed their muscles, clenched the daggers in their hands, held their breath, and stared at the door with their eyes, like beasts about to pounce on their prey. Jean Weymouth's eyes were also fixed on the door, his lips trembling slightly, and his eyes became brighter. Bang! The door was suddenly pushed open rudely. Then, a figure hurriedly and staggered in from the door. Schwa! The strong maids guarding on both sides suddenly pounced on the figure at the moment it appeared, and stretched out the daggers in their hands, one against the throat of the figure, and the other against the waist of the other. But before the daggers approached the figure, the two maids suddenly found something wrong. Before they could react, another figure suddenly rushed in from the door, and punched one of the maids on the temple with a bang. The fist brought with it a terrible gust of wind, and even a piercing sonic boom. Before the maid could react, she was punched out and hit the opposite wall hard, and then fell to the floor. Instantly, her head caved in, her brain burst, and she died. The other maid reacted very quickly, hurriedly retracted the dagger that was stabbing at the first figure, protected her chest, and retreated in panic. But the second figure was faster. After he knocked the first maid away, he hardly paused. His leg muscles tightened, and his whole body suddenly exerted force, like a beast that suddenly jumped out of the bushes, and whoosh directly pounced on her, as fast as lightning. Boom! The figure was in midair, and had already punched hard. The maid who retreated in panic saw that there was no escape, and immediately gritted her teeth and raised the dagger in her hand, and stabbed the fierce fist with force. But the sharp dagger slid to the side for some reason the moment it touched the fist, and missed the fist. Bang! The fist hit her face accurately. The maid's head tilted back suddenly, and she fell to the ground with a bang. Her face bones were shattered. Her cheeks collapsed. Her eyeballs popped out, and she was about to scream. But the fist fell again, hitting her throat with a bang. Crack! The larynx was shattered, and the maid was killed instantly. The battle took place in a flash. From the first figure staggering into the room after the door was opened, to the two maids suddenly attacking, to the second figure suddenly appearing and killing the two instantly. The whole process. Not even a few breaths of time. Squeak. At this time, the door closed automatically. It was also at this time that the old woman who was holding Miss Jean's wrist tightly saw clearly that the first person who staggered into the room was actually her lady, Song Zishi. At this time, Song Zishi fell to the ground in embarrassment, wearing a man's coat, her face pale, looking at the scene in front of her in disbelief. And the young man who had just killed her two maids instantly. You are a warrior? Her lips trembled, and her face was extremely ugly. But just now, how did you know? Just now at the stairs outside. She asked the boy to come to the room quickly. And when she said she was going downstairs to find a doctor, she was suddenly grabbed by the wrist by the boy, forcibly brought over, and asked her to put on his clothes, and then pushed into the room. She obviously did it perfectly, and performed very well. As long as the boy came to the room, he would be controlled by her two maids, and then he would be given medicine and wine, and then stripped of their clothes and thrown on the bed. Then, She deliberately went downstairs to inform Song Ryue, and then brought other ladies and sisters up. Everything should be perfect. She had rehearsed the whole process several times in her mind. What went wrong? How could this boy suddenly see it? In response to her question, Luo Qingzhou just glanced at her coldly, and did not speak. He walked towards the pale girl, who was sitting on a chair in the corner, with one hand tightly held by the old woman, and the other hand tightly holding a wooden hairpin. When the strong old woman saw him coming, she suddenly grabbed Miss Qin's neck with her other hand, and shouted sternly, "Boy, come and try!" Luo Qingzhou stared at her sinister and ferocious eyes, and suddenly concentrated his soul. His eyes widened, and he poured force into his throat, and his momentum was strong. He suddenly shouted angrily, "Let go!" This time, the shout was the skill taught by the Soul Senior to shock the heart with eyes, and the soul with voice. The old woman saw that he killed 2 people in an instant, and his move was fierce and sharp. She was already frightened and panicked in her heart, and her soul was weak. At this time, this shout suddenly sounded like a thunder, suddenly exploding in the depths of her soul and mind. She trembled all over. Her eyes suddenly became scattered, and the hand that was pinching Miss Qin's second also suddenly loosened. Although it only lasted for 1 or 2 seconds, these 1 or 2 seconds had already doomed her end. Swoosh! Luo Qingzhou tensed his muscles, poured all his strength into his arms, and suddenly rushed over, then punched her hard on the forehead. Bang! A muffled sound accompanied by the sound of bones breaking. The old woman raised her head, fell backwards to the ground, slid to the corner of the wall, and her head exploded on the spot. She died without even having time to scream. In just a few breaths, Luo Qingzhou killed 3 people in a row. He didn't look at the old woman again, turned around, walked to Miss Qin, and looked at the girl for a few seconds, then reached out his hand, slowly pulled out the wooden hairpin that she was holding tightly in her hand, and helped her put it back on her head. Then, he looked at the pale-faced girl sitting on the ground. Song Zishi tore off his clothes, held the chair beside him, and stood up slowly. His face quickly regained calmness. He looked at him with a complicated expression and said, "Sleeping on straw and tasting gall, keeping a low profile, and making a surprise, Mr. Luo. I guess no one would have thought that you were a warrior, and your character is so decisive and ruthless. Right? If..." She suddenly stopped talking. Luo Qingzhou looked at her and said, "If the eldest lady of Changhua Mansion knew about it, she would definitely not let the tiger go back to the mountain and let me leave. You want to say this, right?" Song Zishi was stunned, and looked at him with doubtful eyes. "You..." Luo Qingzhou walked towards her calmly. Song Zishi's face changed, and she gritted her teeth and said, "You can't kill me. I am the daughter of the Song family, or Luo Chongqian's fiancée, and my future sister-in-law. Right?" Luo Qingzhou continued her words. Song Zishi's pupil shrank, and she looked at him with wide eyes. "You, how do you know?" She quickly added, "I will treat what happened tonight as if nothing happened. If I tell others, I will also be affected. So, Mr. Luo, you can take Wei Mo away. These corpses have nothing to do with you. I can swear on the honor of my Song Zishi's ancestors. If I bang..." Before she finished speaking, Luo Qingzhou suddenly punched her chest, and directly knocked her delicate and graceful body out, hitting the wall not far away. Then, she fell to the ground. Her chest collapsed. Her eyes widened. Blood flowed from her mouth and nose, trembled, and died instantly. The room was full of the smell of blood. Miss Qin continued to cough. Her face became paler and paler. Luo Qingzhou did not look at the hideous corpse of the girl again, picked up his clothes from the ground and put them on, turned around, helped Miss up, and walked towards the door, his face still without any ripples. Qin Weimao looked at him with complicated eyes. When she reached the door, she suddenly stopped and said softly, "Brother-in-law?" Luo Qingzhou looked at her. The girl turned her head, looked at the oil lamp on the table, and then looked at the 2 large jars of wine. She lowered her head slightly and whispered, "Fire." Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a moment, then understood, and a hint of surprise appeared in his eyes. The riverside was brightly lit, and tourists were bustling. Downstairs, there were noisy voices, and it was very lively. In a room, a fire was ignited silently. Outside the house, the boy helped the girl wrap her clothes tightly, then supported her slender waist and small hands, and slowly went downstairs. Chapter 109: Killing and Destroying Souls. No one on the road. Luo Qingzhou supported the weak Miss Qin and came to the first floor. The maids and servants on the second floor. I don't know if they were deliberately sent away by Song Zishi, or they all gathered below to watch the poetry competition. Or maybe the accident just now. There were other families who hosted the poetry meeting tonight secretly involved. That's why the place was vacated. From what the Miss Song said just now, it can be seen that this matter tonight is not simple. It's not just to deal with him. Those people obviously want to discredit the Qin family. The most powerful one in Maching now is naturally the city lord's mansion. Then, there are the four major families: Wang, Luo, Song, and Zhang. The Qin mansion was once one of the four major families. But unfortunately the previous generation was too lazy, and this generation did nothing, which led to the gradual decline of the family's power, and was surpassed by the Song family. The Qin mansion is now headed by Qin Wensheng, who has no desires and develops very low-key. Even so, there are still people who are thinking about it. After Luo Qingzhou helped Miss Qin enter to the hall, Qior hurried over. Without waiting for her to speak, Qin Weimo said palely, "Qior, go and call mother and Zhuer. I feel a little uncomfortable and want to go back." Qior looked at her face and the blood on the corner of her mouth. Her face suddenly changed. She hurriedly agreed, turned around, and hurriedly walked towards the ladies. At this time, the result of the second competition was being announced on the stage. In addition to the courtesan Wei standing on the stage, there was also an old man with gray hair and a long robe. He looked at the rice paper in his hand tremblingly, looking very excited, and even his voice was trembling. Song Ryue was looking at the stage with several ladies with expectation. Qior walked over and whispered a few words to Zhuer. Zhuer's face changed, and she hurriedly leaned over to Song Ryue's ear to report. When Song Ryue heard this, her face changed. She immediately stood up, said a few words to the noble ladies, and hurriedly walked towards Luo Qingzhou and the others with two maids. At this time, Luo Qingzhou was holding Miss Qin's hand with one hand and supporting her slender waist with the other hand. Seeing this scene, Song Ryue's face suddenly darkened. Above the first floor hall is the second floor hall, and behind the hall are the rooms arranged neatly on the upper and lower floors. At this time, smoke had already emerged from the upper floor, and then from the door of the room below, spreading in the corridor. But at this moment, the first floor hall was an exciting moment, because on the stage, the respected literary predecessor was personally reciting the Shui Tiao Gu Tu, which was once called Mid-Autumn Poems. Once this poem came out, all other poems were abandoned by later generations. I want to ride the wind to go back, but I am afraid that the jade buildings and jade palaces are too cold at high places. Dancing with the clear shadows. How can it be like being in the human world? Turning around the red pavilion, lowering the beautiful window, shining on the sleepless. There should be no hatred. Why does the moon always appear full when we are apart? The audience was silent. Even the breathing stopped. The old man paused, glanced at the audience, and continued to recite in a trembling voice. People have joys and sorrows, separations and reunions, and the moon waxes and wanes. This has always been difficult to achieve. I wish you a long life, and we can enjoy the beauty of the moon together even though we are thousands of miles apart. The whole hall was dead silent. The smoke quickly spread along the corridor and into the hall, and the sound of flames burning wooden boards began to sound. "It's on fire!" someone shouted, and the people who were stunned by this peerless poem came back to their senses. The old man on the stage seemed to be still immersed in the aftertaste of the poem in his hand, unable to extricate himself, and still muttered, "People have joys and sorrows, separations and reunions, and the moon has ups and downs. It's on fire! Run!" Someone suddenly shouted in the hall, and then everyone began to panic. The guards gathered outside the hall on the first floor of the ship, as well as the maids and servants, hurried to get water to put out the fire. The crowd in the hall began to scream in fear, scrambling and rushing towards the exit. The hall, which was silent a moment ago, was now in chaos. Fortunately, Song Ryu arrived at the exit in advance. When she was about to scold the daring bastard who dared to touch her daughter, she suddenly heard someone shouting fire. Then her face changed, and she said hurriedly, "Let's go! Take Wei Mo out." Luo Qingzhou hugged Miss Qin's slender waist, hugged her whole soft body, and took her out directly. Song Ryu followed behind, and was stunned. But there was no time to talk nonsense. With the support of Zhuer and Qiu, she rushed out in a panic. Several people walked up the steps quickly and rushed to the shore. And then they breathed a sigh of relief. When they looked back at the boat, their faces changed. The second floor of the painting boat, located in the room, had already been on fire, and thick smoke and ferocious flames came out from the windows and the burned top. The boat was full of screams from guests. The crowd was panicked and rushed out of the exit. Some people who could swim jumped directly from the deck and swam to the shore. Seeing that the fire was out of control, the guards and servants had to start to evacuate. They surrounded the nobles, forced the chaotic crowds apart, and opened a path for the nobles to go first. At this time, the lives of the nobles were the most important. Meng Yulan did not leave first, but still stood on the boat to help evacuate the people running around. Fortunately, the two pleasure boats were moored on the shore and did not sail into the middle of the river. Many people jumped into the water and walked up. The guards over there immediately set up more steps. Not long after, everyone on the boat landed safely. At this time, Meng Yulan, surrounded by guards, went ashore with a solemn look. At this time, the pleasure boat was already full of smoke and flames, all burning, especially the second floor. It was already a sea of fire. The other pleasure boat parked next to it had already moved away for fear of being affected. Meng Yulan's face turned pale, and he asked the guard next to him loudly, "Is there anyone else on the second floor?" The guard hesitated and did not dare to answer. Another guard said, "Miss, I just went up there, and it was empty. There should be no one there." Meng Yulan looked at him and said, "Have you checked the room? Is anyone resting inside?" The guard said with a bitter face, "The place where the fire started was in the room. The fire was so big at that time that we could not get close." So, Meng Yulan's face was gloomy, and he stopped talking. Crack! In the raging fire, the second floor of the pleasure boat suddenly collapsed and fell into the sea of fire below. The wine cellar was soon set on fire and burned out. The whole painting boat continued to burn on the water, lighting up half of the night sky. Many tourists on the river bank heard the news and gathered here to watch and discuss. Many people who hate the rich gloated over the misfortune. The patrol team in the city also came to inquire about the casualties and the cause of the fire. However, no one could tell. At this time, the respected old man in the literary world stood on the shore, surrounded by the crowd, still holding the rice paper tightly in his hand, looking at the painting boat that was about to be burned, but still chanting the Shui Tiao Gutu in his mouth. "Let's go!" Song Ryua's face turned pale, and she was still frightened, and she led everyone away. Others also dispersed in fear. Sitting in the carriage, Song Ryua calmed down for a while, then looked at her pale daughter beside her, sighed and said, "Wei Emo, it was your mother's fault this time, and she almost hurt you. In the future stay in the house. Don't come out. Hey, it's too dangerous outside." Qin Weimo coughed a few more times, clenched the blood-stained handkerchief in her hand, lowered her head, and said nothing. Song Ryua glanced at the handkerchief in her hand, her eyes full of heartache, and swallowed the words she was about to scold the two of them, and comforted them softly. "It's okay. Go back and have a good rest. And your mother will ask Shuer to make some medicine for you later, and you will be fine after taking it and sleeping for a night." Qin Weimo responded softly. Song Ryua looked at her, her eyebrows full of worry, and didn't say anything. The carriage fell into silence. After walking for a while, Qin Weimo couldn't help but look up and looked at the window. After hesitating for a while, he stretched out his hand, opened the curtains, and looked outside. But he didn't see that figure. The night sky was bright, and the moon was bright, and the sky was full of stars. There was a shadow in the round moon, hazy and unclear. "I wonder if it was the palace in the sky. The jade buildings written by my brother-in-law." Song Ryua watched her quietly from the side. When she was about to reach the mansion, she couldn't help but speak for a long time, and finally couldn't help but say, "Wei Emo, Mother wants to tell you something. I hope you can listen to Mother carefully." Qin Weimo retracted his gaze to the night sky, was silent for a while, and whispered, "If it's about my brother-in-law, Mother should not say it. Wei Emo knows what to do." "Actually, Mother," Song Ryua frowned, and when she was about to speak, Qin Weimo looked at her and whispered, "Mother, don't worry. Wei Emo will not do anything against etiquette. Moral matters." After a pause, she lowered her head slightly and murmured, "Wei Emo doesn't care. But you can't harm your brother-in-law. Wei Emo knows that your brother-in-law is definitely not an ordinary person. One day, he will leave here at this point." She suddenly raised her head again, pleading, "Mother, Wei Emo hopes that you will not embarrass your brother-in-law when the time comes. If he wants to leave, let him leave. Our Qin mansion is not worthy of him." Song Ryua frowned and moved her lips, as if she wanted to say something. In her mind, she remembered the 2 poems tonight, as well as the previous poems, and the excitement of the old man, who was very important in the literary world. After a while, she turned her face away, nodded, and said, "Okay, mother promises you." Outside the window, Luo Qingzhou followed behind the carriage, thinking secretly about what happened tonight. After returning later, he decided to leave his soul and go back to the river to take a look. If he saw the souls of those people, he would naturally kill them and destroy their souls, and never give them any chance to wander around or reincarnate in the world. There are too many talented people and things in this world. Who can guarantee that those people will not suddenly speak again? At the same time, in the back garden of the Lingchan Moon Palace in the Qin Mansion, the snow-white figure who had been sitting in the pavilion motionless for a long time finally moved his eyes and raised his head. The snow-white dress on his body moved without wind, fluttering like a fairy. Bailing and Xiaochan, who were guarding the door and other places, seemed to feel something and immediately walked over quickly. Bailing entered the pavilion and said nervously, "Miss, how is it? Breakthrough?" The snow-white figure looked at the pond outside the pavilion with a faint expression. After a while, Fong nodded slightly. "Yeah." When this was said, Bailing was stunned at first, and then cheered and cheered, extremely excited. Even Xiaochan, who was standing beside her, showed a slight change of expression. Bai Ling was excited for a while, but she was puzzled. "Miss, how did you do it? Without those spiritual liquids and resources, you should be stuck in this realm for many years, and you may not be able to break through. Didn't you give up? How did you suddenly break through? This is too incredible." Then he suddenly thought of something. His eyes lit up. "Miss, did you suddenly get any opportunity? Or did you meet a senior soul to help you?" The snow-white figure looked at the quiet moon in the pond, and was silent for a while, as if answering her, or as if talking to himself, muttering in a low voice, "Senior? Maybe." Bai Ling's face was full of joy, and he didn't dare to disturb her again. He turned his head and blinked at the cold girl outside the pavilion, and whispered, "Chan Chan, tonight is a big day. Miss has broken through. How should we celebrate? Why not go to play with my son-in-law? Okay?" Xia Chan glanced at her coldly, ignored her, turned around, walked under the plum tree, held the sword, and stood there coldly. The plum blossoms have withered. She stopped dancing with the sword and just stared at the lotus leaves in the pond in front of her, lost in thought. It was so late. Chapter 110. At midnight, the maids and guards surrounded the carriage and slowly stopped at the gate of Qin's house. Song Ryue got off the carriage first, looked at someone behind the carriage coldly, and then helped her daughter get off the carriage. "Brother-in-law? What brother-in-law? It's so late, and you still call me brother-in-law. Are you ashamed? Don't call me brother-in-law anymore." "Mother, I just want to call my brother-in-law to go into the house together. He doesn't know how to go in? He still needs you to call him? Does he have no legs and needs you to support him? Or does he have no eyes and needs you to see the way?" Qin Weimao lowered his head and dared not say anything. He was helped up the steps. After walking up the steps, she couldn't help but look back. "Don't look!" Song Ryue shouted coldly again. Qin Weimao's cheeks flushed, and he lowered his head to go into the house. Luo Qingzhou followed silently 4 or 5 meters behind. After entering the house, walking on the path paved with bluestone, Qin Weimao suddenly said, "Mother, is Daddy here? I have something to say to him." Song Ryue was stunned when she heard it. "What?" "It's the same if you say it to me. He shouldn't be back yet." Qin Weimao was silent for a moment, and said, "Then tomorrow." Song Ryue looked unhappy. "What? You still have a secret from me? You can tell your father, but not me." Qin Weimao had to say, "It's about business. I had nothing to do the day before yesterday, so I went to the account office to check and found that there was something wrong with the account. I wanted to tell Daddy." Song Ryue's expression froze. "The account is wrong? Someone embezzled the money in our house." Qin Weimao's eyes moved. Said softly, "Mother, I may have seen it wrong. I will go and tell Dad tomorrow and let Dad go and take another look." Song Ryue nodded seriously and said, "I will tell him when he comes back tonight." Qin Weimao hesitated for a moment, and then asked softly, "Mother, you always reminded me before that I should not get too close to Zishi. Is there any conflict between our Qin family and Song family?" Song Ryue was silent for a moment, and smiled. "What kind of conflict can there be? Even if there is, it has nothing to do with you young people. Mother reminded you because she didn't want you to be affected by the thoughts of those young girls. The mother and daughter talked and entered the backyard. Luo Qingzhou entered from the side archway and walked through the garden corridor. When passing by the Lingshan Moon Palace where Miss Qin lived, he stopped for a while, but did not go in and continued forward. It was getting late. I won't go to pay my respects tonight. Anyway, they knew he was out tonight. As for when he would come back, they probably wouldn't care. But when he just took a few steps forward, he suddenly found a cold figure standing under the tree in front of him, holding a sword in her arms. She looked at him sideways, cold as ice, motionless. Luo Qingzhou stopped and looked at her. When he was about to continue walking forward, a crisp voice suddenly came from behind him. In ancient times, there were unfaithful men who saw their wives, but did not say anything, and had a new love. Now there are stinky sons-in-law who pass by the door, but do not enter, and see someone else and change their minds. Luo Qingzhou was startled, turned around and looked at her and said, "Why am I changing my mind?" Bailing held a flower in her hand, leaning on the door frame of Lingshan Moon Palace, and glanced at him faintly and said, "I saw so many beautiful women on the painted boat, and it is said that there is also a naked courtesan. So the son-in-law passed by the lady's door tonight, but did not enter. Isn't it that he has been thinking about the naked courtesan in his heart, and is changing his mind?" Luo Qingzhou asked, "Who told you that she was not wearing any clothes?" Bai Ling sneered, "Don't those women who hook up with decent men like to be naked?" Luo Qingzhou was too lazy to pay attention to her. But since he was seen and the road ahead was blocked by that person, he must go in and greet him. Luo Qingzhou returned. Just as she was about to enter the house, Bai Ling suddenly reminded her in a low voice, "Son-in-law, don't forget this month's opportunity. Remember to tell the young lady." Luo Qingzhou passed by her and entered the courtyard, saying, "I don't want to for the time being." "Wait." Bai Ling followed behind and said, "Son-in-law, it's not a question of whether you want to or not, but whether the young lady wants to or not. You are a son-in-law, and you are not qualified to choose the day yourself." Luo Qingzhou looked back at her and said, "Then why should I take the initiative to propose? If the young lady wants to have sex, she can just say it herself." Bai Ling immediately said, "The young lady is a girl, shy, reserved, and thin-skinned, so naturally it is up to the son-in-law to say it." Luo Qingzhou raised his eyebrows and said, "Miss Bai Ling, don't you think your words are contradictory?" After that, he ignored her and walked quickly into the back garden. In the pavilion, the figure was dressed in white, sitting there quietly, staring at the moonlight in the pond, as if thinking about something. Luo Qingzhou approached and bowed. "Mississippi." Qin Jianjia's eyes flickered when she heard the voice. She turned her head to look at him, was silent for a moment, nodded slightly, and did not speak. Luo Qingzhou looked up, met her eyes, and then lowered his head and said, "Then I'll go back." Just as she was about to leave, Qin Jianjia suddenly spoke again. "Wei Mo, is she okay?" Luo Qingzhou's expression slightly moved, and he lowered his head and said, "The second young lady coughed up some blood on the boat today, and she felt a little uncomfortable. She has gone back to rest, and she should be fine." Qin Jianjia did not speak again. Luo Qingzhou waited for a while, and just as he was about to leave, he heard her say, "What do you think of Wei Mo?" Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a moment, and lowered his head and said, "Miss, are you asking about the health of the second lady, or something else?" Qin Jianjiao looked at him with a faint expression, "Other things." Luo Qingzhou was confused, and answered honestly, "Other things are good. The second lady has a gentle personality, gentle and kind, and is very good to everyone." "Is she beautiful?" Qin Jianjiao looked at him, and asked again. Luo Qingzhou was stunned, looked up at her, and lowered his head again, "Beautiful." Qin Jianjiao fell silent, and didn't say anything. Luo Qingzhou was a little uneasy. Did he answer wrong? Is it a bit inappropriate to praise my sister-in-law for being a good person and beautiful in front of my own wife? But this Miss Qin never seemed to have regarded me as his wife. She shouldn't care. Right? Go. After a long time, Qin Jianjiao said. Luo Qingzhou bowed and left. Walking out of the courtyard, Bai Ling held the flowers in her hand, leaned against the wall beside her, lowered her head slightly, and said shyly, "Sir, didn't you tell the young lady? It doesn't matter if you didn't tell her. When the young lady wants to sleep together, she will naturally inform you. That did you forget anything tonight?" Luo Qingzhou said, "No." Bai Ling bit her lip, blinked her watery eyes and said, "Sir, think about it carefully." Luo Qingzhou said nothing more and passed by her. Bai Ling pouted, her face full of resentment. When she was about to mutter a few words to his back, Luo Qingzhou suddenly turned around and said, "Oh, Miss Bailing, I remember it." Bailing's eyes suddenly lit up, and she immediately lowered her eyes, pinching the pink flower in her hand with her fingertips, and said shyly, "Sir, what did you remember?" Luo Qingzhou said, "There is something I want to ask you. What disease does the second young lady have? Do you know?" Bailing was stunned when she heard this, and then stood up straight. The smile on her face disappeared, and she shook her head and said, "I don't know. Why do you ask this, sir?" Luo Qingzhou frowned. "It seems that you are all very secretive about the second young lady's illness. Is the second young lady's illness, is it difficult to treat?" Bailing frowned and said nothing more. "Okay, then I'll go back." Luo Qingzhou didn't embarrass her anymore and left quickly. Bailing stood quietly in the corner for a while, then turned and entered the garden, walked into the pavilion, looked at the figure in front of the table with complicated eyes, hesitated for a moment, and whispered, "Miss, you don't really want to let the son-in-law." Qin Jianjiao's eyes moved when she looked at the pond, and she was silent for a while. Then she said, in this way, "Maybe it can buy her some time. Now my cultivation is still not enough." Bailing fell silent. Qin Jianjiao suddenly looked at her sideways, reluctant. Bailing was slightly startled. Then her cheeks blushed, and she lowered her head and said, "No, no." Then she looked up again and said, "But miss, there must be someone who will be reluctant." Luo Qingzhou left the Lingshan Moon Palace and walked a few steps. He found that the cold figure was still holding the sword and standing under the tree. He was stunned for a moment, walked over, and bowed his hands and said, "Miss Xiaochan, I have already gone to pay my respects to the eldest lady." He felt that this girl was standing here with a sword in the middle of the night, and she should be blocking his way, wanting him to pay his respects to Miss Qin. Xiaochan still looked at him coldly after hearing this, but did not reply. Luo Qingzhou glanced at her face, which had recovered, and asked with concern, "Miss Xiaochan, is she feeling better?" The girl turned away and raised her chin. "Humph." Luo Qingzhou, "Well, it's getting late. I'll go back first." Luo Qingzhou was too lazy to care about this arrogant girl, so he bowed and walked past. The girl turned her face away and looked at his back, until the back gradually went away and disappeared in the night in the distance. She was stunned, retracted her gaze, and walked towards Lingshan Moon Palace. Bailing stood at the door with a faint smile on her face, looking at her and said, "Chan Chan, I just smelled it." And the son-in-law only had the smell of the second lady on him, not the smell of other women, let alone the smell of those naked courtesans. The son-in-law is not fickle. The girl ignored her and prepared to go into the house. Bai Ling hesitated for a moment, but still spoke, "That Chan Chan, I have something to tell you." The second young lady. The girl stopped, turned her back to her, and did not move. After listening, she entered the yard and returned to the house, but did not go to the bed. Instead, she stood silently in the corner of the room in the dark for a long time. When Luo Qingzhou returned home, Xiao Dai was embroidering in the room. When she heard the sound, she came out to greet him immediately. Luo Qingzhou entered the room and said, "Xiao Dai, you sleep alone tonight. I have something to do. I may need to read books all night. Don't come in to disturb me." Although Xiao Dai was puzzled, she didn't ask much. She said, "Oh," and went back to her room obediently. Luo Qingzhou closed the door and the window. Then, he sat on the bed and was about to cross his legs to enter meditation. After thinking for a while, he suddenly took off his clothes, lay in the quilt, and closed his eyes. Now that the soul is strong and has been promoted to the day tour, it should be able to leave the body, no matter what state. Concentrate your mind and soul, and the soul will leave the body. Sure enough, there was almost no obstacle. A black shadow jumped out from the top of his head in an instant and floated across the roof. Go to destroy the soul first and go to see the murder scene. Then, go to the soul senior. If he serves the senior well, maybe the other party will give him more secrets of skills. And maybe the other party will soften his heart and accept him as a disciple. Master, please accept my disciple's greeting. Very good. Today I will teach you my most powerful skills. Thank you. Master, I am willing to die for you. Very good. Seeing that you are so loyal, I will teach you everything I have learned in my life. Well, it's beautiful to think about it. But? Luo Qingzhou fantasized all the way, and flew towards the bank of the Mosui River at lightning speed. Before he got close, he saw a bloody light from afar. dyeing a section of the river red, like a burning flame. That was a team of warriors. Chapter 111. There are spirits everywhere. Riverside. The tourists have been driven away, and the burned pleasure boat has sunk to the bottom of the water. A team of patrolling warriors is patrolling the riverside. Several people are standing by the river and discussing in a low voice. Warriors have strong blood and chi, which is hard for mortals to see with their naked eyes. They can only feel the other party's terrible momentum. But Luo Qingzhou's spirit at this time can be seen clearly. The blood and chi gathered together, like a burning sea of fire, dyeing the blackness of the riverside into a blood red. Even at a long distance, his spirit trembled. No wonder the book says that when a few people go together, the little ghosts will avoid them when the army arrives. The ghosts and gods are all shocked. Thousands of troops gathered together, with great momentum. Even the spirit masters mentioned in the book would probably have to retreat. Luo Qingzhou did not dare to get close, and stopped at a roof, waiting patiently. Half an hour later, the figure standing by the river discussing gradually dispersed. The patrolling warriors also surrounded one of them and retreated together. Soon, the riverside returned to silence. Luo Qingzhou waited for a while before floating there. There was no one on the riverside, but the air seemed to still have the smell of burning flames, warm and unpleasant. Luo Qingzhou floated to the river surface. He stared at the place where the shipwreck was in midair and searched carefully for a while, but did not find the souls of the bodies. Maybe their souls have been scattered in the flames, or maybe they have already floated to other places. Forget it. When he was about to leave, he suddenly thought of a sentence recorded in the book. After the soul of a person who had just died left the body, he would subconsciously float to the place with the heaviest energy or the darkest place around. And then, he would look at the place where he died, and would not want to leave for a long time. Luo Qingzhou's heart moved, and he immediately floated to a higher place, then lowered his head, and looked down to search around the river. When in the state of spirit, he is most sensitive to places with heavy energy. A lot of people had just gathered by the river, with noisy voices and vigorous blood. After the ghosts of the corpses came out, they would subconsciously avoid and drift away, drifting to a quiet and rich place nearby. Luo Qingzhou carefully searched in the air, and his eyes suddenly stopped under the arch bridge 100 meters away on the left side of the river. In his sight, under the dark bridge hole of the arch bridge, there were obviously wisps of black energy floating, gathering into a ball, surging slowly, like a living thing. Under the arch bridge, there is no sun or moon all year round. It is damp and dark. And because there are children and adults drowned in this river almost every summer, the energy there is strong, which is the most suitable place for ghosts to hide temporarily. Luo Qingzhou moved and floated over quickly. Before he floated close, he felt a familiar breath coming. Under the arch bridge, there were gusts of gloomy wind and black fog. It was really a heavy energy. Luo Qingzhou floated down directly and got in. Ah! A scream suddenly sounded in the darkness under the bridge. As soon as Luo Qingzhou got under the bridge, he suddenly saw a black shadow floating in front of him, almost hitting his arms. After a closer look, it was the soul of the maid hiding at the door with a dagger in hand, ready to attack him. At this time, the soul of the maid had no previous memory at all, but his whole body was flashing with milky white light and fluorescence, and she seemed to feel his powerful and terrifying aura. So she was caught off guard and screamed in fear. Luo Qingzhou did not hesitate at all. Just like he had killed her in the room before, he clenched his fist and punched her suddenly. Puff! Her already blurred body was smashed to pieces in an instant. Then, she was scattered and her soul was scattered. Luo Qingzhou was now in the state of day travel. His spirit was strong, and he had practiced the thunder fist. How could the ghost who had just left his body withstand this punch? The ghost of the maid was just killed, and a scream suddenly sounded in the dark corner below. Luo Qingzhou looked carefully, and saw that the figure was curled up in the corner, shivering. It turned out to be the soul of the old woman who hurt Miss Jean Eyre. When she was in the room, she was fierce and powerful, but now she was hiding here like a poor mouse. Shivering, Luo Qingzhou still did not hesitate, and floated down directly, and smashed her to pieces with a punch of Puff. At this time, a gloomy wind suddenly rose next to him. Two black shadows fled in panic. A closer look revealed that one of the shadows was another maidservant. The other shadow was, of course, Miss Song. The two ghosts subconsciously sensed the danger, but fled in the same direction. That direction was where they died. However, with their speed, how could they escape the pursuit of the spirit? Luo Qingzhou's figure flashed, and he had already caught up with Miss Song. punching her hard on the back with the greatest force. Puff! The ghost broke apart and turned into nothing. In a breath, Luo Qingzhou caught up with the ghost of another maidservant and killed her with a punch. After killing several ghosts, Luo Qingzhou was truly relieved. He floated into the air, and when he was about to leave, he suddenly found that there were several figures on the riverside where the pleasure boat was burned. 2 figures stood by the river, talking in a low voice. Several maidservants stood not far away, and several guards also stood 7 or 8 meters away, looking around vigilantly with sharp eyes. Those guards were full of vigorous blood and were obviously warriors. However, judging from their blood and qi, they were not too strong. With Luo Qingzhou's soul at the Sun Tour level, he was naturally not afraid. He floated directly over. Of course, he did not float towards those warriors, but floated along the river to the 2 people standing by the river, a woman with a gloomy face and a young man in his 20s. At this time, the 2 were looking at the place where the pleasure boat sank and talking in a low voice. Luo Qingzhou saw that the young man was faintly emitting a faint blood light. He seemed to be a warrior, but he probably just got started. And from his face, this young man probably drank too much, so his blood and qi were seriously depleted, and the blood light on his body was just like that of an ordinary strong man. Luo Qingzhou approached from the top of his head and heard the conversation between the 2. Your sister was burned to death here, and even her ashes are nowhere to be found. Almost everyone on the boat escaped, but they died in the fire. Obviously, something happened before the fire started. Mother, what happened? You are so evasive. Did Zishi offend someone? The woman looked at the river in silence for a while, then sighed. Forget it. It's time to tell you. There is a mission tonight that needs you to do, and you must go in person. The young man immediately said, just tell me. Mother, you also know that my Song family rose to power by stepping on the Qin family. The Qin family was on par with Changhua Mansion in Imo City, but after 2 generations, it declined, and our Song family took away their docks and cloth business. I'm afraid you won't be interested in these things. I say this just to let you know that in this Imo City, only one of us and the Qin family can survive. Next year when Dragon and Tiger Academy is recruiting students, Qin Chuan will definitely participate, but Luo Yu from Changhua Mansion will also participate, and they both have a good chance. Your eldest brother can't be counted on, so we can only wait until the year after next. Also, according to the information I got, the son-in-law of the Qin Mansion is very talented, and he is likely to pass the exam next autumn. You have to know that when the Qin family rises, they will definitely retaliate against us. Qin Wenjin's second sister died of depression because we took away her cloth business. They still remember this hatred. So, we can't be soft-hearted. A few days ago, the eldest lady of Changhua Mansion went to find mother and arranged a marriage for Zishi and her eldest son. The young man was stunned when he heard this, and said in surprise, Luo Chantian in the Yujing Imperial Guard? The woman nodded and sighed. It's a pity that Zishi doesn't have that blessing. But it doesn't matter. There is still Ruoqing. Mother told you so much just to let you know that the Qin Mansion can no longer exist like this. Especially Qin Chuan and the scholar who married into the past. We were a little hesitant at first. After all, that scholar, he is the bastard of Changhua Mansion. However, after the eldest lady of Changhua Mansion came to me, I understood. The young man's eyes flashed with coldness, and he whispered, I know. That scholar must not be allowed to live until next year. I will deal with him personally. The woman looked at him and said, Qin Chuan is a warrior, and he is either practicing at home or going out with a warrior team to hunt monsters. We have no chance. But that scholar still has some chance. The young man grinned. Don't worry, Mother. Although I am not diligent in practicing martial arts, I am also in the stage of refining my flesh now. Killing a scholar, 1 punch is enough. At that time, don't be careless. According to the eldest lady of Changhua Mansion, the Qin Mansion attaches great importance to the scholar. Whenever he goes out, he may be protected by guards. However, it's not that there is no chance. The woman looked at the river and said expressionlessly, the eldest lady said that there is a little girl in Changhua Mansion who has a good relationship with the scholar. We can make a fuss about this. The young man's eyes lit up and whispered, Mom, is that little girl pretty? The woman's eyes flashed fiercely, staring at him, and said, it's time now. And you are still thinking about those dirty things? The little girl you robbed last time was just for fun. Why did you throw her into the well? The young man hurriedly smiled and said, she jumped in by herself. It has nothing to do with me. the woman said with a gloomy face. This time you have to remember. Put away your dirty thoughts. And be very energetic. As long as you do a good job this time, your father will naturally look at you with new eyes. The young man immediately said, Don't worry, Mother. I will not disappoint you this time. By the way, you just said what task you want to give me tonight. The woman pondered for a moment, and seemed to be a little hesitant, but finally decided, looked around, and said in a deep voice, At 3 o'clock tonight, go to the alley behind the Qin mansion and wait. Our people hiding in the Qin mansion will come out and tell you the business arrangements of the Qin mansion during this period, as well as some other secrets. For safety reasons, he will not write it on paper, but only pass it on orally. These things are very important to us. You have to remember every word in your heart. Can you do it? The young man immediately sneered and said, I thought it was a big deal. But this is it? Don't worry, Mother. I will complete the task tonight. The woman said solemnly, This matter must not be known to outsiders. You must go alone and don't tell anyone where you are going, because that person is very important. You must not let him be exposed. In addition, there may be people from the Qin mansion in our mansion. You must be careful, my child understands. Sure. This matter is done tonight. Tomorrow you can go to Chunghua mansion and meet the little girl. The mother of the little girl may not be willing, but it doesn't matter. The lady will help you. She said that when the time comes, the little girl can be given to you as a concubine. At that time, you can naturally let you deal with it. The young man was overjoyed when he heard it. The mother and son stood by the river and chatted in a low voice for a few more words. Fawn looked at the river, silently said goodbye to the girl who died for the family, and then turned and left, surrounded by maids and several guards. They got on the carriage and soon disappeared on the road by the river. Luo Qingzhou floated under the moonlit night sky, thinking about what he had just heard, and rushed to the Yuannong Tower. There were still some hours before the third watch. He still had time. There was a traitor in the Qin mansion, and it was a very important traitor. Who could it be? As long as the traitor passed the business layout and secrets of the Qin mansion to the Song family tonight, the Qin mansion would be in danger. Then his wish to be a gigolo and eat soft rice for the time being would be in jeopardy. So, can he sit and wait for death? Of course not. Those who destroy other people's rice bowls are irreconcilable. What's more, they are going to use the small building to deal with him. Of course he couldn't stand it. Not long after, he came to the Yuannong Tower. On the roof, the figure wrapped in the moonlight still stood motionless on the eaves, as if looking at the moon and thinking. Luo Qingzhou floated down to the roof, stood behind her, and bowed. Senior, I have some things to do tonight, and I may leave in an hour. If you want to hear a story, I will start now. Okay? The white figure looked at the bright moon, and after a moment, he said, Go home to accompany your wife again? Luo Qingzhou bowed his head and said, Yes. It was late at night, and only this excuse worked. The white figure was silent for a while, slowly turned his head to look at him, and suddenly asked, How many wives do you have? Luo Qingzhou. After a pause, he replied respectfully, 1. This senior probably meant to ask if he had a concubine. In fact, in this era, concubines are not considered wives, but only maids who serve in the bedchamber, and they cannot even sit at the table for meals. The white figure did not speak again, and looked at the night sky in the distance. Luo Qingzhou waited for a moment and said, Senior, do you need me to tell you a story tonight? The white figure said lightly, No. Luo Qingzhou looked up at her and said, Okay, then I won't disturb you from watching the moon. I'll take my leave. The white figure looked at the distance and said, Stand still. Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a moment, and had to stand obediently, motionless. The two of them stood on the roof, one in front and one behind, like sculptures, motionless and silent. An hour later, the white figure said, Go. Then he added, Go back and accompany your wife. I'll take my leave. Luo Qingzhou bowed, left the roof, and soon disappeared in the night in the distance. The white figure still stood on the eaves until dawn. After Luo Qingzhou returned, he first looked around the Qin mansion, then went to the alley behind the Qin mansion to observe carefully, and then returned to the house to practice the thunder fist in the room. It was almost 3 o'clock in the morning. He floated out from the roof and floated silently to the dark alley behind. Then he landed on the top of the wall, staring at the back door hidden deep in the alley. I don't know how long it took. With a creak, the back door opened. A head wearing a hat sneakily poked out of the door, looked around, and after seeing that there was nothing unusual around, he lowered his body and walked out carefully. Luo Qingzhou stared at it. The figure walked a few steps, then suddenly stopped, leaned against the corner of the wall, and looked around again. Suddenly, a figure appeared in the moonlight at the entrance of the alley, and then walked over quickly. The figure saw it and stood still, waiting for the other party. Chapter 112: The Tragic Death of the Noble Young Man. The alley was dark. At the same time, it was silent. The figure who came in from the alley stopped when he was 5 steps away from the hatted figure at the corner. The two looked at each other in the dark, and neither spoke first. Time passed quietly. After an unknown amount of time, the hatted figure said, "This is the back alley of the Qin mansion. Did you take the wrong road, young man?" The young man who walked in from the alley smiled faintly. "No. I am familiar with the roads in Mo City. I am also familiar with the 3-way road at Shirley Pavilion outside the city. Are you familiar with it?" The hatted figure did not answer, but looked at him a few more times, then walked closer and whispered something. The two looked at each other and got closer. One lowered his head and listened, and the other whispered. Luo Qingzhou stood on the wall and watched like a ghost. When he saw the faces of the two people clearly, he did not get close to listen to what they were saying, but turned around and floated back in the house. His soul returned to his body. Then he opened the door and walked out, saying to the little girl in the room, "Xiao Dai, I'm going out for a while. You go to sleep first." Xiao Dai's obedient voice came from the room. "Oh, master, you should come back and rest early." "Yes." Luo Qingzhou was about to go out, but after thinking about it, he turned back to the room, facing the mirror, and took out the mask that he wore on his face every time his soul left his body from the storage bag. Last time he said he would try it with his body during the day, but he hasn't tried it yet. I don't know how effective it is. He unfolded the mask and put it on his face. The touch was the same as when the soul wore it, with a hint of coldness, but it was very soft and comfortable. As soon as he put it on his face, the mask suddenly tightened. Then, the face reflected in the mirror suddenly changed. Even the expression and temperament seemed to have changed. Interesting. He was secretly happy. This mask was not only for the soul, but also for the body. It was even more powerful than the disguise. It was like a different person. He didn't delay any longer and went out immediately. Backyard alley. Two figures stuck together and talked for a while before separating. One continued to stick to the corner of the wall, observing the movements around. The other walked out of the alley quickly and disappeared into the night at the entrance of the alley. The street was empty. Songjia didn't take the main road, but walked through the quiet and dark alleys. While walking quickly towards the Song mansion, he silently recited the most important things in his heart. Of course, it was impossible to miss a word, but he could guarantee that he would not forget anything that the Song family's spy said. Thinking about the secrets he just heard, his heart was full of excitement. If their Song family mastered these things, then defeating the Qin family would be just around the corner. No wonder my mother was so serious and cautious, giving this task to him alone and not letting anyone else in the Song family know. Even his little sister didn't know. Qin family. I didn't know until today that our two families were harmonious on the surface, but in fact they were irreconcilable. No wonder my mother told me to make friends with young people from other families, but never let me make friends with people from the Qin family. You're telling me now because you're afraid that I'll be exposed due to my youthful vigor? I wonder if my mother had instructed Zishi to get together with the second young lady of the Qin family. TSK. I've met the second young lady of the Qin family once. She's so beautiful that I feel sorry for her, but she's so sick. I guess she'll die if I throw her on the bed and toss her around. It's boring, hee. Those little girls are more interesting. I wonder what the little daughter of the Chunghwa mansion looks like. I heard she's only 12 or 13 years old. TSK. I'll see her tomorrow. Then. He suddenly stopped and looked at the exit of the alley in front of him. It was empty there. Nothing unusual. But the warrior's intuition made him feel that something seemed wrong. He was startled, slowed down his pace, tensed his muscles, clenched his fists, held his breath, and walked forward step by step. Swoosh! When he was still 2 steps away from the exit, he suddenly exerted force with his legs and jumped out at lightning speed. Then he turned around and looked at both sides of the exit, his whole body tense and ready to go. However, there was nothing on both sides of the exit. He fell to the ground, stunned for a moment, and then laughed at himself. It turned out that he was scaring himself. Who would come here to wait for him in the middle of the night? He didn't have a life and death feud with anyone. And he didn't have any coveted treasures on him. As for the Qin family, the other party was still in the dark until now. He shook his head, turned around, and prepared to continue moving forward. But as soon as he turned around, a fist with a strong wind suddenly appeared in front of him. His face changed drastically. At this critical moment, his body suddenly burst out with the greatest potential. His head hurriedly tilted back, and at the same time, his hands quickly crossed upwards to intercept the fist. Snap! The fist gently hit his two palms. No! This force is wrong! Bang! Before he could react, another fist suddenly hit his stomach with terrible force. Before Sonja could straighten up, he was knocked out by this punch, and flew back to the alley again, falling heavily to the ground. A sharp pain suddenly hit him. The stomach was suddenly churning. His eyes suddenly turned black. His blood rushed. His mouth opened, and a stream of blood spurted out with a wow. Fortunately, he succeeded in refining the skin and had already refined the flesh. This punch did not make him fall down completely. He endured the severe pain in his stomach, bit his tongue suddenly to make himself sober, turned over, and stood up. Bang! Who knew that the sneak attacker was faster? As soon as he stood up, the opponent's third punch came. This punch hit him in the chest. He flew backwards again, and at the same time, there was a sound of click in his chest, and the sound of his ribs being broken came. He fell to the ground in a mess, his eyes wide open, watching the figure follow him like a ghost, and then punched him hard on his broken ribs. Sonja opened his mouth wide, and a lot of blood gushed out of his mouth and nose, and his entire chest collapsed. He let out a desperate ho-ho in his throat, and raised his hand tremblingly, as if he wanted to beg. He didn't want to die. He really didn't want to die. He was still young. He still had a lot of property. He still had a lot of tender and lovely little beauties. He still... Bang! The figure punched him in the face again. His young and handsome cheeks collapsed instantly. His eyeballs popped out. His cheeks were broken. His face was hideous and terrifying, like a twisted ghost. But he still had a breath. No! He uttered this word in fear and despair, with a lot of blood in his throat. But the figure didn't say a word, nor did he ask him to pay any price, nor did he even tell him why he wanted to kill him. He just raised his fist and gave his poor body one last punch. Bang! With this punch, his head exploded and he died completely. The figure put away his fist, fumbled on his body for a while, touched a purse, poured out more than 20 gold coins and some silver, threw away the purse, and walked away. After a while, a black shadow suddenly floated in Sonja's body. With dull eyes and confused, he stared at the corpse for a while, then rose into the air and prepared to float away. At this moment, a figure flashing with fluorescence suddenly rushed out from the darkness in front, and punched the body of the black shadow with a puff, directly beating the confused black shadow to pieces and turning it into nothingness. Then, the figure flashing with fluorescence quickly returned to the corner of the alley and got into the body of a flesh body. Then, the figure quickly disappeared in the depths of the alley and disappeared. The backyard of the Song mansion. In a room, Mrs. Sun Xiaoxiang of the Song family was sitting at the table sipping tea, with a calm expression on her face. The maid stood at the door, holding her breath and concentrating. A quarter of an hour passed. She put down the teacup and looked out the window. The bright moon outside the window was shining on the courtyard, a piece of snow white. There was no sound outside. Another quarter of an hour passed. She picked up the teacup and took a few sips. Not long after, she stood up, put down the teacup, walked outside, and looked at the door. Another cup of tea passed. The calmness on her face suddenly became a little uneasy. She frowned, walked out of the yard with the maid, walked through the long backyard, and walked to the back door, opened the door and looked outside. Another moment passed. Her face finally became embarrassed, and her voice trembled. Go, inform the master, call Fang Huyuan and other guards, and go out with me. The maid agreed and ran away in a hurry. Not long after, a group of people holding lanterns hurried out of the Song mansion. Master, madam, come quickly. In an alley not far from the front of the mansion, a guard suddenly shouted. Everyone's face changed, and they hurried over. When the light illuminated the dark alley and the horrible corpse with a sunken chest on the ground of the alley, there were several screams of fear in the crowd. Several maids fainted on the spot out of fear. Sun Xiaoxiang's face was pale. Her lips trembled, and she walked over tremblingly, stopping in front of the horrible corpse. She recognized it with just one look, and then her body softened and fell to the ground. Luo Qingzhou returned to the Qing mansion, but did not return to the courtyard immediately. Instead, he went into Yuetingyu garden alone, took off his clothes, and went into the lake. Although there was no blood on the clothes, I had to take a bath to feel at ease after killing someone. I soaked my whole body in the warm lake water, sat on the shallow rock, closed my eyes comfortably, and began to review the process of killing people tonight in my mind. See where there are flaws, and where I need to pay attention. Can I do better next time? When I was thinking about things with my eyes closed, I suddenly heard footsteps coming from the door. Then, a clear voice like a lark sounded, "Xiao Chan Chan. Why are you shy? It's just a bath. Come in quickly. This lake is a natural hot spring. I come here to soak for a while every night after midnight. It's very comfortable. You will know if you try it once. I guarantee that you will want to come again next time after this. Let's take off all the clothes and go down together. You massage me and I massage you. Let's rub each other. Okay? Hee. Chapter 113. The moonlight was bright. The lake was misty and hazy. But Luo Qingzhou could clearly see a pink figure forcibly pulling another figure to the lakeside. One was Bailing. The other was naturally the girl Xiaochan. At this time, Luo Qingzhou had no time to get ashore. Fortunately, his clothes were hidden in the flowers in the corner and should not be exposed. He hurriedly slid down and sank silently to the bottom of the water, hiding beside the rocks below, with his eyes open, looking at the water. I hope the two girls will wash for a while and leave, and never come here. However, the development of things seems to be against him. The more you fear something, the more likely it is to come, Bailing said as she pulled the cold girl holding the sword towards this corner, smiling and saying, "This is the best location, with stones to lie on and pebbles for massage below. And in the corner, even if someone comes in, they won't see us. Of course, it's impossible for anyone to come here at this time. Chan Chan, take off your clothes quickly." Luo Qingzhou could see two slender girls on the shore through the misty water. Seeing one of the figures untying the belt around her slender waist, she suddenly thought to herself that it was bad. There was no other way. Later, she could only swim along the bottom of the lake and continue to swim deeper, and then temporarily hide in the secret passage at the bottom of the lake. But she couldn't move at this time. The other party was high above her, and the lake was clear. If he moved, he would definitely be exposed. There would be a chance later. Bailing untied her belt and the headdress on her head, with her long black hair down to her waist. She turned around and said, "Chan Chan, if you don't take it off, I'll come to help you." As she said that, she threw the belt into the flowers next to her and went to help her take off her clothes. Xiaochan struggled and twisted, and then put down her arms that were hugged in front of her chest. Bailing giggled, untied the belt around her slender waist, and sniffed her neck, then narrowed her eyes and said, "It smells so good. I want to," just as she was about to help her take off her coat. Xiaochan suddenly frowned, sniffed, and suddenly opened her hand with a snap, holding the sword, and walked towards the flowers in the corner. "What for?" Bailing rubbed her little hand, with a little resentment on her face. "I just want to help you measure your chest with my hands." Xiaochan walked to the flowers in the corner, with doubts in her eyes, stretched out the scabbard in her hand, and pushed the flowers away. "Huh? What is that?" Bai Ling realized something was wrong and hurried over. She looked down and was surprised. "Clothes? Whose clothes?" She hurried over and prepared to pick it up with 2 fingers. After hesitating for a moment, she picked up a dead branch from the side and picked up the clothes with it. She wondered, men's clothes. How can there be men's clothes here? She sniffed it, and her eyes lit up with surprise. My son-in-law. My son-in-law's clothes. She immediately threw away the branch in her hand, took it directly in her hand, held it in her arms, rubbed it with her pretty face, and then turned to look at the girl who held the sword in her arms again and said, "My son-in-law's clothes. How can they be here?" The 2 girls looked at each other. Then, they looked at the lake beside them at the same time. Bailing's eyes suddenly showed a hint of excitement. She walked to the lake with her clothes in her arms, stretched her neck, and looked into the water. At this time, Luo Qingzhou couldn't hear any sound, and was hiding under the water, looking at the shore with wide eyes. The 2 people's eyes suddenly met through the mist and clear water. The lakeside suddenly became silent. Luo Qingzhou opened his eyes wide. At this moment, he suddenly found that there was another figure next to the figure who was looking at him, holding a sword in his arms, staring at him coldly. 2 eyes facing 4 eyes. Luo Qingzhou. Bailing suddenly turned around and said to the side, Chan Chan. This clothes must have been left by the son-in-law when he came to play during the day. Let's take off our clothes and go down. After taking a shower, we will wipe our bodies with the son-in-law's clothes. What do you think? After speaking, he lowered his head again and rubbed the clothes in his arms with his cheek happily. Xia Chan held the sword, still standing by the lake as cold as ice, motionless, her eyes still looking coldly at the bottom of the water. Chan Chan, stop being dazed. Come, let me help you take off your skirt. Okay? We will get naked later. Crawl on the rocks below and soak. I will give you a massage. It will be very comfortable. Bailing started to move again. At this time, Luo Qingzhou was hiding next to the rock she mentioned. Wow! The water splashed, and Luo Qingzhou suddenly floated up. Hiding at this time is completely self-deception and self-humiliation. Ah! Who is it? Where did the bad guy come from? He actually hid under the water and wanted to peek at me and Chan Chan taking a bath? Do you want to take the opportunity to give me a massage? Bad guy, Bailing suddenly exclaimed, with a frightened expression on her face. Then he opened his eyes wide again, looked at the lake and said, Ah, son-in-law, why is it you? Why are you hiding under the water? Do you want to take the opportunity to do something naughty to me again? Humph. It turns out that he is not a bad guy, but a stinky son-in-law. Luo Qingzhou looked at the 2 girls awkwardly and explained, I was taking a shower just now and heard you talking. So I hid. I thought you would take a shower in front and would not come here. So the stinky son-in-law hid secretly under the water without making a sound, waiting for me, Chan Chan, to take off all her clothes and go into the water, and then secretly swim over and secretly do something naughty to us underwater. Right? Bailing snorted, with an angry expression on her face. Luo Qingzhou did not explain to her again, and said, Put down my clothes. You go away first. I will get up soon. After I leave, you can take a shower. Bailing snorted. Who knows if the stinky son-in-law will suddenly appear again when Chan Chan and I go into the water. Luo Qingzhou did not speak again. Bailing held his clothes and said nothing more. Her lively eyes peeked at his neck, shoulders and chest that were exposed above the water. Xia Chan stood by the lake holding a sword, still with a cold face, motionless, staring at him with cold eyes. The lakeside fell into silence again. Both sides were in a stalemate. After a while, Luo Qingzhou finally couldn't help but said, What do you want? Bailing laughed, revealing 2 sweet dimples on her face, and said, Uncle, you almost saw Chan Chan and I naked. Uncle, just get up and let Chan Chan and I take a look, and we will put down our clothes and leave. Okay? Luo Qingzhou looked at her and said, Didn't you see it? Yesterday evening, when he was taking a bath, she did suddenly attack and peeked at him. After saying this, Bailing glanced at the side and shouted loudly, Son-in-law, you are wronging me. I didn't see you. Luo Qingzhou didn't say anything else. Both sides were silent again and deadlocked. After a while, Bailing finally put the clothes on the ground and said, Son-in-law, then Chan Chan and I will turn our backs to each other, and you get up and put on your clothes. When you are dressed, help me and Chan Chan tie the belt. Okay? Luo Qingzhou then found that the belts around their waists were still in the flowers next to them. Xia Chan seemed to have just come to her senses, and was stunned for a moment. She seemed to want to look down, but she held back and still looked at him coldly. Son-in-law, if you don't agree, we will keep watching you until dawn. By then, everyone will know that you are taking a bath here, and maybe they will come to peek at night. Hee. Bailing threatened with a smile. Luo Qingzhou glanced at her, then at the cold girl next to her, and said, I can help you tie it. As for Miss Xia Chan, before he finished speaking, he suddenly felt a familiar chill. He hurriedly said, As for Miss Xia Chan, you helped her untie it, so naturally you should tie it. There is one more thing he didn't say. He didn't dare. When Bailing heard it, she said happily, Sir, do you only want to tie it for me? Oh, sir, you said it so bluntly. I'm so shy. Okay, I'll agree to it. Sir, we are going to turn around. Hurry up. Only 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. After Bailing finished speaking, she giggled, hugged the waist of the cold girl next to her, turned around with her, and then began to count. 1, 2. Wow! Luo Qingzhou went ashore, put on his shorts first, and then started to put on other clothes. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Bailing suddenly finished counting, turned around, and looked at him with wide eyes. Luo Qingzhou had covered the most important parts, so he was not so flustered when putting on his clothes. He put on all his clothes calmly. Bailing pouted and said, "Son-in-law is so stingy. What's wrong with me taking a look? It's not like I haven't seen it before." Luo Qingzhou glanced at her, put on his clothes, picked up the pink belt from the flowers, looked at the remaining light green belt, and didn't dare to touch it. "Thank you, son-in-law." Bailing hurried forward, smiled and opened her arms, then turned around and blinked at the girl behind her as if showing off. Luo Qingzhou wrapped his arms around her slender waist and tied the pink belt carefully. After tightening it, her waist was even more slender and delicate. Bailing raised her arms, turned around, her skirt fluttering, and said with a smile, "Uncle-in-law, you tie it very well. From now on, I will ask you to tie it for me every day when I get up. Okay?" Luo Qingzhou ignored her and prepared to leave. Bailing hurried over to pick up the light green ribbon from the flowers, stuffed it into his hand, and said with a smile, "Uncle-in-law, help Chan-Chan tie it too. I can only untie it, not tie it." The moment Luo Qingzhou touched the soft ribbon, he trembled as if it was hot, turned his head and looked at the cold girl, and saw that she did not show any murderous intentions, and he was relieved. Just when he was about to refuse, the cold girl snorted coldly, turned her body, and turned her back to him. Bailing hurriedly whispered, "Uncle, go quickly. Chan-Chan has tacitly agreed." Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a moment, and hesitated for a while before taking the belt, walked to the back of the cold girl, and carefully tied it around her slender waist. From beginning to end, the girl held the sword, turned her back to him, and did not move. Luo Qingzhou breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly said goodbye, "Then I'll go back." After saying that, he bowed and left. Soon he went out of the round door in the distance and disappeared. "Chan-Chan, when Uncle tied it for you just now, it was so gentle. I just saw Uncle secretly measuring your small waist with his hands, and Uncle swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Just now, I must have wanted to hug your small waist from behind. It's a pity that you were too cold just now. Uncle didn't dare. Chan-Chan, do you still want to go down to take a shower?" The girl said nothing, holding the sword, turned around, and left coldly. Bai Ling hurriedly said, "Chan-Chan, the son-in-law was just taking a shower downstairs. Are you sure you don't want to go down?" Luo Qingzhou returned to the house, and first went to see Xiao Dai. After seeing that the little girl was sleeping soundly, he quietly withdrew and returned to his room. "I am a little tired tonight, so go to bed quickly. I have to get up early tomorrow morning. I have to go to the second lady, the spy last night. He couldn't show up in person, so he had to let the second lady deal with it." Lying on the bed, he fell asleep quickly. The moonlight outside the window was like water, and the night was quiet. I don't know how long it took. The door of the room was suddenly pushed open gently. Then, a figure came in quietly. The dress slipped off. The stockings were lightly removed. Then she got on the bed, got into the quilt, and pressed tightly against his chest. Then she took his hands and hugged her slender waist. Chapter 114. In the early morning, the sun was shining brightly. When Luo Qingzhou woke up, it was already Chinshur. Xiao Dai was running around in the yard waving a broom, driving away the chirping sparrows, and whispering, "Don't disturb the young master's sleep." Luo Qingzhou came back very late last night, and the little girl was distressed. "I had a dream again last night. I still smelled the familiar fragrance in the dream. Then, I dreamed of the hazy figure, but the two did nothing, just hugged each other gently, lying there quietly, feeling each other's warmth." Luo Qingzhou tried to open his eyes in the dream, wanting to see the other person clearly. Unfortunately, he couldn't see anything. In the dream, he vaguely remembered that she kissed his neck. He kissed her forehead, and stroked her hair. At that moment, he seemed unusually calm and had no other thoughts. It felt a little different from the previous spring dreams. There was no impulse to pounce on him and release it directly. Luo Qingzhou thought about it for a while in bed. But the more he thought about it, the more vague it became. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that those scenes were all fantasies when he just woke up, not dreams from last night. The sound of Xiao Dai sweeping the floor came from outside. Luo Qingzhou came back to his senses. There is still something to do today. He got up immediately, dressed and washed. Xiao Dai heard the sound, put down the broom, and came in to serve him, and then went to bring him a hearty breakfast. After Luo Qingzhou finished eating, he went out. When he passed by the Lingshan Moon Palace, he found that the door was locked and was confused. Where did they go so early in the morning? When Luo Qingzhou walked into Miss Qin's courtyard, he solved the doubts. Bailing, wearing a pink skirt, stood under a peach tree in the yard, holding a budding peach blossom in her hand and sniffing it carefully. Xia Chan, wearing a light green long skirt, holding a sword in her arms, was standing coldly in a corner under the eaves in the distance. In a daze. In the study, the window was open. The second Miss Qin, in a plain white skirt, sat softly in front of the desk, holding a pen in her jade hand, writing gently, with a gentle look in her eyes. Miss Qin, in a snow-white dress, stood behind her, watching quietly. Zhuer and Chior stood outside the door, their faces full of gentleness. The whole courtyard and the house were silent, but quiet and warm, with a calm and peaceful atmosphere. Luo Qingzhou suddenly broke into the courtyard, and wanted to leave when he saw the scene. The cold girl standing under the eaves with a sword in her arm suddenly saw him, and looked at him coldly. The morning sun was shining, and the courtyard was bright. Luo Qingzhou stood in the sun, looking at the cold girl standing in the corner of the eaves, in a shadow, and then looked at the distance between her and the study. It seemed to be no more, no less, just 10 steps away. At this moment, Luo Qingzhou suddenly felt that the weak girl in the study was pitiful. But the cold girl standing alone in the shadow of the eaves corner was also distressing. They all looked pitiful. Son-in-law. Bai Ling finally saw him. Her eyes lit up, and 2 sweet dimples appeared on her face. Her eyes were bright, and her teeth were white, more beautiful than the peach blossom in her hand. But that smile only lasted for a moment. Luo Qingzhou seemed to ignore her, and walked straight to the cold girl in the corner of the eaves. Bai Ling was stunned, blinked, and looked at the 2 people who were gradually approaching. The girl standing under the shadow of the eaves was also stunned, seeing him suddenly walking towards her. The coldness on her face seemed to be a little bit unbearable, revealing a hint of doubt. There was even a hint of panic, because Luo Qingzhou actually held a flower in his hand. The pink flower seemed to have just bloomed not long ago, with pink petals and a few dewdrops on it. Crystal clear. The girl's eyelashes trembled slightly, and a blush quietly appeared on her pretty and cold face. Her jade hand clenched the sword in her hand, but she still held the sword coldly and stood there motionless. Her pretty face was cold. Her eyes were cold, and her temperament was cold. It seemed that she wanted to use coldness to disguise or fight against something. Luo Qingzhou stopped in front of her and said softly, Miss Xia Chan, I read in a book yesterday that if you have stomachache every month, you should get more sun and keep warm every day. Also, you need to take some medicine. 10 cents each of xuanhu, fried Willingzi with vinegar, and white peony root. 8 cents each of angelica, chuanqiong, and licorice. As the main prescription, you should be in the cold stagnation and blood stasis type. So you should also add 9 cents each of mugwort and Evodia ruticarpa decoct with water. 1 dose per day. Divided into 3 or 4 times. Each time before that, start taking it 3 to 5 days ago, and take it for 3 cycles in a row. It should be relieved a little after saying that. He took the flower and turned away. The girl stood there with a sword in her arms, with a dull look on her pretty face. She seemed to have not heard a word of what he just said, and her eyes were still fixed on the pink flower in his hand. Luo Qingzhou picked a flower on the way and wanted to help Miss Qin put it in the vase on the windowsill when he came to find her. But I definitely can't give it to Miss Qin Air now. He walked to the peach tree, handed the flower in his hand to Bai Ling, and said, Pink, it suits you very well. Bai Ling was stunned for a moment, and immediately took it in her hand flattered, sniffed, and said with a touched face, Son-in-law? Luo Qingzhou ignored her, walked under the eaves, and stood outside the window. Qin Weimo had just seen him, with a smile on his face, quietly watching him give the flowers to the girl under the peach tree. When he saw him coming, he smiled and said, Brother-in-law is really good at coaxing people. The girl under the peach tree, holding the flower in her hand, smiled like a flower. Qin Weimo's smile faded slightly, and whispered, Brother-in-law, but you shouldn't give it to her alone. The girl standing under the eaves with a sword in her arms lowered her eyes slightly, still standing lonely and quietly in the shadow, motionless. Luo Qingzhou thought Miss Qin Air was talking about herself, so he didn't dare to answer. Bowed his head and bowed to the window and said, Miss Air. Qin Jinjia glanced at him, without responding, turned and walked out of the study, and walked out of the house. Then, she stepped on the spotless bluestone and left indifferently. Luo Qingzhou turned his head to look. Bai Ling waved the flowers in her hand at him, and said happily, Son-in-law, we are leaving first. Remember to come to find Miss in the evening. Luo Qingzhou looked under the eaves over there again. It was empty there. The cold girl holding the sword had left at some point. Qin Weimao sat in the house, quietly watching the subtle expression on his face from the window. And when he turned his head again, Fawn said softly, Brother-in-law, if you have something to say, come in and talk. Brother-in-law came so early. It must be something important. Right? Luo Qingzhou did not refuse, and turned to the door. Xior and Zhu, who were guarding the door, looked at him at the same time. Xior whispered, Son-in-law, the young lady coughed all night last night, and has not eaten this morning. I heated up the porridge, and I will give it to her later. Luo Qingzhou nodded slightly. Xior smiled gratefully. Luo Qingzhou walked to the door of the study, took off his shoes, stepped on the soft carpet, and walked in. The weak girl had stood up from the window. She was wearing a plain white skirt, with a slender waist that could be held in one hand, and her black hair fell softly around her waist like a waterfall, as she walked gently. A pair of delicate jade feet, wearing snow-white silk stockings, were faintly visible under the hem of the skirt. Brother-in-law, go to the couch, the girl said softly. Her body was so weak that she could hardly stand. Luo Qingzhou reached out to help, but immediately retracted his hand and said, Second miss, go sit down. The girl bit her lip lightly, slowly stretched out her white hand, and placed it in front of him. Her snow-white and slender eyes looked at him and whispered, Brother-in-law, help. Luo Qingzhou hesitated for a moment, turned his head, and looked at the door. Squeak. The two maids standing at the door suddenly closed the door on the left and right in tacit understanding. Luo Qingzhou. The room was silent. Only a man and a woman were left, brother-in-law and sister-in-law. Luo Qingzhou was even more nervous, and hurriedly said to the door, Monsieur, open the door. If the door was closed, who knows what Monsieur would say to the mother-in-law. He and his sister-in-law were innocent and had a clear conscience. Why should he close the door to arouse suspicion and misunderstanding? But there was no movement at the door. Brother-in-law. The girl still stretched out her white little hand, and looked at him with her eyes. Seeing that she was struggling to stand, Luo Qingzhou did not dare to hesitate any longer. So he had to reach out and hold her little hand, and put his arm around her slender waist, carefully helping her walk towards the soft couch, holding her little hand in his hand. She was smooth and soft, as if she had no bones, holding her slender body in his arms. She was even more delicate and weak, as light as holding a willow, as if she had no weight at all. The girl's weakness made people feel distressed. Luo Qingzhou helped her sit on the soft couch, but he did not go up, but stood beside her and whispered, Second miss, I came here today to tell you something. The girl looked at him with her eyes full of autumn water, and said softly, Brother-in-law, just now my sister came and told Wei Mo something. Luo Qingzhou was slightly startled and said, What is it? The girl did not answer, but looked at him softly and said, however, Wei Mo refused. Luo Qingzhou was full of doubts. The girl smiled slightly and said, Brother-in-law, if you have anything to say, just tell me. Luo Qingzhou was silent for a moment, and recalled the figure in his mind again, and whispered, Second miss, do you know everyone in the Qin mansion? I mean, everyone. The girl's smile faded when she heard it, and she nodded slightly and said, I know them all. Luo Qingzhou did not hesitate anymore, and whispered, I couldn't sleep last night, so I went to the back door of the mansion while wandering around. Then I saw a person there, sneaking out of the back door, and met another person in the alley behind. The two talked together for a long time. I didn't hear what they said clearly, but it seems that they don't look like good people, I think. Brother-in-law. The girl interrupted him, and said softly, What does he look like? Did you see clearly? Brother-in-law? Luo Qingzhou nodded. After a moment, the girl whispered to the door, Zhu, come in. The door opened with a creak. Zhu walked in quickly, and stood respectfully aside. The girl still looked weak, but her eyes flashed with a decisive and calm look. She softly ordered, Go tell my father, and ask him to go to the account office and invite Mr. Sun to the hall. Daddy is in the hall now, Meeting with uncles and uncles. Just in time for Mr. Sun to give some suggestions. Zhuer was stunned for a moment and seemed to not understand. The girl whispered, "Go. Daddy will understand." Zhuer quickly agreed and left in a hurry. The door closed again. Luo Qingzhou looked at the weak but strong girl in front of him and said, "Second miss, did you know it a long time ago?" The girl sighed softly. "I just had some doubts before. But when my brother-in-law said it today, Wei Mo understood. That Mr. Sun has been with my father for more than 20 years. Luo Qingzhou was silent for a while and asked, "Second miss, the Qin family and the Song family." The girl looked complicated. "I only found out last night that our two families had a feud in the previous generation. Dad came to me after he came back last night, but brother-in-law. Don't worry. I only said that she wanted to harm me. And didn't say anything else. And Dad didn't force me." Luo Qingzhou said, "Thank you, Second Mississippi." The girl raised her head and looked at him softly. With a smile in her eyes, "Brother-in-law is so stupid. It should be the second lady who thanks brother-in-law. Otherwise she would be gone last night, and the thing that brother-in-law told her today." Chapter 115, Fallen into Dust. Only the fragrance remains. The study was quiet for a while. Luo Qingzhou bowed his head and said, "Second miss, I should go back to study. Remember to have breakfast." After that, he turned and left. Squeak. The door opened. He walked out and soon disappeared at the gate of the courtyard outside. The whole house returned to silence. Outside the window, the sun was shining brightly. A bird fell from the roof and landed on the peach tree in the yard. It tilted its head and chirped, as if wondering about the unusual silence here. The door of the study was gently pushed open. Chior came in with a hot porridge and placed it on the coffee table on the soft couch. She stood aside, looking at the weak girl on the couch with heartache, and couldn't help saying, "Miss, the eldest lady told you this morning." The girl shook her head slightly, looked at the opposite side, where the boy had sat opposite her, and said softly, "Impossible, I won't agree. And my brother-in-law won't agree. My brother-in-law is a living person, not a commodity. How can he be casual if I agree? It will be an insult to my brother-in-law." Then he smiled bitterly and said softly, "In fact, I can see from my brother-in-law's eyes that my brother-in-law only has sympathy and respect for me. And what's more, my brother-in-law is not an ordinary person. He is wronged here and treated coldly by my sister. He is just dormant temporarily. One day, he will leave here, leave the Qin family. So he will not have feelings for anyone here after a while." She suddenly thought of the girl standing under the peach tree outside the window just now, and thought of the subtle expression of her brother-in-law when he handed her the flowers. She was silent for a long time, and then whispered, "Maybe there are also accidents." In the reception hall of the Qin mansion, Qin Wensheng was discussing things with the Qin family with a dignified look. The door was closed, and the windows around were covered. Everyone in the Qin family spoke in a low voice, frowning and serious. "There is indeed a problem with the account. I have checked it. 2 spies from the Song family have been caught in the second and fourth brothers these 2 days. But there must be bigger spies hiding in our mansion. Otherwise the Song family would not be able to take the lead everywhere this year. The most urgent task is to find out the biggest spy first. It turns out that every time we have a meeting, we will call the managers of your mansions and the gentlemen in the account office. They are all old people who have been with us for many years. But today, except for our brothers, there are no outsiders here." At this moment, someone suddenly knocked on the door outside. Then, the voice of the housekeeper Zhou Tong sounded outside, "Master, Zhuer from the second young lady wants to see you." The voices in the living room stopped immediately. "Wei Mo." Qin Wensheng frowned, thought for a moment, and said, "Let her in." The door opened. Zhuer hurried into the hall, seeing that all the masters of the Qin family were there. She was a little nervous, but she didn't dare to hesitate. She walked quickly to Qin Wensheng's side, bowed her head and saluted, then came to him and whispered the instructions that the second young lady had just given her. Qin Wensheng's eyes condensed, and his face suddenly became a little ugly. "That's all," the young lady said. "Master, I'll take my leave." Zhuer didn't dare to stay any longer and hurried away. "Brother, what's wrong? You look. Is Wei Mo's illness recurring? Well, let's take some time to take the girl to the capital to see her." Qin Wensheng lowered his head and pondered for a moment, his eyes flashing, and suddenly said in a deep voice, "Second brother, third brother, you come with me. The others stay here. We will be back soon." Everyone looked at each other, puzzled. The second and third masters of the Qin family immediately stood up, and their faces became solemn. Qin Wenjung took the two and left in a hurry. Not long after, the three of them entered the hall with a gray-haired old man. Everyone was even more confused. The closed door in the hall was still not opened until noon. Butler Zhou and the guard stood solemnly in the corridor outside, and no servants dared to approach. There was not even a maid serving tea and water. This meeting lasted until the evening, when the door of the hall was opened. The old gentleman, who was energetic before, had weak legs and needed someone to help him out. As everyone came out of the hall, a servant hurried to report, "Master, a painting boat was burned during a poetry gathering on Mosui River last night. The eldest daughter of the Song family and her maids were all buried in the sea of fire and disappeared. The second son of the Song family, Songja, was attacked in Xiangyuan Alley, 100 meters away from the Song mansion last night. His chest and head were broken, and he died tragically on the spot." When everyone in the Qin family heard the two pieces of news, they were all shocked. And the old gentleman, who was supported by Qin Wenjung, just heard the second piece of news. His legs suddenly became weak, and he collapsed directly to the ground and fainted on the spot. Qin Wenjung's face suddenly became more gloomy when he saw this scene. It seems that the one who met with him last night should be the precious second son of the Song family. But who killed him? Qin Sandy whispered, "Brother, we only found out about the meeting with this old guy last night after interrogating him today. Could someone know it in advance? And then waited for the little guy from the Song family on his way back, and suddenly killed him." Qin Sai breathed a sigh of relief and said, "It's good to die. If the little bastard from the Song family sent all our secrets back, it would be too late for us to adjust now. I don't know who helped us a lot. If he knew, our Qin family would have to thank him very much." Qin Wenjung frowned and thought secretly. Mr. Qin, who had been silent, suddenly said, "Brother, if the incident last night was not handled well, our Qin family might suffer heavy losses this time. So the person who killed the Song family kid should not be an outsider. Even if he is an outsider, he must be someone close to our Qin family, or someone who has received a great favor from our Qin family. Ordinary people will not help us like this. After all, that kid is the most precious son of the Song family in Maching. Could he have encountered robbers on the road? They wanted to kill for money. It may have nothing to do with our incident. It shouldn't be. How could it be such a coincidence? And I heard that the boy has practiced martial arts, and he is not a mediocre person. Also, you just heard that the boy died miserably. His chest and head were smashed, and the person who killed him was obviously determined to kill him." Mr. Qin Air suddenly said, "Brother, Mr. Sun has been with you for more than 20 years. He has been in our family since my father, and he has always been conscientious and loyal. No matter who it is, they should not doubt him. Right? And he has always been flawless in doing things. How could he suddenly reveal a flaw? Just now, Waymo asked the maid to come over. What did she say to you? Did Waymo find out?" Qin Wenjung frowned and did not reply. After a moment of silence, he said, "You all go back. You haven't eaten for a day. Go back and eat. I'll go to Waymo's place to see you." Fourth Master Qin laughed and said, "Brother, you won't even invite us brothers to have a meal?" Qin Wenjung waved his hand, ignored him, turned around and left. After walking a few steps, he turned to the housekeeper Zhou, who was guarding the door, and said, "Mr. Sun just died of a sudden illness. Go and bury him in the small courtyard where he lives. After notifying his family tomorrow, dig him out and bury him." As soon as these words came out, the old man, who was lying on the ground motionless, suddenly trembled, climbed up with a pale face, and cried, "Master, spare me! Master, spare me! I was wrong. I was really wrong." Bang! Housekeeper Zhou kicked him on the head and knocked him unconscious again. Then he took people and dragged him to a small garden behind, dug a pit, and buried him directly in it. In this day and age, the death of a servant is like the death of a dog. No one will ask. Moreover, servants are private property and can be disposed of at will. Qin Wenjung thought about things all the way and came to the secluded courtyard where his second daughter lived. But after standing at the door for a while, he did not go in. When he was about to turn around and leave, Shuer suddenly saw him in the door and said in surprise, "Master, you are here. Why don't you come in? The young lady is writing in the study and hasn't rested yet." Qin Wenjung hesitated for a moment and had to walk in again. Entering the courtyard, looking through the open window, the delicate girl in a plain white dress was sitting quietly in front of the desk writing. Her face was slightly pale, and her body was so weak that it was distressing. Qin Wenjung entered the house and stood at the door of the study, but did not go in. Just as Chior was about to go in to report, he whispered, "What is Weimo writing?" Chior hesitated for a moment, then answered respectfully, "The young lady is writing the lyrics written by the son-in-law." Qin Wenjung's eyes moved, and he was silent for a moment, and said, "Does that boy come here often?" Chior shook her head, glanced at the young lady inside, and whispered, "The son-in-law doesn't come here often. Every time he comes, he is forced to come by the lady. Sometimes the young lady goes to find the son-in-law, but can't see him." Qin Wenjung frowned. "Is that boy so arrogant?" Zhu, who was following behind, snorted, "The son-in-law is very arrogant. He always ignores my young lady. He is particularly hateful. Master, you have to talk about the son-in-law." Qin Wenjung was stunned, thinking that the boy was indeed a bit too much. But after thinking carefully, he felt that the boy was right. Brother-in-law and sister-in-law should keep their distance. "Right. I'll find a chance to talk to him." Qin Wenjung nodded, thinking to himself, find a chance to see if that boy is dissatisfied with Jinjia, and if he intends to leave the Qin mansion. "Daddy, you're here." After Qin Weimo finished writing the poem about plum blossoms, she heard the sound outside, stood up, and wanted to walk over, but her body softened and she almost fell. Xiao Er and Zhu Er rushed in and supported her. Qin Weimo said softly, "I'm fine." "Daddy, are you here now? Is there something wrong?" Qin Wenjung looked at her silently, and after a while, he shook his head, and a gentle smile appeared on his face. "It's okay. I just came to see you." Qin Weimo smiled slightly and said softly, "Daddy, I hope you can give all the credit to Weimo." After a pause, he whispered, "If in the future Weimo does something out of line or damages the reputation of the Qin family, I hope Daddy." Qin Wenjung smiled and said, "Just do whatever you want to do. If you need Daddy's help, just tell me. You know the reputation and interests of the Qin family better than they do. Daddy doesn't care about these. As long as you are good, Daddy will be satisfied." Qin Weimo bowed his head slightly and said softly, "Thank you, Daddy." In fact, Weimo knows that Daddy has given up the business and cut off many interests in the past 2 years. He has not fought or competed. In fact, it is all for us. Qin Wenjung. Zheng sighed and looked at her lovingly. "Weimo. In fact, you are smarter than anyone in our Qin family. If it weren't for your health, don't worry. We will go to Kyoto soon, and Daddy will find a good doctor for you." Qin Weimo looked at him and said, "There should be more than just Daddy and I going, right?" Qin Wenjung was silent for a moment and said, "Let's all go." Qin Weimo whispered, "It turns out that Daddy has been planning for a long time. This Qin mansion is coveted by so many people. There must be some secrets, right?" She raised her head again and said, "Dad, you don't need to tell me. Weimo doesn't want to know. Weimo just wants to know. Daddy said that everyone should go, including brother-in-law?" Qin Wenjung frowned slightly and said nothing. Qin Weimo looked at him. His voice was soft, but with great stubbornness. "If my brother-in-law doesn't go, then Weimo won't go either." Qin Wenjung's lips moved, as if he wanted to say something, but he didn't say it in the end. He just said, "You should have a good rest and take care of your body. There is less than a month before the new year. At that time, the princess will come to Maching for the new year. At that time, it should be very lively. Okay, don't think too much. Daddy is back." After speaking, he waved his hand and turned to leave. Qin Weimo looked at the empty door and stood quietly in the room for a long time. Then, Fong slowly turned around and looked at the little poem on the desk. She was stunned, sat down in front of the desk, raised her white hand, picked up the pen, and just about to dip the ink, she suddenly felt a tightness in her chest, and spit out a mouthful of blood with a cough. The poem on the rice paper was instantly dyed red. "Miss!" Xiao and Zhu exclaimed. Their faces changed. With a crying tone. Outside the window, the sunset sets and night falls. The girl raised her head and looked outside. The plum blossoms laying under the eaves survived the cold winter, but they could not survive the spring when all flowers bloomed, and they began to wither. "I am really useless," the girl murmured softly, her pink lips stained red, like the red plum blossoms that once bloomed, blooming in the ice and snow, withering among all flowers. "I just don't know if it will be like the little poem on rice paper stained with blood, falling into mud and turning into dust, still fragrant as before." Chapter 116 Luo Qingzhou's Little Love Talk. In the evening, Luo Qingzhou put on a mask, left the house from the back door, and went to the Jubao Pavilion. He spent all the remaining 250 gold coins, and the more than 20 gold coins he picked up on the road last night. The tendon refining potion was more expensive, so he only bought 2 bottles. However, the waiter said that this tendon refining potion lasted longer than the meat refining potion, and 2 bottles were enough for more than half a month. Adding his own spiritual fluid, it should be enough. He also spent 5 gold coins to join a team that went out of the city to hunt monsters. The time was 2 days later. The location, of course, was the Blackwood Forest. You can hide in the house to practice skin and flesh refining. But when you enter the tendon refining stage, you need to go out to fight and hone your skills. If you keep hiding in the dark passage at the bottom of the lake to practice alone, you will eventually lack a lot of things. Some things can only be obtained in real battles. Of course, going out will be dangerous, but if you are afraid of danger on the road of cultivation, then there is no need to continue. Moreover, judging from the current situation of him and the Qin mansion, staying at home honestly is the most dangerous. He can't just sit and wait for death. After leaving Miss Qin Air in the morning, he went to the bottom of the lake to practice. In the evening, he took a bath and came out. After buying potions and finalizing the tasks for 2 days later, he left the Jubao Pavilion. He didn't delay on the road. He took a detour and bought 5 strings of candied haws, then returned to the Qin mansion from the back door. After entering the mansion, he took off his mask. At this time, the sky was completely dark. Even in the inner city, it was not safe at night. Moreover, he and the Qin mansion were now being remembered by people, and they must not stay outside for too long after dark. When he returned to the small courtyard, Xiao Dai was standing at the door looking forward to him. Seeing that he was holding so many candied haws in his hand, the little girl jumped up and ran out to greet him happily. "Master, you went out alone again? Why did you buy so many candied haws? I can't finish them all by myself. I'll have a toothache if I eat too much. I dare to eat 2 strings. No, 3 strings. At most 4 strings. If you want to eat anything, I'll give you 1 string." Luo Qingzhou gave her 1 string and reminded her, "Remember to brush your teeth after eating." The little girl took the candied haws and looked at the remaining 4 strings in his hand. After thinking for a while, she said, "1 string for the eldest lady, 1 string for Sister Bailing, 1 string for Sister Xiaochan, and 1 string for the second lady." Luo Qingzhou paused, turned his head and looked at her and said, "How do you know?" The little girl giggled and said, "Who is good with you?" "I know." After that, she took the candied haws and skipped into the yard, went to the kitchen, and said, "Master, wait a moment. I will heat up the food for you." Luo Qingzhou thought about it at the door. Forget it. Let him eat the candied haws himself. It was indeed a bit unreasonable for the brother-in-law to send candied haws to his sister-in-law when it was dark. If he had to send it, it shouldn't be him. After dinner, Luo Qingzhou took 3 strings of candied haws out and went to Lingshan Moon Palace. Although Miss Qin was unlikely to accept his candied haws, he still had to pretend that he would give them to Bailing and Xiaochan, but not Miss Qin. It was unreasonable. The courtyard door was open. No one was in the front yard. Luo Qingzhou took the candied haws and went to the back garden. Bailing was standing at the gate of the garden, lazily leaning on the round door with green vines, with a pink flower stuck in her ear, looking dazed, with a silly smile on her face. And no one knew what she was thinking about. When she heard the footsteps, her eyes lit up. She stood up straight, looked at him, and 2 sweet dimples appeared on her pretty face as pink as a flower, and said crisply, "Son-in-law, you are here." The cold girl, who was standing in the garden with a sword in her arms and in a daze, immediately came back to her senses after hearing the voice, and her pretty face became cold. "Son-in-law, look, the flowers you gave me this morning. Are they beautiful?" Bailing smiled and pointed to her ears, pinching the hem of her skirt with both hands and turning around in a cute way, looking like she was asking for praise from her son-in-law. "It's just okay. SOSO. Luo Qingzhou replied casually. As soon as the words came out, he was suddenly stunned again. Isn't this the mother-in-law's catchphrase? Is Sundara contagious? Bailing pouted and snorted. Son-in-law is often bullied by Madam, and he is almost becoming like Madam. Don't talk nonsense. Luo Qingzhou glared at her, and immediately changed his words. Beautiful. But it's not because you are wearing flowers that you are beautiful, but because the flowers are on your head. You look beautiful. Bai Ling opened her watery eyes, and was stunned for a moment before reacting. Son-in-law. Were you praising me for my beauty just now? Luo Qingzhou ignored her, stuffed a string of candied haws into her hand, and then went into the garden. Bai Ling suddenly sniffed and said with a touching face, Son-in-law, this is the first time I have heard such a nice love talk. Just after she finished speaking, she saw a pair of cold eyes in the garden, and quickly sobbed again, and changed her words. This is the first time I have heard such a nice flattery. Son-in-law is really good at flattering. Luo Qingzhou entered the garden, walked to the plum tree first, handed over the candied haws in his hand, and said, Miss Xiaochan, candied haws. This time, he did not ask. And this time, the sword-holding girl under the plum tree turned away with a cold face, and did not sneer again. The two of them were deadlocked for a while. Luo Qingzhou silently put away the candied haws, walked to the pavilion, and ignored her. The girl turned her face away, looked at his back as he left, and then looked at the candied haws in his hand, and her eyelashes trembled. Bai Ling, who was standing at the round gate, saw this scene and hurried over. She stuffed the candied haws in her hand into her hand that was tightly holding the sword, then took off the flowers on her ears and inserted them into her temples, saying flatteringly, Chan, don't be angry. Don't be angry. Being angry is not good for your health. The son-in-law, he is a bad guy. Let's ignore him. Xiaochan threw away the candied haws in her hand, took off the flowers on her temples, and threw them on the ground, then held her sword, walked away quickly, went into the house, and never came out again. Mississippi. Luo Qingzhou walked to the pavilion and bowed his head to give the candied haws. I bought it outside. Qin Jinjiao was reading a book quietly in the pavilion. Hearing this, he raised his head, glanced at the candied haws in his hand, and then glanced at him, and said, Go and give it to Xiaochan. Son-in-law, I'll take you in. Bai Ling didn't give him a chance to refuse and hurried over. Luo Qingzhou said nothing more and bowed his head to leave. Bai Ling led him into the house and stopped at the corner, looking at him with her eyes shining. When Luo Qingzhou was about to get close, Bai Ling hurriedly took a step back, raised her hand to cover her mouth, and whispered, Uncle, you can't be naughty to me tonight. Really can't. Uncle still has 2 strings of candied haws in his hand, and when he goes in later, give them to Chan. Chan is in a bad mood today and needs to eat more sweet things. Uncle, please bear with it and beg her again. Okay. Luo Qingzhou was silent for a while, and was about to speak. Bai Ling lowered her head, bit her lips, pinched her dress with her slender jade fingers, and said shyly, If you agree to me, then later I will take the initiative to kiss you. Okay? Luo Qingzhou looked at her beautiful face and charming eyes, and said, Okay. Bai Ling smiled like a flower, shyly walked to the front, pushed open the door, and whispered, Chan. Uncle is here to see you. Luo Qingzhou followed in. The room was dark without a light. The girl held the sword and stood silently in the dark corner, motionless. Bai Ling went over and lit the oil lamp. The light illuminated the room, but the cold girl still stood in the shadow in the corner, as if she had merged with the darkness. Luo Qingzhou walked over, handed over the 2 strings of candied haws in his hand, and said softly, Miss Xiaochan, I was wrong just now. I beg you to eat candied haws again. Just treat this girl as a little girl who needs to be coaxed, and begging for it will not cost you a piece of meat. The girl turned her face away coldly and ignored him. In the darkness, there was a thin mist in the slightly drooping eyelashes. Luo Qingzhou said again, Miss Xiaochan. Bai Ling's eyes lit up, and she suddenly remembered something. She ran out of the room immediately, and soon ran back in, holding a fresh flower in her hand, and handed it to Luo Qingzhou, whispering, Son-in-law, give this flower to Chan, and say a few words, like what you just said to me. Flattery. Luo Qingzhou. Bai Ling leaned close to his ear and said, Chan has had a stomachache for several days. So pitiful. Son-in-law, just comfort her. At worst, I'll kiss you a few more times. Okay? Luo Qingzhou's mouth twitched, and he whispered, Will she suddenly give me a sword? Bai Ling whispered, No. Go quickly. I promise. Luo Qingzhou hesitated for a moment, then walked forward and carefully handed over the flowers in his hand. After thinking for a while, he whispered, Miss Xiaochan, you are better than flowers. Good. You said it well. Wonderful. You said it well. Applause! Bai Ling praised while clapping her hands, with a bright smile on her face. Luo Qingzhou. The girl standing in the dark was silent for a moment, and finally turned her pretty face slowly, looking at him with cold eyes. You? Candied Haws. Bai Ling secretly poked his waist with her fingers and reminded him in a low voice. Luo Qingzhou handed over 2 strings of candied haws in his hand and said, Miss Xiaochan, please eat candied haws. Xiaochan snatched it, lowered her head, walked past him quickly, walked out of the room, and disappeared. In the darkness outside, she rubbed her eyes. The room became quiet. Luo Qingzhou sighed, glanced at the girl beside him, and prepared to say goodbye and leave. To be honest, he felt puzzled. Bai Ling quickly reminded, son-in-law, have you forgotten something? Luo Qingzhou said, no. Bai Ling quickly reached out and grabbed his clothes, whispering, just now someone promised you that, have you forgotten? Who is that? Who is that person? Luo Qingzhou looked puzzled. Bai Ling stamped her feet, pouted her lips and said, stinky son-in-law. You did it on purpose. It's getting late. I still have to go to the lady to pay my respects. Luo Qingzhou waved his hand and walked out directly. The door closed with a creak. After a while, Bai Ling's angry stamping sound came from the room. Stinky son-in-law. Bad son-in-law. If you have the ability, don't be naughty to me again. I hate you. It was late at night, and there was no one around. The moon was still reflected in the pond, but the snow-white figure in the pavilion was gone. The back garden was quiet. Suddenly, a figure walked in silently, looked around, and then walked to the peach tree and quickly picked up the candied haws that were thrown on the ground. Then, it disappeared. That night, Luo Qingzhou had another dream. In the dream, he smelled the familiar fragrance, held the hazy figure in his arms, and kissed her mouth. The taste in his mouth was sweet. It tasted like candied haws. Chapter 117. That day, the Song family was immersed in endless grief. Overnight, both sons and daughters died tragically. One of them was missing, and the other was destroyed. Is there anything worse than this? Other families in Mo City, as well as various people who were friendly with the Song family, rushed to the Song family to pay their respects. The Qin family naturally went there as well. No matter what hatred the two families had in secret, this kind of open etiquette still had to be observed. After all, Mo City is so small that you will see each other sooner or later. Meng Jinan, the mayor of Mo City, was furious when he heard the news and immediately urged the government to investigate with all its strength. The leaders of various forces who paid their respects at the Song family were all indignant and said they would help find the murderer. But just one day later, no one mentioned the Song family anymore. Because of the news from the front line, the eldest princess would come to Mo City in a few days. It was almost the end of the year. The princess army was stationed on the border line dozens of kilometers outside Maching. They could not return to Kyoto or Huiyue Kingdom to celebrate the new year, so they chose to come to Maching to celebrate the new year. First, it was the strong invitation of Meng Jinan, the lord of Maching. Second, the princess had been to Maching 3 times and was quite familiar with it. It happened that there was nothing on the front line, so she came here in advance. Meng Jinan got the news and immediately organized people to clean the whole city. At the same time, he strengthened the vigilance and daily patrols. The government began to take people to register the household registration of people from house to house. Outsiders and people without identity were all expelled from the inner city, regardless of gender, age or young. The merchants on the streets also hung colorful decorations. The whole Maching, whether it was the government or the civilians, was full of expectations for the arrival of the princess, especially those boys and girls. They were even more excited. Some talented men and women racked their brains to write poems and praises. The princess's current reputation is not because she is the only sister of the little emperor, but because she fought for it with her own strength in battle after battle. In this battle against foreign invasion at the border, the princess once again showed her extraordinary military talent to the whole of Diyin. It can be said that she has made great contributions to the stability of Mo City for so many years. So, who cannot be excited now that the princess is coming? Well, some people are not excited. After practicing at the bottom of the lake for 2 days, Luo Qingzhou began to prepare for the first mission tomorrow. In the afternoon, he left the house. He went to other warrior shops for a while, compared the prices, bought some emergency medicines, gauze, etc., and then went to the Jubao Pavilion. But at this time, he didn't even have a gold coin on him, and there was not much silver left. He wanted to buy a dagger as a backup, but asked the price and had to give up. With the remaining silver, he bought a map of the Blackwood Forest. In the past few nights, he had been observing the road outside Imo City, but he could not see the direction of the Blackwood Forest clearly. First, it was very large, with high mountains and steep hills. Second, in the sight of the soul, there was a thick black fog floating in the sky, and nothing could be seen clearly. After buying the map, his pocket was empty, and he could not even afford a string of candied haws. There was also a demon pill in the storage bag, but he couldn't use it until the critical moment. He didn't know if the potion needed for tendon refining was enough, so he might have to buy more at that time. And that was when he would use the demon pill. After chatting with the waiter for a while, he found that it was still convenient to have a dagger, in addition to dissecting monsters to get demon pills. It can also deal with some poisonous strange creatures. Some monsters are soft all over, and their defense is not only amazing, but also can remove the strength of warriors. At this time, the dagger can come in handy. Usually such monsters are most afraid of sharp blades. Of course, it is a sharp blade specially used by warriors. Luo Qingzhou flipped through the books introducing various monsters in the Blackwood Forest for a while, and found that the dagger is indeed very important, and can save his life at a critical moment. After leaving the Jubao Pavilion, he hesitated for a while, and then returned, took out the demon pill, and asked the waiter how much it could be sold for. The waiter took the demon pill and observed it carefully for a while before saying, "Sir, this is the lowest level demon pill, and the quality is particularly poor. You can look at it against the light. There is a crack inside. If you want to sell it, we will give you at most 200 gold coins." 200 gold coins? Luo Qingzhou thought about it. The cheapest warrior dagger required 280 gold coins. Even if he sold the demon pill, it would not be enough to buy the dagger. Okay, I'll think about it. Luo Qingzhou decided to ask in other shops. After taking the demon pill, he went out and asked in other shops selling warrior supplies. The prices were almost the same. One shop even lowered the price to 150 gold coins. He thought about it seriously for a while, and decided to go back and try to see if he could borrow some money from someone. After all, it was a matter of his own life, so he couldn't be careless. Who should he borrow from? The first choice was naturally Bailing. For Bailing, that girl, he had no scruples now, and he had nothing to be embarrassed about asking for money. Anyway, he is not going to pay it back. However, he has never seen her go out alone, nor has he seen her do anything, so he doesn't know if she has so much money. After selling the demon pill, he still needs 80 gold coins. If it is 80 taels of silver, the girl must have it. But the gold coins, that's hard to say. If it really doesn't work, he can only shamelessly go to Miss Qin Air. Miss Qin Air should have money, or she should have a way to get money, and she will keep it a secret for him. After all, the two of them had a common secret that night. Thinking about things in his heart, he quickly returned to the Qin mansion through the back door. As soon as he entered the mansion, he took off his mask. When he came to Lingshan Moon Palace, he was still a little hesitant. To be honest, people in this era are still very thin-skinned, especially when it comes to borrowing money from women. But thinking of the importance of the dagger, he still went up and knocked on the door. After a while, the courtyard door opened with a creak. "Miss Bailing?" "Aye." Luo Qingzhou was afraid that he would hesitate again, so he was ready to speak directly as soon as the door opened. As a result, after saying a few words, he suddenly realized that it was not Bailing who opened the door, but Xia Chan. A girl in a light green dress stood in the door, opened the door, and then held a sword in her arms. Looking at him coldly, Luo Qingzhou had no choice but to bite the bullet and said, "Miss Xia Chan, I'll look for Miss Bailing. Is she here?" Xia Chan looked at him coldly, without answering or moving. Luo Qingzhou wanted to go in, but seeing that she was blocking him, he didn't dare to force his way past. So he had to say again, "I have something to do with Miss Bailing. Can Miss Xia Chan help me call her?" Xia Chan finally spoke, coldly saying, "Go ahead." Luo Qingzhou, talking about borrowing money? I can't tell you that. It's okay to be embarrassed in front of Bailing, but how can I be embarrassed in front of you again? Luo Qingzhou had to bow and say, "If Miss Bailing is not here, then forget it. It's actually nothing big. Then you go ahead. I'll take my leave." After saying that, he turned and left. It seems that he can only go to the second young lady to borrow money. A murderous aura suddenly came from behind him? He paused and turned to look. There was nothing behind him. And the door was empty. The cold girl holding the sword had disappeared. He muttered. And without thinking any more, he turned around and prepared to continue walking forward, but suddenly found a figure in front of him, and almost bumped into the bulging. Looking up, a girl in a light green dress, with a cold face, holding a sword in her arms, was looking at him coldly. Luo Qingzhou looked at the cold girl who appeared in front of him silently like a ghost, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help twitching. That. Okay. Just say it. Anyway, even if he only told Bailing might tell this person. He sighed, his cheeks slightly hot, and said, I'm looking for Miss Bailing. Actually, I want to find her to borrow some money. I want to buy some expensive books and... Before he finished speaking, the girl in front of him suddenly left quickly and entered the yard. Did she go in to call Bailing? Luo Qingzhou looked at the door and stood there waiting. After a while, Bailing didn't come out, and she came out again with a cold face. She held a bulging bag in her hand, walked up to him, and handed it to him. Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a moment, took it in his hand, untied the rope at the mouth of the bag, and looked inside. There was actually a small bag full of silver, all broken. He weighed it, probably more than 30 taels. Luo Qingzhou. The girl looked at the expression on his face, frowned slightly, lowered her head, took out the last piece of silver from her pocket, gently put it into the small bag in his hand, then turned her face away and looked elsewhere and said, Enough? Luo Qingzhou was silent for a moment, lowered his head to look at the last piece of silver she put in the bag, was stunned, raised his head and said, Well, enough. Thank you, Miss Xiaochan. I will make money in a few days. Before she finished speaking, the girl had turned and left. Squeak. The courtyard door closed. Luo Qingzhou stood there for a while, then put away the silver and walked towards Miss Qin's residence. It turns out that the cold Miss Xiaochan can actually be warm at times. However, from what happened just now, Bailing can't be counted on. Then he can only go to Miss Qin Air. After entering the door, Zhuer led him to the study. After Qin Weimao got up from his lunch break, he read in the study. The afternoon sun couldn't shine into the house, and there was still some wind outside, so the windows were tightly closed. There was a stove in the room, and the warmth was overwhelming. Miss, the son-in-law is here. Zhuer stood at the door of the study. When she saw Luo Qingzhou, she immediately reported to the girl in the study. Qin Weimao was a little surprised, put down the book, and stood up. Luo Qingzhou took off his shoes and walked into the room on the soft carpet. The sound of the door closing came from behind. Brother-in-law? Miss Qin Air was about to speak, but Luo Qingzhou went straight to the point and said, Miss Air, I'm here to borrow money from you. Do you have any? The girl was slightly stunned and didn't react for a while. After a few breaths, she reacted and nodded. Yes. How much does brother-in-law want? Luo Qingzhou showed a hint of embarrassment on his face and whispered, 80 gold coins. Zhuer. The girl immediately shouted at the door. The door opened. Zhuer answered at the door, Mississippi. Qin Weimao said softly, Go to the account office and withdraw 200 gold coins. Write my name. If the account office refuses, you can go to Manager Zhou and say it was me who asked. If my father is here, you can go to him. Just say I need it. Don't say anything else. Zhuer agreed and left immediately. A warm current surged through Luo Qingzhou's heart, and he whispered, Thank you. Second miss. But 200 gold coins are too much. I only need 80. Qin Weimao looked at him softly and said, Brother-in-law, if you practice martial arts, 80 coins are not enough from now on. Weimao will help you withdraw 200 every month. Brother-in-law, just use it. Don't save it. Luo Qingzhou was silent for a while, and said, Qin Mansion, where can there be so much money? Qin Weimao smiled slightly and said, These things will be taken care of by my father. Brother-in-law, don't worry. Brother-in-law just need to study and practice martial arts secretly. Luo Qingzhou. The two looked at each other and smiled. The study became quiet. Luo Qingzhou asked, What book was the second young lady reading just now? Qin Weimao picked up the book from the table, opened the cover and said, It's about the imperial examination. Luo Qingzhou was stunned. Why is the second young lady reading this book? Women can't take the exam. Qin Weimao smiled at his eyes and said softly, Brother-in-law, study hard. After the new year, Weimao will give you a test. If you answer well, Weimao will reward you. If you don't answer well, Weima will punish you to tell Weima a story every day. Okay? Luo Qingzhou fell silent. After a while, he took the book from her hand, gently placed it on the table, and then looked at her and said, "Second young lady, you are not in good health. Don't worry about these things. Regarding the exam, I will work hard on my own and don't need help from others." Qin Weima lowered his head slightly and said softly, "But, brother-in-law, Weima is not someone else." Luo Qingzhou was silent. Soon, Zhuer came back with a small bag, panting, "Miss, the gold coins are so heavy." Luo Qingzhou looked at the golden coins inside, and his heart was suddenly touched. Every gold coin in it was the hard work of the Qin family. The girl gave it to him without any hesitation, and said that she would give it to him to practice martial arts every month in the future. How could he not be moved? Before today, he always thought that he practiced hard for him and Xiao Dai. But now, he wants to protect more people. "Thank you, Second Mississippi." He did not stay any longer, took the gold coins, and said goodbye. At the moment of borrowing money, no matter how much thanks you give, it is pale and powerless. It is better to save energy and performance, and try to pay back the money and repay. Luo Qingzhou took the money, put it in the storage bag at the door, and then walked straight to the back door of Qin's house. When he came to the back door, he was about to take out the mask, but suddenly felt something was wrong. He turned his head and saw a person following him not far behind. As soon as he stopped, the other party also stopped. Xia Chan held the sword, turned sideways, and looked away, as if she had been standing there all the time and did not follow him. Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a moment, walked over and said, "Miss Xia Chan, do you have anything else?" Xia Chan looked away with a cold face. After a long time, she spoke coldly and asked, "Where are you going?" Luo Qingzhou looked at her strangely and said, "Go out and buy something." Then he suddenly remembered something and said, "I'll buy you some candied haws later. How many strings do you want?" Xia Chan was silent for a while, turned her head and looked at him. Her eyes were cold, her pronunciation was awkward, and her sentences were stumbling. Bai Ling said that you borrow money, you want to go to a brothel to find a naked courtesan, right? Luo Qingzhou. It was the first time he heard this girl Xia Chan say so many words, and he felt an inexplicable novelty. Well, yes. Luo Qingzhou decided to be bold and tease her. "Your lady won't sleep with me. So what's wrong with me going to find a courtesan? All the scholars outside have been to brothels, but I haven't been there. I want to go and see today. Is it not okay?" A familiar chill came over her. The girl clenched the sword in her hand, and her other little hand held the hilt. Seeing this, Luo Qingzhou hurriedly said, "I'm kidding. Didn't I just tell you? I borrowed money to buy books, not to go to the brothel to find a naked courtesan." The girl still held the hilt of the sword, looking at him with cold eyes. Luo Qingzhou had to raise his hand and said, "I swear, if I go to find a naked courtesan, I will be struck by lightning." The girl looked at him a few more times, and then slowly let go of the hilt of the sword. Luo Qingzhou secretly breathed a sigh of relief, and didn't dare to joke again, saying, "Well, Miss Xia Chan, you are busy. I will go out first." Just after walking a few steps, he turned his head and looked back, and she followed him again. "Luo Qingzhou?" The girl saw him stop, and she also stopped and looked away. Luo Qingzhou went out of the back door, walked a few steps, and then looked back at the door. She followed him out and stopped at the door, her eyes still looking away. Luo Qingzhou. The two walked and stopped, and pulled for a while in the alley. Seeing that it was getting late, Luo Qingzhou ignored her and quickly crossed the street and entered another alley. Then he started running in the alleys. When he was about to reach the Jubao Pavilion, he immediately took out the mask and put it on his face. He left the alley, looked around, and then entered the store. Soon, he bought a dagger. On the way back, the sun had already set. He looked carefully all the way, but did not see the cold girl. She must have lost him, and then went back alone. Luo Qingzhou entered the house from the back door and took off the mask on his face. When he passed by the Lingqian Moon Palace, he hesitated and walked in. Bai Ling was sitting in the yard in a daze. Seeing him come so early, she was surprised. Luo Qingzhou looked around and asked in a low voice, "Is Miss Xiaochan back?" Bai Ling was stunned for a moment, and then her face changed slightly. "Isn't the uncle with Chan Chan? Didn't Chan Chan go shopping with the uncle just now?" Luo Qingzhou frowned and told what happened just now. saying, "I thought she came back by herself." Bailing hurriedly stood up from the stone bench. With a face full of anxiety, "It's over, Uncle. It's over. Chan Chan doesn't know the way. When you went to Uncle, go find Chan Chan. She is afraid of being alone, especially when it's dark. In fact, she is very timid. I can't leave. I still have to watch the lady. You?" Before she finished speaking, Luo Qingzhou immediately turned around and left the small courtyard, running directly to the back door. People just gave him all their silver. Even the last piece of silver they had, just because they were afraid that he would go to a brothel, or wanted to go shopping with him. But he is really a piece of shit. Outside the mansion, darkness had enveloped the entire street. He ran quickly. Boom! At this moment, a thunder suddenly sounded in the sky. He looked up, and the sky that was clear in the evening was now covered with dark clouds. It was going to rain. Chapter 118. Lightning flashed. The street, which had just been shrouded in darkness, was illuminated for a moment, and then fell into the darkness again. Thunder rumbled. On the street, pedestrians hurried and vendors hurriedly packed up their things. The whole street was in chaos. The weather changed without any signs. Luo Qingzhou shuttled through the hurried crowd, searching every avenue and alley along the road to Jibao Pavilion. For a whole hour, he searched almost all the streets in the inner city, but could not find the cold figure. Could it be that he got lost and walked around, crossed the bridge, and went to the outer city? Luo Qingzhou thought about it, did not dare to rest, and continued to walk towards the outer city. It was a pity that there would be thunder and lightning from time to time. Otherwise he could leave his soul and search from a high place, which would be much easier. The soul has a natural fear of thunder and lightning, and most of the treasures that deal with the soul contain some thunder and lightning power. Even a strong soul master would not dare to fly in the thunderstorm, unless it is a super soul master who has survived the thunderstorm. I wonder what realm the soul master who always stands on the eaves of Yuanyang Tower is in now. He doesn't need to leave his soul to go to Yuanyang Tower these nights, because the princess is coming. The security in Imo City has been strengthened a lot. Not only are there warriors patrolling, but also some magic tools to restrain ghosts have been placed. That soul master probably won't go there again for the time being. Luo Qingzhou thought about things all the way and walked quickly towards the outer city. At this time, dark clouds covered the city. The whole sky was dark. A storm is coming. The streets are empty, and pedestrians and vendors have left. The shops on the street have all closed their doors and used tables and stools to block them, ready to welcome this sudden bad weather. Luo Qingzhou became anxious and quickened his pace. After leaving the inner city gate and crossing the stone bridge over the moat, he came to the outer city, where the houses were obviously low and dilapidated. After searching aimlessly for a while, he suddenly had an idea and remembered something. When the girl followed him out, she thought he was going to the brothel to find the naked courtesan. After losing her, would she? He looked around and rushed into a shop that was closing, and asked the shop owner directly, "Boss, do you know where there is a brothel nearby?" The female boss. Luo Qingzhou was scolded, and then driven out by the female boss with a broom. He had to look for it himself. Brothels are generally open 24 hours a day, and they are brightly lit and beautifully decorated, and can be seen from a long distance. Usually, the rainier the weather, the better the business of the brothel, because at this time, many shops are closed, the streets are closed, people have nowhere to go, and there are few places to entertain. So many people with money in their pockets go to brothels. Of course, there are also people who go to drink tea and listen to opera. Luo Qingzhou walked through the streets and finally found a brothel with colorful lights. He walked over and took a look, but did not find the figure outside. Ordinarily, Miss Ya-chan would not go in. He went to look for other brothels. There was still no one outside the second brothel. At this time, the dark clouds in the sky became thicker and thicker, and the thunder became louder and louder. There was no pedestrian on the street. Luo Qingzhou ran towards another street like a headless fly, following a man. He found the third brothel. Suddenly, under the big tree on the left side of the door, he saw 3 drunken men, surrounding a familiar figure and talking drunkenly. The figure held a sword in his hand. His face was cold, and he stood there motionless, staring at the door of the brothel, as if he regarded the 3 men as air. It was Xia-chan. Luo Qingzhou immediately walked over quickly and heard one of the men chuckle, "Girl, you have been staring at there. Is your husband not willing to let you go? Is he going to find a woman to play with? TSK. That man is really a piece of shit. He actually left such a beautiful girl here alone. He is simply blind. Girl. It's better not to have a man like that. It's better to follow all. Before the man finished speaking, he was suddenly grabbed by the neck from behind by a hand and thrown out directly, falling heavily to the ground. The other two men nearby saw the scene and were about to take advantage of the drunkenness to throw punches. But Luo Qingzhou kicked them one by one and knocked them to the ground. Let's go home. Luo Qingzhou looked at the cold girl in front of him with a serious face. It turned out that this girl really came to the brothel to wait for him. The girl clenched the sword in her hand, stared at him with cold eyes, then looked at the charming woman who was twisting her waist and hips to attract everyone at the door of the brothel, and then looked at him again, and said coldly, "You are in there?" "No." Luo Qingzhou answered briefly, "I went home and found that you were not there. So I came out to look for you again, and just found you here." The girl still held the hilt of the sword and said nothing. Luo Qingzhou had to say, "I swear, if I lie, I will be struck by 5 thunders." Boom! At this moment, a thunder suddenly sounded in the sky. Then, crackling, bean-sized raindrops began to fall. Luo Qingzhou, "Well, I really didn't lie. If you don't believe me, you can go back and ask Miss Bailing. She won't help me to lie to you. Right?" The girl paused and slowly loosened the hilt of the sword. "Boy! You!" Bang! 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 The 3 men were about to stand up and curse, but they were kicked to the ground one by one. "Let's go home. It's going to rain heavily." Luo Qingzhou looked at the cold girl in front of him and urged. The girl was no longer stubborn and lowered her head to follow behind. The two of them left the street one after the other. The heavy rain suddenly poured down, and there were still lightning and thunder in the sky. Luo Qingzhou found that the girl behind him was close to him, even on his body. Whenever there was thunder, her body would tremble slightly. It seems that Bailing didn't lie to me. It turns out that this girl is so timid. The two of them were drenched in the heavy rain, crossing the stone bridge over the moat, and rushing towards the inner city. However, just after crossing the bridge, they suddenly found that the gate of the inner city had been closed. Luo Qingzhou's face changed slightly, and he secretly thought that something was wrong. He forgot that recently, because the eldest princess was coming to Imo City, the security in the inner city was much stricter at night, and the time for closing the city gate was also much earlier. He hurried over and pushed the heavy city gate to see if it was just ajar, but found that it was already tightly shut and motionless. Apparently, a heavy bolt had been put behind the door. At this time, even if there were guards inside the door, they would never open the door for him. Boom! The night sky was covered with dark clouds, and lightning and thunder continued. The rain was pouring down, with no sign of stopping. Suddenly, an angry shout came from the city wall. "People below, don't stay in front of the city gate. Be careful of bows and arrows." Luo Qingzhou looked up and said nothing more. He had to run to the girl who was also soaked in the rain and said, "The city gate is closed and we can't get in. We have to find a place to stay tonight. Let's go to the outer city to open and find an inn, and go back tomorrow." "Okay." The girl was stunned and nodded slightly. Luo Qingzhou immediately took her across the stone bridge and returned to the outer city. As a result, they found 2 inns in a row, and the store owners drove them out. The princess is coming to Imo City recently. The government is checking strictly. If you don't have an ID card and are not accompanied by an acquaintance, any inn will accept you. If you are caught, you will not only be fined but also go to jail. I'm really sorry, my dear guests. They all said the same thing. The two of them were stranded on the street again, in the heavy rain, not knowing where to go. Sneeze. When Luo Qingzhou was thinking of a solution, he suddenly heard the girl behind him sneeze. "I can't get wet in the rain anymore." He suddenly turned around and said, "Miss Xia-chan, let's go to the brothel. There shouldn't be any ID card required there. Let's go in and find a place to stay and spend the night. Do you think it's okay?" The girl stood still and rejected him with a cold look. Sneeze. She sneezed again, then turned around and turned her back to him. Luo Qingzhou had to say, "Then we can only go to the last place, under the bridge, where we can take shelter from the rain and it's a bit dry, but a little cold. Can you stand it?" The girl didn't answer. She just raised her foot and walked towards the stone bridge. Luo Qingzhou sighed and had to follow her. The two of them walked one after the other and soon came to the stone bridge, then went down from the side and entered the dark stone cave. The stone cave was overgrown with weeds and filled with an unpleasant smell. But at least they didn't have to get wet in the rain anymore. Late at night, there were also warriors patrolling the streets of the outer city. If they stayed on the streets, they would probably be caught and interrogated after being discovered. So it's safer here. Luo Qingzhou found a clean bush and took off his shirt while saying, "Miss Ya-chan, sit here. It's cleaner here." The girl walked to the bush and sat down, bending her legs, holding the sword in her arms, her thin body trembling slightly. Luo Qingzhou wrung the water out of his shirt and put it on again. The bridge hole was ventilated on both sides, and the temperature dropped sharply due to the rain, so it was very cold. Luo Qingzhou walked out from the other side, picked up a lot of dead branches from the riverside, and piled them in front of the girl. He went out twice more and brought back a lot of rain-soaked dead branches. Fortunately, the rainstorm had just started, so the dead branches were only wet on the surface, but still dry inside. Luo Qingzhou first lit the dead grass and leaves he picked up from the bridge hole, and then set up the dead firewood. Smoke rose in the bridge hole. The damp firewood soon crackled and burned, because the bridge hole was deep and there was wind, rain, thunder and lightning outside. No one could notice this place. After the bonfire was lit, Luo Qingzhou took off all his shirts, sat down naked opposite the girl, and began to bake the clothes in his hands. The two sat opposite each other. Neither of them spoke. The bridge hole was silent, with only the occasional burning sound of firewood. When the top was almost baked, he stood up and walked to the girl opposite and said, "Take off your coat. I'll help you bake it. You put on my clothes to keep warm." The girl held the sword, looked at the clothes in his hand, and then looked at his naked upper body. She was silent for a while, and only took his coat and wrapped it around her. The wide man's coat wrapped around her slender body, making her look even thinner and weaker. Luo Qingzhou did not force it anymore. Put on his underwear, sat down next to her, and added firewood while whispering, "Your clothes are wet. It will be uncomfortable to wear them, and you will get sick. You are wearing underwear inside, and I won't see you. Why don't you take it off?" The girl turned her face away and said nothing. The flickering firelight reflected on her pretty little face. Even though it was still as cold as snow, it was also very charming. Luo Qingzhou took a look, then looked at the shoes under her skirt, and said, "If it is inconvenient to take off your clothes, you can take off your shoes and socks and roast them. The shoes are full of water, which will be very uncomfortable." After that, he took off his shoes and socks and roasted them on the fire. The bridge hole was silent again. Luo Qingzhou roasted them for a while, put the shoes and socks that were no longer stained by the fire, and continued to roast them. Then he turned to look at her and said, "You are a martial artist. Why do you have to be so particular about these things? As long as you are comfortable, there is no need to care too much about other people's opinions. What's more, I am the only one here, and I won't tell anyone." The girl was silent for a moment, then turned her face away and looked at him, and said coldly, "Do you want to see me?" "No." Luo Qingzhou denied it calmly, saying, "I can go out. You take off your clothes and roast them, and I will come in after roasting. Is that okay? I just think that you are very uncomfortable like this, and you will get sick." The girl stared at him blankly, and was silent for a while. Then she lowered her head slightly, stretched one foot in front of him, turned her pretty face away, and whispered, "Take it off." Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a moment, looking at her slender feet. Chapter 119, Cuddling Under the Bridge. Huh? The cold wind howled in from both sides of the bridge. It was still raining heavily outside. Luo Qingzhou looked at the girl's slender feet that stretched out from the skirt and stretched out in front of him. He was stunned for a moment, and then subconsciously glanced at the sword in her arms. The other hand did not hold the hilt of the sword. But, is this a test? She deliberately stretched out her feet to test him, and when he exposed his dirty thoughts and reached out to touch her, she suddenly drew her sword and killed him with one sword. "Lecher, you deserve to die." So, under this dark and cold bridge, there was another pitiful dead soul. Luo Qingzhou looked at the feet in front of him, and many thoughts flashed through his mind for a while. In the end, he did not dare to reach out and said, "That Miss Ya-chan, you should take it off yourself. Men and women should not touch each other, not to mention the feet of girls, which are—" The words in his mouth suddenly stopped. The girl's other hand, at some point, had already grasped the hilt of the sword. In fact, I just said that martial artists don't need to be bound by secular etiquette when they go out. They should do whatever is comfortable if you don't mind. Miss Ya-chan, I'll help you take it off. Luo Qingzhou didn't hesitate anymore. He stretched out his hand to hold her slender ankle, lifted her foot, and carefully helped her take off her wet shoes. Then, he slowly took off the snow-white silk stockings on her feet. The silk stockings fell off, revealing a snow-white and delicate jade foot under the bright flames. He held it in his hand, like a snow-white and delicate jade, without any flaws. Luo Qingzhou didn't dare to look at it anymore. He put it on his leg and looked up at her. The girl still turned her face away, looked away, paused, and stretched out her other foot from under the hem of her skirt and placed it in front of him. Luo Qingzhou lowered his head, picked up her other slender little foot, and helped her take off her shoes and socks. The ground is dirty. Just put it on my legs. In order to make her feel comfortable, Luo Qingzhou turned sideways, stretched out his legs, and then took her shoes and socks and roasted them on the bonfire. The girl wrapped her wide clothes tightly, tilted her pretty face, and looked outside the bridge hole. After a long time, she slowly turned her face away, looked at him, then looked at the shoes and socks in his hand, and his legs stretched out, and finally looked at her snow-white feet on his legs. With a trance in her eyes, Luo Qingzhou put her shoes on the ground next to the bonfire to roast, then took her silk stockings, approached the flames, and roasted them very seriously. Under the bridge hole, there was silence. There was only the sound of burning dry wood, and the sound of the cold wind whistling on both sides of the cave. The two were silent, and did not speak. The girl blinked her long eyelashes, staring at his serious look and his handsome profile. In a trance, it seemed as if I had returned to that day again. It was snowing heavily. He sat on the steps in the alley, looking gently at the two little beggars beside him, who were happily eating steamed buns. His expression was peaceful and calm. It was as if the wind in the alley stirred her long hair and also stirred her heart. She never knew what love was. Of course, she didn't know what love at first sight was. But at that moment, her heart was full of tenderness. Her eyes were full of his appearance. For several days, she secretly watched him there. Then, on the day he came in, at that last moment, she suddenly plucked up the courage, blushed for the first time, and said to the young lady and bailing the words that still make her feel ashamed when she thinks of them. Boom! Outside the bridge hole, a deafening thunder suddenly sounded. The girl trembled, subconsciously approached him, hugged her knees tightly, huddled up, and her little face turned pale. The night and thunder, the strong wind and heavy rain, for her who once wandered on the streets and fields, are nightmares and shadows that will never go away. She is afraid of them. Luo Qingzhou saw her delicate body trembling. Her face was pale with fear. He was stunned for a moment, stretched out his arms, wanted to hug her in his arms, but didn't dare. So he could only comfort her softly. It's okay. It's safe here. Thunder sounds scary, but in fact, it is very far away for us. It is in the sky and we are on the ground. So, boom! Suddenly there was another thunder. Then a bolt of lightning broke through the sky of the night and fell on a willow tree on the riverside not far from the bridge hole. Crack! The willow tree was split in half on the spot. The flames burned. But soon, they were extinguished by the heavy rain. Luo Qingzhou opened his mouth and stared at the broken and charred willow tree in a daze, swallowing the words in his mouth. The girl beside him trembled even more violently. Luo Qingzhou did not hesitate any longer, opened his arms, held her in his arms, and whispered, "It's okay. Don't be afraid. I'm here." The girl leaned in his arms, buried her cheek in his chest, and the trembling on her body finally calmed down gradually. Luo Qingzhou held her in one hand, gently stroked her shoulders and soft hair, gently comforted her, and helped her to bake her stockings with one hand. And a strange feeling arose in his heart. The night passed quietly. There was still wind and thunder outside. The cold wind was still howling on both sides of the bridge hole. The two people in front of the bonfire, snuggling together, unexpectedly had a rare tranquility and warmth. "It's dry. I'll help you put it on. Otherwise your feet will be frozen." Luo Qingzhou held her delicate and smooth slender feet and helped her put on the dried snow-white stockings. "Well, how about you lie on my legs? I'll help you dry your hair. Otherwise you'll get sick tomorrow." Luo Qingzhou saw that the girl had become so gentle at this moment, so he didn't have too many concerns and fears in his heart. The girl stayed in his arms for a while in silence, then slowly bent down and lay on his legs obediently. A waterfall of long hair fell down. Luo Qingzhou ran his fingers through her hair, rubbed it gently close to the flame, and couldn't help but praise, Miss Ya Chan's hair is so beautiful. The girl buried her cheek in his legs, motionless and silent. In her hand, she still held the sword tightly. After a long time, Luo Qingzhou said, "The hair is dry. That your coat, why don't you take it off too?" The girl lay on his legs without moving or speaking. Luo Qingzhou said again, "Miss Ya Chan." The girl still didn't move, and her fingers holding the sword slowly loosened. "Then go to sleep." Leaning against the campfire. "It should be dry soon." Although Luo Qingzhou's legs were numb, he didn't move. The two of them sat and lay down. And they were quiet. The rainstorm finally stopped in the second half of the night. But the cold wind was still biting. Snowflakes were falling silently outside. Luo Qingzhou was not sleepy at all. His legs were numb from being pressed. But he didn't have the heart to disturb the girl who seemed to have fallen asleep on his legs. He slowly lay back, looking at the dark cave ceiling, thinking about things. The flames of the bonfire gradually died down. The cold wind blew in from the cave entrance. And the girl trembled again. Luo Qingzhou sat up, took some dead wood from the side, and filled the fire. The flames burned the wet dead branches, and pungent smoke came out. The wind blew it towards the two of them. Luo Qingzhou quickly took off his shirt, drove away the smoke above the girl's head, put one hand on the side of the girl's face, and gently fanned it outside. The smoke was soon blown away by the cold wind again. The dead branches were dried of water stains and began to burn. Luo Qingzhou was naked from the waist up, clenched his fists, bent his arms, and carefully observed his shiny tough skin and flesh under the firelight. He looked at his left arm, then at his right arm. After looking at his right arm, he looked down at his chest. He straightened his chest and touched it with his hands. It was very firm. He pinched the skin and flesh and flicked it. It was very tough. He looked down at 2 points on his chest. "How is the skin and flesh here?" He pinched one with his fingertips, pulled it, and suddenly threw it. Pop! "Well, it's also very tough." After refining the skin and flesh, the whole body, he suddenly saw a pair of dark eyes, quietly staring at him between his legs. Luo Qingzhou's cheeks were hot, and he quickly put on his shirt and looked at the girl lying on his legs. The girl who had just peeked at him with her face sideways buried her cheek in his legs again, as if she had fallen asleep. Luo Qingzhou couldn't help but say, "Miss Ya Chan, my legs are numb. Can you get up first?" The girl ignored him and continued to lie there, motionless. Luo Qingzhou looked at the sword in her hand, and his heart suddenly itched. He stretched out his hand and wanted to touch it. But when he carefully stretched out his hand, the girl lying on his legs suddenly sat up, as if there were eyes behind her, holding the sword in her hand tightly, and looked at him coldly. Luo Qingzhou quickly took the opportunity to move his numb legs, supported his hands on the ground, stood up with his teeth bared, and moved his blood. "You didn't fall asleep just now?" Luo Qingzhou moved for a while, and after his legs gradually recovered, he sat down again and looked at her and asked. The girl bent her legs, held the sword, turned her face away, looked at the snowflakes falling outside the cave, ignored him, and seemed to have returned to her cold and arrogant appearance. Luo Qingzhou said, "There will be thunder later." The girl looked outside and still didn't speak. Luo Qingzhou put some more dead wood in the fire, then lay down and said, "I'll sleep for a while. I have something to do tomorrow. If you can't sleep, just watch the fire. If you want to sleep and the ground is too rough, you can sleep on me. I don't mind." After saying that, he closed his eyes. He felt peaceful, free of thoughts and desires, and soon fell asleep. The girl sat quietly for a while, and after hearing the even breathing from his nose, she slowly turned her head and looked at him blankly. After a while, she moved closer to him again, gently lying in his arms, and closed her eyes. But she couldn't fall asleep. She suddenly thought of the scene she had just seen, raised her little face, and looked at him. "Pa! Luo Qingzhou suddenly opened his eyes and looked down. The girl was lying in his arms, sleeping soundly, one hand holding the sword, and the other hand was honestly placed on her body. Strange. Luo Qingzhou looked puzzled. Did he pinch it just now? Forget it. Sleep. Tomorrow I have to go to Jubao Pavilion to meet other warriors, and then go out of the city to do the task. So I have to rest my energy. Otherwise, if I encounter a monster and lose my concentration, my life will be in danger. Soon." He closed his eyes and fell asleep again. Chapter 120. The next day, snowflakes fell outside the bridge. A night of storms had made the riverside a mess. The ground was muddy, and branches and leaves were scattered. When Luo Qingzhou woke up, he felt a slight pain in his chest. Could it be that Miss Ya-chan put her head on it? The bonfire had gone out. The ground was full of ashes, and there were some faint sparks in it. Luo Qingzhou sat up and turned his head to see that the cold girl was already holding a sword, standing at the entrance of the bridge, staring at the river outside in a daze. Luo Qingzhou got up, stretched his muscles and bones, and after extinguishing the remaining sparks, he walked to the entrance of the cave and said, "Let's go home." The girl came out of the cave and walked in front. Luo Qingzhou followed behind. It was not long after dawn, but the gate of the inner city finally opened. The two of them entered the inner city one after the other. After crossing a street, the figure walking in front suddenly stopped. Luo Qingzhou walked forward and said, "What's wrong?" The girl did not speak. Luo Qingzhou walked in front, and after a while, he couldn't help but said, "If you don't know the way, you can just say it directly. There are many things that can actually be said directly. I don't mean anything else. I just think Miss Ya-chan should talk more. It should be better this way." The girl followed behind him, still without speaking. Luo Qingzhou didn't speak again. When they were almost at Qin's house, she suddenly said, "Bai Ling, love to talk, do you like her?" Luo Qingzhou stopped and turned his head to look at her. "I don't mean that people who love to talk will be more likable. I just said that, Miss Ya-chan. You don't like to talk. It's not good. I hope you can talk more in the future." The girl still looked at him and said, "Do you like Bai Ling?" Luo Qingzhou was silent for a while, as if answering her, but also as if answering himself, and murmured, "I don't know either." After speaking, he continued to walk forward. The girl stayed there for a while, then tightened her sword and followed. The two entered the house one after the other. Butler Zhou looked at it, stepped aside, and continued to busy himself. The maids and servants saw it and avoided it. Of course, it wasn't because of Luo Qingzhou. In the Qin mansion, Miss Qin and her two maids were people who people dared not discuss or look at. If anyone was heard discussing Miss Qin in private, the lady would have their mouths smashed. There was no wind. Snowflakes were floating slowly and silently in the sky. The two who had not returned home last night, one after the other, came to the door of Lingshan Moon Palace. Luo Qingzhou stopped, turned his head, and looked at her and said, "It rained last night. It's best to take a hot bath when you go back. Then change into clean clothes and have a good sleep for a day. If you feel unwell, remember to ask Miss Bailing to get you some medicine." After that, he was ready to leave. Suddenly, Bai Ling's voice rang out from the door. "You didn't come back all night. You must have gone to the brothel to fool around with that naked courtesan." Luo Qingzhou stopped, turned to look at her and said, "I was with Miss Ya-chan. How could I go to the brothel?" Bai Ling snorted. "That's because she used sweet words to seduce and entice Chan to stay out all night and sleep with you outside." Luo Qingzhou said, "Miss Bai Ling, are you insulting me or Miss Ya-chan?" Bai Ling snorted again. "Chan's clothes are disheveled. Her hair is messy, and her expression is dazed. She must have been tortured by some bad guy all night last night." Luo Qingzhou ignored her and left quickly. The Lingshan Moon Palace was quiet again. The two girls were silent for a while, and their eyes met. After a long time, Bai Ling sighed softly, and a trace of distress appeared on her face. "Chan, how about we just be honest? Okay?" Xia-chan didn't say anything and went into the house. Bai Ling followed behind and said, "It's embarrassing, but it's better than hiding it all the time. If it goes on like this, I don't blame me. The son-in-law is really good at sexing people." Xia-chan stopped, turned his back to her, was silent for a while, and whispered, "Then you go with him." "Okay." After that, she went into the house. Bai Ling was stunned for a moment, and hurriedly chased in and said, Chan, what are you talking about? I don't want to be good to my son-in-law. I will always be a pure and tender little flower, and I don't want to be played with or dirty by anyone." Luo Qingzhou returned to the house and took a cold shower. Then he said something to Xiao Dai, checked his equipment, and went out. When he passed Lingshan Moon Palace, he hesitated for a moment, pushed the door and walked in. There was no one in the front yard. When he was about to go to the backyard, Bai Ling came out of the house with a frown. When she saw him, she was stunned for a moment and said, "Uncle, why are you here? Is there something wrong?" Luo Qingzhou said, "How is Miss Ya-chan? She got caught in the rain last night and sneezed a lot. I'm afraid she will get sick." Bai Ling lowered her head, bit her lip, and said with red eyes, "Uncle, Chan Chan is sick. She is lying in bed, motionless, and has a high fever. She keeps saying hug, hug woo. I feel that Chan Chan will not survive today." Luo Qingzhou's face changed slightly, and he walked in quickly. Bai Ling followed behind and said in a crying voice, "Uncle, how did you bully Chan Chan last night? Chan Chan smells like uncle." Luo Qingzhou walked quickly to the door of the room, pushed it open, and walked in. Bang! The door behind him suddenly closed. Bai Ling sobbed outside. "Uncle, you stay inside with Chan Chan first. I'm going to find a doctor." Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a moment and looked into the room. Beside the bed, there was a large wooden barrel. The wooden barrel was filled with steam, and a girl was sitting inside, revealing her snow-white shoulders and a pretty face as cold as ice. The dark eyes on her pretty face were staring at him coldly. Luo Qingzhou, Bai Ling, open the door quickly. He turned around and pulled the door, but couldn't pull it. Bai Ling said outside, "Uncle, I'm going to find a doctor. There's no one outside. You go and help Chan Chan rub her back, wash her body, and it's okay to sleep with her for a while." Luo Qingzhou paused and said, "Okay, I'll go and accompany her." After speaking, he suddenly exerted force with his arm, and with a creak, the door was opened. Bai Ling stood outside and said angrily, "Uncle, you're cheating?" Luo Qingzhou ignored her and left quickly. Who likes to cheat? There is no need to argue. After he left the courtyard, Bai Lingfang returned to the room, took out a towel from the bucket, and rubbed the smooth and delicate back and shoulders of the girl in the bucket, muttering, "I don't know if the son-in-law is pretending to be serious or really serious. Chan Chan's body is so attractive. Why is he not greedy? If the son-in-law knew, he would definitely regret it." She muttered to herself in the back. The girl in the barrel remained silent. After a long time, the girl in the barrel murmured in a low voice, "He touched." Luo Qingzhou left the house from the backyard. He put on a mask in the alley and transformed himself into an ordinary-looking boy who looked a little stupid. He put on the black warrior suit he bought, and a warrior dagger was tucked into his waistcoat. When he walked like a dragon and a tiger, with an extraordinary demeanor. Today, he is a warrior, no longer a weak scholar. Soon he came to the Jubao Pavilion. He took out the receipt and waist badge given to him last time he came to the store, showed it to the shopkeeper, and followed the waiter to the top floor of the attic. There were already 3 warriors waiting in the room. 2 men and 1 woman. A middle-aged man, short and sturdy, with bulging muscles in his arms and dark skin. Even in the cold winter, he still wore a black leather shirt with exposed arms. On that sturdy arm, there was a tiger tattooed. Another young man, tall and handsome, with a kind smile on his face. There was also a woman in her 20s, also wearing a black warrior outfit, with sharp features, a cold look, short silver hair, and blue pupils. With the enthusiastic introduction of the waiter, Luo Qingzhou and the 3 people got to know each other. The first tattooed middle-aged man was named Wu Kuei, at the Wusheng Liangdu realm. The second young man was named Han Bei, at the Wusheng Lianjin realm. The silver-haired woman, whose name was unknown, was called Sister Dao, also at the Wusheng Liangdu realm. She was the captain of this mission and an experienced veteran recruited by Jubao Pavilion, who was specifically responsible for taking newcomers to the outskirts of the Blackwood Forest to do the simplest tasks. Luo Qingzhou used the alias Chu Feiyang, and his current realm was Wusheng Lianjin. There are 5 people in this team, and 1 person has not come yet, so we have to wait a little longer. After the waiter introduced them, he poured Luo Qingzhou a cup of hot tea and smiled, and asked him to wait patiently for a while. Another cup of tea passed. The waiter standing at the stairs finally called out, "Here they come!" The sound of footsteps coming upstairs was heard. Not long after, a tall, sexy girl wearing a black-tied leather jacket and leather pants, with black waist-length hair came up. This girl was not only tall, with long legs, but also had a curvy figure, which was considered the best. That face was also beautiful, but her expression was cold and arrogant. She just glanced at a few people lightly, then walked to the corner next to her, crossed her sexy long legs, and sat there alone. The waiter smiled and said, "Miss Jean is an experienced hunter. She has been out of the city several times, and has cooperated with Sister Dao twice. With the 2 of them leading you today, you have a good chance of getting prey on the first day." The young man named Han Bei smiled and said, "Waiter, I haven't introduced Miss Jean's name and cultivation level yet?" The waiter hurriedly said, Miss Qin's name is Qin Yuema, and her current cultivation level is the Wuxinglingu realm. Luo Qinzhou turned his head and took a look. Qin Yuema? What a good name. Han Bei smiled, walked over, and bowed, saying, Miss Qin, thank you for this mission. The sexy girl lowered her head and admired her slender white fingers seriously. It seemed that she didn't hear what he said, and she didn't respond at all, and didn't even look at him. The waiter quickly broke the awkwardness and said, Okay, it's getting late. Everyone go early, and come back early. Remember to go into the city before dark. Everyone stood up. The short-haired woman named Dao Jia picked up a 3-foot-long curved broad knife from the side, and went downstairs first. Han Bei glanced at the cold-blooded girl, who was still sitting on the chair, and followed her downstairs. After Luo Qinzhou and the middle-aged man named Wu Kuei went downstairs, the cold-blooded girl stood up lazily and stretched. Then she walked down with her sexy long legs. On her slender waist, there was a thin black leather whip wrapped around her. The black silk ribbon at the whip head swayed gently as she walked, like a spirit snake shaking its head, in a rhythm that was quite consistent with the twisting of her hips.